sure I can find information online. They say it's like national security stuff, but yeah, I have a couple sources I could share with you about the um the z-axis, which is the height, which would kind of let us determine curvature via satellites. Well, it would definitely let us, because that would tell us like the height of where we're at compared to the satellite. But I found out whenever they say that they use like satellites or GPS and stuff to determine curvature, what they're actually looking at is a timing difference between them. And they say, okay, well, there's like a delayed timing difference from receivers or from satellites that are further away. And so they'll attribute this to curvature, but actually there is some calculations in the atmosphere basically where things that are coming in at a more horizontal rate through the atmosphere will actually be slowed down due to the atmosphere. And they have like corrections they apply for this, but they're a bit arbitrary, kind of like the refraction corrections for here on Earth. But I'll give you some quotes on that. I have a couple notes on that too. Basically, sorry, my alarm went off again. I'm trying to give you the best data that they have from your perspective on proving curvature with a satellite. And the arguments I've heard from Globers is like, okay, well, even though we don't have the raw Z data, like we can just basically look and find curvature. And you say, okay, well, how? And they say, well, there's like a timing delay from the ones that are further away. And then you start looking into that, and first of all, that's to be expected. They're further away and they're having to travel through more atmosphere. And there's a correction calculation they actually use for it, but I don't think a timing delay would really be able to tell us how much curvature there is, because there's other reasons that those signals could be delayed, and they're not delayed by much. So yeah, I'll send you what I got on it. Okay, so how they prove the curvature. Okay, so they say that there's an unusual time delay in GPS, i.e. radio waves. But they say, so this is due to curvature, is what they say. So the GPS signal is traveling closer to the horizon, so they will be more delayed. So basically the note is the radio waves travel more slowly in a denser media like water or vegetation, and they acknowledge this compared to an air vacuum. And then the radio wave absorption by water vapor, for example, weakens the signal and can reduce effective propagation speed due to increased path loss and multipath effects, lowering their effective speed over distance, but not their intrinsic speed through the medium. And whenever I was reading a bunch of papers on refraction, I actually came across this, like how humidity will particularly affect radio waves. They're particularly susceptible to humidity. And there's entire papers on this when you start researching refraction. So all in all, I don't think a GPS would be able to tell us curvature. And I think that a lot of the GPS, like they even talk about like the post-processing that's done. Like they don't give you like raw GPS data. It's really like post-processed like onto an ellipsoid, especially for the Z projection, which would be the height. So how it basically works, like a little rundown, is like this: they'll have these satellites that broadcast time and position data, and then the receiver will get the signals from multiple satellites, and then the receiver will measure the signal travel time, and then the receiver can calculate a position using at least 3 satellites. And then it uses like a coordinate system, which is fixed to an ellipsoid. This might say something, I'm sorry. Anybody can talk, by the way. I just didn't hear anybody talking.
Well, I was just going to add that you can. They do have a hybrid systems in urban areas that utilize cell towers.
So the people who are
Wait, Eden was in the middle of talking. I think you just kind of cut him off.
Go for it. Thank you, Taylor.
Sorry, I thought you finished your sentence, mate. Sorry.
I did. No, I did. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. So I get barked at for interrupting when I wasn't. Calm down.
I think you were interrupting. I think he was still talking. Or that's at least what I heard.
He was being nice to you. Go ahead and talk.
Go ahead.
So the company that's assessing the data isn't the same people who are collecting the data.
Is that a question or a claim?
It's not just a claim. We can back it up. It's just involving a bit of research into the subject material.
So how do you think that they get the Z projection, which would tell us elevation? Give me any source that talks about how we get raw Z measurements, which will tell us, elevation.
I mean, if this is your topic, though.
Okay. The source of the data comes from stuff like cryosat-2, CRYRO, capital SAT-2. That's what's similar systems to that are providing the Z data.
Do you have like some type of quotes from cryosat-2?
I'm doing research too. Like I'm
Okay,
investigating this too. So feel free to also research with me. Let's do this collaboratively instead of saying I want. Yep. So
yeah, look, you'll see whenever you're doing the research that they're just looking at that timing delay. Remember how I was just talking about that? Yeah.
Do you know the research? Do you know what that cryosat-2 is?
Not necessarily. I'm just
so
looking at the cryosat
before we make claims, let's do the research.
Definitely.
Okay.
But once you do the research, you'll surely be able to tell that what I was telling you was correct.
I don't know about that.
Okay, go ahead. Let me know when you find out. Keep me updated.
Because we're doing the research together, and we can't make conclusions until we've finished our research.
Well, I'm about to get my hair done, so I got about 10-15 minutes.
So did you do the research already, Taylor?
I've never researched cryostat in particular because there's multiple different companies who do this, but I have researched how I've heard something about how they see curvature via satellites, like curvature, and then I looked up how they basically determine that. It's basically from time delay. And
so
you all right. As part of my research, Coco, I provided a link to Scientific Hub Copernicus at 50 past the hour. This is a collaborative effort because we don't want to be deceived either, and we want to see how genuine these yeah.
I can't wait for y'all to do research on this. It's awesome.
Yeah,
so you said you posted a link
it's exciting because I haven't done research into this, but it looks like there are people who are capable of doing such research. So let's have a look at the Copernicus.
Are we moving on from cryostat? Or are we moving on to Copernicus right now?
Yeah, it seems like they have. Yeah, I think they're both related. So if you want to look on cryosat-2, you're welcome, and I'll look at the other link. Coco, you're welcome to join me if you haven't learnt about this already, and let's see if we can collaborate if you find it interesting at all.
Okay, I do want to mention that with the cryostat 2, basically what I'm seeing just by quickly searching it is that they're looking at a time delay between the emission and returns to give the distance or range. So we're looking at this time delay, and then the surface elevation or the Z value is calculated.
Distance and time are quite helpful because, like, just like lasers or anything, something happens before and something happens after. So laser ranging, it's not like a delay in time. It's a measurement between then and now and figuring out what's the distance between when we shoot the laser and when it lands.
I understand.
So saying the words time delay, I'm not entirely confident that means what we think it means. So let's research what time delay actually means. Because like there's a context to these words and we can't remove them from that context.
Bro, please, let her finish.
Thank you. So as I was saying, the surface or Z is calculated by subtracting the measured range from the satellite's altitude above a referenced ellipsoid. That's for the cryostat 2. You said the other one was called Copernicus? Copernicus what?
So the Copernicus Sentinel-2 satellite uses a couple of techniques: multispectral instrument, a 3-mirror anastigmat telescope, a near-infrared beam splitter, and a shortwave infrared light. So this is heavy stuff.
Is that for the satellite or the receiver?
Yeah. So in 2015, the Sentinel-2 Copernicus satellite was launched up, and it's got like 12 different types of detectors, including, it's very vague, different radiation types. Is that electromagnetic or something? Calibration and shutter mechanism. Okay, MSI has 13 spectral bands, 4 visible bands, 5 infrared, 2 shortwave infrared, and 2 additional bands, one for water vapor detection and one for cloud detection, both with a 60-meter resolution.
Okay, then with that data, are they giving you raw Z values or how do they calculate them?
Still conducting research.
Okay, go ahead, no problem.
It's called Sentinel-2 because there's 2 of these satellites. So this information is doubled.
Yeah, like I said, you'd probably need about 3.
There's currently 2 of this particular kind, and there might be other kinds that are doing similar stuff.
Mhm.
So they are 180 degrees out of phase. So if Earth is a globe, one's on they're opposite sides of each other. If Earth is flat, one's on one horizon and one's on the other. So the shape's not really confirmed yet, but 180 degrees out of phase is mentioned. The orbital altitude of 786 kilometers with an orbit of 101 minutes. The Sentinel-2 uses low Earth orbit. That sounds about right. 786 kilometers isn't terribly far above, like, what was ISS? 400 to 500? So it's still pretty low. Yeah. Total mass of the Sentinel-2 is 1,200 kilograms. So just a bit over a metric ton. And the data link is working at 560 millibits per second. And the data link with 64 kilobits per second. Upload at 2 megabits per second. So it's commissioned by Europeans, but both of them. So the Europeans are interested in the world. European Union. Sentinel-2 data covers vegetation, soil, water, cover for land, inland and coastal waters, as well as cloud screening and atmospheric corrections. So they're just going straight from the satellite to the land.
Those atmospheric corrections I was telling you about earlier with the timing delay.
Yeah.
Signal propagation will be slowed. Yeah, near humidity through more atmosphere.
We can't make that conclusion without doing more research. Like,
How do you know I haven't? Assumption. Sorry. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Chill. Just playing. Come on, Nylan.
So another thing to research is the GMES, Golf Mike Echo Sierra, for the fast track monitoring services.
Yeah, what's it called whenever you spell out things? Like, what's that called?
The phonetic alphabet.
Yes, phonetics. My husband, he has a ham radio and he has an extra license.
Yeah.
Do you have a ham radio? Do you have a ham radio license?
No, I just learnt
Okay.
what letters
We're
say.
thinking about doing an experiment with the radios, but we don't have enough people.
So there's continuous land and island mappings from negative 56 latitude to positive 83 degrees latitude for this pair of satellites. The accurate geolocation of 20 meters of the data is required. So the mission was expected to last 7.5 years, but 2015 was more than 10 years, so it's lasting longer than they expected. Brilliant. Or they've already done. This mission might even be complete, actually. Oh, up to 15 years. A total of 4 satellites will be developed. So I'll have to see if there's another pair of Sentinels sent up and what they're doing. So every time these satellites go around the Earth, there's 1.6 terabytes of data being given. Every orbit. And that's for 290 kilometers strip per pass with those 13 channels of information with resolution as high as 10 meters. So we, from these 2 data points, we know Earth is being measured for the last 10 years with an accuracy of 10 meters. From, was it -53 south to 83 north? Okay, Sentinel-2 A and B. Sentinel-2A was launched June 23, 2015. 2B was launched March 2017. C, 2024. So there are 3.
Can you remind me, if you don't mind, and maybe anyone else who's just joined the room, what was their main purpose?
Measuring
world domination.
measuring Earth.
Okay, thank you. I guess countries like Russia, North Korea, China, they all signed off on their land being surveyed without their permission.
I'm not sure.
I'm sure they probably, I mean, that's something that just popped into my mind. I'm sure there was something they would probably want to consider.
The thing is, like, even without the United States' permission to survey the land, Russia too would want to launch stuff and measure the Earth. Like, it's an information age, and like, because there's so much information, like even hostile countries and friendly countries, or people deciding which side they want to join, they need to know like what shape the world is. So yes, everyone's spying on each other with or without permission from
Yeah.
each other. It's a complicated world.
Definitely.
Yeah, 290 kilometers of information is being scanned at a time as it moves above us from one location to the other between those two latitudes. So it's like going between those southerly places to those northerly places and making scans that are 290 kilometers wide per scan. And eventually it scans like the entire surface of Earth that way. Yeah. This is fascinating. The receiving stations are in Sweden, a place called Kiruna, Kilo Indigo Romeo Umbrella or Uniform and November Alpha. Kiruna.
So just by a quick search, they project the Z coordinates onto a WGS84 model or a geoid model for the Z projection.
There's a reference to it, but that doesn't mean much until I investigate further.
All right, you keep it up.
I had a question. Did you say your husband has a ham radio, or does he just have a license of radio? What was it?
He doesn't just have a ham radio. He has the extra license, which means that he did the like basic. Okay, hold on. There's 3 different levels. 3 levels.
So while you're searching
There's
into
a technical license. Hold on, I got it. There's a technical license, a general, and then there's the extra class. It's the highest license offering full privileges on all amateur bands and modes. So he actually went and took all 3 of them at once. And the people that work there, like, and there's a guy who runs like the ham radio club in our area.
So now okay.
Was the only one to ever come and take all 3 at once. He's the only other one that he knows. There's been multiple doctors and people try to take all 3 at once, and he's the only one that's done them all. And he's in med school too.
Question is this: so you don't have it. I mean, he doesn't have it, but he has the license. So I did it. Okay. Has he tried pointed at the moon and see what happens?
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
What happened?
Well, no, we don't have a receiver that big because it's apparently a pretty faint signal you got to get back. You got to have a special receiver, and we don't have that. But if you want to donate a receiver, we'll definitely try it.
No, thank you. I mean, I've seen the results. I've seen in the UK. I've seen the results. But yeah, what would you expect to see? The guy that runs, huh? What would you expect to see? Let's assume you do have the receiver big enough to carry the test. What results would you expect to see?
Well,
what does it even mean?
If we were to expect a biblical model, like the moon and the heavens, then I would expect, biblically, speaking on biblical cosmology, if we were to bounce it off the firmament, we get a much quicker receiver than if we bounce it off the moon, because the moon would be within the heavens. The waters above, the waters below are also mentioned, and water, as I mentioned earlier, slows down radio propagation, so I'd expect to see a much delayed response if we were to bounce it off the moon. referencing that model, but also referencing the globe model, like you'd expect to see a delayed response because, you know, it's how many miles away? 238,000 or something.
Yep. Scanning
Am I right?
298 kilometers at a time to the accuracy of 10 meters.
Yep. The guy that works at the ham radio, like he's the ham radio, basically he runs the ham radio club. He is the guy that works at NASA that I was telling you guys about that launches the balloons. He launches balloons for ham radio. Chica
Amateur?
balloon. Mhm. Well, he's not an amateur. I mean, I don't know if that'd be considered amateur. I mean, he works for NASA. I'm not sure if they're launching him for NASA or if they're launching him, you know, for amateur ham radio users. I don't know. Probably for NASA. I mean, I know that amateurs can launch balloons. They've had those balloons that I think one of them stayed up for like 200 days. Like one of those amateur balloons. I've seen a video on one. And yeah. Crazy.
Good evening.
Again, back to the question. So if you get a 2.6 seconds or 2.5 seconds, it depends. It's 2.556, but again, depends. It would kind of go against the biblical model, correct?
No.
Why? Then there is no dome. Well, at least the dome means the dome is 290K, 290,000 kilometers up. Is that what you say?
So
That makes dome to be physical in a way.
hold on. We
Dome
can't.
will
First
be
of all,
physical.
we can't assume a vacuum. We can't assume a vacuum. Like we can't assume that it's traveling in vacuum speeds because it's not. And second of all, I don't know many people who believe in the typical model that actually think the moon is inside the firmament. It's within the expanse or within the heavens, or you know, some people say there's different layers to it or whatever. But yeah, I think that it'd be a much slower propagation to go to the moon. And I just explained why a minute ago.
Good evening.
Ardian, sorry.
Oh, good. That's how you Arabs pronounce it.
Arabs, I'm not Arabs. Say that one more time.
Are you not Arab?
I am not. Never ever call Iranian Arab.
Oh, you're an Iranian? I didn't know, man.
Not Iranian. Iranian.
Okay, you are Aryan, man. Got it.
Beautiful country, people.
Tehran, you happy now?
Yeah, all the WGS 84 stuff is all the datums and surveys that were done on land in all the various countries. So that's how the WGS 84 was given its dimensions, by doing measurements on the land.
And is it assuming a flat Earth model or a globe?
It's not assuming anything. The survey measurements aren't making assumptions. Like I said, this stems back from the measurements that were being done in the 1880s when my country's state borders were being defined. And I would recommend looking at the Western Australian border that goes from the north coast to the south coast along a line of latitude. This surveyors.
It does reference the ellipsoid. You need to research WGS 84 a little bit more.
No,
And
it's referring to the datums surveyed by people on the land.
Yeah, ellipsoid plus anchor data. Gotcha. Ellipsoid plus anchor point. It has a vertical datum for elevation and a geographic coordinate system with long lat height. I know.
It doesn't sound like you do, because we're coming to different conclusions from the same information.
I promise you that WGS 84 is projected on an ellipsoid. If I'm wrong,
No,
I will gladly admit that, but I am confident. I just look it up a little bit more.
yeah, the datums were based on ground surveys and often using like maps from different countries. And we noticed that they didn't align perfectly at their borders, and there was no consistent way to pinpoint a location accurately unless you reference like latitude and longitude as well.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
This is from the Cold War.
Okay, hold on. Here's a link. From, I don't know if you consider this. This is what is WGS 84 virtual surveyor? Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
If I'm, like,
So before the WGS 84 was the WGS 60, the WGS 66, and the WGS 72. So these are things that existed before the 84, right?
I'm not sure all the histories of them. All I know is WGS 84 references an ellipsoid.
Yeah, and so we can see what WGS 60 means. These are the things that were done in the 1960s.
Okay,
Yeah.
so can you at least
just
acknowledge that
updated-
WGS 84 is an ellipsoid reference?
Yeah, they're updating their model, no?
No, we're measuring things and finding which shape reflects the measurements to the best. If you're measuring a horse and you want to say its neck is this shape, you take the measurement and transfer that to the sculpture.
Okay, this goes back to the first point. My alarm's off. This goes back to the first point. So if we just went off the raw measurements, then we'd have to make the globe bigger because they say the refraction makes the globe appear flatter. So they're already accounting for refraction. Okay. Now,
I'm not sure if that's true. I'm not sure if that's true, and I'm willing to research it with you.
I promise you it is. Okay, so then 7/6R.
No, I'm not going to accept that. I'm not going to accept that based on your testimony. What I'm going to do, I'm going to research and fact check you. You just making claims without being fact checked.
Yo, dude, come on, man. You guys are doing good, but you were doing fine. Just relax a little bit, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna have to go inside, but I just want to say I agree with 7/6R. I agree that that's what we see in reality. Okay, like that refract, like that's what we see in reality. Now, is what we see in reality due to it being slightly refracted up, which is what the globe claims, or it being refracted down, as would be predicted in the flat Earth model? That's the question. So we acknowledge. So either way, they're having to correct to the radius value because of refraction, because they say that it appears flatter because of refraction. So we acknowledge this, but either way, they're just going to project it onto a globe. That's why they're saying, yeah, everything appears a little bit taller, but I would say that things appear shorter over distance because of refraction. But I am literally walking in my hair salon, so I'm not going to be able to talk much longer. I warned y'all this about 15 minutes ago.
But the datums of each country aren't an ellipsoid. Like Australia had its own datum and Europe had its own datum. And everyone like was thinking our maps aren't connecting well together. For the level of accuracy, like this is 10-meter accuracy for an equator that's like huge distance on both any model of reality. It's a huge distance. So just
Just know they have to correct for refraction in their theodolite measurements for the globe. They just say it looks flatter. So
I
just
don't
take
think
that.
that's
You can talk
true,
to Steve
and I
about that
will
whenever
research.
Steve comes back. Talk to him about it. He knows. Okay, guys. I hope you have a wonderful day. I had a fun convo with y'all.
You too. Enjoy. Omni, are you here? I wonder if anyone thinks there's any evil empires out there. Has America ever become an evil empire? And if there is an evil empire, is it your duty to try and stop them?
You can see arguments for it for certain times.
The thing is, like, Taylor's talking about surveying and datums that are like on the scale of an entire country.
I think the new one's supposed to be coming out soon for America.
What do you think flat earthers are silly? If you were living within an evil empire, should you try to stop it, or should you just try to find somewhere peaceful and stay out of it?
Like, the thing is, like, what I'm detecting is like research stops at a certain point and we don't continue asking questions. Like, I'm going right now to WGS 60, not 84. This is 1960. And I'm looking at how datums were made before satellite. So this is important because this is pre-NASA, pre-conspiracy, right?
Nope. The conspiracy has been going on since the 1500s, man. Even before that. Come on, man.
But imagine that it involves a differential leveling from sea level points.
So, okay, why do you think the conspiracy has been happening since 1500s when they were modeling globes in the 1400s?
All right, let's see if you've done any research on the Reformation. What were the two hotly debated topics during the Reformation?
That doesn't matter.
All right. Well, it doesn't. Yeah, either you haven't done the research or it doesn't matter to you, so that's okay. But
Why don't
I
you tell
recommend
us?
looking into it if it's interesting.
How
Because,
does
like
the
I said, maybe if you did,
Reformation
you'd
change?
find out that this is related. This has been some sort of cover up for a long time to get people. It's basically mind control.
What's the mind control? I'm confused about that.
So essentially, knowledge is potential power. So if people can give you a false sense of reality, they can lead you around and take advantage of you, exploit you, etc. It's happened for many years. In fact, prior to that debate, the Vatican was caught lying to the public for over 1,000 years. So knowledge is potential power. Some people think it's just taken a new form.
And the knowledge that the Earth is flat has done what for you?
Well, it's been a blessing beyond belief. Truth equals money. One of my favorite financial advisors, her very first rule in finance is truth equals money. Lies cost money. Always have, always will. She's given plenty of examples. I highly recommend you guys maybe listen to her lecture and consider.
Maybe I phrased the question wrong. What has changed? What other facts that you depend on or that you use has changed now that you know the Earth is flat?
Well, yeah. So maybe nothing like. I guess it's only philosophically, right? Some people now have a greater understanding of what the realm is like, and maybe the psychological aspect of why people would try to fool others and take advantage. But
Yeah,
so
but there's other examples.
Freedom of lies.
There's other examples of that. You don't need to invent the whole thing about the Earth being a different shape.
Well, no, essentially it's like, okay, I understand you guys accept the globe and you have lots of evidence. Yeah, I understand that. But for instance, from my worldview, the Christian worldview, there's evidence that the world was revealed to specific people. They were given the truth about, in my opinion, I understand you guys disagree, but I believe the creator gave those people the information about creation because he anticipated people would be taking advantage about it one day. So he wanted it on record. Same with the rules, right? And essentially, those rules act as protection, and it's been a blessing ever since accepting creation for what it is. Stop listening to men that could lie, steal, and worse, like kill. And yeah, it's been a blessing. And I didn't go into it for blessings, but just showered. But I don't recommend anyone do anything for blessings. It's best you just do it for truth.
The people that are telling us that the Earth is a globe, I just don't see what the benefit is.
Well, I would recommend if you can't see it, I would maybe one day try to steelman it yourself, and imagine there's $1 billion on the line, and if you get a 10 out of 10, you get the full payment. That's the best way, because you have to kind of put yourself in someone else's shoes, or maybe.
So
if
there's a way to measure curvature that's as old as 300 BC, do you think that's still valid to measure reality?
Well, you can measure both flatness and curvature, of course. You can measure topography.
Okay, so let's compare 3 or 4 sample points at different locations.
People have, and according to, I think there's been some debates between Dr. Heffron and Jesse Lightpath from here. I think if I pull up Jesse's information, I think he said there's more pointing towards flatness at this moment.
I'm not sure if that's true.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up. One moment, but you can continue.
And I would disagree that you can measure flatness. You can only measure or curvature below a specific amount. You can never measure flat. You can only measure something until you reach your margin of error, which just means it does not curve more than X amount of error.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, I think coming to flatness is a conclusion. I think you can just measure for elevation changes and whatnot.
But the claim is it measures flat, which is just not possible. You can just say it measures to be not curving at this specific rate if you can measure more accurately.
Yeah,
But
you can
all the
do that too.
measurements that have been defined by flat earthers were way above this accuracy level.
Well, I'm not sure. I'll repost what Jesse Lightpath is shared, and then you can confirm whether or not he's accurate or not. I'll be right with you.
And you know, if elevation stays at the same level, that doesn't prove horizontal, right? You know that.
Okay, thank you.
Just
So
wanna be
the
clear.
difficulty was Papa Flurf accused Jesse of saying all science is flat earth science, and Jesse's prediction proves this. He showed all his evidence, which was using the radius of Earth. So Papa Flurf's claim that all science is flat earth science is incorrect.
So I found what Jesse wrote,
And
and I'm just saying it quote.
What Disjointed was saying, he can do planar geometry on a triangle that's tangent to a sphere.
So, Eden, what did you want to say about Jesse?
Oh, thank you. I'll have a screenshot and I'll share it with you. So it says here, quote, this is Jesse. So far from the data that I've worked with, there are 3 observation sessions that reasonably match FE. There are 2 observation sessions that reasonably match the globe. 1 observation session matches neither flat nor globe, but closer to globe. And 3 observation sessions that match neither flat nor globe, but are closer to flat. So I'll just post that with you.
Are you referring to the celestial theodolite?
Yes, I believe so. I'll post what you.
So you also know that Jesse said that this is not a good tool for distinguishing it at all, because depending on what you do, you can prove everything with it. So
Yeah,
it
that
cannot
means
have a mutual measurement.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So that's why this is not really that. I mean, people want to put it up there like it's exclusive.
no.
It seems like
that's what Jesse is trying to show is that method is inconclusive. That method is not a valid way to determine the shape of the Earth.
So then people maybe shouldn't bring it up as much. You know what I mean? If that's the case.
Huh?
Especially what?
What did you just say? I missed what you just said.
Yeah, if whatever you said, I agree with. Go ahead, Snooze.
Okay, so that means it's not good evidence for, like, we shouldn't be using it at all to talk about the shape of the Earth.
Perfect.
So you shouldn't be bringing it up.
So neither should you guys. Done. On to the next. Snooze, go for. Did you have something to say?
We didn't bring it up. The celestial theodolite is an invention of a flat earther that tried to misuse it to prove flat Earth.
Okay. Thanks for your opinion.
No one on the globe side would show curvature of Earth with the celestial theodolite.
And what some who doubt the globe, like this individual doubts the globe using a method that doesn't confirm either.
Wow.
And the method that he knows is not a conclusive method now. So
Little rascal.
Weird.
because we were talking about how the satellite systems work down to the global datum, and before even that was made, you got the local datums of each country. And you doubt those, so we have to go back to like, how can we measure things before datums existed, and before surveying existed, before ship navigation existed? So you need to tell me how you're going to measure things. And you brought up the celestial theodolite.
Snooze, do you have a favorite globe proof?
Sorry, I'm on push to talk and I have to go to my mobile phone. A favorite globe proof? Tricky.
I like that.
I mean, the few things that I observed myself are kind of nice. I wouldn't say they are proof, but for example, that I can observe the sun lighting up the clouds in the morning from below and half an hour later from the top. So this is a nice proof that, for example, the sun is down. And the sun in general, I would say typically, of course, celestial and solar objects are pretty good. But reciprocal zenith angles are also, in my opinion, very straightforward. And I mean, if you say everything that is in the sky is magic, and you have to rule it out, I think reciprocal zenith angles are quite good.
I would just say the strongest evidence is just, the actual video footage of it, the pure observation of it. I would say that's the best evidence. You guys just don't accept it.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's pretty powerful. Right. If you were going to rank evidence on a scale of 1 to 10,
I mean the whole.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay,
the direct observation of cameras is pretty good.
I mean the moon landing and all the pictures out from space. The thing is just like also the live streams and the huge amount of footage from space. A friend of mine that is the head of the astronaut training center in Germany of the ESA, or like people that I talk to doing stuff with space. However, these are all things that flat earthers say, okay, I can't do it myself. I can't go to Antarctica myself. I can't go to space myself. And space is fake, and stars are not real, and the sun is not physical. That's why I say, okay, if you try to rule everything else out, you have to do stuff that you can do yourself. And renting a theodolite, you can do yourself. The most people are just lazy to do.
You can rent a total station for about $500, probably for a few days to do any experiment you want.
And like we're talking with the local astronomy clubs, like these are just tubes with a bit of lenses that show that Jupiter has orbiting moons.
For $500, you can buy a total station. You can rent it for way less.
Not like a survey
yes.
total station.
You can buy a used total station for less than, or a used theodolite for $200 and a total station for $500. Absolutely.
You would need to rent the data collector. You would need to have the software to run it. Like I'm a surveyor. Trust me, I know what it costs to rent a unit.
Yeah, a new one, but I mean, like you can buy a used one.
No. To rent a used unit, I know how much it costs. I have to do it for my company. Trust me, I know.
Yeah, and if other companies are offering different prices, that's just a non-issue. So yeah, that's fine. They're rentable, as is like the ability to literally look through a telescope and see the moons orbiting Jupiter.
Huh?
It's not even that. It's the idea that the measurement you would get and the discrepancy you're looking for is so minuscule, it doesn't prove anything. You know what I mean?
0.
You say so.
So how come people on Earth with telescopes can see Jupiter and its orbiting moon?
Well, I mean, how does looking at Jupiter through a telescope confirm like all of your suspicions about the universe, you know?
That objects of a certain size necessarily form spherical shapes.
How about this? Vintage theodolite, Carl Zeiss, Jenner, 1050, £20. Ta-da!
I mean, for the most stuff, you don't need a total station. A simple theodolite is more
What
than
do you
enough.
reckon with that?
What are you talking about?
There's a theodolite. I'll repeat it for the slow ones. Vintage theodolite, Carl Zeiss, Jenner, N1050 theodolite. German, optical apparatus.
Hey, Stain, don't call me slow.
Who calls you slow?
What are you talking about, Slitsy?
You're reflecting on yourself.
What's the point?
No,
It's a vintage
no, that was a
theodolite.
personal
Oh,
attack,
stop
an
it.
unnecessary personal attack. I wasn't
Personal
available to hear
attack.
what you were saying because it's 3:30 in
Why
the
are you
morning.
interrupting? Why are you
No,
interrupting?
listen, you were
Why are
calling
you
people the slow
interrupting?
ones because you need to perform personal attacks, which are totally unnecessary. Stop being rude. Someone might not be near their audio device at 3:30 in the morning. So how about you think a little
Why don't
bit?
you go to sleep then? If you're obviously clearly not thinking straight.
You can pretend that. Like, my clarity of
Why
thought
are
at
you
the moment is
interrupting?
clear enough to point out how silly it is to call someone slow when
Why are you
somebody's not
interrupting?
always near their phone. Hey, do you want to pretend you know exactly where I am in location to my phone? Do you
I
want to
don't
pretend
care.
you know how
I'm
far
not
away I
talking to
am?
you
So no,
directly.
you don't get the opportunity to call other people slow because you don't know how far or how close they are to their own audio device. You don't get the opportunity to call me slow, no matter what time of day it is.
Grow up, dude. Grow up.
20 minutes later.
It wasn't 20 minutes later, you liar. I just asked you to repeat yourself because I couldn't hear you.
1 hour later.
No, it wasn't an hour later. You're lying.
Are you Mr. Pink? You just don't stop.
Because you're calling people slow when somebody just asks you to
You're
repeat
calling
yourself.
yourself slow. You are.
No, you call. You said for the
No,
slow
you are.
ones. You said I'm going to repeat myself for the slow ones.
Yeah, so if you put
You're
yourself
so
in that
disingenuous. You
category,
have to go
that
to
wasn't
personal
me, was
attacks.
it?
You went for
If
personal
you put
attacks.
yourself in that
You went for
category,
personal
how
attacks.
was it
You
me?
went for personal attacks. You went for personal attacks.
And Envil, he does that always, so it's okay. We know he does it when he has nothing else. So
It's just so desperate to pretend other people are slow when they ask you to repeat yourself.
Shut up, please.
just
No,
don't
I won't.
I just
take
want to get
offense.
out what I wanted to say because the other guy was saying that you do well to find a theodolite for 200, maybe impossible. And I'm just telling him here, there's a
No, he said
vintage. There's
He said
no
a total station.
Okay, well, I'm
And a
talking
total
about
station and
theodolite.
theodolite is different. But yeah,
Well,
a
he said
theodolite
that even a
is definitely
theodolite
cheaper.
would be hard to find for less than 200.
Yeah, for the slow ones, he was talking about total stations.
I think he referred to theodolites as well.
No, I said total station. I was very specific.
I was referring to theodolites. I said that theodolites you can buy for 200.
Well, look,
And
here's
a
one for
total
20.
station, a used one, you can also find for 500.
Here's one for 20.
I still think, depends on if it works or how new it is and how good it is.
Very old model.
Theodolite works absolutely fine. Great
I
working
can't imagine
vintage theodolite.
I can't imagine finding too many total stations for $500 that they're not extremely outdated.
This is
No,
like
I totally agree. I
35.
totally agree. Getting it for 500 will be like good luck, but
This is like
and
$35.
Jitsi, there's a difference between a total station and theodolite.
Like you can probably get like a Focus 35 for like $3,500 right now, or maybe $2,500.
Let's have a look.
So it'd be a Spectra geospatial Focus 35. You can probably find one used for $2,500 to $3,500.
But for what do you need a total station when you measure the globe?
Well, you can just use it to, like you can go to known elevations, like a certain distance apart, and then see, you can use it to determine what level is, and then you can aim your crosshairs and see, like, wow.
Sure, but you can do all the stuff with the theodolite as well. I mean, the total station is more comfort, right? But for doing, for example, zenith angles, you don't need a total station.
Well, yeah, but you could do. I mean, true. You technically don't need that, but I mean, you can do direct distance ones over shorter periods.
Yeah,
So
but that's for example a kind of problem. I wouldn't say, but the limitation of a total station, like the rangefinder of a total station, has a limit in range, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you can do shots up to like 1,200 feet.
Yeah, but if you want to do, for example, 30, 40, 50 miles, something like this, the rangefinder is not of big use of a total station.
No, you can't do that.
You're basically back to a theodolite, and then you have spent a lot of money
that
for
point,
a device that you don't need. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it depends
and I mean,
on like what you want to use it for.
if you want to show curvature, as further apart you are, as easier it is.
True.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone wants to waste their time to get such a minuscule measurement to try to prove something that's like, it's like the discrepancies you guys ask for to be important are just so minuscule. I feel like it's useless going to rent a theodolite to get
I can
some little minuscule measurement.
I can tell you one thing: no flat earther would do that. Yeah, because you're definitely too lazy to do actual measurements.
Well, I mean, they also say like
it looks flat.
Like they said, the laziest
and
person.
And then if you're done.
The laziest person is usually the smartest person because they're not going to waste their time on. Like, I mean, like let's say we trust Jesse Kozlowski's whatever. The measurements he comes up with are just not important enough to make a difference. So why would somebody go get a fucking theodolite to take a measurement to prove something that's pointless?
You say it doesn't make a difference.
It doesn't, right?
You pretend it does, but Jesse claims it does. So it's just your opinion versus his.
Right. No, I agree. I'm saying, like the extremities of what you're measuring to prove your point aren't enough to convince anyone who already because someone's lack of desire to go like try and take measurements that Jesse Kozlowski took You know what I mean? To prove what Jesse Kolosky proved, which is nothing. You know what I mean? Like all it is like these measurements that you guys ask for to mean a lot don't mean a lot.
Oh no,
The
it seems
counter
weird because
arguments
it
for
seems like
Jesse's
it's the flat earthers that ask us for the measurements, and now it seems you're saying like, I can't believe you waste your time taking these measurements. So,
and the
I mean,
sorry,
what is
go ahead.
it? Like, what's your? I'm just confused. Explain that.
And
Well, no,
what are
our
your
point is that like we
what are
asked you
your
to we
qualifications to
asked you
say
to
that
make the
you?
measurement. We asked you to take the
Right.
measurements. You took the measurements, and the results are not convincing.
The only
So, like,
thing that only arguments why these results are not convincing is because you say, magic. Yeah, you say you can't
no,
see
it's
that
just
thing, and then we show you
it's
to
just
see
that.
that thing. We show you that the measurements show exactly what we expect and
Well,
what we
then doesn't this?
calculated or predicted, and then you say just nah.
Well,
That's the
you
only
got like
counter
let's see,
evidence.
look at the what do you call it that what do they call it, the stellar theodolite or whatever they're calling it these days.
Yeah, you're referring to the
The
same dumb
celestial.
thing that Eden was referring. The
Well, no, but no. My
celestial
point is like,
theodolite, which is not
hold on.
showing the one or the other. The celestial theodolite can be manipulated so that it shows both. It can confirm whatever you want.
Okay, so if we can agree they confirm whatever we want, why would some flat earther go rent it to prove any supposition that
You
it could
wouldn't.
prove
You
anything that you
wouldn't
want?
rent that. You wouldn't
No,
rent
I know
that.
because Jesse Kozlowski
LSA, the celestial
no.
theodolite
I'm talking about
is
celestial.
measuring to a mountaintop and seeing which stars appears when. This is a celestial theodolite. Normal
Right,
theodolites, the tripods and the optics on top, these are theodolites, and these theodolites confirm all the globe.
Have you
No
heard
flat Earth.
have you seen the example of like taking two measurements from like a star using like the peak of a mountain as like as the star is occluded by the peak of the mountain, right?
I don't know,
People are
Jesse,
getting
am I breaking up or so? Am I so hard to understand, or did I literally say exactly that before?
well, no, I'm just asking. Well, I'm getting to the question. Is the idea that is that discrepancy between the observer who's 30 miles away from the mountain, like because there isn't much of a there isn't a discrepancy there, which there should, like the angle to the star should be a different. There should be some measurable difference between the angle, and it appears as though there isn't a difference in the angle. So this is why I'm just curious. Like, is that based on is your reasoning behind? Like stellarium and it's like mechanical, like the margin of error, you know what I mean? Because
Jesse has explained it multiple times on YouTube. Just go look it up on YouTube why the celestial theodolite is not good for distinguishing flat or globe or concave.
well, no, you're taking well, elaborate, because it makes total sense why it does to me.
Because you can park yourself anywhere on the land, find any mountain you like, try and line up a star, and the results will be concave, flat, or curved. Like all three possibilities. Yeah.
Well, you're lining up the occlusion of the star behind the peak of a mountain, and in the example given, it's that Pikes Peak or whatever. So, like, there's an example where the guy took the measurement, and and the angle should be different at the peak of the mountain, and yet there is no difference in the angle.
Why do
So
you
if you're
want
going to do it
that why do you want that we explain again what Jesse, who made it himself, who tested it himself, has already explained, recorded on YouTube multiple times? Why do you asking us that we haven't done that ourselves to again explain it to you, waste our time to explain it to you just to you say nah afterwards?
Hey, so let me ask you something. Have you ever heard of like a digital tape measure where like you shoot a laser and it gives you a distance?
And the real problem with that.
Yeah.
Okay, imagine you had one of those things and you use it to measure your like one room length, right? You measure, you get 30 feet. You do it again, you get 20 feet. You do it again, you get 40 feet. You do it again, you get 30 feet. You do it again, you get 20 feet. Would you agree that there's something wrong with that thing that's measuring it? It's no good?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
The method that you're talking about does that. It tells you it's flat, it tells you it's globe, it tells you it's flat, it tells you it's globe, it tells you it's flat, it tells you it's globe. It is not a good method. You
So you don't
understand
understand.
now?
So you understand why I feel the same way about any of the theodolite measurements used to prove curvature, right?
No, I don't. Explain that.
Well, in equal turn, the theodolite could be used in like to prove flat, to prove globe, to prove flat, to prove globe. But the celestial theodolite, the difference is that you're dealing with like marker points and angles to a star that should be static at that moment in time. And when we take the measurement, the angle from the top of the mountain doesn't change like it should if the Earth were spherical and to the measurements you propose.
There's one tiny issue about that. We don't know if you're looking at a star from the north side of the mountain, the east side of the mountain, the west side of the mountain, or anything else. So what Jesse has shown is that...
What's the relevance of that?
Oh, that's exactly what Jesse is saying. You can use that same mountain and different locations, like 10 miles away in a circle, and come up with different results. He picked his place to pretend that stellarium turning the atmosphere on and off is some evidence that the globe is false. But stellarium uses a globe either way.
Well, right, and that's why we're surprised that we don't have the angle difference from stellarium, like in the thing, and that's why stellarium, its angle seems to comport with a flat Earth. It doesn't adjust for any kind of angular difference. And like the only argument I've heard about that, and then I've heard contradicted by Shoebill, is that stellarium has a margin of error.
Why
I mean,
do
like,
you keep using
well,
the
my
broken
point is
tape
that
measure?
if we're
Why
going
do
to
you
throw
keep
out the
using the broken
celestial
tape measure?
theodolite, then surely we can throw out anything Jesse Kowalski has offered us. You know,
I don't understand. You agreed that you would throw out the digital tape measure. Why aren't you throwing that thing out?
yeah, we're throwing out Jesse Kowalski's tape measure too. I'm okay with throwing the celestial
with you,
theodolite,
Lisa.
as long as you're going to agree to throw out anything from a theodolite that Jesse, and as long as you're going to agree to stop asking flat earthers to go take a stupid measurement with a theodolite that doesn't prove anything.
So, you know why we are, for example, why we're nowadays not using our feet still for measuring length, like, because feet have different lengths. So you cannot just say, okay, I have 2 feet length or something
my
like
feet
this.
are the standard.
This is,
Fuck you.
yeah, so that's an inaccurate measurement tool. So we invented yardsticks or meter sticks. Those are pretty accurate to a certain degree, so we use them. That's why we don't use mountaintops for measuring the Earth's curvature. That's why we invented specific tools to do that.
We use the angle
One
to a
thing has
star.
nothing to do with the other thing.
Obviously, you don't understand the celestial theodolite, because the thing is that you're taking an angle to like the peak of a mountain, which is an angle to which. Hold on,
Why are
dude.
you using a broken tape measure?
No, because it's like because it appears that like this guy's talking about measuring sticks, and we're talking about an angle to a star, and I just want to make sure that he understands that's what we're talking about, not fucking measuring sticks.
You already agreed though that we shouldn't use the broken tape measure, so I don't know
but
why
if
you're
we're going to
going
talk
back
about
to
the
it.
conversation, even if you don't want to be involved and we're going to just relinquish it to the broken tape measure, what I'm saying is
I
that
don't know
he's
why
making a
you're
claim.
going
Hold
back
on,
to
bro.
it.
He's making a claim. Well, forgive me if I'm not mistaken. He was making a claim about the celestial theodolite and saying that we don't use some fucking old ancient stick. But the point is that fucking if we're taking an angle to the star and the angle is not changing when there's distances between the two observers, and the angle does not change, then that proves a flat Earth. And if you want to throw that out, that's fine. We're just going to have to throw away Jesse Kozlowski stuff too.
What was his claim about the celestial theodolite?
He was saying, well, actually, I'm not quite sure he understood it, so I can't define how many ways you could be misunderstanding something. I don't know what he meant.
No. What do you think was his claim about the celestial theodolite?
Like that we were taking an angle to the mountaintop or something, and like we couldn't know the distance, or I don't know, something to do with the distance to the mountaintop is kind of what I was piecing together.
I thought the claim was that because using that, we get both a globe Earth results and flat Earth results. It is not a valid way to determine whether the shape of the Earth
But that's
is.
and I've never heard that. I've never heard that before in regards to this because if you allow for the star to be occluded by the peak of the mountain, right? You're no longer dealing with refraction. You're dealing with a pure angle
Absolutely,
measurement.
you do. No, absolutely, you do have to do with reflection, and you
8
have
minutes.
to do,
Light takes 8
with
minutes to get to the Earth.
astronomical.
I don't
You
want to
have
talk
to
about the
do with
apparent position.
astronomical refraction because the light from the star is refracted through the atmosphere. Then it curves over the mountain and comes to your eye. That is the curved path of light because it's going through the atmosphere. And the mountaintop is also refracted to its actual position. So of course there is refraction.
Well, that's okay. So why is it convincing to map the stars to the Earth and call it the shape of the Earth? Because light can deceive you. That's
So,
what I'm trying to say is if you can pinpoint
if you look
an accurate
straight, if you
angle
look
to the
roughly
star, it's
horizontally,
acceptable.
to celestial objects, you have heavy refractions. If you look up to Venus, you have very low refraction until if you really look to Venus, you have absolutely no refraction. So,
and also don't forget that
except of the twinkling of the star.
A lot of the best, most accurate astronomical observations are made using huge telescopes on top of the highest mountains we can to absolutely minimize all effects of refraction.
Right, but we still use hold on. We still take angles to stars to navigate the Earth from sea level, right? So obviously we're taking angles to. So if you're taking an angle to a mountaintop, you know what I mean. And I can, the only thing I guess I could think of that grants any of that is like to the degree that you're looking at the mountaintop, and maybe the star isn't, outside of Snell's law. I mean, maybe that works, in some sense. Like your angle's too low.
What's the recommended elevation angle to observe things for celestial navigation?
Recommended? I mean, I don't know, but well, you're on a boat, let's say, taking a measurement. So, I mean, you're at sea level, and I guess like anything above 15 degrees is like acceptable, right?
Well, I think the range. I think they're trying to aim for much higher than that if they can.
Right. I agree. Anything I know, like anything below 15 is like, you have to start calculating Snell's law and shit. But I understand that, and that's what I was just saying. That could be that's a rational counter, you know what I mean, to the celestial theology. But I also think if you're taking away the idea that like the purpose of occlusion of the star behind the mountain is in order to try to get atmospheric or get any refraction out of the equation just by being able to get a sight to the mountaintop and then the angle from the mountaintop to the star. And the idea is that on a globe Earth, there would be like about a half a degree of a change, and there isn't that detection doesn't exist. They're not detecting.
Well, you got no way of quantifying, as someone said, the refraction of your observation of the mountain, and furthermore, the potentially significant refraction astronomically and also atmospherically of the light for the rest of the atmosphere to the star.
No, and I'm granting you that's like a good counter. Like, you know what I mean? That's an acceptable counter to me. I get it. But my thing also is that if we're going to throw that out, we're also throwing out Kozlowski's work with theodolites, and stop pestering flat earthers to go rent one because it's stupid too.
Well, can you point me to a theodolite measurement that proves a flat Earth?
Well, point me to what's your most extreme theodolite fucking measurement proof?
The borders of the country of Australia, going along the entire length of Western Australia to define borders over distances of over 2,000 miles.
Right, no one's taking the reading using a theodolite, though. I mean, unless they're doing incrementalism along the way, right? But I'm just saying, like, Jesse Kozlowski's work and, like, the differential that any theodolite is going to show is not convincing enough to fucking prove the sphericity of the Earth. And if the celestial theodolite isn't good enough to prove flat Earth, then a fucking regular theodolite is not good enough to prove the globe Earth. And we should toss it. Why? Because
Why do you say that?
That's the same argument as saying if a stone is not a good tool to hammer a nail, then a hammer isn't as well. This is just a dumb claim.
Most of the globe proofs have to be strung together, and some bullshit, and like the minuscule like examples you give for the proofs of such profundity are pathetic.
Can you not stray from what you said? Why is the theodolite not good?
Well, no, my point is that you're dealing with all of the elements of light and refraction and all that kind of stuff. So we're just going to throw out the celestial theodolite and anything Jesse Kozlowski has brought to the table.
Well, you've always got to ask yourself this, Isa. Why is there two types of surveying? Why is there planar surveying and why is there geodetic surveying? And
You're breaking up, you suppose.
Personal info don't help your position.
Breaking up is spaz.
Wait, I heard. Yeah, I was like, wait, is he saying spaz or bad?
That's funny as hell, bro.
He thinks your internet connection somehow makes you a spaz. This is the kind of people that you think.
Write a song about it.
Apologies. Can you
clap your hands?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Isa?
Yeah, it's good.
Yes, sir. Yes,
sorry. Can you hear me now? Yeah. So the question always remains in my mind: why is there two types of surveying, planar surveying and geodetic? And what's the utilization of one, and where does it fall down, and where does the other take over, and why?
Well, I think geodetic or like the grander scheme of that kind of surveying is mapping things to our, like, let's say the people on the ground are going to follow, let's say, a compass. They're going to follow these kinds of settings. Those kinds of settings have the circular kind of implications of following a line of longitude or something, or latitude rather, So like there's going to be an adjustment for relationship to what is north, you know what I mean? Because it's not really a straight line. It's curving to the whatever way, And I'm just saying, like, if they're building a structure, they have to maintain like uniformity, and they know that their people on the ground are going to use that method to determine where they are. So I think they would use that to deal with the electromagnetics of what they're going to be used to locate themselves when they're building a project. It's a grander scheme of like.
Okay.
That's what I would imagine.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is contingent to geodesy?
What do you mean, like, what is contingent in geodesy?
What's the foundational aspect of geodetic surveying?
Are you going to say like a geoid or something, or what do you mean? Like, what do you?
Yeah. What do you make of that?
I mean, I'm not, but that geode only exists in order to map the stars to the Earth. Like that's my point. I think when you look, brother, when you look, dude, I'm talking to my man right here. Hold on.
Who told you that?
I'm talking to you. When you wind this back, like I'm just saying, when you start to consider the globe, I think what happened is I can't say that it's wrong, dude. It's just the idea that we've mapped the Earth to our observations of the stars, and it helps when we're trying to locate ourselves in the stars.
No, we don't.
No,
yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
Hold on, say that again, man. I missed you. I'm a little tied up over
here. Sorry, who told you geodesy exists because we map the stars? Who told you that?
I said we map the stars are used to create the globe. So anything geodetic, whatever, is only in existence in order to follow our system of tracking the stars pursuant to our idea of what the shape of the
Where'd you get that from? Where'd you get that from?
It's just obvious.
No, it's just false.
It's obvious, is it?
It is obvious though, because it's like
it's just
that's
false,
how, and that's why everything else, all the other arguments. In fact, it's the only globe proof that's acceptable in my mind. Like in my logical mind, it's the only globe proof that's acceptable because it does make sense. Now, outside of that, you have to try to comport a whole bunch of weird shit and with limited
Such as
small proof, like the weight of gold over latitudes, like that minuscule shit, that argument, like all this stuff in order to prove the movement of the Earth. And I just think all of those aren't good enough to prove those points. The only valid point the globe has is that it was built to like mapping the stars on top of it or around it, pursuant to the celestial sphere, which is a great notion. It's like a mankind's crowning achievement. I think it's fucking awesome. I just don't know if it's indicative of what the shape of the Earth is. Excuse me.
Well,
mankind's.
Go on, sorry.
Okay, there's also the magnetic compass, and what we find is that there's a south magnetic pole that we can locate in one way, and so what we can do is compare the south celestial pole to the south magnetic pole, and these give us two reference points. One is on the stars, and one is for the magnetic lines. And so when you want to go to the magnetic south pole, you could find that, and the compass goes a bit weird as you get closer and closer. And the same happens when you get closer and closer to the north pole.
Here's the reason why they use a geodesic, okay? The reason is the geodesic creates a structure using a dome-like or polyhedron, small sections on a sphere. They use little tiny triangles. That's the purpose of it, because the Earth is so fucking massive that they have to use mathematical models to represent it. And in this case, the geodesic comes from polyhedron, small triangle pieces, using the Earth as flat to create their model. That's just objectively true in the literature.
Mm.
There you go.
Problem is, in geometry, there are no flat pieces on a sphere.
Preloaded.
Okay.
So you would notice then what? Like the center that would have the least margin of errors, and the outer error edges of that would have the more margins of error. And that's exactly what we observe when we use this model. So.
Huh?
You don't use the model in totality. It's small, compartmentalized sections at a time.
We do use that.
No, you do not. No, you do not. You use
Where are
small
you getting this
compartment.
from?
Give me a practical example, motherfucker. Give me a practical example, you lying motherfucker.
Sure. New York, Long Island, zone 3104.
Yeah, I fly 500 miles. I don't treat the Earth as a globe. Nice try.
New York East, Long Island, New York East, zone 3101.
Oh. I fly 500 miles and I do not treat the Earth as a globe. Again, the geodesic is a mathematical model.
You just
the
asked me for the
geodesic is a
specific zones. Are you
mathematical
upset
model
that I
because
get-
the
are you
Earth,
up-
the
are you
Earth is a
upset
massive,
that I gave
the
you
Earth
the
is a
specific zone?
massive extended plane. You have no idea with it what it is. It's outside of your senses. So you need a
Are you upset
mathematical.
that I- are
You
you
need a
upset I gave you the
mathematical
specific
model.
zone?
You guys are just not being honest. You guys aren't being honest. So I come in here to correct you.
We'll be honest. We'll be honest. How do you know it's a massive extended plane, for starters?
Because you require a model to deduce from it.
I have a question.
Come on, no, hang on. You made an assertion. It's a massive extended plane. What does that mean? And what's the context of
Every
that?
ancient to modern times knows the Earth presents itself as an extended topographical planar system. From that system, you connect the polyhedron angles using Euclidean geometry to devise your model. As you do that, you encounter errors. The reality is you take small sections and you stitch them together. That's what you do. It's called first order measurement, second order measurement, and then third order measurement, all the way up to fifth order measurement.
Yeah, but every ancient civilization had no fucking idea what bacteria were. So what use are they to us?
Yeah, they did according to your intelligence.
Pardon? What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
I understand what he's saying. So if you put tiny triangles all over the basketball and try to unwrap that, all those triangles would have gaps in between them. So you have to figure out, like, you're in New York and you look to New Jersey, you've got these two triangles, and the next one beside it isn't matching up. Like, your surveys go, this is a triangle, but they're not joining. The only way to join these three triangles is to close that gap and create a bulge.
Unfortunately, incorrect. That's not how polyhedrons work.
You sure?
Yeah, they're Euclidean. You don't bulge Euclidean. It's Euclidean geometry, small, tiny fractions. However,
he didn't say about bulging them. He didn't say about bulging the surfaces.
However, you cannot have flat pieces on a sphere geometrically. So this is the conundrum. This is why calculus was born. This is why you have geodesic models that are born. You needed a solution to your problem. The reality is, if you think that man has mapped out the entire Earth and have given you legit maps, then you really don't know what's going on, because all maps are distorted.
That's not true.
They can't.
No, they're not.
That is true. Objectively,
no, they're not.
true.
Not all maps are distorted. The globe isn't
All
distorted.
Are you telling me the Mercator map's not distorted? You're telling me that your local map?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say. He didn't give you examples of maps that aren't. I know all flat maps. All flat.
Accurate. They're not accurate.
All flat maps. All flat maps are distorted. All of them.
Millimeters. Were they measured in millimeters or centimeters? If I measure in centimeters and I measure in millimeters, I'll have more accuracy with a millimeter than a centimeter.
This is just talking. It's not other people talking.
Now we're getting to accuracy versus precision. Wow, you're so smart.
It has nothing to do with smart. It has to do with objective truth. And if you're going to be honest and do a service to society,
I'm trying to.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
You're not letting me talk.
At the end of the day, the model was created.
You're a rude cunt.
I don't care what you think. The model was created because
you don't care what anybody thinks. You're a moron who thinks the Earth's flat. You're an absolute ignorant moron.
Listen how you are, dude. Listen how you are. You do not know what the fuck you're talking about at all.
What's the purpose of us creating the different zones? Why wouldn't we create one zone with one elevation for all zones, for like just the one zone? What's the purpose?
You will not have encompassing totality, completed, unified maps. They're all riddled with errors because you cannot map Earth in its totality. Bottom line, they already know it. The fact that you guys think they can leads you down to believe nonsensical bullshit philosophy that you can't prove for yourself. So if you want to live in your mind and have somebody else control your mind for you, go ahead.
You're not answering my question. Why do we have the different zones? Why wouldn't it just be one zone with one elevation?
Because it's like a soccer ball. You measure a hexagon and you measure.
No, I know why.
You're going to lead with a presupposition. You first have to have a sphere and then do it. But what you're doing is you're leading with a presupposition, assuming that it's a sphere, and then doing all the calculations and go, oh, we have these anomalies. We have these anomalies, therefore it's a sphere. It's so asinine the way you guys,
man-child.
the way you guys talk and debate that I come in here and I just unload on you guys.
You're waffling
because
you cunt waffler.
You guys are asinine in your beliefs. No man is God on this earth. Zero. No man can map the totality of everything. Stop with your bullshit.
I wish.
Just
take
a breath, you wanker.
It would be so much easier to measure. I wish the Earth was flat. I really do.
It has nothing to do with this, you moron. It's the fact that you, in your mind only, you prove to what it is in your mind only. That is the
Give me a
goal.
rest.
If you want somebody else to control your mind with photographs and images, go ahead. It doesn't mean that it's flat. It doesn't mean that it's sphere. The exercise is this. Do you trust what you're being told? The answer should be no, unless you can prove it for yourself, which you cannot leave this earth and you cannot leave the reference frame to prove any to be true. The only thing you have to work off of is objective reality, which objectively it's stationary. Objectively it's planar with topographical elevation profile information. That's objectively true. Because how is it? The fact that you say no and then you invoke the fact that you say no and then invoke a map goes to show you how disingenuine and how you suffer from either doublethink, cognitive dissonance, or doublethink. You can't have a fucking 2D surface on a spherical body. It doesn't work unless mathematically you create a mathematical system to represent your problem, which in this case the polyhedrons or calculus. The reality is those had to be invented because you cannot determine what you're on.
Or you can break it up into very small sections and know that you'll have more margins of error on the edges of those sections than you will in the center.
Are you measuring with a mathematical system or an optical system? They have errors between the two, mathematical errors and optical errors. So when you encounter both systems and you use them together, you're just riddled with errors. That doesn't mean you live on a sphere and it doesn't mean you live on flat. However, the objective truth and the ontological primitive of every argument of every mathematical model is the Earth is objectively horizontal with elevation information. That's just objectively true, even in their math. This is why you have 2D stereographic projection or the astrolabe. It all relies on a planar system with 3D stereographic projections. This is what it is. It's mathematical models. It's not reality. It's a presupposition of what reality is outside of your senses. You can't leave to prove it. You just rely on some fucking bullshit rhetoric because you trust somebody. That's what it comes down to.
Yep, that's right.
No, I've
No
done
one
the
has
measurements.
first-hand information.
I've done measurements, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, around your waist.
Anyway, I had fun. Thanks for letting me vent. That was great. I just, got to play the character again today. Much appreciated. Thank you. Bye.
Funny you haven't answered the question. He ran away.
Yeah, because he has to run away. He just
he
let all the
destroyed you,
stupid stuff out and
Weird.
cannot stand a specific question.
He
So,
destroyed
I
you.
mean,
And now the
I'll-
Globers
I'll-
are going to glitch out and not make sense for a little
No,
while.
I'm not going to glitch out. I just want to point out that if the Earth was flat, we
You're not
wouldn't
gonna
need
glitch
to break
out
it
while
up
you're
into
glitching
multiple
out.
zones. We would be
You're glitching
able
out.
to use just one zone and have it be the same elevation throughout the entire world.
Oh, shut up.
That's what we would do. We can't do that.
Actually,
Jack
what he's
destroyed you
saying
guys. You guys ought to be embarrassed the way you treated Jack. You guys got destroyed.
Actually, it's not true. This is the interesting about his flat projection
It's
hypothesis.
overcompensating. They're all going to try to do it at the same time.
All right, who wants to give it a go, understanding like how many different map projections there
Do you want him
are?
to say it again, just in case you weren't listening? Could have been on the toilet or something.
Yeah,
So,
shit, you always have to interrupt, right?
Anyway, death of the globe. Bye-bye.
No, it wasn't the death. You just have to claim it is and then run away. So the problem with like mapping flatness is you can do it the azimuthal equidistant way. You can do it the Mercator way. You can do it the Dymaxion way. You can do it with the Lambert conical conformal way. These are all different kinds of flatnesses, and yet none of them like match each other. That's a huge problem. And so what the flat earth people do is they make ridiculous claims about flatness and distortions without understanding the ramifications of these different maps. Like, if you think the Mercator map and the azimuthal equidistant map and the Lambert conical conformal map are the same thing, then you're not connected to reality because all three are flat, but they don't match each other.
And I think that was his point, actually. He was making the distinction that all those maps have their own, like a system that they're kind of set up in anyway, so they show distortions based on the way the map is designed. But I think most people understand that.
Yeah.
Like,
So which kind of shape would have the least distortions? Because all of the flat versions have distortions somewhere.
Well, the only distortions and discrepancies come when you're trying to, again, map the Earth to the stars and
No.
let's say
This is over the
oh
land.
yeah, pretty much. Like the Earth is like the globe is just a manifestation of mapping the stars to the Earth.
No, the
Yeah,
distortions happened on distances on Earth. That's the distortion of a Mercator map, for example. 1 centimeter on the Mercator map in Greenland is not the same distance on the ground than
Right. We're
on
not
the
talking about
equator.
that.
That's
We're
the
not talking about
distortion.
that though. I mean, I know
Yeah,
you want to argue about something we're not talking
that's
about, but
projection distortion. That's why fucking Australia
yeah,
on the
we're not.
AE
No,
map
no,
is
no, no.
super
Are you
wide and
following the
not high enough.
conversation? Try to follow the conversation, man. Try to follow the conversation. Like we already agreed that yes, there's distortions. We just had that conversation. We agree. You know, and anyone who's just saying that flat earthers don't
You
understand that.
claim the distortion has to do with celestial objects, which is bullshit.
No,
This
I'm saying your
distortion has
whole
nothing to do with
no,
celestial objects.
it's not distortions, bro. I'm talking about your whole fucking model was generated off of mapping the Earth to the stars.
No.
So
Isa, if you take a string,
actually,
Isa,
that's
if
your
you take
only
a,
valid
Isa,
argument. Actually,
Isa, if you take a string to a globe, will you get the same? Will you get accurate measurements? If you use a string, will you get accurate scale measurements to reality?
if I use a fucking string, are you serious? Like, is that the question?
Yes. Yes.
If I
Like
use
if
a
you use like a
string,
1-inch
what,
string,
hold on, like a force the line project?
like
What are you even
like
talking
if you
about?
use like for example, like if you have a string that's 2 feet long and you use it right to measure like okay, this place on the globe is 2 inches away from this place, and you check it on a map and it says oh it's this distance, and then you take that string and you put it anywhere else on the globe that you want, and then you say what's the distances between these two cities? Will you get the same distance?
If you're using a Mercator and a globe, is that the question?
What
are you trying to
if you're
still talk
using
about
a
map
globe?
distortions? Right now?
If you use a globe and you take a string and you measure the distance between two locations on that string when you attach it to the globe, and then you check the distances in reality with whatever map that you want, like as long as you keep the same standard, like that, it gives you actual distances, and then you take that string and put it anywhere else on the globe, and you check the distance between those two locations. Will you get the same distance?
I think you have to reformulate your question.
I would imagine yes. I would have to say yes.
Why?
You know, it's same fuck. I mean, if you're using the same scale, you're going to get the same distances. I'm just saying that our actual calculation of distances was initially made by using the stars above different cities, ground points and shit. And like, I just think that we've adapted, and it's like it's the only rational argument of the globe.
Is it not because the globe is an accurate representation of the Earth, which is why you can use that string and put it between any two locations and you get the same distances?
I don't know if it's this. I'd have to. I mean, it's a good point. I don't know what to say to that. I think again, it's the validity. The initial source of it is that we mapped like GPs and shit using stars and discovered and measured these points. It makes sense sticking to the celestial sphere. It does make sense, and the distances make sense. I can agree to that.
I mean, I can agree that it makes sense that the globe is an accurate representation, which is why the string would give you accurate distances between two different locations.
Right, and it's a fair point. Like it's just, and like I said, it's the one argument of the globe that is super fucking compelling. It's all of this other stringing together shit for me. That's where the juice of it is for me, because like that is to me, it is the foundation of why the globe makes sense. Is our understanding of the stars, and also I'll add distances. You know what I mean, in relationship to the stars, etc., or just even on Earth. Like that stuff does comport, man.
So then, what's holding you back from just saying all the evidence indicates it's a spherical Earth, therefore it is a sphere? What's holding you back?
and I've said before, if I were to ever, well, boats going over the horizon for one, and the religious nature about it, but that's a different point. My point is that like the next step in the equation, I think, a couple weeks ago, I was kind of like on this idea of just like, okay, don't be so don't hate the globe so much, right? Like I don't hate the globe. I'm just putting it the arguments against one another, and I think like with the globe, if the globe be true, then the conversation opens up about geocentrism and shit like that, which I think is a very interesting conversation, but I don't think that the globe, like I said, the other proofs that quote unquote prove the globe are not convincing enough to me. The only compelling argument is the one with the stars. And I'll add distances because that's an interesting point too.
All right. I mean, I feel like if you want to move to that next step of geocentrism, you have to accept the spherical Earth first.
No, and I agree. I agree. I'm not there yet. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people do have like a religious. It's almost like a prideful thing. Like they'll never give it up. Like I think there is some folks like that, but I also think just on its face, the evidence is not compelling enough.
But what's the one? Then what's holding you back? Because you said evidence. There is compelling evidence. So what's like the one? What's the evidence that's holding you back?
What's holding me back is so then the Earth is too big to experience curvature. The Earth is too big to experience rotation. No fucking boat went over the curve of the Earth right over there. We got to give that up. There's a couple other ones that are just like, just to me, like that's what holds me back is this insistence on these positions. And even if for myself, if I don't necessarily put it to the test of what everyone else is thinking, and they're not going to if I let it go, the globe makes more sense to me. But if I don't let it go, it doesn't make sense. Sorry, I'm busy over here, man. What do you call it? Like the idea that the globe is not proved, even with boats going not going over the curve of the Earth right over there, or even if I were to extend that portion to my thought process about the globe, I just think there's so many other inconsistencies that keep me from believing in it as though it's the actual reality of things.
Yeah, like the moon landings confirmed, right? During Nixon.
I mean, isn't the purpose of like old sailboats to have a high mast is to be seen, or to get a better like?
Well, no, everyone knows. I don't know because everyone knows if you get up higher, you can see farther. That's all.
Yeah,
that's
but
about.
even the flag is to be identified as this because because it's not about what you see; it's about what the first thing that someone else sees on the boat. So you would put the flag up high to be identified.
Right, but those arguments about obstruction are piss poor to me. Like every single fucking one of them is never gonna amount to shit to me because it's just they're so silly. You know what I mean? Because the idea that the flag's up in the air so that the fucking people can look over the curve of the Earth and see that we're coming.
Well, it's just the first thing.
I don't think
seen
that's
on
a
the
sound
boat,
argument.
But it's just the first thing that's seen on the boat.
Right, but it's also it's like the highest point. I don't know, like the laws of perspective and fucking refraction and the laws of light. They those arguments destroy any notion of obstruction for me, dude. There's no way that obstruction covers the ground that fucking refraction and perspective already cover. It's just never going to be good enough. And to die on that hill.
Why wouldn't we just build a lighthouse?
Because I've taken an airplane before, and you go in an airplane and it all looks. You go in an airplane and the Earth looks like a carpet, dude. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't look like it's fucking curving. It just. It's like at no point in rational thought, in life experience, does anyone really suspect any kind of curvature? The globe would destroy flat Earth if it just let the fucking boats over the curve of the Earth and that whole obstruction argument die at the hands of refraction.
I don't know. Anyone else want to try to go?
Was that Flat Earth Data? That was his other name a couple years back, right? Dude,
Yeah.
that was by Jack Stone.
Only bought his book, Jesse.
No,
Yeah,
you know it's
you're
funny
right,
that you
Jesse.
say that, dude. Literally, I was bringing up that dude like maybe like a week or two ago to Ruhith. I was like, remember this guy? And he was like, yeah. And he showed, and Ruhith jumped on camera and showed me his book. I was like, oh, dude has a whole book. And then here he is. So that's kind of funny.
There's loads, not us, but loads of people we know from Discord. He's put in that book, man.
That's what
Is that the book? Is that the book that has misspellings even on the title, even on the dust jacket?
Yep. It's probably on.
Juba gotta do something.
It's on version 28 after being released 3
Juba
months.
taking shizots.
I think I didn't read it, but I'm just guessing it's probably about you guys how full of shit you are. But just guessing.
You're in it, Steve. You got 3 chapters.
Oh God, no, you know damn well I'm not in it. See how I ain't falling for that. Nice try though. I really doubt you'll find my name in there. You might though. I'm not. He's been around a long time. And he fights just like today, like he has the whole time. He's been out here. Canadian, on top of that. You didn't know that.
What's this book about?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to know what his book is about.
I think it just covers conversations.
Yeah, I think it's about trying to disprove the globe, but he was kind of pretending it was biased at first, but he seems very flat earth leaning. And then it's about characters in. I know that Nathan Oakley's in it. I know there's like people like Geo and Essie are in it, and Bev and stuff.
Okay.
And a lot of examples of bad math.
You have a burden of proof, Shubo.
Yeah. Yeah,
The bad
that's
math.
what I was thinking, man. You're a surveyor that can't do math. My God.
So you better take that up with all the employers that have been paying me all these years. How could this be?
Yeah. Who's talking right now? Is that a shoe bill? I wasn't a shoe bill. You making a claim you're a surveyor? Who's making a claim they're a surveyor?
I am.
I am. But I'm not licensed
I
yet.
am. Wait, slow up. Who? I know
I passed
Shoe
my
Bill.
state.
I know you are Shoe Bill. Who's the other guy? I heard somebody else.
Yeah, me. I'm just not licensed yet.
Who's me? God dang you guys. Who's me?
His name's Flat Earthers are silly.
Okay. All right.
Very truthful.
You probably don't remember the arguments back in the day about the geodesic surveyors.
You probably don't remember that we talked about a week ago.
No, I'm talking. Yeah. You guys always just don't listen. I made a comment, a statement. Back in the day, these arguments kind of get circled around. Flat Earth or geodesic surveying is one of them that got talked about seriously. You had a guy named, I don't know, George was a surveyor, I don't know. But I guess he kicked the bucket. I guess he's dead, but now that guy didn't know how to survey.
He was a surveyor at the hobby level.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I can believe that because, I mean, he came out here and then did some surveying across the flat lake and ended up like 30 feet. This is where the earth, I mean, my God. You're funny. No, he did it on camera. I think it got to him, though. I don't know. Well, he wasn't a spring chicken. He was older.
So did you look into the section 6 calculations that I talked to you about before?
I know you're not talking to me.
No, I am talking to you.
What? You're not.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Now, God dang it! Now you asked me to survey. So what were you? Okay. God dang it! Ask me again because I really doubt that I'm interested to begin with. But go ahead. What was it?
You were quizzing me about townships and how they're measured.
Right.
And then I asked you, like, have you ever heard of what about the section 6 calculations? And you had no idea what I was talking about.
Right. Right. Yeah. Well, I do.
Yeah.
But go ahead and
Okay,
explain it again if you want.
No.
But
I don't want to explain it again. I asked you to look into it. Did you look into it?
well, why would I need to look into it?
Because you didn't know about it.
Well, you're
and
talking
you're
about
using this
it's a
as proof of
description
a flat
how they-
Earth, and in
Well,
fact, it's proof of a spherical Earth.
No,
So I asked you to look into it.
Yeah, dude, slow up. That has to do with the latitudes. No, longitudes. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's math having to do with longitudes. Correct. To make it go globe. See, that's where the geodesic surveyors come in.
So you didn't look into it at all. Okay.
Well, if you're not going to explain it any better than what you've done so far, oh, yeah. I mean, you can't. I mean, what are you afraid of? You don't like sharing truth. Is that what your problem is, or what?
I don't think the room is interested in like a 2-hour lecture. So
We don't. Why would the fuck would it be a 2-hour lecture? I mean, about a couple of math problems. Come on, dude. Jesus, you guys crack me up. 2 hours. Like, I'm not gonna listen to your dumbass for 2 hours. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Exactly. Yeah, because you're gonna. I mean, that's the point. You don't even get the point. You don't even get the point.
Which is why
like if it takes you 2 hours, if it takes you more than 5 minutes to tell me how that shit you're talking about works, you're full of shit.
I understand why you're a flat earther.
Yeah, no, I'm not upset. I'm just sitting here explaining how full of shit you are.
5 minutes.
You guys are
way too long.
crack me out, man.
The
You guys are
attention span is
hilarious.
5 minutes.
The comedy out
5
here
minutes
is off the chart.
way too long. You cannot pay
you guys
attention to
love
more than 5
interrupting.
minutes.
You know, blah, blah, blah. I want to talk and I want to be here 2 hours. And instead of just going, oh, teach the class what we're talking about. But no, not you guys.
So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know what to fucking tell you. So
I
don't
can't
give
do
me
it in
any
5. I
bullshit.
can't do it in 5 minutes, and you can't pay attention for more than 5 minutes. So I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, if you. Oh my God.
I got nothing for you.
Well, post it. Why don't you post it? What do you got to post so I can read it real quick?
I actually did post it last
Oh,
time.
now you did. Oh, I did post it and you didn't look at it. But today I'm not going to post it because you didn't look at it. It's just like the other day, I thought it was bullshit. Now today I know it's bullshit and you still won't post it because it is bullshit. Just like geodesic surveying. I mean, what the fuck? Like I said, we took this shit out of geodesic surveying years ago. That's old hat.
I'm just confused. Do you want me to post it? Because the video is longer than 5 minutes, so I'm not sure if you can handle it.
Have you got something posted or not?
I'm just like, it's longer than 5 minutes. I mean,
I don't have that type of an attention span. I'm sorry.
All right, then I guess there's no point in me posting it.
Yeah, well, maybe somebody else might want to learn something. Maybe you could teach somebody something. Help somebody out. Help a fellow brother out.
Yeah, I could tell you how it works. You treat the ground as flat, you triangulate your target. Yep.
Wrong.
No, it's correct. That's what you do.
No,
You don't measure Earth curve.
That's incorrect.
No, when you're measuring elevation, you're considering a triangle, which is not curved.
Who said anything about elevation?
What are you measuring when you're surveying?
The ground.
Changes of elevation in the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're not doing that.
Do you even know what you're doing when you're surveying?
Yes. Yes. I do. Right. Elevations. It's not absolutely necessary.
So do you have a measurement of Earth curve?
Yes, it's called a township.
All right. I want to check that out. You can show me where it curves.
Yeah, so the fact that you can't make, yeah, so like, because they do it at a square miles, and then when they push all the error to the north and to the west, the section 6 is the furthermost north and furthermost west. You can see it's the smallest section because you can't fit a square on a sphere. It doesn't work.
Yeah, we're well aware of that.
Yeah, so why are you using squares?
Because latitude and longitude give you actual ground position. So when we do these measurements, we realize that. So when we do this,
work. So why are they using squares?
Well, it does work. You just realize that it's a shorter distance.
I thought it wouldn't work if it was on a sphere.
Yeah, I guess. So when you actually measure the distance between longitude lines, as you go north from the equator, those distances decrease.
And the real issue is those instructions were written in 1780, and they knew that was going to be an issue, and they said just push it into that western course.
North and west.
The curve is so big that you don't even have to account for it.
Yes, you do.
You know.
Yes, you do.
They didn't account for it for like ever, dude. They just started accounting for it because they're just, appealing to their new fancy geoid.
I know. Look at what Mason and Dixon did. They followed that latitude, nice and curved.
Yeah, they're arbitrary wherever they wanted it to be latitude.
Oh no! They traced the latitude. Nothing arbitrary about it. Nope, nothing arbitrary about it.
And I think it was Brown and Clark where they, the Appalachian Mountains were giving them errors during their backsites. And when they sent this information in, oh, look who realized. And that did the experiment that involved gravity. What was his name? Cavendish? Oh,
Cavendish.
wow. Look
What
at
a
that.
joke.
Led to the Cavendish experiment.
You don't even know what a Faraday cage is, you fool.
It's weird when they noticed that the mass of the mountain were affecting their plumb lines.
Attract each other, don't they? The mountains attract each other.
They were attracting the plumb line.
Plumb did defect, so
They're
you just
attracting
identified
the
the
plumb?
cause. You just identified the cause of your plumb.
Yeah, hang straight on a string.
And then we decided, like with this information, maybe it's important to figure out.
Lie about it.
No, not lie about it. Just figure out, how this would affect plumb lines in different locations. And we came up with the geoid.
Yeah, if you're going to put it on a ball, you got to come up with a story. No shit.
And then, then we had the ellipsoid.
Ellipsoid, yeah, we got
Yeah,
that.
the ellipsoids. A bunch of stitched together 2D regional maps. That's right.
And then when we add the orthometric measurements, you get the topography.
Yeah, but you need the 2D maps to work to have an ellipsoid.
Did you like that double spiral flat Earth?
Oh, the two-pole model? Is that what you're bringing up?
Yeah. No, the one I posted in chat just about the bottom one, most recent from me.
Who are you?
I'm not talking about no two-pole shit. I don't know what the fuck people think.
Yeah, who are you though? I mean, am I got to listen to a truther or somebody gonna give me a pile of bullshit? What is it?
Well, there's a flat map with an equator.
I'm looking, but I don't see what you're talking about. You have to give me a timestamp. How far up is it? You guys, where you at? I'm looking. Where is it? Oh, there it is. You, Oblate Anvil, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay, flat Earth. You gotta ask for this flat Earth. Where is the sky trumpet? Is that you? The one we're talking about?
Yeah.
Looking at?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, where is it? There's a flat Earth. Tell me where the sky
You're
trumpet is.
about to give Glory's argument. A flat earthers should be behind the two-pole model instead of the A.E. Gleason.
Yeah, that's the big question now. You understand that, right? Like the big question now is, well, the same question it was before. How does the sun operate? We don't know that. I don't know. I'd love to, though. God, I wish I knew. I know it's not outside the little circle here.
You got sunset and sunrise, and you've got daylight saving, like time zones and sunsets. Like in about an hour and a half in Australia, in Brisbane, Queensland, the sun's gonna rise from above the land. For perspective, it should be enlarging from a smaller dot to a larger dot.
Well, perspective again, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just described perspective. A smaller dot growing to a larger dot. Where's that dot hiding? If I'm on the flatness, where's the dot?
Eyeballs. You're not savvy light laws? There's laws governing light, right?
Yeah, you want flat Earth to work, right? That's why you're entertaining these different maps. You're like, man, I just know the Earth got to be flat. I got to stop thinking it's a globe.
Yeah, if you think it's flat, you can pick any one of these and try and explain how time zones and sunset and sunrise work. Giving you like 4 flat maps for you. They got all the places like Australia, China, America, Chile.
You think they tell us the truth?
Hey, you're doing great work. Thank you for trying to prove the flat Earth, fellow flat Earth.
Well, you think I can trust a Chinese man? Huh? Do you? How about a Russian man?
Those 4 or 5 different examples show exactly why we can't trust flat Earth.
But
you're flat Earth. You don't want us to trust you. This is your argument.
You can pretend that's my argument, but this is why people don't believe the flat earthers, because we give you like 5 different versions of flat reality and none of them match each other.
You guys are hilarious, man.
There you go, Steve. I did your homework for you again. Posted it for you.
Where you at?
4. I've given them 4 flat worlds and none of them match each other.
I gotta watch this, I guess.
They give you a flat map too. Go check out the Mercator projection, the most commonly used map.
It's an hour and a half long. God damn.
From the projections I provided.
I don't know what to tell you. I told you it's longer than 5 minutes, Steve.
Yeah, I'll watch it, but god dang, man. I mean, like I say, if you can't explain the basics of it to the class, I'm really missing out on something. You know, it's like a basic lesson, right? Give me a basic
There's a
lesson,
place
dude.
that's
You
in
know,
the west on that Mercator
yeah.
map. What makes the sun rise in the east?
Yeah, we all know it, but this is what you guys don't understand. I understand exactly what you're talking about. What you don't understand is that I understand what you're talking about. You have to take, this is where listen up, dude. This is where geodesic engineering comes in, surveying, geodesy. This is where they take all the flat surveys that all the flat surveyors do, and then they give a fancy title, right? Because shit flows downhill, right? You understand shit flowing downhill, right? So they're above you. If you're a surveyor, geodesic surveyors would be hierarchy. Follow?
Steve.
And they're going to be transponding this information to a ball. And in order to do it, they have to slope the squares to make it work on a ball. It's not rocket science, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah, every diagonal line doesn't hold water, and every curve doesn't hold water for the million cups that you would put from A to B all the way. Don't let it space. They all will pour water. Now, you guys have to prove the latter.
Steve, when you first introduced yourself to me, you asked me, like, do I know anything about surveying? And you brought up townships, like the fact that they're made out of square miles, and that was your proof that the earth is flat. That thing that you were talking about is exactly.
Are you retarded? Why do you guys lie? Hold up, please. Hold up. Dude, please. You come on here and make a complete blatant lie statement. And it's just what you said was complete. You just said, I claimed something about guaranteeing this proves flat. No, I don't make a claim like that ever. I'm saying that when you listen, dude, not just me. Any man can Google townships, mapping. They're all done. Every city, any town, any place you look on the maps, they are surveyed X degree, 10 acres, 20 acres, a square mile, a section, all these things. These are all calculated, already done for you and me on a flat square grid. This is not rocket science. But now, if you want to go to your next step, which is geodesic engineering, surveying, yes, fine, go for it. I'm listening. Tell me how they do it. Because this is what we're talking about, transferring the square grid to a round ball. That's all we're talking about. It's not rocket science, hard to understand. Look at it get a map out on the county. Anybody can do it. Look at your own piece of property. These things all jive. It's not rocket science.
The problem is the surveyors are using triangles and you're using squares.
No, the surveys are done in squares. That's what I'm saying. I'm not making it up.
Are you doing the survey?
These are non-arguable facts of life. Okay? When I survey a 10-acre piece of ground, I'm surveying that not straight line footage. I'm surveying it straight level line footage. Do you understand the difference?
How do you understand
that?
How do you check
No,
if
it's
the
a yes
square,
or no fucking question.
How do you check if
understand basic surveying?
Do you
Basic
know that
surveying. You don't
Did you
understand it then.
confirm-
That's why I'm wasting my time with you guys. You won't give fucking direct, straight answers about factual things. Like right now, you just want to talk over and not give a correct answer. But go ahead,
The
you're all
thing is,
full of shit.
it's
That's
a
why I think you're all
malformed
full of shit.
question. Malformed because you didn't check if the square was square.
No, it's
And
not
how did you do that?
malformed, numbnuts.
What are you checking?
Oh my God.
What do you
You
think
guys are
you
so, oh my God, you guys are funny.
Yeah, how do you check if a square is actually square? How do you double check that?
Where did you check Earth curve out? What did you check when you were checking for Earth curve?
like we were talking about earlier, all those triangles, you can make two triangles make a square, correct? You go across the diagonal. So you'd have to know that they confirmed that each square was actually a square. And you'd have to show me how you know that.
By land surveying, my God.
How did the surveying check if the square they
A
checked
thing
was
called flat chaining. Flat chaining, they've been gone on forever. Surveying, it's not something that just dropped out of the sky.
Surveying
My
does
God, you guys.
triangles first and squares
No,
later.
you don't know what it does first. What are you, 2,000 years old? What do you don't know they've been land surveying for thousands of years? Or do you think they just invented the theodolite? The survey transit has been around for hundreds of years, dude. What the fuck? You guys just get retarded sometimes. My God.
You need to pretend they're using squares and not double checking them.
No, they are using squares. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You don't understand basic land surveying. I can't make things up. I can. How much evidence do I have to show you on anybody, anyone in the room can pick up a deal? Look at the map. Oh, look at this map of the township. Oh, it's squares, straight lines, flat, done flat. Doesn't matter where the hills are at. I don't care how many mountains are in it. Even if it's at whatever elevation, it will still be measured flat and level, not in straight line. You understand the difference? I'm not taking a tape measure and just running it. No, this tape measure is measuring flat. No, you're so wrong, dude. You don't know fuck all about land surveying. And you're proving it right now, every one of you. You're dumber than fuck when it comes to surveying.
You pretend you know surveying without
I
actually
do know.
being in the industry.
I do know. It's not like I said. All I got to do is get a map. Everyone can get a map out, and you sit here and argue with fools. It's funny.
Everyone
That's
here's
the
an
only reason I
expert on
do this, 'cause
surveying and map making.
you guys are so hilarious, man. It's like, oh my God, you guys crack me up, man.
We are hilarious. We're pitiful that we waste our time on fuckwits like yourself. That's where we're hilarious.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You guys are so fucking retarded. Oh my God, you guys just crack me up, man.
You pretend you know
pretending to
surveying
be
better than
smart.
the people.
Pretending to be smart, and you don't even know how to fucking land survey. Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, who wants to pretend that land
Yeah,
surveying
no, there's no
isn't happening
pretending,
in a,
dude.
you know,
You're over here in the
interrupt
sandbox.
is
You're over here talking about shapes like squares and triangles. Okay, this is not really good.
Too funny.
Yeah. The thing is, like, you don't know much about surveying when you're not living in a country that has surveyed borders. That
I don't think you know what a square is.
Look,
Do you know what a square is?
Can you please take your expertise as elsewhere? These are people from the Surveying Institute of YouTube. They're the world experts on this.
You're all experts on it. Well, if you were experts on it, you wouldn't sit here and lie to me about it. Oh God.
Well, we're not going to let you lie about it because
I'm not
we've done
lying.
research.
Anybody right now can.
Your analysis of surveying is.
No,
I mean, are you going to say the same thing after
I
I get my license? Is this what you're going to say after I get my license?
You getting a license? Oh, what, a fishing license?
If you're going to get your license, you better learn how to survey.
Oh.
Yeah, because you don't know how to survey a square using two triangles. So that shows how unqualified you are.
No, I know. I have actually set up a transit, and I understand how to land survey. Okay, so you don't have to pretend too much.
Right, and so you can try and do that over the borders.
There's no trying.
The entire.
There's no trying. My God, you guys.
You can pretend you did this, but in
It doesn't matter. I'm not making anything up.
That is such
It
projection.
doesn't matter who does it. You're not getting out of the way
You're
it's
sitting here
done.
imagining kindergarten shapes, dude. You didn't measure Earth.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's so funny, right? I mean, it's like, oh my God, you guys deny basic facts of life. It's hilarious.
You just measured
It's
one little
hilarious.
triangle after the
You
other.
guys are
and made-
hilarious.
You never measured Earth curve, and surveyors treat the Earth as flat.
Exactly, and done flat. They don't even understand the basic land. Like you own more land if you got a hill, if it's on a hill, square footage wise, you actually own more land if on a 10-acre hilly piece than the guy that owns 10 acres of flat. They don't even understand basic angles and math and tape measures. My God, it's too funny.
Yeah, and so what we can do is use your flatness, show you how different maps are made. I've given you 5 flat maps and they don't match each other. What's wrong with your flat measurements?
And
Yeah,
it's
so
funny
what
that
you
he,
can-
I think it's funny. I think it's funny that he thinks we use slope distances and not horizontal distances for the land.
What?
We're talking about your supposed changes in elevation.
Yeah, horizontal. That's how surveying's done.
Yeah, you know, because your globe would have to drop the further you get from your whatever. Yeah, you don't do that though. That doesn't happen in reality. Rather, things are actually higher than they would appear if you were on a globe.
Are you talking from experience? I mean, I'm just curious. What large area triangulations have you done?
All right, go ahead. Tell me where you measure it. Or...
In large area triangulation.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, don't fuck with Shoebill. Shoebill's actually done
Oh,
this.
yeah. He's a fucking genius. Yeah, we all know.
Yeah, that's where the globe evidence stops. Right there is Shubil.
Does it stop there? Does it?
According to you, yeah. You don't got to argue anything else, right?
No. Why would it stop with Shoebill?
Well, you got these guys in here talking about how it's done, and I'm asking them, what have they done? How long have they worked professionally in the art of geodetic surveys?
Yeah,
So
that's
what
what I was asking
clientele?
Oblate
What
and
clientele and projects? What clientele and projects did they expose them? What clientele and project did they expose themselves to liabilities of being wrong?
Okay, tell me about this survey posted at 9 past the hour. That's level to your horizon. Why is the water lower than your horizontal plane?
What? I missed the post. I can't see the post. Let me see just a second. What time? Right there? Okay, oblate again. Amble. What are we looking at right there? Go ahead, make your claim. I didn't hear it.
So
thinks
this
Earth
is
a
looking.
globe. That's his claim.
Yeah, this is a fair light. That's level. It's looking towards the horizon. Why is the horizon below the horizontal plane?
Well, that would be pretty debatable right there on any topic you want to talk about. Looks pretty close to begin with. And then obviously, like the horizon, water, sea level, all these types of, they're moving, so like you could pretend like that's whatever you want to pretend it is, I guess. But it looks like flat and level to me. That's all I see.
It looks like if you were to actually like using a sextant, that'd be your dip angle.
Dip angle? I don't know dip angle.
I know you don't.
Well, neither do you, so quit bullshitting me.
Enjoy playing with your food, Shoebill.
Yeah, no shit.
Like,
change your diaper.
I'm no surveyor, but if I was expecting horizon to rise to
you're
eye
no
level,
surveyor, and you never even looked through it. You never even set up one. That's what cracks me up about you guys. You come out here and pretend all kinds of bullshit, and you've never taken the time. You've never taken the time to even go set one up, just for GP. 2 things, vertical and level. The first 2 things you're going to establish. My God, you guys.
and yet other people have done it. They take images through the scope and they provide it for everyone else to see. And there's the example.
Yeah,
You need to
it's an
avoid the
example of
example.
nothing. It's an example of a beautiful little picture. Looks flat to me. Looks like the horizon's even level to me. I don't know what eyes you got, but the only thing I can
You don't know
imagine
what
looking
the
at that
scope is
picture is
doing. You
it's
have showed
level.
how
the
unqualified you are
horizon.
at surveying by not understanding what the scope is.
I do understand. I mean, it looks like the horizon's flat to me. I mean, my God, I don't know what you're looking at, but looks like a standard factual picture to me.
Yeah.
Exactly what
You
I
need
see.
to-
I don't need to make nothing up. I mean, that picture
Where's
looks
the
exactly what I
crosshairs?
see.
How and
What do you
why
got?
are the crosshairs there?
Well, they're right there where you got them set. What do you mean? Why are the crosshairs are coming through the gun, and you have a little eyepiece there that you can adjust? Let's just assume it's level, and so you got it level at your HI, and you're looking out there at the water, over the top of the water. And then
At
when
the
you get
level
out there, as far as you can see, that line is flat
The
and level,
horizon
or
didn't
the
rise all
line
the
is,
way
and
up
then the
to the
water
eye
looks
level.
like, looks like you just measured like 4 feet down
You,
for
you
each,
need to lie about
perfect
surveying because
elevation. Yeah, perfectly
you've
flat.
never
I
done
agree with
this.
you.
You've never done that.
I've never done that. You're full of shit. Well, I started
With
18 years
with a
old
level
learning how to run a
theodolite.
transit, you dumb
Yeah.
bastard. Don't tell me
Yeah.
I've never done a transit before. You're full of shit. I was
So the
setting
horizon,
footings when you were still shitting yellow.
like it shows you.
Don't show me shit, but flat and level. I don't know what the hell you're looking at. You guys are blind to boot.
The instrument is level. The eyepiece is level. The horizon didn't rise all the way to eye level. That's a problem for you.
No, it's not at all, you goofball. God
And
damn.
you immediately show how unqualified you are in the field.
No, dude.
Denial, 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 because you're unqualified. You don't know what you're looking at.
With
Where
one
we're denying
eyepiece,
that you treat the Earth as flat.
yeah, with one eyepiece and no other evidence, you're just saying, "Hey, look at this here. You don't know anything about it." Well, you're obviously not explaining enough.
Depths and time zones also show this. Latitudes and longitudes also show this.
Show what? Flat and level.
Cyclones going clockwise and counterclockwise show this.
Yeah, there you go, Shoe Bill. You got a throttle set up there. Cool. You know, which is basically, you understand that.
Clockwise and counterclockwise show this.
Now what are we talking
You're
about?
not dealing with all the evidence we have.
No, you just repeat what you just said. And what are you looking at? Are you looking at a picture? I just looked at Shoe Bill there. What are you talking about?
If you know surveying, yeah, if you know surveying, tell me what that picture is.
Tell you what that picture
in
is.
surveying. Both.
Are you going to let me answer, or are you going to fucking answer? Go ahead and answer. I'll let you answer since you asked me the question. Go ahead. Tell me what it is.
It's not even about you right now, Steve. He's trying to convince himself.
Yeah. I mean, let's go with what we agree on. You got a transit set up in the middle of a field. Okay, me and you agree on that. And we'll even call it a theodolite, which is real relevant right now.
Yeah, so you don't know anything about what Shoe Bill's put on the image. Thank you for showing your inadequacy.
Why? Because me and you are trying to agree on what we're looking at? Are you don't agree that that is a theodolite set up in the middle of a field? That's what it looks like to me. I would have to have more information if you want me to see something different. What's wrong with that?
That's the results. The numbers are the results of that measurement.
Zenith angle to what? What's the zenith angle to? Zenith angle is 87.52, okay, whatever that is. Zenith is directly above my head. I don't know where you got that from, but how you could get that. But anyway, defiance, distance. Distance to what? To what? The mountain out there? Or to what? 56,000?
It's to the strobe light on top of the radio antenna on the far ridge.
And I gotta click on this and expand. Okay, I see a radio tower. Is that what you're saying? What? I don't see nothing but a picture, to be honest with you. I don't know what you'd try to prove with a picture like this. It's a beautiful picture. By zenith angle, instant elevation, tower elevation. See, that's a theodolite. Well, yeah, total station theodolite. Well, they're all total stations now, but by default.
What's that instrument? Is that a total station?
Yeah, well, if you're gonna, did you call it a theodolite? If it's a theodolite by default, all theodolites are total stations. Where in the old days, a couple of years ago, theodolites were basically a transit without the computer. Then, in order to get the computer and the other rest of the tools, you had to specify theodolite or a total station. But now, just when you invoke theodolite, you're invoking total station as common.
That's not necessary. I don't see a total station in that picture. Shubil can confirm whether that's requiring a total station or not.
What are you
He's got the
what the
equipment.
fucking kind? Wait a minute. Wait, it's a tool. What is the name of the fucking tool, numbnuts? You fucking arrogant and lying son of a bitch. What's the name of it?
Wild T2. Wild T2.
What is the name of that? I'm looking at a picture, you asshole.
Yeah, a wild T2.
Tell me what. Oh, Shoebell. Shoebell. What's the name of it? Give me the fucking name of that tool.
Wild T2 1 second theodolite.
Yeah, no shit. Now, what the fuck did I just say? If you're invoking theodolite, you're invoking total station. So shut the
Except
fuck
it's
up.
not a
whoever
total
that other-
station. No, that's not
yeah,
a
it
total
is.
station.
Yes, it is. By
No,
definition.
total
Yeah, by
stations.
definition. I don't write the rules. I don't
No,
write the
totally,
rules.
okay, a total station has an embedded laser ranger. This one does not.
Yeah, but now we got to go back to the language. So you got to invoke. This is not a total station.
Well, surveyors know the
Now,
language.
if you invoke theodolite, you're not paying attention to your own language. So I'm a
Holy
surveyor.
motherfuck.
I'm a surveyor, but when I invoke total state or theodolite, I don't even know I'm invoking total station. So you're retarded. You don't play by the. You guys change and lie all the time. Every time something comes out of your mouth, you're going to change the subject.
What year was the Wild T2 made, Shoebil?
What year was it made? Who gives a fuck what year it was made? What the fuck? You guys
Because you're
are just
assuming
so
an evolved laser rangefinder. That's just one tool doing one measurement.
There you go. Total station.
Isn't a total station just a theodolite but with this rangefinder?
With a computer.
Like he's just I don't know if he's just showing you the difference between the Wild T3 and a total station. So you're going to have to ask whether he used one or both.
You guys.
The truth doesn't fear investigation.
Total station. There it is, right there. So what's your problem?
Yeah, I can use this. I can use total station to measure the angles to the radio tower, but I can only measure that total station has a range of about 2 or 3 kilometers in laser. So the angles can go, to just like the Wild T2. I can look at something, 10, 15, 20 miles away, no problem. But I can only measure the laser distance to about 2 or 3 kilometers.
That's the most.
And because I'm familiar with metric, how many kilometers would 53,000 feet be? I think I can use a bit of math.
Oh, 16.
What? You might want to double check your mouth on that one.
About 16K. I can double check that.
60, yeah, that's about right. 50,000 feet, you said, yeah. About right.
Yeah, 10 miles, 16 clicks.
Yeah.
So do
Kind
you
of a
guys
meaty.
think that you proved globe curvature doing this weird shit?
Yeah. Proves it. The flat line proves it's globe.
And that's a real problem when the rangefinder is maybe good to 2, maybe 3 kilometers, and the total distance is 16.
What?
Well, yeah. When you exceed, you can measure the angles just like with a T2, independent of the laser ranging. And on a construction site, you want the laser ranging. So it's multi-purpose.
Part of it's part of the total station. The radar is the connection. It's the computer, the radio. You have to have the rest of that equipment, right? That's what you're showing in that one picture, isn't it? When the total station, you're showing the receiver and the sender there. You got 2 pieces of equipment.
I'll have to fact check that information.
Well, that's how they work. I mean, that's the original.
I doubt you. I doubt your testimony. I'm going to fact check you. I'm going to fact check you about that.
I mean, for Christ's sakes, it's not rocket science. You go, I got a theodolite total station, and the one man looks through the glass, and the other man is what you call a rod man, and he goes out there with the receiver, and that's why it's so fast. It's computerized, and it sets up quick and just advantages. It's not rocket science how the tool works. It's not like they invented fucking sliced bread or something.
I'm no rocket science either, but I know the difference between 2 miles and 10 miles.
Well, no shit. It's a bunch, and that's why you can't use that theodolite for fucking 10 miles. So understand it.
The opposite is true. You can't use the
wait a
laser.
minute. Why can they not measure angles to something 10 miles away?
Yeah, see, now you're fucking dumb shit. You just got through explaining why you can't do it 10 miles away, and now you're coming back arguing, asking why you can't do it 10 miles.
I separated angles
so why don't
from
you give the answer?
I separated angles from distance.
No,
angle
you
measurement.
stupid son of a bitch.
Yeah, I separated angle measurement from distance
Well, then
measurement.
answer his fucking question.
Yeah, that theodolite's just fine at 10 miles. That theodolite's
with an angle measurement, not the fucking radar. So quit fucking bullshitting.
No,
Jesus
I was
Christ.
quite clear on that.
No, you weren't. You were. Now you're fucking switching. I mean, for fuck's sake.
Anybody?
Shoebill, pay attention. Shoebill, pay attention.
See,
you guys are so full of shit. You guys, no one calls you out on your constant fucking double speak.
I was.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Clear on that.
Here. You're so
Just
proud
correct
of
me.
just double speaking.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You say the laser rangefinder is good for maybe 2 miles at best, but the theodolite is good for 10 miles. Even
No,
more.
I said the angle measuring of both instruments is about the same. I can look at anything from a radio tower to now the distance measuring of the total station. Yeah, that's limited to a couple of kilometers. But
Which is
distances and
actually
angles are
exaggerated.
different.
Yeah, that'd be the maximum, 2.
Well, for distance, but
And
not
most
for
people
angle.
wouldn't even use that. But
Yeah, well,
go
most
yeah, most surveyors wouldn't use it. Go ahead.
Fuck you.
No shit. Quit talking bullshit.
Yeah, so
Most
I'm pretty
surveyors
confident.
wouldn't use what? What do they not use?
They wouldn't go that far for accuracy. You're talking long distance. The way he said, what do you say, 2 meters or 2 kilometers?
Right. The accuracy of the instrument in terms of measuring angles does not change with respect to distance.
Now we're switching topics again, you goofball fuckers. Stay on fucking topic.
You just
the fuck
it's
is
the
wrong with
same
you?
topic, Steve.
What is
It's
wrong
the
with
same
you?
one.
What is
It's
wrong
the
with
same
you?
topic. You
No,
talked about the
no,
precision of the
no.
instrument. You said
Oh my
it wouldn't
God,
be
dude.
accurate, but
You guys are so
the precision of the
You're so
instrument
fucking-
for measuring angles is not affected by distance.
Yes, you dumb bastard. We were talking about the radar a minute ago. Now you want to let's go
laser,
back.
yeah.
And now we're not talking.
Yeah,
Oh, now
okay.
it's a laser. Oh, it's a
Hold on.
laser. Oh, it's a laser. It's
You
not a
said-
light signal. Oh, okay,
you
it's
said-
not a light frequency. Oh, it's not a light frequency.
You
Oh,
said-
it's not. Oh,
You
you
said
said.
precision of the
You
instrument,
said.
man.
You said. No, you're the one that said it has a fucking instrument.
You'd be
that
using
sends out, a light signal.
And do you think
so
it'd be
Oh, so
reasonable?
you don't saw the light signals.
Yeah, do you
don't
think it'd be
understand how
reasonable
light
to
signals
use a
work? Oh, they don't. They're not very accurate when you
I
get
love
very
how you
far
guys
away
have to
from
act
them.
like children in order to do this.
Yeah, do they? Why? Yeah, they sit here. Yeah, children. They fucking lying little fucking brats. But they are.
Okay, when
That's
the last time I
literally it is.
calibrated the laser, the last time I calibrated the laser on that, it was good for about 2 parts per million at 2 kilometers.
Yeah, right.
Now, yeah, and you think
first
someone
million
could be laying out, and you think someone could be laying out a couple of kilometer long road project? Yeah, I think you'd be using a total station that has a couple of part per million accuracy in the laser. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying they don't. Yeah, I don't have a problem with your 2
You
fucking
just said
kilometers.
who would go 2 kilometers?
I didn't.
Yeah,
I did not
you just
say
said that you had
I'm
a problem
saying
with
for
it. You just
accuracy-
fucking said you had a problem with it. You just now said you had a
No,
problem.
oh,
You wouldn't
God,
do it
you
at 2
guys.
kilometers. You said the accuracy wouldn't be good enough at 2 kilometers.
No, I did not. I said most surveyors.
Yes, you did.
Oh
That's
my
a
God,
fucking
you're
quote.
fucking retarded. You're fucking retarded, dude.
That's a
Retarded
fucking quote.
liar.
You don't like it when you're
fucking-
quoted?
No, here's the thing. I might as well not even talk to you, lying bastards, because you can't even repeat one thing I ever say. Never.
Well, I just heard
That's
you
what-
say it, so.
That's why. No, that's why. Yeah, you heard what you wanted to hear. I
You
if
said
you're
no
a
surveyor would
with
use
a
it.
total
I don't know why
station, are
you would
gonna
try to
shut the
do that.
fuck
Your
up?
accuracy would
Are
be
you
too
gonna
low
shut
at
the
2
fuck up?
kilometers.
No, you're not
That's
gonna
the
shut
shit
the
that you
fuck up.
said. You said
You
it out
can't
loud here in the
stand-
chat.
you can't
I don't know why
stand
you want
one
to try and
mic.
revise what
No,
you
you
said
can't stand
after
one
you
mic.
said it, and we
You
heard you.
interrupt the whole class. You interrupt the whole class.
Oh, really? Yeah, okay, sure. That's
Yeah,
exactly what
that's
happened.
what you guys do. Here I am. I'm
Except
at
that
the
you
rock.
said
I'm
that
not-
at 2
yeah, see, like
kilometers
right
you wouldn't
now,
trust
you're
it because it
like
wouldn't be
right-
accurate. That's what you
The
said.
guy oh my God, you guys are so funny. Oh fuck.
Yeah, why would changes in elevation match an ellipsoid? You guys are nuts.
Holy fucking
I mean, I
shit.
did I did check the
I did.
laser for accuracy at 2 kilometers. Yeah, it's good for a
Yeah,
couple of
tell
parts
us how
per
you
million.
did it. Tell us how you calibrated that. Go ahead.
The National Geodetic Survey has a calibration baseline not 20 miles from my house. And I set up that mirror and that instrument on their 1 kilometer baseline, and I measured it. And I compared it to the published records, which by the National Geodetic Survey was accurate to about a quarter part in a million. I got 1 part per million.
Cool. So you went and calibrated it. Cool. That's what that instrument is rated for. Cool.
Who's the owner of the server?
Virus. What the fuck? What, you just join today or what? You gotta be a fucking baller.
Guys, please make rules so we can know who is father there and who is global, please.
Yeah, we need a rule. for who's
nothing.
a
Yeah, you-
retard. Like,
Yeah, you can tell the
you gotta give-
retards
you
once
gotta
they
make a
open their
roll.
mouth.
Can we make a roll for this ascetic guy, a retard roll?
Oh my god, go fuck yourself.
Personal insights
Well,
don't change
science is a big
surveying.
idea. Science is a big idea of a globe that doesn't exist. It's all just big ideas, big what ifs, big how come nots, big how come this ain't happening, must be happening somewhere this way. So if you see something not happen on Earth, you can be sure that science has proven that to be the case.
All
Stuff
right,
that
you're
doesn't
talking to
happen
somebody
anywhere.
who can measure
Stuff that
27
happens
miles.
nowhere.
Have you done something like that?
Yeah, stuff that happens nowhere is how you guys do science. Is water not sticking to this ball? Let's make sure to tell everybody somewhere it's happening and make that our only rule. When it happens
You're just
nowhere.
deciding to be disruptive in a conversation about surveying.
deciding to be disruptive in a conversation about
You haven't turned down
nothing
Denmark yet?
murders.
Dude, welcome to Discord where more than one person is going to talk.
Yeah, welcome to the survey of You Don't Matter.
Yeah, all right. I've
Yeah,
lowered the
welcome to the
volume of
survey
the.
that you never did.
Just
didn't
saying, you're not
survey
the
shit.
majority. One guy in an ocean of billions and zillions of people forever. One little fucking guy
Yeah,
who thinks
I've
he knows
lowered
the
DMOX
thought
volume. He's
process
just
for
choosing to be
humans.
disruptive.
Yeah, we know.
And
Disrupt
like
what,
when-
dude? Your
doesn't know how to
non-globe
think.
evidence? You not presenting globe evidence? That's what he's interrupting?
Yeah, I'm interrupting his
That's literally
non-ability
in
to
the chat.
show us a non-horizontal.
Yeah, it's literally in the chat. You
Can
can
you not
pretend
show us
it's
the
not
horizontal?
evidence, but you have
Can you show us
somebody
anything
who's
but a
measured at
horizontal
least
horizon?
27 miles, if not.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to bring up my point again. Your only
You're
evidence of
only
globe
2 inches
curvature
wide.
is
Your
from
your
someone you
body's
met on
only 2
Discord.
inches thick and a couple feet wide. You're not
And
27 miles.
that's not true
stupid.
either. That
So
is
you
the
tell
evidence we
tell
have
me
in the
what
chat.
happens 2
Don't say
inches
there's
away
no
from
globe
you.
evidence. That's in the chat.
There is no
However,
globe evidence. What's globe
additional
evidence?
pieces of evidence
Look that way.
come from other people.
Look that
He's
way.
not
You
the
say
only
is
person
evidence
that's
for
done that.
what? What are we looking that way for evidence of? Bring it this way, stupid. Walk over there to it and touch it, motherfucker. What are you, retarded? If there's evidence fucking that way, go there and get it. Don't wait back here with
What's
us.
sort of
27 miles away.
disingenuous
You got
is
evidence
like
27
here in
miles away.
Brisbane,
It
Queensland,
must
we've
be
got a
under a
network
rainbow.
of tunnels
It
that
must be
needed to
under a
be
fucking
surveyed,
secret rainbow at
probably
27
using
miles
the
away.
globe. And it's an expansive network that needs to go underneath a winding river.
What, your rainbow to Earth curve?
It's disingenuous for you to adhere to a server where people are going to challenge the globe and act appalled at the same time. You choose to be here. You are the one giving credence to an
The Earth
argument
isn't
that you
the Earth
feel
anywhere.
shouldn't be happening.
Nowhere, but nowhere on the Earth
You can
is it the
definitely be
Earth.
surprised at
Nowhere
the level of
anywhere does the Earth
ridiculousness
match
of
its
flat
own
Earth
curve.
arguments.
The
That's
Earth
not a
doesn't.
that
The
that's
Earth
definitely
does
a
not
lot.
match its own curve anywhere. Can the Earth just be itself? You fucking
Like, I've
idiot.
given you 5 flat maps. Which one's correct?
All of them are flat. Welcome to flat Earth, bitch. None of them are a globe,
Yeah,
are they?
dude, every time you
Which
try to
one's the
navigate,
globe?
you're using a flat
Which
earth.
one's the ball?
Oh,
Which
have you
one of
used
those
Google
flat
Maps
Earth?
lately?
Which one is it? We're looking for the ball
Have
for
you
you,
used Google
weirdo.
Maps by any chance?
Why are you looking
Yes.
to prove flat Earth so hard? You won't need to do
Yeah,
that very
I've
hard
used
for
my
me. I
I've used
already
my
agree
flat
you only
cell
got
phone
flat
screen to
maps.
navigate on
I
a
agree
flat
all
map.
you can produce is flat maps. Do you have the round accurate
That's funny.
one? Crickets, do you have the round one you need? Just need
It's
one
not
of
my
those.
fault that treating the earth as flat has gotten me where I
Just
am.
need one round map that's accurate, not a
Well,
million
Google
wrong
Maps doesn't
flat
treat the Earth
because
as
you don't
flat, so
believe
there's
it's
your
flat.
problem.
Why would you present a flat map to me? Flat earther.
Yeah, the Globers are more flat earthers than the flat earthers. You guys are the one bringing flat maps all the time.
I know we're looking for the curve, and
Once
they're looking
again,
for flat
Google
stuff. Isn't
Maps
that
does
weird?
not treat the Earth as flat. It
Where's the horizon
explicitly,
not
all of
flat?
its distances and
Where's your
directions
flat
within
map?
it
No, your
are done on a
distance is
globe.
straight and flat. Fuck kind of crack are you smoking? You've never seen an arc distance, retard.
Helping me
What the
navigate
fuck does
to
an
work
arc
this
inch look
morning in
like? What's an
Australia
arc foot
at
look like? I want the
35
arc
past
foot and meter
5
and ruler right
a.m.
now.
on a
Not
Friday.
talking without the arc meter stick
Time
and
zones,
the arc
awkward.
foot and the
I
arc
don't even
inch.
see a sun.
You fucking
Shouldn't
loser.
it be like smaller above the flat
Well,
land?
your sun that doesn't move water, your little lab that you make, the little sun you make in a lab, how much tide does it make? How much water does it move? Fucking idiot, invalid fucks. Your little sun in the lab don't move water? Neither does your little moon rock? Damn, looks like they don't even do what they're supposed to.
I mean, Oblate, it seems like you got a lot of catching up to do.
Didn't you just say that Google Maps treats the Earth as flat just a moment ago?
Yeah, remember when Google put it on their homepage? If you like literally went to google.com, they told you the earth was flat too, and they showed you a picture of it.
They don't like reality. They don't like reality, only what ifs. They only like weird questions about
Looks like
nothing
you
and
got a
whatever.
lot of catching up to do, because if the sun was local and small, and I'm
We
here in
ain't doing
Australia
this.
and it's
Can't see
5:30
if
in the
going
morning,
somewhere else.
I
It's
should
giant.
see on the horizon a small little star increasing in size. Guess what's not happening?
Nothing
Exactly
if,
that.
boy.
So you're
Nothing if.
picturing a straw man flat
Started
Earth
with an
model.
if. You started your sentence with an if, stupid.
That's how
Take your if
perspective
science on.
Hard
works.
to straw. Well,
you gotta
I mean,
convert
it's
it.
hard to straw man a thing that you guys don't even want to say.
You mean that you can't produce? It's not about saying weirdo.
I'm looking for
I'll
the
do it.
sun. It's not here yet.
Give me
There's
it.
no
Give me one.
brightness
Pick
yet.
one. You don't have one.
Well,
Shut
there's a
up.
very subtle hint of it. But yet, if it was far away above the flatness, and
You
if it
got a
was
hint of full of
small,
if.
as it comes closer to me, it should increase in size. And yet,
What should?
it's
An
not.
if? An if and a but should increase in size, you guys. Some ifs and buts. The if, and the sun if, and the if. Stop asking about ifs and saying some if stuff that ain't happening, and demonstrate your son in the lab move some tides on a ball of water. Then we can all shut up and go
So,
home, stupid fuck.
what we can tell you is,
Yeah, dude. If Earth was a globe, prayers wouldn't be treating it as flat all the time.
Well, how do you got solar sparks
all right,
moving
I'm
water
still
to make
waiting
a
to
tide?
see the
How does
sun
the solar
increase in
flare
size
sun
if
ball,
it's
gas
local
ball
and
make a
small.
tide on Earth? How does your gas ball move water? Show me. Get a torch. Get something. Heat some gases up. And if all space is full of gas all the
I'm
way from here
slightly
to
south
Jupiter
of
past
the
the
Tropic of
sun,
Capricorn.
if all space is full of gas from here past all the
Time
planets,
zones and
why
sunsets
would they
are
stop igniting?
incompatible.
What would stop hydrogen from igniting
Every
throughout
flat
space?
Earth proposition we've ever
What would
seen.
stop the sun from ending? Why would the sun ever end if everywhere's hydrogen? And that's all that's excited is hydrogen. So if it's all big
And
bubble
you
of
need
hydrogen in
DMOC to
space,
talk over the
then the whole
answers,
space would be a
because
never-ending
you
sun.
need someone to
Your
just
never-ending
yell
sun
over
space gravity.
what you can't reconcile.
You can't prove anything. Reconcile what? No vacuum you have? That's going to be hard to do. Done. No vacuum. It's going to be
You
hard to
don't even
reconcile
know.
your
You don't
ball.
even
You
know
don't have
why
no
or
water.
how you.
Easy.
You don't even know why
No
or how
water.
your ball came into existence.
What the fuck is a
That's
vacuum? You guys don't
irrelevant.
have any of this shit in nature, but yet you call it
You're
science.
literally on the same Earth as me. How it came to be is an
Yeah, we're on a
off-topic red
flat
You're
earth.
herring.
invoking a
We're on a
ball. You
flat
don't
earth. We're on
experience
a
it.
flat
You
earth.
don't
What's
know
your
how it
point?
came to be, but you want me to believe it.
We're on a flat earth
I
that
don't
told me
need
they
to
gave you
know how
everything
it
you
came
ever
to
got.
be. I know I just
You're
currently live
wrong.
here.
You're
I
so
know
wrong.
it's
You're
currently
wrong about
5:38
everything,
in the
wrong,
morning
bucko.
in Brisbane,
You're
Queensland,
wrong and you
Australia.
know it. We know
That's a
for a fact
problem
the
when
horizon
I
is
don't see
93
a
million
sun
miles left
at
to
all.
right. We know for a fact the horizon is bigger than 93 million miles left to right. You fucking loser, bitch. We know for a fact our flat horizon, that horizontal line, is bigger than your whole fucking globe existence.
So
You
you
stupid
need
whore.
a misinformation agent
Fucking
like
retard. We
DMOC to
know
yell
for a
over
fact. We
people,
know.
so he
You and
mute
I
his
know.
volume,
We
because
know.
we know it's a
We
tactic
know
that
it's
you guys
93 million
use
miles of
to
that horizontal line.
yell
Why
over
are
the
you mad at the
facts
horizontal
that both
93
time
million mile
zones
ruler?
and
I
sunsets
just
are a
gave you a
huge
93
problem for
million
you.
mile
You need
horizontal
someone
ruler,
like DMOC
and
to
you
yell over the
refuse to
answers
look at
because
it.
you're afraid
It's
to.
made by nature. It's a 93
Like, look
million
how
mile horizontal ruler, and you
irreconcilable
refuse
these
to
two
take a
things
look
are
at it.
that are happening
Why are you not
simultaneously.
observing
So
my
you need to
estimation
change
of
the topic
horizontal?
of you don't know
Why
where
do
it
you
came from.
refuse to
Doesn't
observe the
matter.
horizon?
You're switching the
You don't
topic
have
because you're a
horizon?
coward.
You can't get to the horizon anywhere?
Yeah, dude, you're just invoking a bunch of circles. Just a bunch of azimuths.
How did you debunk the horizon being 93 million miles left to right, you fucking cunt?
You can pretend that's what people are doing
No,
because
you
you
can
need
pretend
DMOC to
you
yell
got
over other
93 million
people
miles
when they're
without a
telling you
distance
they're
ruler.
literally
My
in
ruler's
Australia
your
right
horizon.
now in
Where's yours? I have a ruler. It's
5:41
called your
a.m. in the
horizon.
morning
Where's
on a
yours?
Friday before
My
going to work,
ruler is
and
the
a phone
horizon.
isn't even above the
My
dirt
ruler
yet.
is the horizon. Everyone in the world, audience, everybody, go to the horizon. Farthest to your left, that's point
If
A.
Earth is
Farthest to
flat,
your right,
there should be
record
a
that. Make the
small
material
local
that
sun on
long.
my
Make the
horizon,
material that long.
yet it's not
That's
there.
93 million miles. What dogs can't do is get you
It's
his
literally
space
not there.
NASA guru boy bitch fucking distances. The little cunt can't get a fucking ruler with 24,000, 93 million, 238,000, or none of that. He's a fucking loser retard. Shut up, nothing
appealing
fucker.
to magic doesn't change the fact that you need
That's what
DMOC
you
to
do,
get over
magic. Who's
the
got nothing? You? I got the
irreconcilable
horizon. You're
like
calling the
consequence
horizon
of having
magic?
time zones.
That's
I'm
magic.
here at
Who made a time zone?
5:42 on a Friday
Who
morning
made the time
going to
zone?
work.
You made the time zone?
You need people to yell
Tell
over
me where you
me
made the
because
time
you
zones
can't
at,
face
where
the
you put them.
evidence.
How
That's
did
how
you
much of
make
a
the time
coward you
zone?
guys are. You need DMOC to yell over the answers.
You made the time zone? You're a bad motherfucker.
I am willing to engage with you. I don't need Democ to yell over the answers. You want to talk about time zones and the sunset and stuff?
Must be hard on people. What do you think? Waking up in a little dream world. Oh my gosh. This isn't what I thought it was. They lied to me. Must be scary, huh? Big boys, got your big boy panties on, figuring out Trump maybe's not true. Maybe Elon. How about Elon, little lie there, huh? Oh, he's a genius. You think that's a bullshit statement? Like, you guys like doing that, right? Like, oh, Einstein is a genius. Hubel is so sharp. Oh, these guys are geniuses. And then you come to find out, like, gee, I can make believe about rockets. I can make believe about Elon Musk. And now here I am, 2025, with the AI staring me down my throat, with clowns to the left of me and jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle. Yes, sir. Who has more fun than a flat earther, huh? Who? Name somebody. You can't do it. All of you fucking geniuses want to pretend like, oh, a sense of humor is not critical. Why would a man want to have a sense of humor? So he can deal with the lies. Maybe you don't know anything about comedy. You ever think about that? Jokers. TV. Drop it on TV. You wouldn't believe it if I show you a TV movie. You guys, every evidence I show you on TV, you deny it. Something. The famous TV proof.
So feel free to keep me on mute as you don't reconcile the simultaneous experience of sunrise, sunsets, seasons, eclipses, and time zones. The globe explains them all. Your flatness doesn't explain nothing. There are at least 100 Foucault pendulums operating in the world today. They'll turn them on and they'll go, why does the pendulum swing back and forth, but then twist a little bit? Counterclockwise somewhere else? Clockwise somewhere else. That's a huge problem. Not for the globe, it's a problem for you because you have no flat explanation for this. In conjunction with an explanation that also explains seasons, sunrise, sunset, time zones.
We got the same thing you do. What are you talking about, dude?
But your flat Earth doesn't explain them all simultaneously.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Why wouldn't it? Why would it be? I mean, all you got is two options. Oh, this is a ball, this is flat. What's your problem?
It could be concave, and yet all the evidence of sunrise, sunset, time zones.
No, you don't have to invoke anything other than just the two options. You can go to 3 or 4 or 5 if you want to, but when you start just talking about, oh, what explains this? 4 seasons. What's the problem?
Pringles chip Earth. That's another option.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you guys do. You stick your head up your ass and think you know something. It's awesome. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
You think
not to
Earth is
understand
shaped like
basic-
a Pringle?
Truly amazing. TV boys. That's what I call you. I saw it on TV. I like football. I think he deserves $15 million a year. Because he's one of them geniuses.
Yeah, the globe model is really very
Sunrise.
out of nowhere. What's up, dude? You're interrupting me. Go ahead. No.
No.
Sorry, who was talking to me?
No, I don't know. I thought you were about to say something.
No.
No, they're trying to talk soon as someone else says something. Go ahead.
Right.
So let's have a look at maybe the world's a Pringle chip shape.
God, are you fucking shitting me? What are you? Okay,
sunrise.
let's do that. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Let's have fun and pretend it's a Pringle. What's a Pringle look like? Would you mind posting a Pringle for me? So we know exactly what the hell you're doing. My imagination is struggling right now, switching to a Pringle.
Yeah, man. Like
I know.
honestly,
You guys
look
are like,
out, you see a flat horizon, Earth looks flat. Where are you going to turn? I don't see any Pringles.
and then let's pretend some more. I love pretending, don't you? Just imagine. As I bullshit here. Are you going to bullshit? Are you going to imagine? Do I have to imagine a Pringle?
We both agree that shape fails. So let's look at the problems of flat Earth. It doesn't simultaneously explain sunrise, sunset, time zones, eclipses, Foucault pendulum, counterclockwise rotation of massive storm systems.
Why
It doesn't
wouldn't it?
explain.
You're just scattergunning things that are not direct evidence. It's things that you think support
Yeah.
a model.
Yeah, then you invoke weather. You don't know a damn thing about weather. I'd shut the fuck up about weather. You don't know shit about that.
You want to pretend Cyclone Alfred just didn't hit Brisbane like not too long ago? Yeah, I think we know. So you can pretend other people
You
don't
know
know
what
what they're
hit?
talking about.
Oh my God, you hit. That's all you know. You saw it on TV. Okay, so don't.
I fucking live here, you disingenuous fuck.
Yeah. Oh no, I live here. Now you live through it. Okay. Now that tells you how it works, right? That tells you all about
Yeah.
hurricanes. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Oh, I'm an
know-
expert on hurricanes now because I was in one. Awesome.
Well, it's more experience than you seem to be showing about.
No, I don't think so. I've lived
surveying.
through a few storms. Okay, I've been in a couple of them. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, Mike.
When
Go
you
ahead. Sure,
surveyed,
Mike, go
when
ahead.
you have when you have surveyed 15 miles or more, you can talk about surveying. Until then, you can shut up.
You don't tell me when to shut the fuck up. Okay, number one. It'll be a cold day in here. What are you, a
Yeah,
mod?
keep
You're
on
probably a
speaking
mod.
from an
You're probably a
unqualified
mod.
position.
You're probably a mod gonna swing your
Yeah,
dick. Aren't you? Are you a fucking mod in here? Then you're gonna fucking attack me and call me a bunch of names and then fucking mute me.
There's no
right?
name calling. You've demonstrated at least 3 times
No,
throughout the
you've
conversation of
demonstrated
surveying
you're full of
that you have
shit.
zero idea what you're talking about. The
No, you've
distance
demonstrated you're full of
capability
shit.
was maybe 2 kilometers for the laser. The distance capability for the theodolite was at least 10 kilometers, if not more. And I can guarantee that someone qualified in their field was able to go 10 miles, 15 miles, even 27 miles without a problem, because people with those kind of skills were able to survey the borders of the country that I live in and the states that I live in. So no.
No, you don't know. You just admitted right there you don't know fuck all about surveying.
Bullshit.
You just did. You just bullshitted the whole class.
You can pretend that because you don't understand how surveying works, and you demonstrated that by not being able to tell us anything about what the angle is from that wild T2.
You don't even know what the laser beam and the fucking radio signal is all about. I mean, my God, dude.
It's not hard to do a little bit of research. Actually, there are surveying companies in my city. I can make a phone call. I can probably find a guy to tell me and show me and let me do the measurement myself. I'm not afraid of this because the problem
Go
is
do it.
this is yeah.
Go do it. I mean, you understand that
You
laser
send your
beam.
own-
You understand
send
when I
up your own
shoot.
satellite
You
phone.
understand. Listen, numbnuts. Listen, numbnuts. You understand when I shoot that laser beam, that has one requirement, right? Right off the get go, power. Right? You understand that power. Laser beam. Now I'm gonna argue about whether it's got power or not. Okay, go ahead and argue about it. Go ahead.
You don't know how to use the equipment over a distance of 15 miles. That's clear.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You've never even came close to even doing the research. You haven't even picked up anything about these tools we're talking about right now. And you expose yourself by being so fucking stupid about the tool.
Yeah, you are very stupid about the tool because people
you're the one
better at
are.
it
You
than
don't even.
people who are better at it than you can measure 15 miles or more. And you can't, and you haven't. So you have to lie
keep
about
switching.
surveying as if you had. You're a liar who's pretending to think he surveyed 15 miles compared to somebody who has. You are unqualified, and you're demonstrating it each and every time you open your line.
They've surveyed way longer than 15 miles.
Surveyed 15 miles.
Dude, people have surveyed way longer than 15 miles.
I'm gonna go to authority, la la la,
Thousands of miles have been surveyed. Thousands of miles. It's not debatable. It's not like it's not like you're wonderful because you're.
Tell me, the theodolite shot 1,000 miles in one sighting. Which
You are
theodolite
so
did
fucking. Oh my God! You understand? I wish, right there, you should be laughed at, ran out of town. for that statement you
Yeah,
just made.
you should be
That's how
laughing and
retarded it is.
pretending you've conducted a survey that's 15 miles or more, and you
1,000
haven't
miles.
done
And
it.
now you're talking about, oh, now you're converting one setup for 1,000 miles. You don't even understand the basics of surveying.
You
move.
don't, because you haven't
set up,
surveyed
you
15
set
miles.
up, you move.
And you're
You set
lying
up,
as
you
if
move.
you have done
You
this.
set up, you
You're lying
move. You
as if
set up,
you
you
are as
move.
qualified.
Why
You're
are you
lying
talking
as
over
if
me
you're
all the
unqualified.
time? Why do you always
lying.
talk over me? I already know
Yeah,
you.
because you're not worth listening
you
to,
don't
because
teach
you're a
it.
liar.
You're not
You're a
teaching
liar
the
who
class
hasn't surveyed
nothing.
15 miles.
You're
You're a
not
liar who
teaching.
hasn't surveyed.
No,
You're a
you don't
liar
know
who
how to
hasn't
survey.
surveyed 15 miles. And you
You
can't have
don't know. You
out
don't
for
know
being the
how.
liar that you are.
No, you
and
don't
you
know how.
should-
You've never done it. You just admitted to the class 2 minutes ago that you've never even set one up and looked through one. You're just a cocky, arrogant, dumbass motherfucker. Never even
So
used
what
the
he's going
tool.
to do
You've
is I'm
never
going to lower
used the
his stupid
fucking
volume
tool,
because he
and
keeps
you're
on
always.
talking over me.
You've
And what
never
you'll
used the
notice is,
fucking
like, he
tool.
just wants to talk over me because
You've
he wants
never
to
used
pretend
the
he's as
tool. My
qualified as somebody
God.
who has surveyed 15
Oh, you
miles.
guys. Oh,
I'm not
God. You're
that
too
person.
funny.
He's not that person. So
Yeah, right.
guess who you're listening to?
I've set
Somebody
up a tool before.
who
I've set
hasn't
the tool
measured
up.
15
Yeah,
miles. I haven't, he hasn't. So if you want to listen to this idiot talk about how unqualified he is, he wants to pretend he's made a survey of 15 miles and he never has in his life. The little liar has to pretend he's got the qualifications and the skills.
Dude, what are you doing, man? You
He's lying like a motherfucker. Oh my God, too funny. Oh God.
sound like you're out here trying to do something wicked.
Yeah, he is. That's what he does. That's
There's
what these
nothing
guys
wicked
do.
about pointing out that
Yes, there
Steve
is.
has
No, you're
never,
lying.
ever in
There's
his life
wickedness in
surveyed
lying,
15
dude.
miles. I
He's
know.
doing it
Nobody's
again.
lying. Oh my God.
Yeah.
You're lying again. Oh
Yeah, man,
God.
you gotta chill, bro. You sound like a wicked witch trying to cast a spell, like boiled chickens and frogs' eyes lickings on your fucking.
No,
I
this
think
is
you're talking over there.
Unfortunately, you have to change the topic towards witchcraft when we're talking about people who have the skills to measure
15 miles.
via surveying a distance of 15 miles in one shot, and they double check and triple check to see if they've done it right. And Steve hasn't done this, and you want to pretend he's qualified.
He's doing this. He's doing it again. Here we go again.
And so what you need to do is interrupt me because you can't handle the fact that the person who's pretending to be authority is telling you how surveying works
Trying
over
to use
15
words
miles.
to disenfranchise your opponent in a silly argument. There, you really don't have the experience. But you're mad that your opponent should have experience trying, but neither do you, man.
But he's pretending he's got
And
the
he
same.
actually, I know he does have experience.
Do you have the experience of surveying 15 miles?
I know that he's done
Do you
surveys
have
before,
the experience of measuring 15 miles?
but that's not what matters, right?
Actually, it is what that's been this topic of this conversation for
That's
the
not what
last
this is
half
about
an
at
hour.
all, dude.
And so, what's going to happen each time you talk over me? Your volume is going to be lowered. Like I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
need a mod to lower your volume.
No,
So here's
I'm
what's
getting
gonna happen.
lowered. Bye.
So what you notice with Flat Earth is people who like to interrupt me and talk over me when they're pretending they've done surveying of a distance of 15 miles. So this is the company you keep, Flat Earth. These are the kinds of people who pretend they've surveyed at 15 miles. These are the kinds of people who lie to you about surveying when the farthest they've
Dude,
ever
you're like
surveyed is
overcompensating. Like,
probably
you're trying so hard, man. You gotta chill, man. You try hard.
has surveyed 15 miles. Listen to the person who's actually done it. This guy hasn't. This little liar wants to speak as an authority about surveying over a distance of 15 miles when he's never done it. These are the people you keep company.
Yeah. Can I ask him what was his target when he did that 15 miles survey?
Shubil's posted the link to his Wild T3 and his site in the chat. Would you like the timestamp? I can look back up for you.
No. I'm well aware of Schubil's measurements. Yes. No, the other guy, which is someone. I've seen her saying they did that.
I'm waiting for these flat Earth surveyors to show me that they've done at least something similar. and they're talking as if they have, and I'm fact checking them.
Yeah, that was my question to those flat earthers who claimed it. What was the
I
target?
don't gotta
What,
do
what,
shit, bro. Surveyors are going out there treating the Earth as flat every day. I don't have to do anything myself for them to show you the Earth is flat, bro. It's easy.
no, I was just wondering if he did the survey himself over 50 miles. What was the target?
Yeah. Yeah, if you really knew anything about surveying, you would know that they treat the Earth as a horizontal plane in all scenarios. That's how it all begins.
Oh, yeah, but I suppose if you do a survey over 15 miles, you must have a target at 50 miles that you're actually using for the measurement.
You guys like off into your own la la land, talking past people's stupid conversation now.
No, I was just wondering if he has claimed to have done a survey over 50 miles in one go, at least he should tell us what the target was. Was it a mountain peak? Was it a building? Power lines? What?
The hell are you talking about? You guys still talking about that?
Bullshit, dude. I don't know what they're ever fucking talking about.
Let's talk about the Nazis or something, dude.
Yeah, like thick heads, dude. It just never gets through to you.
It's always like some most random, incompressible stuff you can't even understand, or like just a bunch of insults from at each other.
Let's talk about World War One, trench warfare or something. What are you guys talking about, bro? Let's talk about mustard gas or napalm.
Talk about how a guy with a small mustache was a good guy.
Nah, don't. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
How about the guy with the big mustache?
Which one's that one?
Well, he wasn't that good either, though, was it?
The one in Moscow.
Moscow?
Yeah, the one that was in Moscow.
Joseph Stalin?
Yes.
So Elon called Trump a pedo on Twitter, and Trump can't. Build car company probably gonna sell her. That's
Where
crazy.
are you reading this?
No, what is it? I heard there's some tension going on between
I'll post the tweet.
Trump and Elon. Is that true?
Yes, Trump said that he's stopping all subsidies for Elon, and Elon in response said that Trump is in the Epstein files. So I'll post the tweet in 3.
Ooh. I did hear Trump was on the flight logs one time.
No, he's literally in the files. Elon's insinuated that he's a pedophile. He penetrated a child with his penis, essentially.
No, he didn't. I don't think Trump.
Read the tweet.
You said Elon said that?
Elon said that Trump is in the files, as in the people who abused kids. Those files.
This Elon Musk tweet.
Oh, shit's getting good.
And Trump responded with, I'll post that too. It's amazing on True Social. They're falling apart, and SpaceX is gone because he's going to withdraw subsidies, and Elon's going to own billions to the American government. And the
Elon Musk
Nazi
is
mobile
about to tell
cars.
everybody that he can't go above 300 miles. He's about to tell everybody that space is fake.
Here's the other thing. This is Trump's response in chat. They're breaking up.
Oh, they broke up their bromance. You know how those flings go, dude.
Man, I can't wait to piss on the grave of SpaceX, not gonna lie. And Tesla, obviously.
I never liked Elon. Not once. I still don't like Elon. I don't know why people started liking him. Conservatives started liking him for some reason. I don't know why. But
Because he was giving Trump money. Trump was very smart, actually. He stole 300 million from Elon for his campaign, and now he kicked them to the curb. It's crazy. I mean, if Elon's a simp, then it's his fault.
you ever heard about Elon's childhood growing up and his mom and his life in
I
California?
know a little bit. Not much. I know that he's born in South Africa. He has a brother, and his mother is Canadian. She took him to Canada to avoid South African military service because he's a coward, obviously. And then he studied in the United States. That's what I know.
Satellite man, Elon. Huh? What are you going to tell us about Elon? Lion, you going to tell us some truth about Elon, buddy? What are you going to tell us? Go ahead.
Well,
all of you.
there's his nanny came out, who's well acquainted with the family, and she's basically revealing some family secrets about Elon and his mom. She used to babysit them when Elon was him and his. I think he has a sister. She used to babysit for them, and she said that.
Go ahead.
Well, she became a Christian, or she's a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
His nanny. She even had a shofar. She blew the shofar one time. Not that means anything, but to me it means a lot as somebody who plays the shofar. So when I seen her play the shofar, I already knew there's some credibility to her in my own world. But no, so she said that Elon's mom was a witch, bro.
Yeah,
and she was involved in those, those Hollywood sex orgies that they do every so often. All the rich people get together and just frolic and sleep with each other. And
Elon nickname, Satellite Boy. Go ahead.
Well, his mom was one of those people that would freaking go to these orgies, bro, and frolic. Wow, but she would bring her children to the orgy, but not that they were around the sex, but they were around like illicit substances. It's like going to an adult party and you're seeing your mom, and you're seeing your dad and you're seeing your uncles and your family, and they're doing hard drugs and they're doing coke and they're doing this and that. But you're so little, you don't really know what's going on. That's basically what it was, according to his babysitter.
Well, it's all
but after the kid,
it's all part of the lie. It's all.
Is there any other sources? Is there any other sources confirming this, or is it just from one person?
Well, we're getting a pile of lies here. But go ahead.
He's asking me for evidence now.
No, there's no evidence. There's no evidence.
At the end of the day, it's just somebody's testimony, right? I can't provide you evidence, dude. It's one word.
No, it's part of the lies. Basically, because right away you got Elon, biggest liar in town. So, I'm going to insult you all day long just on that fact alone. So if you don't say he's a liar, fuck, you got no business being a flat earther.
What? Steve, what are you saying? I don't support Elon, dude. Elon's a freaking...
I know, I didn't say... No, I didn't say you do. No. I'm just saying that...
All right.
Yeah, these numpty guys, dude. You got to kind of let them know that they're a little hero.
What's up with Elon's black and blue eye the other day? You notice that?
Yeah,
he said his son hit him.
Yeah, well, that's a bullshit. Whatever.
Maybe
right?
Donald hit him.
That's a common. That happens to all those guys, right? You know about that. Right?
He said maybe Donald hit him. Yeah, they're fighting. That's hilarious.
Yeah. No, there's a dozen. They're all over the internet, right? I mean, whatever, right? You've seen them before on all these guys, right?
Yeah, what's up with the black and blue eye club?
Yeah. A couple of different lies about it. Like one of them is a bug that they stick in the eye, right? I don't know. That's one of those things you're not going to get answered, probably. But they do show all these people with black eyes. That part is factual thing. You can Google it. I don't know how many I've seen or people show us. Yeah, it's pretty normal.
Yeah, but
So much
Elon's
of it.
mom, if you've seen her, dude, she looks like a witch, bro. She looks like
Oh yeah.
what's that woman from 99 Dalmatians?
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
that movie?
I can.
She looks
Yeah,
like
yeah, I know you.
Cruella de Vil.
Cruella de Vil. Cruella de Vil.
People.
She looked like Cruella de Vil.
You're too dark short, bro.
It doesn't mean anything what she looks like, though, does it?
Sure it does. Sure
No.
it does.
No.
Yeah.
You're 2 dogs short of 101.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, ugly kind of stares you back in the face.
Didn't she used to be a supermodel?
Yeah, it probably was.
She's doing the one eye symbolism.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Life is beautiful, man. Holy cow. Elon Musk. I don't live in a world of liars. No, everything can't be fake. That's just not possible. Kind of looks that way. Isn't that weird? TV, man. Turn the TV on, you guys. Let's watch cartoons. Rockets. See, that's another one, right? Like, if you think a rocket can fly with a space shuttle strapped to the side, you might be nuts.
Yeah, that's another thing. Can a rocket fly in a vacuum?
No, that's another. You might be nuts.
Yes,
if
it
you think
can.
it can.
It's called Newton's laws.
Yeah, why shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's
I
not
don't know,
pushing
man. I
into
mean,
air.
why-
It's just it's expulging mass at a velocity, and that's what generates the thrust.
Yeah, 2 foot.
Can you demonstrate that though? Has it been demonstrated?
Yes, it has many times. If you don't agree with that, or if you pretend that it doesn't exist, then you're just lying or purposefully ignorant.
No, we've seen the demonstrations. My God, which one? Same ones you've seen. We've all watched them. It's beautiful. And so far, they're not too successful, but go ahead.
I just heard that's that's one of those things that's on the table
Yeah.
still. Like,
Yeah.
can you actually demonstrate a rocket propulsion working in a vacuum?
They can't. The answer is no, they can't. And if they do, go ahead and show it. Post it. We'll take a look at it.
What is the problem if a rocket is why is that the problem?
I mean, you could
A
test it
rocket-
in a vacuum chamber, dude. I would like to see it. That's all.
Yeah, but I mean, you do agree that the rocket is pushing mass out of the nozzle at high velocity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and you have an opposite force
Yeah.
pushing the rocket forwards.
Yeah. On the Earth here. Yeah. No disagreement whatsoever. We're all 100% behind you.
Here, and I just sent you a video of it on Earth, a rocket in a vacuum chamber, and oh look, it has propulsion. It's a miniature model, but it shows that the principles apply.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Let's take a look at it. I got to look at it because I've seen lots of them. I've never seen one work, but
Yeah, miniature's fine.
well, I mean, they always produce their own gas, small chamber, and then they're pretty soon, whatever. I've never seen one demonstration that was what you would call factual type of a. Well, they're factual. Like I said, you're looking at the same thing I am.
Yeah, factual.
Oh
is like-
God!
Yeah,
Oh God!
factual.
I've already seen this.
Factual. Yeah, factual is the 7,000 satellites that Starlink has, and the 80 or 100 GNS satellites that use for navigation, and the dozens and dozens of geostationary satellites. Yeah, that's the evidence. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, demonstrated.
Yeah, we got him. We got all kinds of evidence about 7,000 space.
Yeah, but
we're talking about rocket.
Same thing with
rockets.
satellites that are just a couple hundred miles
Yeah,
up.
now they switch. Yeah, they switch topics
But we-
on you, Lion. Go ahead,
It's the
take them
claim
back.
that, yeah.
Take them,
It's the
Lion.
claim
Take them
that we
back
need.
to town. No.
It's,
Go back.
no,
to
I'm just wondering
Lion.
if the claim
Lion
that
has the mic. It's Lion's mic.
you need a
What's going on?
atmosphere. Is the claim that you would need atmosphere so that rocket can push off of the atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, it's like imagine like pushing off something that had no friction at all. Right?
It's not pushing off atmosphere. It's expelling fuel at a very high velocity, which has mass. It doesn't have to push off anything. That's not how it works. It's not pushing off anything.
Oh, and now if that was the case, then the higher it went, the slower it should go because the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner. There's less and less atmosphere or gas to push off from. That doesn't happen, does it?
Yeah,
That doesn't
well,
happen.
we say it does happen, but yeah, that's where we disagree. Go ahead, Lion.
But planes literally fly at high altitudes because it's more fuel efficient to do so because of the less air resistance.
Friction.
The less
Yeah,
air
that's
there
true.
is, the more efficient that planes are. It's the
Gliding.
same idea.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, don't bring airplanes into it. They're air
I'm
breathing.
not even denying. I'm not even denying it. I'm just scrutinizing it to see if there's any holes in it. That's all.
Yeah, there's a ton of holes in it. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Because right now they're talking about two different things: airplanes flying, gliding, and rockets going.
He's got a point though. You got the
About what? What's his
SR-71
point?
Blackbird. You got things that fly.
No, you don't know. You
know,
got
at
no
the edge of
fucking
space.
evidence. You got no. Slow the fuck up. Show me that little SR-71 Blackbird. Let me take a look at that video. See, like I've seen those many times, and yeah, we might have a little CGI problem there. Because they love to lie. They love to lie about a lot of different things. One of them is elevation, and one of them is speed. So I'm pretty sure
anything you can't disprove is just CGI. It must be nice to have that little critical thinking.
Prove it. That's what I'm saying. We all know about the speed of
Oh
sound.
no! Oh,
and all these
whenever things
different
get proved, you just call it CGI or fake, or you
we
just
got no
ignore it like
proof.
the rocket thing I just posted in a vacuum. I just showed that things can get propelled in a vacuum.
No, that one's a joke.
And you ignore it. You didn't
No,
even.
I did not.
You said
I
it's a
did not.
joke.
You're the one. Oh, no,
Like, how's it a
well,
joke? How's it a joke? It
because
shows the principle applies.
You're not capable of looking at that and analyzing it.
See, you don't even have any real complaints. You're just laughing
Yes,
and
I
acting
do.
incredulous
It
without saying a
creates its own-
specific thing.
It creates its own pressure, dude.
Leave the guy alone, dude.
Well, I suppose you've seen when the
Leave who
rockets take
alone?
off
Leave
the
this
high.
guy
Yeah,
fucking
the
punching
higher.
rockets?
Yeah,
Leave Steve alone, dude. Give
Yeah,
the
you're
guy a
like,
break.
Lion, these guys can't have a piece of me if their life fucking depended on it. They're fucking clowns.
what do you mean? So you think that a rocket needs the atmosphere to push off to move forward?
We're not sure. I'm asking you.
I still don't
You should
understand
know
what his
that,
criticism
Lion.
is
You
of
should
my
have the
little.
evidence in your back pocket, Lion.
I just
on that one.
showed you, and you just
Yeah.
said it's fake for no reason.
Being a flat earther, Lion, you shouldn't take 1 ounce of crap on these bullshit artists. On
The reason I asked
fucking
because I
rock.
remember seeing videos a long time ago showing rockets in a vacuum just flaring out, like not even moving, just like completely atrocious.
Exactly.
So how would the exhaust and the atmosphere transfer the energy back to the rocket?
I'm trying to
Yeah, that's what I
understand that
wanna know.
myself. So like, granted, with less friction, you don't need as much energy, right, to move. And eventually, when you have like no atmosphere, you don't have to worry about drag at all. So the smallest amount of force is going to propel the vehicle, right?
Exactly.
So, but there's diminishing returns because eventually it gets to a point where you have absolutely no friction at all. What are you
But you
reacting
do not need
against?
friction. It's Newton's laws. It's his second law. The sum of all forces on an object is 0. So when you shoot the propellant out in one direction, the remaining mass of the rocket is pushed by an equal force in the other direction. When there is 0 friction, that still happens. And it's easier to go in that opposite direction because there is no friction, no drag opposing it.
It's Newton's third law, not the second.
My bad. Whatever. Same thing. Though.
Anyway, it was a line of bullshit, but go ahead, Lion.
The point is, you don't need an atmosphere.
But please explain why it's
just
bullshit.
like being. It's just like being in space, floating in space, throwing a rock, and recoiling because you threw the rock. If you've ever shot a gun, you know about recoil. The gun doesn't have to push off the atmosphere. It's just recoil.
What? So hold on. So if you're in deep space or if you're in 0 G's and you throw a rock, you're telling me that by throwing that rock, you're gonna move the other way, the other direction?
Yes,
absolutely.
So if you
push on the rock pushes on you. It's that simple.
That's
conservation of momentum.
So throwing a rock, even though the rock is moving away from you because you just threw it, does that mean that you're also going to move the opposite way?
You will move the opposite way,
Because
correct.
the rock,
because
the rock is moving the other direction. It's not an even though. It's because you threw the rock in that direction that you have to go the other. That's recoil. You've felt recoil if you've ever shot a gun. It has nothing to do with the bullet pushing on the atmosphere. It's the gun pushing on the bullet and the bullet pushing back on the gun, which you're holding.
That's what we call reality. Now you're trying to compare that to non-reality. But anyway, go ahead.
It's the exact same principle.
When you throw a rock,
for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but when you throw a rock, hang on. When you throw a rock, you are applying a force to it. Yes. That force is pushing as you accelerate the rock to throw it. That force it pushes back on your hand. That's the force that moves you in the other direction.
That's fine, and I'm just scrutinizing this for a second, right? Yeah. But it wouldn't be okay. So when you're inside the capsule, there's still matter, right? There's still friction inside that capsule. There's still, you don't need a mass. You don't need the whole spacesuit to breathe. So I'm wondering, and I'm talking about in deep space, though.
Friction is irrelevant. You push on the exhaust pushes on you. The faster you can send that exhaust out, the more you have to push on it to do that, the more it will push back on you. This is trivial, it is rocket science, but it's trivial. It's just one thing pushing on another and that thing pushing back. That's it.
On Earth.
No friction, no atmosphere.
Wait. Doesn't matter where it is, Steve.
Let me in for a second. John and Nako, I want to ask you something. Do you know what is the first principle of the Omni server?
Not to lie.
Ask me.
You got to lie to Flurf? Is that what you're going? Where you're going?
No.
I don't.
No. Are you like a true listener? Ask me. What's the first principle of the Omni server?
I don't know.
I just told you not to fucking lie. So go ahead.
No. The first principle is that Flurf don't understand forces. And they never will, and they never try, and they never would want to draw forces.
I see that with Steve.
And therefore, any explanation that you would try to give them is void and useless, and he will forget it 5 minutes later.
Yeah, but that's true about any explanation. Whenever you explain something, you're engaging in good faith. You're pretending that you're having a good faith conversation. Right. There are no good faith conversations with Flurfs.
With you
right,
guys.
But you know why it is the first principle? Because any explanation, any topic can come down to forces. And it's always about that. Anything in space, anything in shape, anything in movement.
Yeah, it's not. Things like the equator being a circle with a circumference twice its diameter. You can say that, there's no refutation of that, but they simply ignore it. You can't explain that to them.
Oh, God.
Because they don't argue in good faith.
You guys kiss each
Yeah,
other's
some
asses.
globetrotters just joined and started flapping their gums.
Jesus
Or I
Christ.
explain why there can't be an accurate 2D map using Gauss's theorem, and then they just ignore it.
I don't think Lion got any satisfactory answer.
Hey, Steve, how come there's no flat Earth map?
No force, no friction, and the rockets work.
Steve.
Don't Steve me.
Do you accept gravity and downward bias?
No, God damn it, address Lion, not me.
So, Imagine, you believe in Space Force? You think the absence of all things is accelerating?
Space Force? Did I say Space Force, or you weren't listening?
Yeah, you think nothing.
You weren't listening.
Yeah, so is space three-dimensional? Is space-time three-dimensional or four-dimensional?
You weren't listening.
You're not listening right now, but I'm telling you.
Also, you're a fake LARPing flat earther.
No,
So.
I'm asking you what space is in your model.
Right, so I'm answering and open up your ears. You're a fake person that doesn't want to hear the answer.
You don't have an
and
answer. Look
talking about space is too advanced for a flat earther.
It took you like 2 minutes to say that, people don't understand something.
I can also say it in 10 seconds. Jesse, you're a boring piece of shit.
And this is grade A stuff, guys.
What's going on, agent? He's an agent provocateur.
Hey, where's the flat Earth map? That's what I want. We've had maps for so long. Where's an accurate flat Earth map? That's all I want. All I want. Easiest thing to produce if the Earth is flat.
It's not as easy as you think.
Yeah, I know it's not easy because Gauss's remarkable theorem proves that it is impossible to get a 2D map that preserves size, direction, and angles.
But they're all
so that's
flat,
why there's
bro.
one. Yeah, and that's why we have all these different projections. The Mercator projection, other types of map projections, they all have distortions. If the Earth was flat, there would be a perfectly simple 2D map that has no distortions. Yet there is never been one.
All of them? All maps are 2D and have no distortion.
They all have distortion. Look at the Mercator projection.
All local surveyors on a small scale. Once you start,
I'm talking about the Earth. I'm talking about the Earth. They all have distortion.
All maps.
The thing is, you would, in order to get like an accurate to scale map, you would have to survey the entire Earth from a single reference point, like the North Pole, right? So you'd have to use the North Pole as your anchor point, and you'd have to reference the entirety of the Earth, right?
Lion.
That's impossible. That's impossible.
Yeah, it's impossible because the Earth isn't flat.
Without invoking angles to the stars or angles to the sun.
It's called an AE projection map. We have.
And it doesn't matter. You can use whatever point you like as a center point. It doesn't have to be the North Pole to make a map of the Earth.
I know. I'm just saying that you would have to completely disconnect from the sky, right, and just survey the entire Earth.
So what? Like, you don't need to look at the sky to make a map. Like, so what?
Right.
So do it. Why isn't it made?
When you got, we have maps, dude.
Show me the flat Earth map that is perfectly
just don't
accurate.
fit. They don't fit your angles to the sky.
Right.
I'm not talking about angles to the sky. I'm talking about angles to other positions on the map.
I can post some of them, but the thing is, right? It's even then, it's not perfect.
No.
But
no, you cannot say.
Dude, oh gosh, bro.
No.
All you have to do
just said.
All you have to do is take the local.
Post it.
You have to take.
Hold on, agent. Don't. Come on, man. Please.
You take the local topographical maps of all the continents, which are accurate, right? More accurate than the globe projection.
Incorrect.
And then you piece them together, right? The problem is the distances between the oceans, right? That's where you guys do the stitching. That's why it's very hard.
No. All those maps are projections of the globe.
Between the Pacific
thing
is... No,
those are all projections of the globe. Those are all projections.
I'll post some of them.
Every single one of those is a projection of the globe. If you look in the corner, it will tell you what projection of the globe it is.
Yeah, you know what? I grant you your lack of ability not to make a map. Just do some kind of representation of a flat Earth that you think that will answer even any question, just like the path of the moon and the sun for 24 hours.
I already told you
without
that? Dude, you had to completely leave the sun and the stars out of this. That's the problem. You guys always want to invoke angles to the stars.
Why?
Can only make one argument at a time. when they answer a different question, their two explanations become incongruous. So they just have to go topic to topic. Yeah, so right there, A, there's literally no distance scale on it at all. And B, flights from Australia to South America disprove this. So there you go. Your map doesn't work for two reasons immediately.
Yeah, this is not even
the distances between the continents is debated.
You have a
because of
whole
the
continent.
It doesn't matter about
missing.
the distance, it's the flight paths. The flight path on this model should say that if I fly from Chile to Australia, or I should go through the North Pole. It says if I go from South Africa to Australia, I should go through China. Neither of those things happen in reality. So that disproves it alone. Secondly, you have no distance scale on this at all. Two things immediately disprove this.
You don't know that, dude.
You actually lack places on this map. To be honest, like
yeah, like where's Hawaii?
Where's New Zealand?
Why, if when you place Hawaii, why would Japan attack Hawaii? Why would we have the entire Pacific theater when Japan could just attack over the North Pole?
Yeah, you can't. Nobody can go over the North Pole. It's not possible. First of all,
Incorrect.
It happens all the time.
Yeah,
I don't believe it.
You don't.
Well, that's what it jumps down to. That's what it jumps down to. I don't believe it.
Nah,
Did I hear no? Did I hear no?
I don't. Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
No, right.
Yeah, anytime
Hawaii's in Japan.
Anytime they get disproven, I don't believe it. CGI, fake. Have you been there? Just no ability to critically think, no intellectual honesty.
You can't fly over the North Pole, dude.
You can.
Can you draw a flat plane with two poles?
Show me high resolution images of the North Pole, dude. Go ahead. I want to see them right now. From space.
Just a bunch of ice.
Yeah, I can feel you globestars imagining so hard right now, like imagining that you're at the North Pole. You've never been there. You don't know what the fuck that place is at all.
There it is. You've never been there. That's just what I mentioned.
The next one.
Show me satellite photography of the North Pole.
Oh, you've never been there. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So we have to jump through a hoop so you can say no to that.
Yeah. Have you been to New Zealand, Arabic guy?
Wait a minute. So are Flurfs now also denying the North Pole? I somehow
Apparently.
think like it's going the wrong direction. I thought we had established the South Pole.
Hey, you guys just have trouble, distinguishing between when you're imagining things and when you are actually in reality.
Here's Finland Flight 74 that's flying from Tokyo to Helsinki, going basically directly over the North Pole.
And that flight path doesn't make sense on the map you just showed.
Meanwhile, Flight 28, Qantas Flight 28 is also airborne. That's the daily flight from Santiago to Sydney.
The thing is,
Hey, NASA, you're super low for me, NASA.
Well, I've got a bad mic and I can't talk very loud, so Qantas Flight 28 is also airborne.
Eventually, what did Flat Earth produce over 10 years of complaining? What do you have?
You freaking out about it every day.
Is this a product of a scientific discussion about something? Do you feel that anyone freaks out and not just for entertainment? Lion, are you rebooting?
I'm here, dog. What you want from me?
So I'm asking you, 10 years you've been talking about it. What did you all achieve as community? Most of you say
I've only
10
been in this. I've only been in this for like 5 years.
Okay, if you've been even like 2 months, what has changed? What new has happened beside copying, pasting Eric Dubé nonsense?
I don't even like Eric Dubé, dude.
Right.
Mark Sargent, Eric Dubé, those guys mean nothing to me. I was never a follower of any of them.
Right.
So why don't
Sure.
you like them? I guess that's what I'd be curious to hear.
There's a
What have
lot
you
of
got
reasons
against
why
them?
I don't
It's
like
like
them.
asking why you don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson. You guys are silly.
Yeah. Them guys are weird. First of all, Eric
They're
Dubé was
weird.
wearing a dress at one point. Dude.
No,
Like,
it is
come on.
different because
He was wearing a skirt.
If we take what you do all day, you basically repeat the scripts of the same people that taught you the same stuff. Like
Dude, the irony, the
if-
projection,
if
all you're doing is
if water is level, then flat
all
Earth.
day. You don't have your own
Okay.
arguments or experiments. You regurgitate something you learned on YouTube or in a textbook. You are the
Chill,
ultimate
fake
regurgitator.
Larper. I'm not talking to you,
They're
fake
probably
Larper.
listening. They're probably listening. But listen, I honestly don't like Eric Dubé. I don't like Mark Sargent. I don't like Oakley.
Right.
There's a
Why do
ton of
you
reasons
don't
why.
like them?
I don't want to talk about
Why
it.
do you not?
I just don't.
Right, because you have to right now, because your community wants to play them as shields or something like that, but you all were super supportive for any one of them when it was popular to be supportive. Same way as your Papa Flair Witset is back right now, and you are pretending
Yeah,
that you
Witset I
don't
like.
like
This
him.
guy, I mean,
Nah,
he's crazy. Bro.
Nah, I like Witset. Witset's my homie.
He's
Dude,
just
he hits
over
the
here.
wall.
Okay,
What do you even
so why do you suck up Witset?
Witset's my nigga.
Right, why?
Because the main reasons why I don't like those other guys is because those other guys don't believe in the Bible. Right? They don't believe in Yahuwah. Witset
doesn't believe the Bible.
Witset's a
Witset
Sabbath
has-
keeper. Yes, he
Witset
does.
has
Witset-
no clue about religion.
So that's the main reason why I like Witset. And he
That he
understands
uses
biblical
religious.
cosmology.
He uses religion in a disgraceful way to promote his ideas and to milk flat earthers. This is why you
Same
like
thing.
him.
So I know.
So
and
Lion,
another
does Trump
other guy
Trump
that
Christian?
passed away. I don't like Trump, and I don't.
You don't
consider
like
him
Trump
a-
because
an
he's not
actual
okay.
Christian. And
Fair enough.
not to be like, oh, well, what do you know what a true Christian is? A true Scotsman fallacy. No, Trump publicly has said that he doesn't have to ask for repentance. He doesn't think that he needs to ask for repentance.
So you pick your Papa Flair by ability to claim religion?
And then hold on, so you know who Rob Skiba is?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
not
the guy-
active.
The guy who
Yeah,
said that.
Rob's.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I like
guy who
Rob
passed
Skiba.
from the guy who passed from something he said didn't exist, right?
Now they stuck him with. No, we can't talk about it. Actually,
Right, because
I'm
he
not
died
even talking
from
about it.
he died from something. he said
I
didn't
don't, I
exist.
don't see the relevancy.
but the point is that Rob Skiba, I come from a biblical background, right? So the people that I followed were all biblical cosmologists. Rob Skiba, Witsit, Zen Garcia, these guys, right?
Right, but you didn't give me the answer. I asked you specifically about Witset, specifically right now. Why would you trust him as a flat earther?
The Bible says, "Trust no man." Right? He who puts his trust in man shall be cursed.
Are you
But
that
at the same
dishonest that you cannot answer? You just
I'm
said
not-
5 minutes ago. Wait. You said Witset is my homie. So I asked you a simple question. Why you call Witset your homie? And then you go
I
and
was
lex.
so much. I was so nervous what you were about to say.
Why do I already told you I like Witsit because we align. A lot of our ideas line up. I don't idolize him, It just happens that we have a lot of the same ideas.
Stupid.
What's the problem, dude? I already told you he's
Can
a
you guys
Sabbath
stop
keeper.
cutting him off, man? Like you ask him a question, he's in mid-sentence, and you guys cut him off. Why?
He's Pop-Tarting, man. He's just going around with the globe
No,
bullshit.
not you. It's mostly you know who it is mostly. I don't have to say it.
He didn't say home. He says, "It's my ginger."
I'm just listen. I'm trying to have a good conversation.
Witsit is
We're
my
always
pet.
we're always yelling in here. We're always arguing. We don't have to always be arguing, guys. We can just chill out. But no, if you want to know why, like Witsit, I already told you, because he comes from a biblical background. So when he analyzes reality, he analyzes it through a biblical lens, right? Referencing the ancients, or the prophets of old. That's why I respect Witsit, even if I don't agree with him
delusional
for
right
certain
now?
things. Call me whatever, bro. I'm being honest with you.
Witsit is etherically gish galloping based. He has no clue or relation to religion. He doesn't even claim biblical flat earth cosmology. Most
Yes,
of the
he
time,
does. Yes, he does. Dude. Clearly, you don't know Witsit. He's a Sabbath keeper, bro. He just doesn't always express it, his religion, but he does talk about his faith many times on stream.
I'm sorry, Sabbath keeper is that Christian?
Shabbat.
No,
You know what
right,
a Shabbat is.
right. So why would a fake Christian, a true Christian would keep the Jewish traditions?
It's not exclusive. It's not exclusive to the Jews. It's for all of Israel.
Are you high? Do you listen to yourself when you talk?
Agent, it's not my fault that you're a secular Jew. It's not my fault, bro. Now I have to teach you the Bible, the Torah, the Tanakh. Unbelievable.
No, you piece of shit. I can teach you Torah. But this is not the point. The point is you keep
Don't
changing
start that,
the,
and then if
the
I mute
story.
you or time you out, you start complaining.
You're like a George Soros, bro. You're only...
Wait a second. Something happened here. He was talking in the middle of my sentence. Why the hell? I didn't do shit.
It's all right.
I'm
it's
talking
okay,
to,
dude. Relax.
to,
Why
to
don't
Lion.
you realize how
No,
dumb
the call the piece of shit stuff, like that's not necessary, man. Let's not do that. On both sides, on both sides.
I can't take him serious because of his accent. If it was from anybody else, I'd probably get pissed off. But his accent just makes me laugh, dude.
Also, again, I'm talking about Witsit pretending to be Christian, when he needs the followers, and pretending, I don't know, follow Torah now for some reason. Don't you find it kind of two-faced, double standard, very weird?
No,
for a guy that beats his wife.
I get that. So me and a few others in the community, we're Torah observant, including Witsit, right? It doesn't mean that he's perfect, right? Clearly, we all have character flaws, including myself. Does that mean that I don't observe the Torah? No, I try to stick to the Torah. I really do, and so does Witsit. Yes, he has a stained past. You can bring up his past against him, but that's why scripturally there's something known as repentance, teshuvah. What's teshuvah? What's teshuvah?
Teshuvah, isn't that repentance?
Well, no.
Teshuvah, yeah, he's Hebrew, he knows. What's teshuvah?
לחזור בתשובה. It's when you go out of process of being secular to religious.
No, that's not what it means in the classical Hebrew. Teshuvah means it means to turn away.
I don't know what you mean. No.
It does. It can mean to move, to turn away from secular living, right? To change your ways, right? To teshuvah. So when you commit a sin, a transgression against the Creator, right? You repent as you turn away from that behavior.
No, dude, you're very confused. לחזור בתשובה is not that. It is simply deciding that right now you as an existing Jew decide to keep all the mitzvah and so on, and to be like real religious Jew. That's what it means. And you have a question when you leave the religion. This is all it means. The process from moving away and going back to religion. But I also think it doesn't apply
It's not religion.
as shit.
It's not religion.
It
But
is.
anyways, I don't even
It
want to get
is.
into that. The point is turning away, dude. Turning away from your previous behavior, your past behavior.
Okay,
And doing what is right.
Again, if you're asking a Jew that understands what happens in the Torah and what it means, the process you describe has nothing to do with it, has nothing to do with Witzet. And if you're claiming that he's someone that's repenting for his actions and trying to correct course, he's not.
How do you know that?
Because when you correct course, the first thing you do, it's like the same thing with if you like the AA meetings and stuff. The first thing you do the 12 steps, and the first thing you do, you apologize for the stuff that you did wrong. You may want to apologize for grifting. You may want to apologize for lying to people.
So
Not
you,
where
you
he
think
goes.
that Witzet, you think Witzet,
He is doubling down on scamming with different scams and keep on lying every way that he can.
all right, hold on, agent. So you're accusing Witzet of scamming people, of being a grifter. So you think that he should apologize to who? Apologize to the community for being a grifter? You think he really does? You don't think he's a true flat earther?
Let's say like that. Dave Weiss has doxed the whole flat earth community. Did you hear his apology? No. Did you hear Austin apology for promoting his app and shilling people to his summits and so on with a map that is a clear lie that they all knew about, including Jaren? Did you hear apology, at least? I'm not even saying return the money from the summits and the other scams. Just apologize. Be a human being. Did you hear some of them apologizing for doxing private information?
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. I know the only one that really apologized was Jaren, because he felt like he was leading people astray, right, regarding cosmology. And if you really change his mind, right, that means that he wasn't grifting before. Why would Witzet be grifting if he really believes in the flat Earth model?
Right. So grifting is a flex definition. Okay, you can grift in different ways. For example, Witzet had a company for selling energy drink bottles with price highly margined for his brand with shit products. I call this a grift. This is one action.
I don't even care about that.
But you should. Those are parts of your body, your homie.
There's nothing wrong. No, that's free market capitalism, dude. He can charge whatever the hell he wants, dude. If you feel like it's unfair, if you hold on, agent. If you feel like his price is unfair, then don't buy it. Go to somebody else. Why is that unrighteous?
Okay. You don't understand the point. Okay, let's agree to disagree about what grifting means and when it's legit or not. Okay, but again, if you were involved with the EE map and Dave's app, you are not clean. You scammed people by definition of the law, you exposed people's information, you're not clean. You're a criminal. Of course, beside the many times that he got arrested for being a criminal. I wouldn't call this guy a homie.
Listen, I don't care that Witsit got a rap sheet. I got a lot of friends with rap sheets, right? I got stuff on my record.
Many flat earthers are you know what. And it makes sense.
Ex-convicts? Nah, dude, that's not true.
The same way that you love talking about you doing drugs. And I heard so many times on Awakenings all the types of drugs that they did. It explains a lot.
Come on, man. At this point, all you're doing is slandering people. You're gossiping.
No, beside Witsit, I didn't mention any name. Also, in order for it to be a slander, it must not be any information you can find on any available source, which is called OSIN. And OSIN is legit information that you can talk about because it wasn't doxed or exposed by someone. It was officially out there. So it's not a rumor. I'm not giving names of flat earthers that did drugs. I'm specifically, when I talked about Witsit, I again gave his own actions, okay, which are available for everyone to find and see, even without a video about them. And therefore, it's not considered slander.
Okay, well, you know, one of the biggest Globers recently got caught in a honeypot sting with a 15-year-old girl, dude. You know that? You know Ozian?
So what?
Modern day debate?
So what?
I'm just saying.
So that means you got a bunch of
why don't you talk about him? Why don't you talk about
Einstein?
We don't.
Hold on.
We don't support that kind of crap. He did his own thing.
Einstein locked his cousin in his basement and was raping her, and then had some other fucking weird shit going on and killed some people. Let's see who else. Benjamin Franklin had a whole bunch, about 17 dead bodies in his basement, or buried under his house. About 3 dead bodies in his motherfucking fireplace. Weirdos. And then he sent his son out to get electrocuted instead of using a light bulb. What a fucking retard. Hey, son, go die.
Okay, I agree.
Don't use the light bulb. We got some really cool Globers, electric chair makers.
But dude, I was talking to Lion only about his personal experience with his personal friend. It wasn't
about the fucking gay Globers that like to rape their cousins.
Okay, I don't want to talk about what you do in your personal time.
We don't want to talk about you and your
Please stop sharing what you do on your personal time.
Agent, the reason I brought that up is because it's not fair to the community, whether it's on the globe side or the flat earth side, that you're going to choose a couple bad apples and then you're going to blanket label all flat earthers as ex-convicts, drug addicts. It's basically what you're doing.
Did I say... Okay, so let's clarify. I am sorry. I said many of the big ones that are active ones could have been found with a rep sheet, okay? To clarify. And again, I was talking about your opinion because I got my impressions for Witsit and I wanted to understand how could someone still value him after all the information that was exposed. And I understood it doesn't matter because as long as you support Flat Earth, you're okay. Right?
No. It's not at all.
Okay, so explain better.
So clearly, Witsit's rap sheet was exposed, right, on the internet. It was shared on the internet. All his arrests in the past 20 years. Are you now going to pull up his past and throw it in his face, especially after he came into the faith, he became a flat earther, and granted, even after he became a flat earther, there's some incidences with his wife. Okay, people have domestic disputes all the time, dude. Why are you gonna throw it in his face and act like he's less than human?
Yeah, why are
Okay,
you
so
going to spit on his face? Agent, why are you going to spit on his face like that?
wait,
I know. Why are you gonna spit on? Why are you gonna spit on
I
his
don't want to
face?
see
Just
it on
because you
his
spit on her
face.
face?
Wait, Lion. Let's separate it to two different fields. One field in which he debates flat Earth, and from the moment he began, it was lousy and funny and idiotic. And the other one, the scams that he made from flat Earth and digressed and evolved a lot in this here that I was asking you about that makes even his best followers to think twice should they give him money. Is he really researching flat Earth or representing it in a good way? This is what I'm talking about. Don't even care about his flat Earth side right now.
I don't know. I think you're being a little bit ridiculous. You're accusing Witsit of being this immoral character because he's selling electrolytes on his website, dude. Who cares, bro? He's got some powder mix, and you think it's overpriced. So now Witsit's this immoral character that's grifting the flat Earth community, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Okay, I'm
That's
accusing
retarded.
Witsit. I'm accusing Witsit for lying every month on coffee that he is going to go bankrupt. Please give me money. Please buy me equipment. Please buy me that, buy me this. And then he does nada. He does nothing. He shits on flat earthers. He doesn't give a fuck about his own community. This is what I'm blaming him. If he was indeed a flat earther, you would actually see something that is related to flat earth and not just baseless lies to make money from the side. This is what I want him to apologize for stealing money for things that he never did.
Whatever, man. Why are we talking about Witsit? Are we talking about something else, dude?
Okay, for that example, okay, let's say not just Witsit, any big flat earth. Okay, why after the final experiment that you have all the evidence that the EA map is falsified by your own people, why would you continue to be a flat earther? You have no single evidence that you can stand on when it comes to flat earth. It was debunked, and let me finish, during those 10 years. You have, for each topic, you can Google 20 videos on YouTube explaining every topic. You have ChatGPT. You have whatever the fuck you want just to learn and to understand any topic. Even if you don't understand any topic, you have great people like PhD Tony explaining you, Shubil explaining every day how to do surveying, how to collect data. You have Doofus explaining you about space. You have endless people giving you the time and talking to you nicely, and still, why would you be a flat earther?
I don't expect you to understand, dude. You're never gonna understand my position. It's futile for me to try to express why I'm still a flat earther.
Which is fine, but now that you heard my opinion, you maybe understand better my approach.
I get it, but even before Witsit ever went to Antarctica, I never denied the 24-hour sun being a possibility. Because there are things beyond our peripheral understanding of the working of the luminaries, the working of the heavenly bodies. That's beyond me. I will never understand. Till the day I die, I will never get clarity on that. And I'm content with that. I don't need a replacement model. It's fine, dude. I can sleep fine at night, not knowing how the sun works in the south. It's fine, dude.
But I see you fighting over different types of information when it regards to physics or the globe on the server every day. So I'm asking myself, you could have learned you could have checked it. I'm sure everyone would be happy to help you with this information, and still something prevents you. I know that I wouldn't understand. I know that other people wouldn't understand, but it's still interesting to talk sometimes meta about stuff to understand. And that's it, because I think if you're inside the discussion, you should have take few years and try to understand. Did I say years? I mean like few days. Just sit and hear your own conversations and try to understand why we say the things that we say. Maybe you will understand and learn something more. I know that you don't care about the shit.
I don't like doing that.
He just admitted he doesn't want to learn and he doesn't care about the facts. He's totally fine not understanding why his beliefs are self-contradictory. So at that point, there's no point continuing, right?
That's not what I meant. I'm saying I don't like reviewing the audio in the server or any server for that matter. I don't go back and listen to how I sounded. I'm not that much of an, egomaniac to analyze my speech constantly.
But you did say you're fine not knowing how the sun works in the southern hemisphere, despite the fact that the globe model perfectly explains it. So you did say that you were completely unconcerned with the truth. You're completely unconcerned with learning. So that's fine. You want to be willfully ignorant, that's your prerogative. But there's no point in engaging with you.
Well,
that's
the
not
issue,
the case.
Yeah, but the issue is whether or not his, he can withdraw from the subject. Yeah, it's fine. It works with his lifestyle or, his being in general. But to deny others have figured these things out and these things are useful in our economy, things you benefit from, and I still see so much pushback that the things they don't know or understand, they deny anybody understands.
Yeah, I don't believe that there's a probe, the Voyager past Pluto, across the solar system. I don't believe any of that. I'm sorry that
Exactly
you do.
my point. Exactly my point. You deny just because you don't understand it, you deny that it can be understood or accomplished. You hate human accomplishment. Just come out and say, when humans do things that are fantastic, you hate it.
It's not that. Not really, no. You're not measuring curvature. Can you please do that? The first step one, curvature, please.
Yes,
before we go to space. Before we go
Wait.
Yes.
I yield the
Wait,
mic.
Jin.
I yield the mic to
please.
Jin.
Jin,
Yeah.
did you heard my conversation with Lion? Did you hear the point? It wasn't about what you're talking about.
Well, it sounds like it sounded as if he was having a go at Lion for not accepting the 24-hour sun or something. Maybe I got the wrong end of the stick.
Right. So would you allow me to ask you some meta questions? Not about
Simple question. Well, go ahead. Let's see what you got. Go ahead.
Yeah. You're sitting in this community, other communities, and every day you get an explanations for different types of phenomena, effects, and why would you never consider to double check yourself? Maybe you're wrong. We are all people. Maybe the other guy is trying to tell me something smart, and I don't understand it.
Well, I'm surprised that you haven't heard me tell you how many times we've gone out to check. Remember, I'm 63 years of age. Number one, that brings a lot of experience you don't seem to have, but I've got that. Okay, I've lived a very good life so far, traveled the whole world, and I believed, and I use the word strongly here, believed in the globe for 48 years. I even tried to buy some T-shirts to have on my chest, T-shirt, because I was in love with the blue marble, but I wasn't able to find that. Wasn't able to find the T-shirts at all. Okay, never mind. That was back in 1988, years ago. So since 2015, I have quadruple checked. Okay, there is no globe, mate. Okay, we cannot go to space. Vaccines are dangerous, etc., etc., etc. So no, I'm not wrong.
You haven't
Thank
looked
you.
hard enough, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about the internet connection. Apologize for that. But that's the answer to your question. I've double checked and I'm not wrong. Thanks.
Right. So when people tell you I use this knowledge all the time in my work, in I don't know, my trips when I navigate, doesn't it make you feel like you don't understand something? Maybe.
No, not at all. I started traveling on the sea, on the oceans, 1970, as a small boy going to Nigeria with my family. So no. We know about ships and oceans. We are not wrong there. And remember, to use a sextant or to do any navigation to get your elevation angles, you're going to need a horizontal flat Earth to do that. So that's what we're saying. What about the aeroplane that's flying for hours and hours and hours? And then when we look at the in-flight telemetry data, and in what we're looking for here is the pitch angle of the aircraft, the attitude shows that the aeroplane is flying horizontal and straight. That's in line with my senses. My senses are saying that, and this piece of technology is proving my my point and supporting my senses. So again, you are not listening to us. That's your problem. You haven't even gone out yourself to prove that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared. For have you done so, you would have been telling us how you did that so we could replicate it. And then I'd like to see you do it again, real time. So that's why I say curvature.
So we have those measurements, Jen. I mean, I don't know why you think people haven't done this. It's been done all the time. People have been trying to explain to you how that's done since forever.
I have been asking for the last 10 years for the Globers to put themselves in their videos and show us, demonstrate to us how they themselves measured the curvature of the Earth. Every single globe is in this server.
Jesse Path of Light has done that a whole bunch, and you just don't believe it.
We want to see the videos. Let's see the videos.
You can go to his video. You can go to his site, and you can watch all those videos, but you won't do it.
I want to see him do that. I want him to come to this server and bring it to me. Bring it to me, man. Bring it. Bring it to me so we can see him in real time, in nature, actually measuring curvature. So that the children who I represent, the 8-year-olds of the world, can replicate that. Okay? And actually photograph the curvature and enjoy it and jump up for glee, that they can see the curvature of the Earth because they've measured it. They can see, here's a photograph.
So I just want to make sure I understand this. You've been given everything that you're asking for.
No, I have not.
All been done for you. And what you're saying is now that I'm confronted with that, which I have been confronted with every day for the past 10 years, I just say, well, now give it to me now, even though you've been given this.
No, I haven't. I haven't been confronted with anything but nonsense and buffoonery. That's all we've got here. You don't have the proof, okay? And like I said, we, the flat earthers, have gone out there to confirm whether or not the Earth is curving, and it's not. Extended horizontality, long distance observations. Yeah, we don't go upside down. On your model, we do not go upside down when we fly. That means your model doesn't exist. Your model is a fantasy.
Jen, when we had that talk, and I explained to you, you were forced to concede that.
You're lying again now.
Hey, hold on a second.
You're lying.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So you grudgingly conceded. Yeah,
I didn't concede anything.
Yeah, yes, you did. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't concede anything.
I asked you.
I didn't concede anything.
Oh, come on, Jen. Are you just going to overtalk me?
Well, you keep lying. If you're going to keep lying,
I'm not remotely lying to you,
Listen to the English language.
You know that what I'm telling you is true. So Jen, well, okay, I guess we're just going to do it this way, okay.
I did not concede.
Right, yeah. So Jen, I want you to listen to this because you need to hear this. When we met and we talked, we can do it again. I asked you,
I need to do it again.
I asked you to tell me if somebody's flying around Antarctica which direction will gravity be pulling the pilot's feet? And you were like,
right. And I said, what did I say? What did I say, Omnibus? What did I say, Omnibus? Word for word,
It's been a long time. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a moderator in here.
You want me to,
I'm pretty
you
sure
want me
there's
to
a
repeat the
moderator
word
in
for
here who
word?
can
You
moderate.
want me to repeat word for word what I said?
Okay. Well, then
you want me to repeat word for word
moderation.
what I
I'll
said?
just keep talking. When we did this, what happened was Jen at first said that, well, if I do a small loop-de-loop, I will go upside down. But if I do a big loop-de-loop, how can I not go upside down all the way around the Earth? And we pointed out that in this model, the gravity pulls towards the center of the Earth. And so I asked him, so if I'm flying around the Earth, when I fly around Antarctica or Australia, which way will my feet be being pulled? And he was like, very softly, towards the bottom of the airplane. And I was like,
that you're lying now.
Ladies
and gentlemen, would I say that softly? Ladies and gentlemen, does that sound like
explaining to you,
does that sound like
and to the ladies and gentlemen,
please,
esteemed ladies and
gentlemen
gentlemen,
in this circle. Does that sound like me?
It was amazing. I wish we had clipped it, but yes, it did sound like you. It was you. So what happened was he was like, well, but that's clearly not true, even though it's the model, and I'm going to keep saying that the model doesn't say the work that way. Essentially, I'm going to keep straw manning the model because I can't admit that the model doesn't work the way my straw man of it, behaves. So I'm just going to keep saying this nonsense. I know it's nonsense, but I'm not going to stop saying it because it's my, holy war, whatever he thinks is going on. So yeah, I mean, Jen knows better. He just
let me explain it. Let me explain what I said. I said word for word is what I said to you is this. Yes, in your model that doesn't exist, I said that your feet will be pulled towards the center of the Earth on your model, but I don't accept that. Those were my words. I will never accept that. Did I not say?
Well, I know you will not accept. You will not accept the globe. Yes, I agree with you. You won't accept the globe. It doesn't matter
I don't accept it
or anything.
Can I tell you why I don't accept it though? Because your model
doesn't why you don't accept it.
It goes against natural nature. It goes against.
You don't know what natural. You don't know what natural law is, Jen.
Omnivore. I know your model. I don't accept it. That's what I said. Okay. I'll never accept it, is what I said. Never will I accept it.
Right. So what you will do instead,
CBR1, doesn't it? Thank you.
Instead of being intellectually honest,
me, Omnivore.
Instead of being intellectually honest, you will straw man the model. You will claim the model says things that you know better. You know it does not say those things.
Look,
so you will have
your model doesn't exist, Omnivore.
Because it's the only way that you can get.
Why do I accept it? I'm never going to accept something that doesn't.
You don't need to accept it. You just need to not straw man it.
I'm going to do it every single time because that's
right. You're going to straw man the model every time, right? Because you're intellectually dishonest. Yes, that's
no, it's
that
not.
is exactly
it's
my
not
point.
Your model doesn't exist.
Thank
that's the honest position, right?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you think the model doesn't exist means? What do you think that means?
A model should be something that is scaled. One type of model is a model on the catwalk, right?
No,
that's one type of model.
No,
now let me finish, please. Can I not finish? Then another model is a model of a plan of a city, hasn't been built yet, but here's a scaled down model of what we think it's going to look like. That's the model of the city.
So just so you understand,
can you let me finish, please?
Well, I want to let you know.
Another model is a replica of something that exists.
Before you go on that
model is a model that exists in reality.
Before you go on that list stupidly,
airplanes, ships, cars.
I want to make sure that you know that the way that you're talking about models, when you say the model doesn't exist, that is just because you are ignorant about what we mean by models. We don't mean a scale model. We're talking about the predictive models, the mathematical and physical equations that make up our understanding of how, for example, we will see. Yeah. Oh well, I don't know, man. It turns out that we predict a 24-hour sun in the south, and
no, you're not predicting anything.
That's what was reported being seen. I know.
Our sun on your.
Hold on, Jen.
And on the flat Earth, we do not experience
Jane, I know it's a terrible thing to be confronted with the fact that the globe can make predictions and you can't. If it were me, I guess I probably would be feeling a little inferior.
Unfortunately, no measurable curvature, no antipodal during flight, no rotation, second law of thermodynamics violation.
Second law of thermodynamics
your whole Earth does not exist at all. So there's no way I'm going to
Omni, can I for a second?
I'm about to go back after this garbage. So
no, Omni, don't leave yet.
Just so you know, Jen, your understanding of the law of second dynamics could fit in a thimble.
Second law of thermodynamics.
Over for the thumb.
Thermodynamics.
Jen, chill out.
Right. I'm chilled, Lion. I'm chilled.
All
I'm
right,
just responding to the lies, man.
But I wouldn't mind.
Chill out, bro.
Chill out.
You've heard it from the Jin's mouth. You've heard it from the Jin's mouth.
Okay, we're flat earthers,
never
but just keep
accept
quiet,
the model
okay?
because it doesn't exist. Okay, that's what I said to Omnivore. I understand
Okay, you
your
just
model,
say your words.
but I
Okay,
don't
that's your
accept-
position.
Yeah,
Okay, that's it. That's enough.
Thank you. As long as you understand that. It was a good question anyway.
But Chin,
not Jen. Omni, hold
we
on.
know you.
Yeah, I'm
Hold
glad
on.
you know.
Omni's about to dip because he can't stand this conversation. Everybody just
Well, if
audio
he wants
chaos.
to go, he wants to go. I'm being
But
honest.
I had a question for Omni. I had a question.
Well, I had a question for Jen.
Yeah, go ahead. Gets the question. Go ahead. Omnivore first. Go ahead.
Okay.
Omni, you still there?
Yeah.
Hold on, Omni. Because we were talking about the Voyager. Voyager 2. I'm curious. How far is Pluto in your model? Because I don't remember. I heard it was like billions of miles away.
It's probably billions of miles. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
How many billion miles away is Pluto?
Okay, hold on. It depends on at what time because of the way the orbits are irregular.
Yeah.
Well, give me an average.
Okay.
Apogee.
Because I do have questions. I'm curious how this is possible.
3.216 billion miles.
Damn.
3 billion miles.
Yeah, depending on the perigee and apogee.
So it's around 3 billion miles away. You were able to send probes past Pluto somehow, right?
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, how many attempts did it take NASA to achieve gravitational assist? Was it their first attempt? Was it their second attempt?
You mean the slingshot around the
supposed slingshot,
moon?
by the way. Supposed.
Whether it's the moon or Jupiter or Saturn or Venus.
Yeah, right. Okay. So I don't think it took many. I don't think it took that many. But let me explain because this is also a pain point for Jen. Maybe not for Jim, more for like quantum eraser, it would hurt him. So it turns out that they use Newtonian mechanics, and Newtonian mechanics are extremely reliable. When you work out a Newtonian interaction, it is extremely predictable. So as far as I know, it only took one because these things are super predictable.
That's what from my understanding. Yeah. So their first attempt trying gravitational assist was in 1973. Apparently there was a probe. It didn't go as far as Pluto. That didn't happen until like a decade later or something like that. But you had it's called the Maritime 10 or something like that. Or I don't know if I'm even pronouncing it correct. You know what I'm talking about? So that was
I think
that was the first time they've ever tried gravitational assist, and they were successful their first attempt.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
That's not that's not unbelievable. It's not incredible. And like I said, the reason for that is because they're using the naughty Newtonian mechanics that are supposed to have been debunked but are not, and it makes computing those sorts of things. I mean, sure, it's a bit complicated. Like if you sat down to do it, it would take. It would take me a while. I would have to brush up to work that out. But it turns out that it's not that big of an ask. So no.
Really now. Okay.
We're talking about billions of dollars. We're talking about billions of dollars.
So maybe I might have to revise that in terms of you being able to do whatever. But
call me incredulous. I don't care. I find it very hard to believe that they could achieve such a goal like gravitational assist, their first attempt, right? But beyond that, I'm wondering how the hell are you guys getting transmissions from Voyager or these probes that happen to be across the solar system? What's the physics there? What's the science there? I haven't bothered looking it up. I'm just curious if anybody in here knows.
Wonderful engineering and smart people.
So the transmissions involved.
Wait. So you want answers for something you never bothered to check even by far, just because you want to?
I want to hear from one of you guys. Like I could easily ask
Why?
Google or Grok or ChatGPT, but I want to hear it from one of you guys.
Well, I'll
Why
give you a
do you
heads up there. It works on the principle of a very, very distant, very, very small, weak signal and a whopping great, highly powerful receiver.
All right.
And a huge delay, by the way, as well. Send a message out, message coming back. The delay is getting longer and longer and longer.
Yeah. Yes. At these distances, it takes a long time to get those messages back.
It's about 20 hours
Reach
one
out.
way. So when they send a command and then expect a response, it's close to 40 hours or 42 hours to get a response.
And you know, Lion, why they know it? Out of their unrelevant knowledge, because they did some base courses like physics to understand how things work. And you can do that also to make assumptions about the world. You know, this is a magical thing.
So when did they stop receiving signals from Voyager 2? Or have they stopped receiving signals from Voyager 2?
God damn it.
No, Voyager 2 is still active.
It's still active, and it's already past Pluto, right? It's beyond our solar system.
The Voyager 1 and 2 are both still responding to commands and sending data, and they're out past the heliopause. Yes.
Holy shit.
Okay, that's a you problem.
Yeah, saying holy shit and it doesn't make sense, it's just incredulity, you understand that, right?
Fine, dude, fine.
In both cases,
I have a question. I want to know, what is it that you find so unbelievable about that?
Just the scales, the distances that we're talking about. It's just, to me, that is mind-boggling. It's unfathomable.
You fear big numbers?
Big numbers are scary, aren't they? Ooh,
But that's
No,
what you get when you do
especially
engineering.
Yeah, but we're talking about in the
That's-
1970s, right? This thing's been up there since the 1970s, dog.
Ooh, scary big numbers.
Do you
Well,
understand?
wait, let me hold on a second. Let me point something out about this. So they didn't. It's not like it has a rocket that has to burn all of the time while it's going for billions of miles. Once it starts going, unless acted upon by another force, remember Newton, it will keep going. Okay, so this thing, once you fire it out there, it's gonna go until it hits something, which is very unlikely, or until it, until it.
What about the battery?
Gravitational well, it'll just continue forever. It's not like a car running down the road.
What about the battery?
With no maintenance, though. No.
Yes.
Like if even with the off gassing.
Right. Yes. With no maintenance, it doesn't need maintenance. It doesn't. The battery will eventually die. I presume.
There's
but I
a
don't
generator.
know.
It's like a nuclear reactor.
Yeah, radioisotope thermogenerator. Yeah. So
Right.
it is expiring. It is expiring. But in another couple of years, it will be dark.
Yeah, and at various points along its journey, they've switched off sensors and measuring equipment that frankly are just a waste of power now. It's doing very, very few measurements going forward.
Hey, Lion, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 in concave Earth is right outside the celestial sphere, but not in it.
Wow.
It would require a lot of energy if it once emits a signal from that distance. Come on. It's not like, you need to lower, like, even if you shut down a lot of subsystems and if you just leave the transmission system on, you would still need a lot of power to shoot that fucking signal all the way to the Earth. Come on.
No, you
and
wouldn't.
this shit has
No, you
been up there for 60 years. So you're telling us that for in 60 years, hold on. Now, this is what doesn't make sense for us based on our common sense. We're talking about the technology that goes back to 60 years ago. Okay, we're not talking about today. So our battery in our phones are way more advanced than those batteries up there.
No, they're not.
And we know that after 1 year, we know that it's
They're
batteries
not
have
batteries.
cycles.
They're not batteries.
It's not a battery up there.
Even if I know it's a radioisotope material that it will create some energy. And that would last more than a normal battery. I do understand that, but still doesn't mean that still after 60 years, 65 years, without any maintenance, and without like crashing to any meteors, any like the asteroid, like going just directly. These are the things that it doesn't make sense when you just add them up. It's not only about one thing. You can just probably explain some of the things here. Like we're using this technology, it's the radioisotope technology. But if you just gather all the things, like the thermal fatigue that this spacecraft will go through it. Come on. Like, you know how much the temperature will fluctuate.
Are you going to stop talking? Are you going to stop talking and have a conversation about it?
No, just giving you all these tips.
All right.
Yeah, you got to
Let's choose one and we'll discuss it. We'll work our way through them.
Oh, it's 1,000. I can just name till morning. Okay, which one you guys want to step into it?
Well, let's go for it.
Go
for the power then. Go for the power in the system. What's the power? I mean, you were comparing it to you were comparing it to a domestic mobile phone battery. Now, I think we both realise that that's pretty not a useful analogy, is it? It's like comparing it to a cheese grater in that respect. So let's talk about what they've actually got on there, what they propose. Let's supposing it doesn't actually happen. Let's talk about what they're saying they had on V1 and V2. What do they have?
It's a radioisotope, the thermal electric generator. It's the heat of radioactive decay, and that go through a coupler, a thermocouple, creates voltage.
Okay, so have you got any examples of that? We could, on Earth, if they made them on Earth for any practical use at all.
I don't know because because you only bother with that in situations where you need that.
Right.
My phone has a nuclear battery like that, but it's a special Department of Anti-Flat Earth device, so we don't generally let that out.
Yeah,
we only get those in NASA
against David
right?
Weiss.
Okay, but
did you get your phone from NASA?
Can we ascertain whether it was technically feasible in early 1973 or 1972 or 1971? Would that be technically feasible?
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously.
How can we determine that?
Well, so you can look at.
Historically, those devices existed in testing phase for years before it was made worthy for flight. So they had a very good track record in the multiple years leading up to it. And yeah, those generators have been used by Russia as well.
Okay. So what is the expected lifetime of those things launched? In terms of power.
Exactly.
Power.
The half-life is like 50 years. So and they had a power margin where it was generating more power than they needed. And so as the radioactive decay, it's putting out less heat, and then they turn off things like heaters and cameras because there's nothing to photograph, and reaction wheels because there's nothing, the reaction wheels take up too much power. They had a data tape drive. They've turned that off. They now just use the onboard transistor memory. And yeah, they're just down to a couple of things like a magnetometer and a particle detector and the radio and a guidance camera so they can stay focused. And they do have their the reaction. They did test their reaction thrusters. They still work. They still have fuel.
Okay, so from the perspective of Earth, just as a matter of interest, I don't know if anybody knows, but obviously from the perspective of Earth, it's going to effectively be on one sort of like great circle. It's sub Voyager point, so to speak. Yeah, is it in the southern hemisphere or a mixture of the both?
I have no idea where it is relative to the orbital disk of the solar system. I think it went off on an oblique. I think Voyager 2 did.
Right.
No, Voyager 2 didn't. It's not out there due to the outgassing phenomena. It would have died the year it was put into space. If it was put, you can't even put it into space. What you mentioned is a nice fantasy story.
What do you think, Jim? What do you think the increasingly weaker and increasingly delayed signal is coming from?
There is no signal coming from. That's what.
Oh, okay.
We are
How do
being
you explain
lied
that? All right. So let's.
How did we not figure that out?
I have a question. How do you know outgassing ever happens at all?
How do you know that your Voyager is actually there at all? How do you know that?
So I know that it's
How do you
there
know that?
because I know that it's there. I know it's there because I have seen the evidence. So I know that.
Oh.
You can't just say
there.
Hold on, hang on. You can't just say I think it. I'm saying I know it, and lo and behold, by the ethos of Jen, we now have to all agree that this is held to be true. But I want to ask you, how do you know outgassing even happens at all?
As far as I'm concerned, how do we know that what you gave me as an answer?
So you want to answer? You want to answer me? You want to answer?
I'm going to answer it for you. I've witnessed with my own eyeballs. I've witnessed here on Earth in Earth's atmos outgassing. I've witnessed it here, but I've also seen it.
Where did you witness?
We're living it. I live through it. I live through it. I'll give you an example. Of outgassing, ladies and gentlemen. I have my old mobile phone, the iPhone 4. I bought a case for it in 2010. Right now, the rubber of that case has broken up. That's outgassing, slowed down dramatically because of atmos.
How do you know? How do you know that?
You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me because I'm trying to explain. Please don't interrupt. Yeah, there's more to come. Listen. So just listen. Listen, please. Okay. So there's a case of outgassing. When your rubber starts to break down over years, that's outgassing actually. But now you put this rubber, if you were to subject this rubber into where the Himawari is, let's say, 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum, that rubber would accelerate its destruction. Okay, it would deteriorate much faster. And I've seen 10 to the minus 6 torr vacuum with small film canisters smoking, gassing off here on Earth in a laboratory at MIT. Okay.
You've not seen that though, have you? You've not seen that yourself.
I haven't seen it in person. We watched the scientists and the students do the Apollo detective.
So you believe a story. I got it.
It's not a story, is it? It's an experiment.
It's a story you like.
It's an experiment that can be conducted. Look, you can get yourself a small vacuum chamber for yourself, evacuate the air and put your mobile phone in there, and before 24 hours, the battery will explode. That's due to outgassing, and that's 10 to the minus 1 torr vacuum. Okay?
Have you done this?
So that's how we know.
Have you done it? You haven't done it. You haven't tested it. You just believe it.
That's fine. That's fine. The point is, it's not possible for your satellites Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 to be in space. We can't do that in the first place. And if it were to go there, the environment as it's been described by the so-called experts wouldn't allow for that thing to be there. Okay, outgassing phenomena.
We do know
exactly.
Jen, we do know that massive decompression to a vacuum for a conventional battery is not a problem usually, because the avionics industry doesn't seem to mind us all carrying phones up near the Kármán line.
They don't go up there. That's the thing. That's a begging the question. And in actuality, a mobile phone placed into a 10 to the minus 1 vacuum. That's a very soft vacuum, according to the experts. I call it a weak vacuum. Okay, but anyway,
what sort of batteries do you think we have on jet fighters and those for the electronics, or on aviation backup systems? What sort of batteries have they got?
Not strong enough or not robust enough to withstand God's natural vacuums that are out there in space. If you could go
God's natural vacuums,
yeah,
of course.
Why hasn't our battery outgassed yet? So I think this is the case. I think it's very obvious for anyone who's paying attention that, what's happening here is that Jen likes the concept of outgassing, so it passes his confirmation bias test, and he doesn't like, the concept of Voyager. So, of course, he has to deny that such a thing could ever exist.
I actually know it cannot exist. I've actually got charts at and these charts lay out at what temperatures outgassing phenomena happens with certain materials that are man-made, and all man-made materials are outgassing. They're outgassing as we speak now. Okay, albeit completely dramatically slowed down because we have air around us. We have the atmosphere. But when you remove that air, is accelerated dramatically. Magnitudes of hundreds of thousands of times faster.
Right. One of the problems, sorry, Jen, is 1 minute. One of the other problems that you guys have that you cannot explain things on your spacecraft is that, when the heat will be made inside the inside the spacecraft because of the electronic circuits, a lot of, stuff is in there. The battery will cause a heat. The CPU will cause a heat. You got a lot of heat basically, and you would need to cool it down. So,
Thank you very much, sir.
Exactly. So basically, you guys cannot explain how your spacecraft would have cooled down itself. Now, the only way that it can do is through radiation. And if you want to say that, okay, my spacecraft can stabilize its temperature to a certain point by radiating its extra heat, well, again, that would not be possible because the amount of the radiation that will be emitted from an object is very, very low compared to other waves like convection or conduction. So 99% of the time, all the cooling system that we have today in our daily life is through convection, which we would use the atmosphere to cool down our phones, from our cars, engines, airplanes, helicopters, and everything. But when you're up there, my friends, you don't have that atmosphere, and you want to dissipate that energy inside your spacecraft, that would be very, very hard. So when you guys don't talk about it, just completely just ignoring it, well, that would be a little bit suspicious. But anyway,
do you know that the ISS has got a, do you know the ISS has got a very large array of radiators on the outside to dissipate heat?
But it's in the thermosphere. It's in the thermosphere.
No, it's
traveling at Mark 23, and in the thermosphere, Mark 23 doesn't allow for any heat to be dissipated from there. That's going to acquire heat, especially if it's up there over the years.
Jen, just 1 minute. One more minute. Let me just cook it for them. So basically, and as I said, and Jen kind of said that, you got a lot of fluctuation in temperature. It's not like in Earth that the day and night would have varied about 10 degrees or 20 degrees. Just go look at your own text, your own things that you guys have studied. It would be about 300 centigrade, 400 centigrade. You got to get fluctuation. And within this fluctuation, you got something like fatigue. You got your materials would have lose their quality when this fluctuation happens a couple of times. Now, aside that thermal dissipation, you also get a lot of temperature fluctuation here that again, you would need another system to cope with that. But here's the thing. We have never seen any of these technologies in our daily life, at least in the governmental, in the military services. We don't see them.
Okay, hang on. I've just put a link to an article which describes the air conditioning system and the heat dissipation systems in the ISS.
Unfortunately, that's all fantasy.
Air conditioning system inside space. Do you understand what you said? Air conditioning? You don't have air, actually.
No.
That in the ISS.
In the ISS, there's air conditioning.
Don't get in that circus. Don't get in. Look, no. We got 10,000 satellites up there. We got hundreds of Voyagers and lots of.
You're not getting anybody talk, are you? You're just going to do this indefinitely now because you've been triggered.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Paz. Go ahead.
The article discusses the air conditioning within the ISS, which keeps the human friendly environment going, and it also discusses the ammonia refrigerant mechanism used to radiate heat through a significant array of radiators on the external side of the craft. It talks about electronically driven thermocouple cooling plates. It talks about shading the aircraft, the spacecraft as best it can from the sun emitted to mitigate radiation on the spacecraft. There's a whole lot of stuff that is discussed, and I don't hear anybody talking about any of that here.
Well, I'm going to discuss it right now for you. According to an expert in stills and actuators,
Citation.
and you know,
Citation.
This guy himself is an expert. Well, I'm going to give you. I'll post the video later on. It's from Mark Sargent when he interviews testimonies of the experts. Basically, let's title that. And you have an expert on seals, and he spoke to the ISS, saying that it would be impossible for it to be up there because the amount of times you'd have to replace seals. They're not doing that. They don't even. He highlighted this. They don't even have a workshop. Like in a submarine, they have a workshop. You're not letting me finish at all, are you? You see, let me finish now. Thanks. Now, in the submariners, when they operate the submarines, they have a workshop because seals have to be made and maintained. So they have to fabricate things. On the ISS, they don't have that. They don't have a workshop, and there's no maintenance of the seals for the doors. When they open the doors, they have to replace that every time, but they don't do that. Plus, the seals that are on the actual that are moving in that, yeah? So seals would degrade dramatically and they're not being replaced. And my esteemed colleague, their flat earth colleague, told you that. He explained it perfectly. But yet you want to say he's talking nonsense. No, it's not. He's correct.
At the end of the day, they have to send it through the radiators, even if they want to use plates and cooling system. They have to gather all the heat into the radiator plate and just radiate it out to the space. Now, here's the thing. Based on the energy conservation, the amount of the energy that a spacecraft will receive, and also there's just a lot of heat that will be made inside the spacecraft. You need to understand the electronic circuits in all the communication, stability system, attitude control system, the power system, everything is consuming energy and is causing heat within those circuits. So you need to understand that you need to not only need to just dissipate all those heat that is coming from the sun, you also have to dissipate all those energy and heat that is made inside the spacecraft. And you cannot do that by just by radiation, like with these radiator plates that they have, what you explain right now, that they have some ways that you can do that. It's impossible because the amount.
We get the point.
Hold on. This is the last word. The amount that would be received, the amount of the heat that would be received by the spacecraft would be always bigger than the amount that it can radiate out. Why?
Yeah.
Because you have internal activity.
You're still going on. You're just saying it again. The thing is, if you look in that article I posted, it talks about the heat dissipation from the cold plates and the radiators, and it also talks about the energy.
I don't care what does it talk about, bro. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, but this is the problem. Just because here's the problem. Just because something doesn't make sense, it doesn't make it false.
No, because we don't have it on the ground.
You're a grown-up.
The amount of the energy that you're gonna receive, plus
how do you know that?
Energy that will be made.
Quantify it. Quantify it. Quantify the energy it receives.
Quantify it, see.
Yeah.
See, this is the problem, isn't it? You're just saying more would arrive than leave.
I know it's going to be bigger. It's going to be way bigger than the one that
you're traveling at Mark 23. Look, you're traveling at Mark
do you know that?
23. Well, that's your 17,500 miles an hour. That's Mark 23. Do the maths. Simple
You're
enough.
just saying what you're telling us. You're asserting more energy would arrive than leave, and that's we just got to go with that, haven't we? Because you haven't got any figures, you haven't done any calculations.
Look, 5 miles a second. 5 miles.
Castro, what was the last word that you used? I missed it. What'd you call it? Thermal what?
This is word. Hold on. Okay, bro. This is the word they're gonna stuck here. Okay, so stay here. They cannot explain how they're going to dissipate all the heat inside their spacecraft.
All right, dude, hold on, bro. Okay, before you go on, before you repeat what you just said, we heard it, right? We heard it. But what was the word that you used? Was it thermal runaway? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, when it gets too hot. Thermal runaway.
Is that the word that you used, or thermal runaway? You used another word.
Well, basically,
thermal runaway. I probably use another word. I don't remember.
He hasn't got that good a short-term memory. Can we move on?
No, you hear that? You hear that?
I've never heard that argument before.
This is how they're afraid of this subject. They don't have explanation for this. I know. I've been in this shit for many years. Whenever I bring this topic of how the spacecraft will dissipate there, they don't have an answer for that because it's impossible to do.
You were given an answer.
Not there.
Even for the Earth, let me just give you this one. Even your Earth, let me just give you this one. Your Earth.
Yeah, if you just ignore the
You're-
answers, then
You're crushing. This is boring. You're just yakking continuously. No figures, no facts, no
it's been
citations,
precise.
no
Please let him
equations.
speak, please. Please let him speak.
He's
correct.
said the same
Carry on.
thing 5 times.
It's the Kazarek. Sorry, my apologies. Kazarek, still carry on making blind assertions, Kazarek. Off you go.
Yeah.
No, that's not a
Leave
blind
Casper
decision. I'm
out.
just telling you, just be logical. You got some heat that is coming from the sun. Your spacecraft will receive that, right? Through your solar panels. Some of them will turn into like electricity. Some of them will be absorbed by the body of the spacecraft, and it will cause the temperature to increases. Well, that's one part. Now, if we would have a very good system to dissipate this through some radiator plates, well, you can kind of might be able to cope with that or handle with that. But your problem here is that you would have a lot of heat things inside the aircraft. Your batteries, your electronic circuits, they will cause. Look at your phone right now. Right now, your phone is fucking hot.
Okay.
So this is just imagine how much this heat will be created. Now, I'm telling you, just do the math. Just add up
I got an idea. Why don't you do the
heat
math?
from the sun.
That's very
Add up the
sound.
heat
Very
from the sun,
sound logic
plus
there.
add it to the heat of the spacecraft. That should be equal to the heat that will be dissipated to the radiators. Now, you're saying that they're able to do that. I'm telling you, no, it's impossible because the right side of the equation is way bigger than the left side.
Thank you, Kaza. Thank you, Kaza.
For the glow grid, I want to
Excellent
ask
work.
real quick, Tony. Let me ask Tony since he's here. How efficient are radiators at dissipating heat in a vacuum?
It depends on the. They're actually quite efficient, and let me give you an example of one. So we model satellite orbits, and we can detect the acceleration. Am I going to be allowed to speak without being interrupted, or is Jin going to just?
My apologies.
I think he was just hot micing.
Okay, so and you can detect the deflection due to radiative pressure when they go into and come out of eclipse. So you can detect the pressure due to the sun, but even when the sun disappears, what happens is they are radiating heat. They are radiating energy, and that causes them to accelerate. And you can actually detect that in the data. So all of the material in the structure, for instance, the ISS, all of the metal in that will radiate heat, and it does it pretty efficiently. You actually have quite well. A lot of the heat transport inside of a mechanism is done using heat pumps, and they don't just use radiation. They use liquid, right? So they have water that will accumulate heat. That's one of the unique features of water, and then they'll pump it out so that it can radiate the heat out. So there are multiple different mechanisms for heat exchange, and they are quite efficient.
Way. No, don't deceive people here. The way that you use those cooling, hold on, you can move the heat from one part of the spacecraft to the other part using liquid, as you mentioned. We know about it. But at the end of the day, that fucking heat has to dissipate from the spacecraft. Yes, you can just spread it all around the spacecraft to just make it a little bit more stable, but eventually that heat has to hold on. That heat, the only way that heat can go out of that spacecraft. Don't mess up with people's mind with liquid and all that thing, because all those things are inside that spacecraft. Hold on. At the end of the day, you would need that fucking heat to get out of that whole spacecraft. And the only way that we have in heat transfer basically is either through conduction, convection, or radiation. Conduction is not going to happen because the spacecraft is in a fucking vacuum. Convection is not going to happen because you don't have any air. Again, your spacecraft is in a vacuum. The only way, it's the radiation. So don't say that we have multiple ways. No, you only have one way. to do that, my brother. One way.
Okay,
Thank you,
I get to respond to that. Now I get to respond to that. I get to respond to that. Don't fucking accuse me of lying, you egregious little prick. You've come up here with absolutely no mathematics and no demonstration of how you've come to your conclusion. Shut up, Jim. I'm speaking. You've come up here and you've just made a series of assertions with no verification for how they work. Yes, the only mechanism for getting the heat out of the only effective technique. You're wrong that there is no atmosphere around the ISS. There actually is. It's very thin, and you're right. Convection and conduction will not carry the burden there. So you've got to do it by radiation or by conversion of the heat into mechanical work, which you can do. But don't fucking accuse me of lying without. Shut up, you egregious little twat. Don't accuse me of lying. Don't accuse me of deceiving people. And don't fucking come up here with your half-assed bullshit that you cannot verify with any engineering calculations and any fucking quantitative analysis. You are making shit up and then claiming that it's a fact, and then you're accusing me of fucking lying. I'm not. So can it until you can demonstrate that what you claim is true. And until you can, you're fucking lying.
Demons.
All right, that's fine, dude. Why are they muted? Unmute them.
Well, the point is, Kazra, I'll ask you. The point is, you said more goes in than comes out. Yeah, but without any numbers, why would anybody be convinced of that just because you said it?
Kaza has been correcting what he stated thus far about the way.
That was a question for him.
Not speak now. I'm getting muted a lot. I'd like to speak.
Jin,
I like to be muted.
Why?
Okay,
but Jim, you wouldn't believe anything. You don't believe anything.
I would have to say what I've got to say. I'm sorry.
Go on then. Say it.
Right. Thank you. Right. Kaza has been correcting what he stated about the ISS. Remember, this thing is traveling at Mach 23. There's no inner thermosphere. Okay, there's no way it can be there anyway. Mach 23 only wants to go in a straight line. So the idea that you could have a curved trajectory at Mach 23 over a ball that doesn't exist, it would pull apart. The way those solar panels have been configured, they would have melted ages ago and they would have been totally torn off from the centrifugal forces generated from Mach 23.
Again,
but I mean,
Mach 23 is not a force, it's a velocity. Mach 23 is not a force.
It's going through a curved trajectory. So there's going to be forces.
Oh my God.
Generated
Come on, Gene.
No, curved trajectory of orbit.
23.
Okay.
But
Jim,
in orbit, we have balanced forces.
Please tell me what the magnitude of the centrifugal forces applied to the ISS are.
It's balanced. There's zero weight. It's balanced.
Zero.
It's in orbit.
It's not balanced at all. Sorry. You're traveling at Mach 23 around the Earth. The circumference of that ISS would be 26,250 miles circumference. Yeah, you're going to be, when you're going in a circle, you're generating a centrifugal force. Okay, so don't be silly.
Jim, tell me the magnitude of the centrifugal force, and tell me how you would calculate it.
Yeah, I actually tried to get a G-force calculator on my device. I wasn't able to get that yet, so I'm going to have to do it by hand. I'm going to do it later, not now. I have tried to quantify the number, but I haven't been successful yet.
Is that centrifugal force the same as gravitation? Centripetal and centripetal are balanced?
No, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking
That's exactly what we're talking about.
ISS and the equipment, the way it's been configured, that Mach 23, that velocity will destroy the ISS in itself, in its path. It's impossible.
Can you explain to me the distinction between configured and configurated?
The way it's been put together. The way the ISS has been set up, especially those solar panels.
Oh, the way it's been
do not
configured.
themselves to Mark,
Is anybody
do not lend themselves to Mark. Do not lend themselves to Mark 23 from the thermal heat that it's going to be subjected to, and then the velocity and that curved trajectory around the globe that doesn't exist. Okay.
Can I ask?
Mark 23 doesn't like curves, but carry on anyway, please.
Can I ask if anybody's brave enough to admit why they were so scared of my last ISS thermal link that they've taken rolls away?
Who was that?
What happened? I'm talking about.
Oh, I can't post now for some reason. I could 30 seconds ago. Someone's upset with me.
Well, you've done well anyway. Bringing
You can post.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
You have
but
to remember.
I'm giving it back. Please keep
punishing.
Okay. So, I mean, the thing is that when I look online, there's countless documents and countless diagrams, like this one, for example, showing all the thermal transfer and radiative and cooling systems, and it gives in a massive detail, talks about the designs, the thermal rates of all these things, the energy they consume, the dissipation mechanisms. I mean, who's here brave enough to say they've been through all of this and evaluated this and come up with a number and said, this doesn't do enough to get rid of this? I bet you nobody here's done it, have they?
It's fine, but how are you getting rid of the heat, though?
But you're getting rid of it by radiation. He is showing the diagram here. Can you not see the? So there are heat transfer systems inside that will transport the heat using heat pumps to the radiative surfaces. Right? That's the central principle. It's much more complicated than that. They've done the calculations. And just and again, I haven't done the calculations, but very, very clever, intelligent people have. And I'm not going to sit here. This is Paz's point. I'm not going to sit here and say, no, I think they got it fucking wrong. In order for me to say that, I have to do the calculations and show how they got it wrong. Right?
Seems fair.
I'm going to do that. Sorry, Tony. I'm going to do that, and I have every right to question what I find odd and strange. First and foremost, you don't have a globe. We don't live on the globe. So whatever's been built upon a false premise is null and void. Null and void already. So you're in trouble already.
That's epistemologically false. You've had the
globe that's rotating.
No, June accepts.
Can you hear
June accepts the evidence that could establish that there is a globe.
Can you hear
Therefore, he accepts the logical possibility of the globe. Therefore, he does not know what he claims to know here. He claims to know that there is no globe. He just asserts it as an axiom, but he does not know it. He concedes that there are forms of evidence that he would accept that would demonstrate a globe. He just hasn't seen them. Therefore, he concludes that there is no globe. That is not a valid epistemology. That is not a valid syllogism. Just because you have a bizarre evidentiary standard and have not seen that particular evidence does not mean that your assertion is correct. You are just making the same assertion over and over, and anytime any evidence disagrees with it, you just go back to your religious mantra, there is no globe, therefore what you said is false. That is textbook asserting, that is textbook asserting the consequent.
No globe, Tony. No curvature, Tony. How long are you to speak for, Tony? How long? Can you hear me? There is no curvature.
Jin.
Premise is false and null and void. Okay. Your premise is null and void. That's why we question everything. That's why we question everything.
Jim, what are the mathematical units of curvature?
What are the mathematical units of curvature? You've got to have your radius, I think, is one of them. Is that not right? Radius, distance.
So the units of curvature are
units of. Hang on a second. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You have to interrupt. Go
Okay.
ahead.
The units of curvature are radians per unit of distance. Radians.
That's what I said. Radius distance.
Radians. Do you know what a radian is? It's a measure of angle. Radian.
Okay.
Radian. It's a measure of angle.
Okay.
So let's use degrees. A measure of the curvature is measured in degrees per mile or kilometer. So, for instance, the fact that the elevation of a celestial object changes by 1 degree for every 69 miles that you travel towards or away from the ground point of the object.
I don't accept that.
I don't understand why you're talking. I hadn't finished yet. That is exactly curvature. Okay, I don't care if you've heard it before. Just don't interrupt me. That is not only a measurement of curvature, that is a measurement of reasonably constant curvature. The fact that that is approximately the same means that Earth's curvature does not vary by much. But that is, and you can not accept this all you want. It is observably true that the angular elevation of celestial objects changes by approximately 1 degree for every 69.1 miles or 111.2 kilometers you travel towards or away from the ground point of that object. That's curvature.
If I may now rebut that now. Now I'd like to rebut that now. Now I went from London to Japan, 1999, distance 6,000 miles. Expected curvature to be experienced 3,740.47 miles of curvature over a 9-hour flight. It was horizontal all the way, no curved trajectory at all. That's flat Earth right there. Okay, no curvature, and the distance of 6,000 miles on your globe ball that does not exist is almost a quarter of that's 90 degrees of your ball there. Degrees of curvature was not experienced the 9 hour of my journey to Japan.
So you're saying that the angular elevation of celestial objects did not change at all during your flight from the UK to Japan. And I, with all due respect, sir, I'm still talking. I, with all due respect, sir, tell you that you are full of shit. And that in fact, the angular elevation of celestial objects did change during your trip, and that you are just in denial that that happened.
We do have in-flight telemetry data showing us that aircrafts fly on a horizontal, linear, straight line over a flat and stationary Earth. And I'm in the possession of 144 documents from government agencies stating that fact, that the Earth is flat and non-rotating. Okay, so, you know, my senses are correct. The technology is backing up my senses, saying that there was no curvature there. It's recorded. You're full of the brown stuff with your PhD. Person having delusion, by the way. That's what your PhD stands for. You've been educated to the point where you're delusional now. Okay, Mr. PhD, Tony? Fool? Yeah, idiot.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, cunt. If we're going with name calling, I'm just going to reciprocate. Your telemetry data. So you started it by addressing abuse at me. I am just reciprocating. Either you'll apologize for doing that, and I'll apologize for that, and we can continue having a civilized conversation, or you won't, and I won't. But let's move on. The documents that you've got do not say the Earth is flat. They say, for the purposes of this document, we assume or we treat the Earth as a flat plane. That is a very different statement from the statement the Earth is flat. So you are lying about or confused Sorry, I will allow that you are confused about what those 149 documents are saying. Absolutely none of those documents say that the Earth is flat, and I defy you to produce a single one that does. Second, your telemetry data shows that elevation is constant and pitch is constant, but that is entirely consistent with the globe model, where elevation is measured relative to a curved reference surface. That would be the reference ellipsoid.
Your denial is noted from this situation you're in. You're in denial of the facts here, and that is an aeroplane traveling at 600 miles per hour on your globe model that doesn't exist.
Well,
it would need to nose down 1 mile every. I'm going to keep on talking now. I can't mute you.
I didn't mute you, Jim.
An aircraft traveling 600 miles an hour would need to nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes in order to follow the curvature of the Earth. But the pitch data that we have shows that the aeroplane didn't change. So it didn't altitude or decrease. It maintained the same altitude, and it didn't take a curved trajectory. When you take a curved trajectory, you're now losing altitude because you're moving away from the horizontal linear path that it's originally on. So as soon as you start to nose down, you're dropping in altitude. You're losing lift. No aeroplane does that because they're flying on a flat Earth. The only time they do that is when it comes to landing, and then when they take off, you'll notice a sharp upward on the graph. But for the duration of the flight, it's horizontal. That's impossible on your globe ball Earth. You have a circumference. So circumference means circle, curve. A circle is not a straight line. Okay, these are simple things to understand. You've got a circumference ball, you've got a radius. These are all curves. An aeroplane has to follow a curved trajectory. But the data we have from the in-flight telemetry data from the black box, which is an orange box, is flat. Okay, so I'm sorry, sir. We're living on a flat Earth, and that's what the documents they actually state. Flat Earth.
Bring it home.
Stationary. Yeah, that's what it states. That the Earth is flat and stationary. You have to assume it is correct, though.
Okay, move on.
Wind it up, Jin.
Jin, of those 140 documents, would you please just link one of them so we can review it together?
Yeah, that's going to take a while for me to get it, by the way. It's going to take a little while. Okay, I haven't got it easy to hand. It might take a while.
Well, allow me to respond to your other fatuous. Allow me to respond to your other fatuous point.
No, I hadn't quite finished.
Planes follow isobars. They apply.
10 seconds, just 10 seconds.
If you repeat yourself, I'm really going to be unhappy.
No, hang on a minute. The document states this: that you have to assume. Okay, that's what the documents do say. You have to assume. Okay, that's what the documents say. But carry on. Anyway.
The documents will not say you have to assume. The documents say we assume or we treat. They don't say we have to. They don't say that you have to, nor do they say what you claimed previously. You claimed previously, Jim, why are you talking? Why is your mic on? What you claimed previously was that these documents say that the Earth is flat. Now, when challenged on it, it turns out that they don't say that. So now it turns out that previously you were lying and you are backpedaling prior to actually producing the document. Let me address your previous point about the nose down. This is not true. Planes are configured to follow isobaric surfaces, that is, surfaces along which the air pressure is approximately equal. Well, an isobaric surface, they're exactly equal. But that's what planes are configured to do. They are set up in flight mode so that they will follow a surface of equal pressure. That means that they don't need to turn their nose down in order to follow the isobaric surface, the surface of equal pressure. And that pressure is curved on a globe. On a globe, on a globe, the isobaric, I don't appreciate interruptions from you either. So on a globe, the plane will follow the isobaric surface, which is curved at approximately the same rate as the surface. Therefore, what you are claiming contradicts the globe Earth is in fact exactly consistent with it.
Right. Okay. Now let me rebut that. I'd like to say for the record that I did misspeak. Okay, I misspoke. Sorry about that. What I meant to say was I'm in the possession of documents, 144, of which imply that the Earth is flat and stationary. And the reason why I say that is because it is stating that if anyone is using an aircraft or firing missiles, that you would or they would have to consider Earth to be flat and stationary, or a non-rotating flat Earth, they said, or a non-rotating plane. Okay, that's what I meant to say. I didn't mean to mislead anybody or deceive anyone, because that's what I'm about. So I did misspeak, and I appreciate the correction there, because what I meant to say was these documents imply that we're living on a flat Earth. Okay, that's what I meant to say, and I do apologize for the misleading. Thank you. Now I'm going to try and get one of those documents. Okay, so please carry on.
Okay.
I'll put myself
on. So yes, I modeled the deformation of the Earth in multiple ways. And it's much easier to do if you assume that the Earth is flat. In fact, a large portion of my PhD thesis is dedicated to flat Earth models, right? We use flat Earth models very often. They're a lot simpler mathematically. They're a lot easier to write programs for, and you can get reasonable results over short distances. Everybody
can I rebut that when you're
no, you'll never be allowed to speak again once I finish talking. That's a silly question. Of course, you'll have the opportunity to rebut that. Everybody would much prefer that the Earth was flat. It would make our lives a lot simpler. It's just not consistent with the data. And so when people say we assume a flat non-rotating Earth, that is simply to make the calculations that they do simpler. It is not, and because the effects of curvature on the process that they are describing are small. So
right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, have you not finished yet? No.
I was just about to wrap up, but no, fine. Off you go, Jin. And Jin,
right,
since
so
you've been, Jin, yes. I will say one more thing. Sorry for calling you that name. That was rude. I apologize.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Don't apologize.
Accepted. Dude. And sorry, I apologize for winding you up as well. But I will do that if you try to wind up my colleagues. But anyway, but that's fine. My apology. Your apology is accepted, and I extend my apologies to you. Now, I put it to you now. The reason why these documents actually exist is because the Earth is indeed flat. Because we, the flat earthers, have gone out there to measure this curvature, and we're finding extended horizontality everywhere. Today's technologies is not able to measure this curvature. That's why these documents are here. Okay, because if we are indeed living on a spinning ball Earth that is curving 8 inches per mile squared, if I'm in the military and I want to fire my weapons, I'm going to need to consider rotation, and I'm going to need to consider the curvature of the Earth, because I don't want to miss the target. Now, the Germans actually did that. They actually did this calculation of the curvature and the rotation from their location and predicted where the target would be. They aimed their weapons at where the target should be. They didn't hit any target at all. They missed completely missed. Then they went back to the line of sight, and then they hit the target again and again and again and again. So we know that there's no curvature here. That's the problem. We're not experiencing, seeing and feeling curvature. These documents are there to ensure that the operators of aeroplanes don't crash and don't miss targets. Okay? That's what it is. what do you call it? Out of gel, plausible viability, etc., etc. We know the Earth is flat, and whatever you build on your model is false. You say about it, and your stories of space and Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, all that is void in the bin. It has to be in a court of
If
law.
I may,
You build on. That's what happens. Thank you. Go ahead,
Okay.
please. Go ahead.
yeah, okay. At 15 minutes after, I posted a document for the FAA on this exactly what you're asking for. And if you look at section 2.8.1, elliptical Earth reference frames in the FAA document, exactly what you're saying doesn't occur, because you read an abstract or you read a paragraph and then you quit. You've got to go into the body of the document and see the different reference frames that are being utilized, including the one for the Earth, not the one for the simulator, not the one for a simplified calculation, but the one for the overall flight regimen. So 2.8.1, page 31 of the PDF document. FAA document. I just grabbed one at random. You've got 140, and again, we're betting of 130 of those 140 documents are going to have similar scenarios of saying a simplified calculation, and then further to deal with the Great Circle navigations or all sorts of other things in reference frames.
So
Yes,
you know,
I'm aware of what you. Sorry, I thought you had finished.
No. Off you go, Jin. Off you go, Jin.
Yeah, thanks. No, I was just going to say I understood exactly what he said, and I'm aware of what he has put forward. What I'm trying to say to you is this: that those documents are actually telling the truth in that the Earth is flat. That's all I'm saying here. So whatever he's read, that's fraudulent. That's fraudulent statements in order to keep the globe alive. That's what that's about. The actual fact. Hang on a minute. Let me finish, please. The fact is this, yeah. The fact that they mention you have to consider Earth to be flat and non-rotating, or that's what the documents imply. It needs to be considered. Is a mind fuck if you're living on a spinning ball Earth, because you wouldn't need to do that. Okay, you would have to more importantly, I'm nearly there now. More importantly is that you need to be considering the curvature of the Earth, the rotation, because that's what's actually going on. And if you're flying or firing missiles, you want to make sure that you hit the target. So you're going to need to consider that. Considering Earth flat and stationary is not what you're going to be needing to do. Sorry.
Wrap it up.
Thank you.
Okay, so in the document, you say yes, they have both, but you've just decided one of them is a lie. Why do you get off doing that?
Well, may I ask a question?
Yeah,
so Jim, let's look at something in the real world that has an explanation under the globe model and has no explanation under the flat Earth model. Are you aware of the Kuroshio current? It's a very strong current, runs off to the north, east of Japan. Are you aware of it or not?
Is that ocean current?
Yeah, that's an ocean current. And this is
Yes,
this is why.
Are you talking about? Sorry to interrupt you. Are you talking about a magnetic current here? Are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about an ocean. I'm talking about an ocean current.
I'm not aware of the current. No, I can't say that I'm aware of that current at all. No.
The current is the Kuroshio current. It runs on the western side of the Pacific, and it's very, very strong. It's extraordinarily strong. It's and if you look at the western side of the Atlantic, and there's no correspondingly strong current on the eastern side. The eastern side of the Pacific has a very weak current. And if you look at every ocean basin, you'll find that there's a very strong current on the western side and a very weak current on the eastern side. And on a globe, we know why that is. It's because the poleward the equatorward deflection when you're near the pole is extremely strong due to Coriolis, but when you're at the equator, it's very, very weak. And so a lot of water is deflected poleward at the northern or southern edge of the continent, but not much water is deflected poleward when you're on the equatorial and so you've got a lot of water left, which means you need this extremely strong current, right? So here we have a rotation effect, a real world example of a rotation effect called Western boundary current intensification, where you've got these really strong currents on the western sides of oceans and very weak currents on the eastern side. Why does that occur? We can explain it because the Earth is rotating eastwards, right? Which that explains what's going on here. What causes this on the flat Earth?
Well, again, that's all eloquently put, but it's not actually related to reality at all. For the Earth isn't rotating, number one. What could be possibly happening is that thermal energy from the sun hitting the oceans on the sun's circuit, and then magnetic energy could be playing a part in that. I can't state that as a fact, but it is definitely not what you put forward due to Earth's rotation. Earth isn't rotating. We're not measuring curvature at all. We're living on a flat, stationary, flat Earth. There is no curvature. I keep on saying that. Yes, I'm going to keep on saying that because that's actually what's going on. We don't measure curvature. It's not there. Okay.
Well, we do, but
long
Jen,
distance
it seems
observation, straight flights, and extended horizontality everywhere. We have no curvature and we have no rotation. If we're flying and we want to land on a rotating runway, it would be moving away from the aircraft as it comes to land. Earth is not rotating. Okay? Sorry, sir.
You're assuming the atmosphere isn't moving with
no
the Earth,
one's assuming here. I'm not assuming. It's
You
measured.
are, sir.
Earth is measured flat. Earth is measured flat.
No, it's
measured
not.
flat. Yes,
No, it's
is.
not.
Measured
No, it's
flat.
So
It is.
again, you're back just to you're back just to asserting stuff. And when you're asked for evidence for
I'm
it,
not asserting stuff.
sorry, yes, you are, sir. And don't interrupt me.
Sorry.
Jen, you're talking over me. Jen, you're being rude. Jen, you're just being rude. And please, you are hot miking. Your mic turns on to transmit background noise. So when you've stopped talking, please, thank you. So you just assert stuff, and when we ask you what your evidence is, you just and you for a while you try presenting evidence about aircraft trajectories, about documents, etc. And when that was explained to you that it didn't support what you had previously claimed, you're now back to just asserting stuff. And okay, I understand that you're probably incurable, but your epistemology sucks balls. You just assert stuff. You try.
Ad homs. Calm down with the ad homs.
Can you try?
Please.
Can you? Okay, fine. But it's your epistemology is unworking. It is dysfunctional. That's the word I'm groping for. Your epistemology is completely dysfunctional because when you are asked to try and substantiate your claims, you can't. You just go back to making assertions that your opponent is wrong. And we can't have a conversation.
Well, you're trying.
I'm still talking, and I was about to. I was close to. I was close to winding up. Just let me finish up. And again, you're hot miking a little bit. If we're going to have a conversation about this, both of us need to be able to present evidence and substantiate our evidence. Now, we can have a good long conversation about why it can't possibly be thermal or magnetic effects that are causing these currents. And we can go about the experimental evidence for Earth's rotation, which you've actually seen before and you just rejected because, again, you just go back to your mantra. But you've got to give up just making this declaration because that isn't advancing any sort of conversation. You're just asserting something is true in spite of evidence that it isn't.
Excuse me, your evidence that you have forward isn't true. That's what I'm saying to you. Physically, this Earth isn't a ball. Sorry, hear me. basically, this ball that you're supposed to be living on cannot be measured in any way, shape, or form. We're not measuring the curvature of the Earth anywhere. Okay?
Yes, we do.
No, we're not. We're not.
We do.
Not through
We
flight.
do.
Hang on. Not through flight or sailing. Yeah, submarines, etc. Torpedoes. Then you've got your long-range telescopes, short-range telescopes, radar, sonar, and radio waves. Okay, GPS. Okay, all laser beam tests. All these have been brought to bear to try and prove curvature, and we're not able to do that. We have got far too much horizontality going on to be living on an oblate spheroid. And because of that fact, the fact that we can't find the rotation of the Earth, and that we cannot be proving that we're moving at 19.2 billion miles a year through the space, we can't prove these things. That's your problem. You can't prove them. So whatever you build upon a situation where you have no proof, it's a false premise, it's null and void. So I'm going to be continuing to insert and assert and tell you we're living on a flat Earth, because that's what we're measuring. Thank you.
But that's a completely circular argument. Your
Hey,
claim
Jen,
is,
may I? I just posted an FAA document on navigation. So that's the FAA document, and look at the graphic that they pose in there of the Earth and how to navigate upon it. So again, I'm pulling up FAA documents that it completely embraces the shape of the Earth when it comes to aviation.
and Shubil's sorry, I just no, I was sorry,
It's a fraudulent document.
Sorry, but this gets back to your epistemology. This gets back to your epistemology. FAA documents, and you're still hot micing there, Jen. Can you do something about that? You claim the documents that substantiate your position or indicate or imply that your position is correct. Those should be accepted wholesale. Those should be accepted as saying exactly what you say. But when other documents are produced that show that in fact you're wrong, those are just fraudulent. That's just you asserting that you're right all the time. And you've got to come up with some other. You've got to come up with some observational verification that you're right. We have explained why planes don't have to turn their nose down. We have explained why it is much easier in the mathematics to assume that the Earth is planar and stationary, and that's why people do it in their modeling. And we can explain what errors you are. Demok, don't interrupt me. And Demok, you don't get to interrupt me just because you've been unmuted. Okay, I don't know why people think that you can contribute to a conversation, but you can do it after I finish speaking. Thank you. So, in order for us to advance a conversation and an exchange of ideas, both sides have an obligation to present evidence, robust, meaningful evidence substantiating their case, not just making assertions and not just asking for real-world applications of things they know full well are physically impossible under the globe model.
I've said that the documents you mention and the statements they're making are fraudulent anyway. Like I've said, and I will keep on saying it, when we cannot measure the curvature of the Earth and we cannot measure the rotation of this Earth, and we can't prove that we're flying through this universe, that naked ball, entropy would have killed us anyway in the vacuum of space, covering 19.2 billion miles in a year. We can't prove these things. These are false premises. And whatever you build upon the false premises,
we do measure it that way.
No, you don't. You're looking at a piece of paper with no reference.
Yeah,
you need the Earth ground underneath you, and you need the airplane, and you need a side view, and you'll need the reference of the Earth, the thing you're going down below, to prove you're dropping down below it, whether you feel it or not. We need to see your observation of a plane actually doing that.
Sure. I'm so glad you asked, Demok. There are forms of radiation that make it. Well, let's do it with. Why should we stick with a plane? Let's do it with a building, shall we? Let's do it with a building. Okay, so I'm not sure why Demok is being allowed to talk over me. Let's be civil, let's not interrupt one another. We can track the sun using neutrino detectors. We can detect that the sun goes underneath the Earth, apparently, so we can detect the neutrinos coming up from underneath the detector from the sun. So we can demonstrate that the sun very much does go underneath the detector from the detector's point of view. It does go underneath the ground on which the detector sets. Therefore, we have demonstrated that the Earth is spheroidal. Have we not?
And one more time, I put up another FAA document. So I'm going to go with the FAA, Jen.
Stop it! He's dead! He's dead, Schubert! Yes, and I mean, it's just, if we are going to make progress, we have to be willing to not just assert our conclusion as though it's a fact and just reject any evidence to the contrary. And that is precisely what Dimmock and Jin do on a regular basis. And we've got to be able to go further than that. We've got to be able to do more in order to establish who's right and who's wrong.
I want Jin to add that document to his list.
When Jin says, show me the measurements, and if you provide surveyor's measurements, he said those documents are false. Like I just don't understand that.
Yeah, well, it's worse than that. You'll show him. I've shown him, data pertaining to the Earth's rotation, measured by instruments, and he just says, well, the Earth isn't rotating, so that's all null and void. I've shown him evidence for gravity, and he goes, well, the Earth isn't a ball, therefore gravity isn't real, and what you're saying is false. He goes back to his anything that's built on a false assumption is intrinsically invalid, which would be right if we were starting from the assumption we're just building an instrument that should detect this. It detects it. There's no assumptions built into that process.
Jin is the ultimate Texas sharpshooter, because he's just literally searching only for evidence that he agrees with, and if he disagrees with it, he just calls it fraudulent. That's like, you can't get more Texas sharpshooter than that.
And he just starts off with making a statement, Earth is flat, and then carries on, as opposed to, what is the shape of the Earth? Let's look at all these measurements. Let's look at the satellite orbiting. Let's look at all these other things. Let's look at satellite photos. Instead, he just starts with flat and then carries on because a flat and stationary algorithm in an FAA simulator program, there you go. Although that same documents talk about the shape of the Earth. And then he says, oh, but half of that is a lie.
I've explained to him several times my own self that planes can't fly out into outer space, that you don't have to dip the nose. They don't naturally just fly out into space. Like, even if it's the Earth is curved, and apparently he thinks that if you fly straight, you'll just end up in space if you don't dip the nose.
I've never implied that. I've never ever implied that.
And Jen, I've explained to you so many times that as a plane flies, it has to trim itself to its elevation, and if it starts getting higher, the air thins out and it drops back down. If it starts getting lower, the air thickens and it pushes back up. They trim themselves out so they naturally follow a curve because they cannot fly straight out into space. I've told you that about 50 times.
And Jen, the document I think
you are murdering the principle of flight. You've just destroyed the principle of aviation and flight. You're absolutely incorrect. And
okay,
you're arguing
Jen.
not just with me. You're arguing with helicopter gunship fighters and jet fighter pilots who are stating the fact that the globe, the instruments wouldn't work on a globe. That's what they've stated. So you're wrong.
Jen, are you trying to say that a plane needs to fly like down, tip the nose downward? Is that what you're trying to say right now?
All I'm saying is that when you drive your car and you go around a corner or go around a roundabout, you have to input the steering to turn it so that the car turns around to round that corner. The same would apply with an aeroplane. You'd have to control the nose of the plane to follow that curvature of the
let me ask you something, Jen. Let me ask you something, Jen.
The Earth. It's not there.
Jen,
yeah.
Let me ask you something. When a plane lands, which way is the nose pointed? Down or up?
The plane clearly has to nose upwards, for if it nose downwards, the nose undercarriage would break off. So it has to land.
Are you telling me?
That's where let me finish.
Right.
That's where the weight, most of the weight is as well. You see, for the balance of the plane. So you land with your bum down first, and then you bring the nose down gently. What's up?
Okay, I understand that. I understand. Are you telling me that a plane can decrease in elevation with its nose pointing up?
I mean, stunt pilots may be able to do that. Yeah, stunt pilots.
No, just no. Every single pilot does that when they land a plane. Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
So not just stunt pilots.
So that means every single plane can fly with their nose up and still have elevation decreasing.
Basically, when an aircraft is flying horizontal, the actual nose of the plane is 3 degrees up. That's an industry standard. Has to ensure a smooth flow of the airflow across the aircraft, so as it's flying through the medium. Okay, it doesn't take a curved trajectory. It's a horizontal, linear, straight line. I'm not the only one saying that. The in-flight telemetry is saying that, and pilots are speaking out. Military pilots, Air Force pilots, helicopter pilots are telling us this as well.
I don't care if a plane flies with its nose up, because I know for a fact that just because a plane is flying with its nose up does not mean it's increasing in elevation.
I didn't say it was increasing in elevation.
So,
I didn't say that.
So you both of you are talking at cross purposes. May I intervene for a moment?
Yeah,
may I intervene for a moment?
Understand me. Thank you.
Okay. So the point that has been made, Jin, is that a plane with 3 degrees up, etc., that is properly configured will follow the isobaric surface. That is the surface along which, so they're set up for a certain air pressure, and they will follow the surface with that air pressure, regardless of the direction of that air pressure. And it turns out that surfaces of equal. Don't interrupt me, Jin. Please just listen. Please just listen to what I'm saying. Please just listen to what I'm saying. And so it will. The fact is that on a globe, the thing is, the argument I'm about to make does not disprove a flat Earth. It just proves that what you're describing would happen on both a flat Earth and a globe Earth. Isobaric surfaces of equal air pressure, are curved on the globe model. Please mute your mic, Jen. You're hot micing.
Yeah, I'll do that now.
Okay. So even on a globe, the plane will follow the curvature of the Earth without any manual inputs, because it's configured to follow the surface of equal air pressure, right? We agree that the plane is set up to follow the surface of equal air pressure. The plane on a planar Earth, that would be a planar surface, and the plane would stay at constant altitude above the planar Earth. On a globe Earth, that would be a curved surface, and the plane will again be at constant elevation above a curved reference surface. This data is incapable of distinguishing between the two cases.
Right, unfortunately, I can't accept anything you've said there, because, like I've said, your Earth ball has a circumference. Circumference means circle. A circle means curved trajectory. You have to follow a curved trajectory. The in-flight telemetry data, my senses, and my spirit level app that I have on my phone that I use every time we fly proves that the Earth is flying horizontal. It is not flying over a curved trajectory, which it would need to do to follow the circumference of the Earth. Circumference. Okay, radius. These are all
Jim,
words.
Jim, can you repeat my argument, Jimmy?
Horizontal straight. Let me finish, please, because you spoke. I muted myself. So please mute yourself. Through 6,000 miles. All that distance is impossible over 9 hours. Now, what do you want to ask me?
I wanted you to repeat my explanation. I just gave an explanation. Repeat it back to me. Okay, the fact that you can't repeat my explanation tells me that you weren't listening to a single word I said.
All right, Jen, you said that the plane has a 3-degree tilt upwards, right? Which means...
hang on. The problem is internet connectivity. My internet is
so then,
sorry,
all right,
Tony.
so then answer Tony. So then answer.
Yeah. Internet. Sorry, Tony. I can't answer it. I can't answer because I didn't hear it. Internet connectivity.
Tony, just repeat, Tony. You didn't hear
Okay,
the
so
question.
just to repeat, Jin, on a planar Earth, as you say, a properly configured plane will follow a surface of equal air pressure, and it will stay on a plane at equal elevation. On a curved Earth, on a globe Earth, it will do the same thing, except that the isobaric surface, the surface of equal air pressure, will curve with the surface of the Earth. So it will follow that surface, and it will stay at constant elevation above the curved reference frame. Now, please repeat what I just said.
Yeah, I understood what you exactly said. You just repeated what you said.
I want you to repeat it. I want you to repeat it.
I'm not on trial. I'm not on trial. You're interrupting me here. You have just repeated what you said 5 minutes ago, and my answer to you is going to be this. Like I said, the word is circumference. There's a circle there, okay? And it's not going to work because the plane must follow a curved trajectory.
Jin, you've cut out for me. I think your internet. Jin, you cut out. You cut out. Your internet.
I heard him, Tony. So that's probably you on your end.
Yeah. And basically, like I was trying to tell you, a plane must follow the circumference. That circumference is a curved trajectory. It is not registering through my senses, through my bubble app, and the in-flight telemetry data. You've got to follow a curved trajectory. It is not doing that.
Can I ask you something, Jim? Okay, so you said the plane is traveling with a 3-degree tilt upwards, right?
Slight nose up 3 degrees, industry standard. Yes.
Okay, so in the flat Earth model, wouldn't the plane also, even though it's flying tilted up, isn't it not, wouldn't it have to increase in elevation in the flat Earth model, or even if it's tilted up?
That is the angle of attack. That is the angle of attack.
If you listen to what Tony's telling you,
Jin, for 1 minute. Jin, 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Yeah. So basically, what you're talking about here is the angle of attack. And you need to understand the angle of attack, which is about 3 degrees, 2 degrees for commercial airplanes, are actually pre-designed that it can produce that particular lift so it can go to a level flight. Now, the pitch angle, hold on. The pitch angle is a different thing. No, you're not getting the point. So what we're talking about here, we're not talking about the angle of attack, which is about 3 degrees, which you're saying that, okay, in the flat Earth model, it means that when you're maintaining your 3 angles, you have to elevate. Well, it's not.
No,
we're not talking about that. Yeah. You don't. No, because that 3 angle angle of attack is been pre-designed in that aircraft configuration, it can produce that lift. But what we're talking about here is the pitch angle. Hold on. What we're talking about here is the pitch attitude angle of the aircraft. And by the way, I'm an aerospace engineer. Yeah, I'm an aerospace engineer. I work with this 6-degree freedom of airplane equation motions. I just derived them. I solved them many times.
Okay.
And here's the thing. So your gravity would not pull the nose down, so it will maintain its. Why it doesn't do that? I'll tell you. Because your gravity does not interfere in the attitude motions. Your gravity only interfere in your translational motion. And if you look at in every equation of motion of aircrafts or helicopter, it doesn't matter. It's a solid object, right? You have the translational motion, which is your X, Y, Z, and you have your theta, your psi roll, and your heading angle, which are your 3 attitude angles. So your translational motion is completely manipulated by the gravity. The gravity will play a lot of role there. But when it comes to the attitude angle of the aircraft, the gravity doesn't interfere. Even if you look at the equations, the 3 equations of the attitude motion of every solid rigid body, it's not function of the gravity, because gravity will only
nothing to do with
act on the
gravity.
CG.
Please let me go.
Yeah.
I don't want to forget what I want to say. I might forget what I want to say.
Hold on. Let me just
Hang on a minute. Hang on a second. I gave way for my colleague to speak. I want to speak first. And it's this. Please understand what he said. He said to you that the aircraft's wings, the way they articulate into the fuselage of the aircraft, facilitate that 3 degrees. That's why I used the words industry standard. Okay? That's an industry standard.
Okay. So,
well, let me finish. I'm not finished yet. Fucking hell, wait. Now, when the plane is flying, it's flying horizontal. If it wants to gain elevation, it will have to input that, and then it will get up elevation. If it wants to decrease in elevation, the pilot has to input that. But whilst the plane is flying horizontal, that's a 3 degrees nose up, industry standard, because of the way the wings have been articulated with the fuselage to facilitate that. Finished. Thank you.
Exactly. So back to that point, angle of attack. So angle of attack is different from the pitch angle. These are 2 different things. So when we're talking about the 3 degrees, as we said, is just about, that's the minimum possible of the configuration that you can produce your lift, your minimum lift that you can hold your aircraft in the sky. So that should be maintained by the pilot throughout the whole flight. Otherwise, it will descend. It will descend. It will gradually.
May I ask a question?
Okay, so if that happens on a flat Earth where the angle of attack causes it to stay at the same elevation even though it's pitched up, why can't it follow the curve of the Earth if it's also pitched up?
Look,
that would be
let me explain. I can explain that quickly. Hang on, I can explain that. An aircraft can, hang on a minute, please. An aircraft can take a curved trajectory as long as the pilot is inputting that. The point is that the plane is not flying in a curved trajectory around that ball Earth, because it's not a ball Earth. It's horizontal. The in-flight telemetry data records that. The pitch angle is horizontal. It is not.
He thinks a plane can fly out into space if it don't dip its nose.
No, that's not what we say. We don't say that.
I've been running for some time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, Kazra, you claim to be an aeronautics engineer. Do you accept that that if the isobar curves following a curved surface, the plane with the 3 degrees upward angle will follow the isobar even if it's curved?
That would be concave. What? Follows the what? Say it again.
So we have a plane at altitude, configured to stay at that altitude, right? So would you agree that on a plane Earth, the isobar, but that relies on it following a surface of equal air pressure, right?
Yes, it would be exactly equal air pressure.
Okay, so on a planar Earth, that surface of equal air pressure will be flat, and the plane will follow that flat surface. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. If the Earth is curved, the isobar will be curved, and the plane will follow that curved surface. Correct?
Why?
Because it's following the isobar. We just agreed that it is configured to stay at the same air pressure. If the air pressure surface curves, it will stay following that air pressure, right?
The air pressure doesn't change that much. Like, I understand what you're saying. That's the packet of flight or the flight ceiling. For example, airplane does not go from above some ceiling, right? So that is
you're
where
not
the air
responding to my question. Please respond to my question.
You know why? Because it's not true, Tony. Tony, it's not true what you said.
Jim. It is true, and maybe you should shut up and let the technical expert talk.
It's not true.
You can say that. I am asking this guy. I am asking this guy why it isn't true. Just saying it isn't true isn't helpful. He has to explain. He has to explain why it isn't true, and just shut up and let him.
Yeah, so basically on a flat plane, when you're moving your airplane, since everything is flat in your state and you have a stationary air, as long as you would be in the same altitude, your pressure would be always the same. So you have the same pressure and the same altitude. Now you're saying that if I curve the Earth like the sphere, my atmosphere also would have become a sphere like that, right? And then when I move into it, I will maintain my altitude because I have to maintain my pressure. But here's the thing. So what would cause you to stay in the same altitude?
The exact same. I get to answer the question now, right? That question, sir, makes me doubt very much that you have the qualifications that you claim, because it would be the balance between the right, sir. I am still talking. I am still talking. Do not interrupt me. It is the balance between the lift and provided by the air pressure and gravity that will make sure that the plane stays at the same isobar. And if it goes above that isobar, its lift will drop because it doesn't have enough air pressure to maintain that altitude. So if it deviates above the isobar, it will drop back to the isobar.
This is where you're wrong, Tony.
That is it. Shut up, Jin. I'm still fucking talking. No, Jin. I understand that the conversation has moved on beyond you, but you're not actually participating. I'm asking this other guy a question, and he will answer my question. And you don't get a say because you're not a subject matter expert. Neither is this guy, but he's going to lie about it. So no. I get to finish what I'm saying, Jin. I get to finish what I'm saying, and you don't get to interrupt me while I'm doing it. Jin, I'm just going to continue talking. Jin, you don't get to interrupt me. No, you don't get to interrupt me. I'm just going to keep on talking, Jin. Because do you know why And do you know why I do this? I do this because if I stop talking and I allow him to speak, it encourages.
Who muted Tony?
Yo, boys, what's up?
Something crashed. Yeah, something crashed. I don't know.
Someone muted Tony.
How are you flat earthers doing? Thanks for the invite, guys.
Who muted Tony? He was in the middle of something. Jen was interrupting him. Who muted Tony and why?
Be quiet now, so he deserved it, for Christ's sake.
No, he didn't deserve it. He was talking. Jen.
Why is he still muted?
Because he
muted when he was telling
Unmute everybody and shut the fuck up.
Jen doesn't know shit about aviation.
Hey, come on, quit being man up. Unmute everybody and quit crying.
Okay, Tony, you're back.
Yeah. Also,
okay,
yeah, we'll unmute Jen. Then.
Okay, I was in the middle of talking, M agent. The balance of forces applied to the plane will keep the plane at the same isobar, because if it goes above the isobar, it will lose lift. Right,
what are the forces?
And it will fall back to the isobar. If it goes below the isobar, its lift will increase, carrying it back up to the isobar.
We understand what you're saying.
Therefore, it will follow the isobar. Will it not, sir?
Okay,
due to the balance of forces.
Okay, so what are the forces?
I would like to speak as well.
The forces are gravity and lift, sir. And you are the one who claims to be an aeronautical engineer. Surely you know what forces are applying.
Do that for you. I'm going to prove it to you. If you give me 1 minute, I will tell you that why does not your pressure thing that you have in in your mind and just screaming about it does not keep your airplane to stay every fucking minute in that altitude. I'll tell you why. So you're talking about the forces that are balanced within that pressure. Hold on, I'm going to talk about the forces. What are the forces? You got the weight. What is the weight? What is mg? Your m is your mass, has nothing to do with the pressure. Your g is always g. So your weight is not going to change with pressure. What else do you have? You have the lift and drag, right? And your thrust.
And
what are your
thrust?
truss?
What's the equation
Thrust
for
is-
lift?
Hold on. Your truss is a function of your
What's the equation
engines.
for lift?
As,
Thrust.
yeah. So I'll
No,
tell
so
what
don't
it's the
interrupt now, sir. You're interrupting.
I'll tell you. It's the lift. What is lift? Lift is a force. Is the CL times Q infinity, what is the dynamic pressure, right? It's a function of a dynamic pressure. It means that it's a function of velocity and density. So your velocity, it has nothing to do with the pressure. It all comes from your engine. Also, your density of your air wouldn't change that much within, like within the 2,000 or 3,000 feet. So basically what you're saying here, pressure within at least 2,000 or 3,000 feet, let's say from 2,000 to 20,000 feet to 25,000 feet, your pressure would not compress your airplane in the same altitude. It doesn't do that magical thing that you have in your mind. I'm telling you, it doesn't do that. Okay?
It does, though. Are you a pilot?
It does. It absolutely does, sir. And if you're claiming otherwise, you actually don't know what you're talking about.
If this guy's an aeronautical engineer,
Tony,
I'm a
can I
fucking
have a
astronaut.
second?
Can I respond,
Wow,
please?
God.
Can I respond,
Wow.
please, after Casa?
Wow.
After Casa.
No,
I
Gene,
didn't say
no,
that.
wait.
No, no.
Let someone else say.
M-Agent has
You
been
see the row in the elliptic curve?
waiting for ages to say something. M-Agent gets to talk. M-Agent gets to
Can I
talk.
actually respond to what you
Yes,
said?
I want to say something very simple to solve this
go ahead.
issue, since I
I
don't trust him as well. Kasra, you can share screen right now, and you can do a free body diagram of the airplane, and I want you to draw the forces. Because you are claiming you're an engineer, it would be easy for you, and then we can discuss about what impacts the sensors and what they see when it comes to pressure and the pitch and so on.
Okay.
But first of all, let's see a free body diagram from you. Can you do that?
Can I now respond to what Tony said earlier? Because I'm trying to respond. I'm getting muted all
I'm
over the
sharing
place.
my screen. Just look at it right now.
Yeah, Casa, can I just respond?
Jen, you don't
before
know anything
do
about
that,
aviation.
please?
Why are you talking?
Casa, can you hear me? Can I just explain something before you carry on? Thank you very much. So now, Tony, when you're asking us,
No. Wait.
Look, I want to speak now.
So-called engineer is googling a free body diagram.
Yeah. So
Oh my fucking God.
I'm in my phone. You think I have my shit here?
Can I now carry on?
Oh, you
Oh
cannot
my
do this.
fucking
Don't use
God.
this strategy against
Carry
me, bro.
on,
Just
please.
Yeah,
go, Jen. Go, Jen.
Thank you. I'm
I'll
hearing
just sign up
voices.
for you.
Look, I want to speak now. Thanks. Just clear the way just for a second. 30 seconds, that is all. Now, when Tony's asking us, flat earthers, and my colleague who is an expert in aviation, me also, you're asking us to agree that the isobars are level, equal pressure, and the aeroplane is flying on the flat earth. Let me tell you something. If the air pressure was uneven and all over the place, the aeroplane itself and the pilots will fly through that disorder, because that's what the thrust is all about. Okay, the idea that the isobars are stuck to a globe and then now the plane has to follow the isobars around the globe, that is fictitious. That's what my colleague is telling you. You are pretending something magical is happening. We don't agree to that, Tony. You are wrong, Tony, because if there's turbulence, the plane can fly through that turbulence. It'll be very bumpy or
Bumps have nothing
elevate
to do with
itself
the
above
pressure.
it. Okay, so I'm sorry, your isobars and your equal pressure and that really doesn't keep us on a globe. Sorry.
Yeah, Jen once again.
Jen,
said he knows
Jen
nothing about
again.
aviation.
Jen, just again, you asserting a bunch of stuff over and over is completely unpersuasive. Kazra, doing a quick Google search and then going down the list. I am actually still in the fucking. Jen, I let you speak for fucking ages. and Kazra doing his fucking Google search, if he's an aeronautical engineer, he ought to have PDF documents on his computer that he can go into, and he doesn't have those. He's doing a fucking Google search that we can all see is bullshit. Shut up and don't interrupt me. For fuck's sake, how hard is this? Just let me finish speaking and we can all get out of here, okay? So, Jin's claims are fatuous gibberish. He's just making assertions. Clearly, just making assertions isn't sufficient. Kazra has asserted that he is a subject matter expert. I find his claim completely fucking implausible because he's just denying that physics occurs. And so what I want is a qualified aeronautical engineer that will clarify between two of us, because I'm not an aeronautical engineer, but my understanding of physics tells me that this Kazra guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
So I'm a mechanical engineer, and I can ensure you that Kazra doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. He Googled differential equations of motion, which would tell you the change of rate of the motion. So I don't understand how what that has to do.
No,
with
he doesn't even understand what I'm saying about the free body diagram, because any engineer for any case should be able to draw a free body diagram.
You don't know yet. You don't know yet. You asked him that?
I know.
You don't know yet.
You skipped
Dude,
over.
I can draw it out of my sleep. I can draw it in my sleep.
I'd like to say something more important. You know, Tony's attempt to try and discredit Cassius and myself is ridiculous, because we are questioning the stupidity of the ball that doesn't exist, no curvature. And we know that all planes and everything that's happened on Earth to date has been on a flat Earth. We haven't got any.
So much gibberish.
So you put up, hang on a minute. You're interrupting me again now, NASA.
I'm going to interrupt gibberish all the time because you're just
planes can't fly out into outer space, Jim.
You're interrupting all the time here. We have to wait ages and then you interrupt. Look, what we're saying is that Tony is incorrect with his position about aviation. He's admitted he doesn't understand it, so, and he's waiting for an expert. Well, I'm an expert, and Cassius is an expert. That's your problem. You don't understand.
You're an expert.
You may need to do.
I can smell the bullshit from New York.
You're interrupting here. What is this?
Gene, you just claimed to be an expert. Okay, let's test that.
I'll let you speak, Tony. Tony, I'll let you speak in my. I'll let you speak for ages. Tony,
Can Jin finish? Can Jin finish?
Tony, I let you speak.
He just said he's an expert. He can do this, right?
Again, you won't let me speak, Tony, because what you're doing is you're trying to water down what we say and character assassinate our position by saying we're just asserting. We're speaking. We're giving you the facts. We're telling you that the Earth isn't a globe. Okay,
Sir, you just asserting the same stuff over and over again is quite tedious. Don't fucking do it. So progress the conversation. Progress the conversation now. Progress the conversation now. Give me the formula by which lift is calculated. How do we calculate lift? How do we calculate lift? Answer the question, sir. How do we calculate lift? How do we calculate lift?
You've made some
points that I want to address. You just spent 5 minutes fatuously.
Can I finish what I'm saying? I've had a lot of interruptions everywhere. I wasn't able to speak freely. Can I now?
Let's take it easy, ladies and gentlemen.
This is your captain speaking. The stick is, we are currently experiencing malfunction with the stick in our airplane, and hold on, because we might fly out into outer space if we can't dip our nose, guys.
We have 2 unruly passengers. We're gonna have to make an emergency stop. The police are waiting at the airport.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue.
Look how that's quite unruly. Imagine if we had a third option: upwards curvature, concave Earth.
Yeah, which doesn't work, but that's okay.
I just calculated lift.
Is there a row in there, like the density?
We do not live in super secret magic inside out world. That does not work. That just doesn't work. There's no inside super magic, concave bullshit. It's just not true.
None of you guys researched it, so your the words you say has little power. So it is what it is.
We can't research it because it's absolute utter rubbish.
Because you have a religious belief system,
None
and
of it.
you're not a truth seeker. So
It
that's why.
doesn't. It looks like a video game.
Moderator.
You guys would rather
Can I
sit
not
here
finish
and
what I
debate
gotta
flat
say?
Earth,
No.
and you guys would rather bring PhDs and scream about flat Earth than research concave Earth. So it is what it is. Go back to your boring debate.
How's the sun set on
Okay, well
concave
then
Earth?
let's go with concave Earth. But let me just finish what I got to
How
say.
does the sun
We
set
can
on
talk about
concave
it.
Earth?
I'm just trying to finish
Where
what
is
I'm
the
trying
sun?
to say.
But you don't know what
Can
you're
I
talking about.
finish what I've got
No.
to say here?
No.
Yes, let's let
Inside.
Jim and let's let Tony continue. If
Yeah,
they can't
without getting
finish the combo,
interrupted.
I'm gonna keep them both on mute. This is your last chance, guys. I'm not gonna babysit you. Tony
Yeah.
and Jin, if
Yeah,
you
thanks
have
very
your
much.
combo,
I
if you
was
can't
just
do it,
trying
we're gonna move on. It's up to you guys.
Yeah. So basically, what I was saying about what Tony said about aviation and the isobars controlling the plane, that would mean that the pilot doesn't have control of his aircraft, which is what Cassius, my colleague, was trying to tell you. That aeroplane fly across a horizontal plane in the medium. If it want to elevate or decrease the elevation, the pilot inputs that. Okay, it's not relying on the isobars carrying an aeroplane round a ball Earth by gravity dragging its nose round. These things don't happen because it would mean that the pilot wouldn't be in control. So it's
Well, they
wrong.
have things
Okay?
called
That's what we're saying
autopilot.
to her.
Yeah, autopilot
Hold
and
on, Bill.
altitude
Hold
select.
on, Shubil. Hold on. Let Tony respond.
I'm happy for Shubil to respond.
Yeah, autopilot and altitude select.
Okay.
You went when picking 34,000 feet, that is a pressure strata set at 2994 Colsman window. And you let the plane stay in that strata so you can tell everybody you're in the 34,000 foot strata. And you disconnect that and you can yoke the plane to make your climb or make your descents. When you go into like an emergency descent, you disengage, you nose it over, or emergency climb, you disengage and you climb. As well as in an emergency, if you just pull the yoke, the autopilot does disengage. But the autopilot is a system put on the airplane to relieve pilot fatigue and input so that it stays at a specific millibar barometric strata, which equates to the ICOA standard atmosphere of 34,000 feet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm aware of the automatic pilot to relieve flight fatigue over long haul flights, but I'm just saying to you this, that the in-flight telemetry data, my senses, my smartphone bubble app is registering a horizontal flight. And if you've got a circumference, that means circular. A circle has curved trajectory there. It is not a straight line, but yet the aeroplane is flying horizontal for 9 hours. That would be impossible over a quarter of the globe.
Exactly. In some of the old airplanes. Yeah, by the way, I just came back right now. So if I share my screen right now, I have the equations right now on my phone. I share the PDF. It's the airplane. Yeah, these are the actually. So basically, what you guys are talking about here is that the autopilot. Now you bring up the autopilot. Now this is very crazy. Okay, you need to understand the second generation and the first generation of airplanes. They did not have any autopilot.
Wait.
Yeah. So hold on. So when we're talking,
What
if you even
what
talk
did
about
I
the
ask you?
Let him do his thing and then you can respond.
No,
Hold on.
because it's not
Yes,
necessary.
agent, hold on.
He
So what
continues
He's in the
to
middle of a
pretend like
sentence, bro.
he knows
An
what he's
agent,
talking
an
about.
agent, SE is the moderator. Please do what he says.
Yeah, okay, so thank you.
It's
So
not
you need
about
another
being
couple
a
minutes.
mod or a power trip, bro. It's about the right thing. He's in the middle of a sentence, right?
No, I'm not accusing you of. I'm not accusing you of a power trip at all, SE Montreal. You're doing your best to make the conversation flow, even when I behave badly. It's fine. You're moderating. You're doing a grand job. No complaints. But I just think you're right. When you're trying to moderate, everybody should should understand the conversation's gotten a bit out of hand. You're trying to impose some order. Kazra should be able to talk uninterrupted.
Thank you. So can you guys see my screen right now? So yeah, these are the free diagram. Like you guys said, okay, I don't need to just sketch it. We have it all over the net. So as you can see, we got, these two sets of forces. You got the, the linear forces and the angular forces, right? So you would have 6 equations basically using Newton's law. So the first 3 ones will be x, y, z, which you would use the linear or the momentum law of equation. The second set, which is your additive motion, you're going to use the angular momentum. Now, look at the equation here. You can see these are the PQR are the angular velocity. You probably are familiar with omega, so you can look at omega 1, omega 2, omega 3. With respect to 3 axis, you got your inertia, your I, your tensor inertia, and you got your H, which is your angular momentum. So now I want you to pay attention here that there is a parameter called G. That we would have that G here in the linear equations, as you can see here, Fz, which is toward the ground, equals m derivative of velocity with respect to time, which would be acceleration. This is where you get your G. This is your G. So G is in the translational motion, but as you can see, it's not in the additive motion. The gravity does not pull the nose of the airplane downwardly. Now you need to understand that you need to know a lot of shit to understand these equations here. So start.
No, you don't. People. No, and you don't know what you're talking about.
So back to the point. Hold on. Yeah, this is how you guys always react. This is so silly. Anyway, so when you're saying the guy was
let me maybe talk and explain.
Pressure. So pressure does not hold those, because when you're talking about like moving with 100 knots per mile, like 100 kilometers per hour, 1,000 kilometers per hour, you need to pitch down about, I think, half a degree every, I don't know, 55 minutes or something like that. Well, this is the thing that should be written in the algorithm of any autopilot. Now,
I want to hear the other engineer. He's been trying to get in for a while. Let's hear what he has to say.
Dude, what the hell are you talking about? All the equations include gravity in them, and it's only derivations of the specific axis that you need. But I asked you for something simple, which is the free body diagram to show the forces acting on the plane. Right.
You're not educated enough to understand, probably.
Let him finish his question.
Okay, Kazra, sorry.
Agent was in the middle of a sentence, guys. I mean, come on, man.
Yep. Sorry.
Right. So I'm not sure where are you denying physics here. Okay, where can you not?
You guys are saying magically the pressure will keep the fucking airplane the same height, and you're saying to me I don't understand physics? What the fuck?
Yes. Do you Okay. Let me ask you a simple question.
I'm a flat earther, bro. I don't. You cannot play with me like this.
Okay, Essie, he just interrupted Agent again.
Yeah, everyone's interrupting everybody.
By the way,
come on, guys.
It is fine. It is fine. It is fine. It is fine.
I'm done.
Okay. So you want to talk about pressure? How do we measure pressure in the plane? What is the? How do we get the reading?
We're talking about the most
using what device? You should know that. Where do I get the pressure from? From a pito pipe. You should know that.
Yeah, pizza pipe. Yeah, exactly. Use the Bernoulli equation.
Right. What does it what does it measure?
No, actually, you surprised me. You know about the pizza tube. Good point. Okay, so go on.
No, you didn't know, so you're now agreeing with me. Okay?
No, bro. I don't.
So how do we know the height?
Here. Hold on. Peter tube is a very trivial thing. I'm telling you. The equation that we use for it is called
Okay, so
Bernoulli.
how
So if
how
you don't, if
do
you
you
haven't
get?
May I make a point?
I passed
May I make a point?
Hold on, fluid mechanics, aerodynamics, laboratory of aerodynamics, fluid mechanics 2, hypersonic. I work with wind tunnels. Don't teach me the fucking little Peter tube here. And I'm telling you, what is the equation? You tell me
No,
what is the equation?
sir, planes have fallen out of planes have fallen out of the fucking sky, killing hundreds of people because their pedo tubes didn't function. So don't fucking tell me about how trivial the pedo tube is. It's not. It's vital to the operation. It's vital to the operation of the craft, isn't it?
A point of correction.
What's your point?
What's your point? Speed, air pressures from static ports.
So what's your point here? Does your fucking Peter tube
My
keep your
point
airplane-
is-
The point
Okay.
well, let me finish making my point since you didn't understand it the first time. Lift depends on the density of the air around the wing, right? Can we agree on that? Simple yes or no?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Well,
Therefore,
no,
if you
no,
go
on
above,
the speed
if you
bus,
increase in
the
altitude, if you increase in, yes, we are assuming that the other variables are kept the same. In other words, that the velocity is kept the same. The attitude of the plane is kept the same, etc., etc. We're assuming that all of the other factors are kept the same. We're assuming that the plane is in a fixed. I am in the middle of speaking, so I don't understand why you're talking. So we are assuming for the purposes of this example, just to make it clear to Jin, because even if you say you understood it, Jin clearly did not. We are assuming that the other parameters have remained unchanged, that the plane's configuration remains constant. Okay, I don't understand why Jin is talking now, and I don't understand why Kazra is talking now. So we are assuming that those are the same. The plane moves forward. Let's suppose that it goes above its isobar. The air density will decrease. The amount of lift will decrease. The plane will descend back to the isobar that it was configured for. So if the isobar, so I don't understand why you're talking. If the isobar curves, the plane will follow that curve without any inputs from either the autopilot or the pilot. And again, the fact that you're talking over me tells me that you're not actually fucking listening to what I'm saying. Wait until I'm finished, and then you can respond. You talked for fucking 10 minutes, mate, so don't give me this bullshit. Wait until I'm finished, and then you can respond.
You said it your whole fucking thing 1,000 times. Okay, I understand. You're saying that density would have changed, and because of the density fucking changed, lift fucking changed, you get it. We understand this shit that you're saying 1,000 times. You stupid fuck. But I'm telling you, you're fucking dead. Okay, so shut up. I'm telling you right now. Okay.
No, I won't shut up. Actually, you decided to get abusive with me for no fucking reason whatsoever. So I don't care. I don't care now. So you know, apparently,
I'm not gonna have a conversation anymore here right now.
Okay, good. Fuck off.
The LARPing engineer is done.
Yeah, you get caught up in the line and you get mad because you don't get any respect. Surprising.
Look at the density chart. Look at the fucking motherfucker density chart versus the fucking height, and tell me how does it fucking change, you stupid fuck.
Okay, I'll answer that question. I'll answer that question because pressure changes with altitude according to a hydrostatically ordered fluid, where pressure at every altitude and mean pressure at every altitude is due to the weight of the overlying atmosphere, and with minor deviations due to lateral motions due to temperature gradients. That's what determines pressure at a particular altitude, and that is why pressure does not vary. That is why, and you can say all you want, but planes are configured so that if they go above their isobar, they will drop back to it, and that is entirely trivial physics. And the fact that you instantly got sweary as soon as it was pointed out to you indicates that you know that your LARPing as a flight engineer
You got a
is
running mouth,
fucking
bro.
done.
You're a weak Glover. you should shut the fuck up because you're wrong. Density doesn't change that much. I'm just telling you.
Bro,
Just look
once
at
you
the
said pedo tubes have not much to do, you fucking showed you're an idiot. Air France, 447, Bergen 301. They both crashed. They both crashed. They both crashed because of pedo tubes. No, that's two actually, dumbass. That's two. So you're LARPing. Why don't you go? Why don't you go? Yeah, go bye-bye. Okay, we don't need to hear you anymore. You're wrong.
The fact that air pressure doesn't change much is different from saying it doesn't change enough in order to have the effect that we described. In fact, air density, the effect of pressure on planes is strong enough to keep them in their chosen altitudes. This is by design.
Fuck out of here, bro. Your fucking imagination.
Go to your boss at work. Go to your boss at work. Tell him what you're saying here, and see how long you keep your fucking job, you idiot.
Fuck your demons.
Yeah, look, can I now interject, please, Tony? Tony, you're being abusive, Tony. You're being abusive, please. Can you control that?
You give me this guy calling him a fucking asshole and all that shit, and we gotta be nice. We gotta be You're such a little fucking soft ass bitch, bro. You're such a little soft ass bitch.
Yo, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jin.
Yeah.
Has anybody in here ever actually trimmed an airplane for
I'm going
level
to
flight?
speak now for 20 seconds, please. Thanks very much. My esteemed colleague Kaza has been precise in what he's been trying to get to you. You're just being abusive. Now it's this. Look, we know that the aeroplane is flying horizontal because of the in-flight telemetry data that's telling us about the pitch angle being horizontal. That would be impossible on your globe. You must follow the curvature of the Earth. It's not doing that. That's the problem you have. You're arguing with the equipment in the plane now. Okay? All right? So please allow my colleague to carry on.
May I respond?
I think Blue wants to get in. I think Blue wants to
Okay,
get in.
Blue, off you
Let's
go.
give somebody else a chance.
No, I just wanted to ask a question. Has anybody in here ever actually trimmed an airplane for level flight, hands off?
I have not.
I've done it on simulators. I've done it on simulators.
No, I'm talking about an actual airplane, not a simulator.
I did it with RCs. I have a UAV actually. Yeah, trim shaft.
Okay.
Yeah, calibration, everything. So what? What?
I'm just curious if you're speaking from experience or just talking. That was a question. I do have a question for you though. What would you do to the aileron design to try to minimize? Let me ask you this: what would you do to the aileron design on an airplane to minimize the effects of adverse yaw?
The ailerons for rolling. So basically,
minimize that. How do you minimize adverse yaw?
Bro, I'm not a pilot. What do you mean? I just know what's the function of it.
You said you were an aeronautical engineer, did you not?
No,
I think any aeronautical engineer has an answer for that question.
These are things that, like, I can ask you some things of airplanes that you don't know. For example, these equations, you have no idea how to solve these equations with a computer. I can simulate your fucking airplane with yourself. I can grade you. Okay. I can design an autopilot because I know the equations. I can get the right input to the control surfaces without having you on the board.
But I understood Blue Marble's question and you didn't. So you're treating. I am not an aeronautical engineer, but I understand what Blue Marble Science is saying. He's saying, please apply your alleged professional expertise to solving an aeronautical problem. And you're saying, I don't know how to solve that aeronautical problem, which tells us that you don't know the subject that you claim to know about.
You need to understand what is the difference between avionics and aeronautics. Yeah. So that's the thing.
No, you claim to be an aeronautical. You claimed.
Yeah.
You
so
claimed.
There's some sort of things like the control surfaces that we know, like we know what are their main purposes, but definitely there's some tricks. There's some things that the pilots know how to deal with in the real cases, right?
No, I'm talking about. You must
you're not
know.
able to understand this because you have a child brain. You think that if somebody knows about, like, he knows everything about airplane all the time. No, it's not like that, my brother. We know the
in order to design it.
The principle behind them. That's all we know. Okay?
Not true at all. There is no engineer that designs a product and he doesn't know perfectly how it works.
Sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, but my question is something any aeronautical engineer would know.
You said, what should I do with my ailerons to just
adverse
cope with
yaw
that
is,
issue?
do you?
Yeah. So you're gonna say that probably you're gonna lift upward, your left aileron gonna lift it upward, and the other one you're gonna deflect it downward, or both, for example, upward to just cause more drag, like a spoiler when you're landing. Like I don't know. What's your point now? How you want to use this to? Like we were talking about how airplanes actually maintain the same height, right?
Yeah.
That was the same. Like the question. The question is not like if I am a real aerospace engineer or not. As long as I'm just bringing some arguments and some answers and questions for you, you guys are obliged to answer it without accusing me that because you guys don't know me and I don't know
Not
you.
when you claim you're
So-
one and then use that to say, I know what I'm talking about.
Well,
That's
I just said it very
That's what you said.
fast. You just
Listen,
said if I'm just saying
get out of the
something because
computer. Microsoft Flight Simulator is not real, okay? So you need to stop now. They proved you're a moron. Just stop.
No, the simulators are exactly correct nowadays. We use even if they work more accurate than the
So you're
what
admitting
happens
you
in
know
real
what
life,
you
like-
know from Microsoft Flight Simulator, correct?
Of what?
What does the horizontal tail plane of an airplane do? Does it push the tail down or
Horizontal,
hold the tail
the
up?
rudder,
Does it hold the tail up or push it down?
the elevator. So your elevator,
No, horizontal
your rudders, or your heading, your elevators for pitch angle.
Just
So
a
what?
moment.
Did you tell me that?
Trying to
Why
clarify.
why you
Horizontal
use
stabilizer.
why you use a
What
roll
does it
camper
do?
for?
What
No,
does
you
the
tell me that.
horizontal stabilizer do?
The stabilizer will create another lift that would so the front wing will make the airplane to it will make a for example, it will make a clockwise rotation, and the horizontal and the empennage or your tail will create a counterclockwise, and they will cancel out each other at the central gravity. So you have an AC. I don't know you know what is an AC aerodynamic center. So if your aerodynamic center would be like you have to just make it before your CG to make your airplane stable. Curvature airplanes are like that. Fighters are your ACs in front of the CG.
Are you saying the center of lift is forward of the center of gravity?
Yep, it's backward. Like the center of gravity is back and forth.
Really? That's a good way to kill yourself.
Or vice versa.
That's a forward
that in
CG.
Kerbal Space Program when you build a plane in that.
We're just talking right now. Look how AC and CG. When CG is in front of the AC, it becomes unstable. When the AC is in front of CG, it's stable. And it's the difference between commercial airplane and flight air, and then I had this shit for 15 years ago. Can you imagine that? I'm a 38 years old guy. I have a very big business, and I did this back in university for 8 years, and I went to industry for another 2 years, but I came out and did my own business, and I'm pretty wealthy. So the reason I'm just tackling this model is because I'm not dependent. Like a lot of people are dependent. Their
So
life is
much
dependent.
magic. So
No,
much
it's not
magic
magic.
in
You guys
this
are using
declaration.
magic to explain all of things. Like he's asked me simple
No,
shit of airplane.
your stories is totally magic and BS.
We don't have any story. The story is the narrative. Is you guys have narratives that you guys are saying that okay, the pressure will pull down the nose, so it will follow the curvature. Or the other crazy thing that you guys say is that the atmosphere rigidly moved with the whole Earth. That's why when we move from one point to
how
another
does a
point.
submarine stay at a correct level underwater as it moves forward around the globe or on flat? How does it maintain its same depth underwater as it moves? How does a submarine do that?
Oh, pressure.
Since you don't want to talk about airplanes, let's talk about submarines.
It's pressure.
Okay, how does it maintain it?
Hydrostatic. It's hydrostatic pressure.
All right, so since it stays at the same pressure underwater, as it moves around the curve, it will remain at that same depth. Same concept as in the air.
Well, you need to understand that even if the submarine was to stay in the same depth, right? It's not. It would follow look. That would be only in the indicator, but it doesn't hold the submarine in the same height, same depth. This is your mistake. You think that the pressure is like this is like a gravity thing that you guys think that these magical things would have happened for your vehicle, but it doesn't. Pressure, your hydrostatic pressure, is not holding your submarine in the same depth. You're doing it by yourself, by the velocity that you're pulling, and the weight that you have.
You think that?
So so the pressure is just an indicator of your height. That's it. So the airplane,
Okay,
I told you the same thing.
For the
Yeah,
sake
the
of the
airplane told you
fun, can you define pressure?
Okay, it's getting crazy again.
Are you going to Google what is pressure?
Yeah, the depth of a submarine is measured by its pressure, and that's equated to depth. Altitude of an airplane is determined by the pressure gradient it's in, and that's why they call it flight level. They don't even call it altitude. So yeah, a submarine will stay at a constant pressure depth, and an airplane will stay at a constant pressure altitude. Yeah, what's the big deal?
I truly think he doesn't know what pressure is.
We understand
and
this,
what
but it
force is.
doesn't make it to stay there. Hold on. You're just reading something that is true, yes, but it does not hold your vehicle in the same height. You are doing that with your engines and the mass that you have. You are doing it. So you have to do it if you want to follow the curvature. The pressure won't do it for you.
Can
What
you
you're saying
give
is
me
fucking
any
you understand
units
it.
of pressure?
The pressure exactly does it for us. What is he talking about?
Can you give me any units of pressure?
I told you. You're not fast. You're not sharp. Understand? 100 kilopascal at sea level. So basically, I understand what you're saying. So pressure does not hold the things in the same depth in the water or in the height in the sky. It's just an indicator that it tells us what is the distance. That's it. Don't think that it magically will hold it.
It's the density of the atmosphere that's doing it. Density.
Okay. I told you about the density. Okay, let me just share my
pitch, do you know what
screen
pitch controls?
Let me just see density. Let me just
Do you know what adjusting your pitch will do?
Difference between me and you is that my brother.
Yes or
I
no?
worked with this equation. So yeah. So density. Okay. What is density? What's the equation of density?
What's the equation of density?
Mass divided by volume. I don't want to answer you. Okay. So when you have this constant thing, which is about 1 kilogram per cube.
You wouldn't want to go. I'd probably go without.
Can you close your mic? Can you close your mic, please? Yeah. So the density unit for the metric system is about 1 kilogram per cube. Now, this is going to be exactly 1 per atmosphere. Now, as you move upward, it will decreases. Now, you need to understand that the rate that this decrease happens is very, very trivial in such a way that in engineering, what we do in engineering, we will simplify and we'll say that, okay, this will be as a constant. Like that's why we put the rho. Otherwise, we would have put a rho t. Rho t means that it would have changed with time, or rho h, which means to be a function of height. We don't use rho h. We just use rho as a constant. Why? Because we're simplifying. We say that, okay, even the density would have changed, but how much it would have changed? It would have changed about less than 1%. So that's what I'm telling you. If you look at the density versus the height, listen, bro, I'm teaching you guys.
Rho is not a constant.
At the end of the day, you're gonna, sir, listen, sir. You need to listen. Density does not change in that way that you think.
Oh, it does.
On those, like about 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 4,000 feet, 10,000 feet, it's going to be listed at 1%.
Oh no! At 20,000 feet,
absolutely wrong.
At 20,000 feet,
that is absolutely wrong.
Yeah, 20,000 feet, you're down to about a half an atmosphere. The atmosphere changes at the low altitudes 1 inch of mercury every 1,000 feet. That is dramatic. And that is exactly how airplanes maintain their flight level by selecting 34,000 feet. The air data computer measures the barometric outside through the static ports and holds that barometric pressure, and yeah, will trim and control to stay in that strata. It's dramatic. It's not some slight 1% when you go up a mile.
Rho is not a constant. That is the symbol we use for density.
Okay,
And
I
it
just
is
brought it up.
highly variable.
So here's it. It's going to be like, for example, like, you know, like 10 kilometers. Yeah, 10 kilometers, which would be like less than 10, let's say 9 kilometers, which would be about 30,000 feet of commercial airplane. From 1, it would be about 0.9, something like that. Now, you need to understand that the amount, look at the slope of this. Oh, let me just share it with you. Or you can just look it by yourself. Just search density versus height. That's it. Look at the slope. I want you to pay attention to the slope. The slope does not make that sharp change for the nose of the airplane within every minute or every hour.
So I have a question for you.
So you're saying that, hold on. You guys are saying that basically on the curve model, you're gonna start elevate until you're gonna reach this low density, and that will pushes you a little bit down again. And every time you want to elevate, every time you're going to elevate on the curve model, this little density changes would have pushed me downward. Now, okay, I understand your point, but you need to know whether it really works or not. But how you can check that out? Look at the slope. Look at the change of this density versus the height, and the amount of deflection that you have to give to your nose to compensate the curvature. If you just try to match them together, you'll see that they don't match. I mean, they don't read together. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah.
If you went to university, you wasted your time.
So you are again just making assertions, but let me ask you a question.
Done very well there.
So let me ask you a question. Jin, I was talking. I don't understand why you're interrupting me.
Hang on, Tony.
No, I was talking, Jin. I started talking, Jin, and then you started talking over me.
I've been listening.
I don't understand why I got muted when you're the one who was interrupting me. I was actually talking first, according to from my end, I was talking first. So allow me to continue. So, Sir Kazra,
you didn't hear me, Tony, that's all.
No, I'm not going to let you finish, Jin. You just interrupted me.
Okay.
You're just being rude, Jin. I don't care about what you're going to say. I'm going to ask Kazra a question. From the axiom, here's my axiom. Moving 69.1 miles or 111.2 kilometers directly north or south changes my latitude by approximately 1 degree and does not change my longitude. Do you agree with my axiom?
Yeah, on your globe model, it works like that.
Yep. Okay. So, do you agree that if the Earth was planar and that axiom is true, you can derive trivially using high school mathematics a flat Earth distance formula?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Okay. Would you be surprised that I have done this?
Okay, share it with us. Let me just see.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Let me just share this with you.
Yeah, every 100 kilometers about be 1 degree exactly on your globe.
111.2 kilometers.
Exactly. 111.
Yeah. Okay. Just give me a moment. 69 miles approximately. Yes. Okay. Here we are. So, just give it I am sharing my screen. I think people can tell me whether or not I am.
Which one is you versus life or PhD?
I am PhD Tony. Okay. So again, well, let's go down to the flat Earth formula. Those are multiple ways. Okay, here we are. So for any point with known latitude and longitude, from my axiom, I know the distance from that point to the North Pole. Right, it's just it's 90 minus the latitude times 111.2 kilometers. If I've got any 2 points, I can calculate their distances to the North Pole, and I know the angle between them because that's just the difference in longitude. I now have two sides and the angle between them. How do I solve for the third side, sir? Do you know?
For the third side, calculate what?
The length of it. So you can see I've got 3 points on the screen. Can you see that?
Yeah.
I've got two sides. I now want to calculate the distance from P1 to P2. Do you know how I do that?
Yeah, you can do that.
So, how?
What do you mean how? I don't understand. What do you mean how?
What is the trigonometric law that I would use to find?
It's a vector calculus.
It's not vector calculus. It's not vector calculus at all, sir. This is basic trigonometry. It's called the law of it's called the law of cosines. It's got nothing to do with vector calculus. Don't try and impress me with jargon when you're using it to be stupid. So we can calculate the distance. So from our one axiom, we can calculate the distance from P1 to P2 for any P1 and P2 for which we know latitude and longitude. Do you agree that this derivation was mathematically rigorous, sir?
Yeah, it's up there, you fucking stupid fuck. Square root of that fucking thing is the vector calculus.
Yes.
I told you vector
calculus. No, it isn't vector calculus. You idiot. That's not vector calculus. There have been no vectors used in this at all. Don't fucking try this with me, you incompetent buffoon. This isn't vector calculus. And you just saying that it is untrue. This is planar geometry. We haven't used any fucking vectors at all in this derivation. Even less have we used any calculus. The fact that you don't know what vector calculus is doesn't mean you can fool somebody who uses it every single fucking day of his professional career for the last 35 years. So, okay, going back, now that we have a flat Earth formula, we can compare it to train track lengths between points of known latitude and longitude. For instance, Pensacola and Jacksonville. The flat Earth distance formula, which you just agreed was rigorously derived, turns out to be vastly longer than the train tracks from Pensacola to Jacksonville. That's physically impossible, which contradicts the planar Earth. The spherical distance formula, which is derived, let me just briefly show you how that's done, because apparently you don't know anything. That's done exactly the same way, except that we use the spherical cosine formula, the spherical law of cosines, which we've known about for about 500 years or so. Okay, so there you go. We have disproved the planar Earth. We can do it again using Takula-Kalgoorlie. So the flat Earth distance is again wrong. The spherical distance is again correct. We can go to Argentina. The flat Earth distance is again wrong. The spherical distance is correct.
What flat Earth you're using, bro? What flat Earth you're using? You're just...
I'm just using this formula that I derived. There's no assumptions here other than the distance to the North Pole can be... I just showed you the fucking formula, and now you're asking what formula are you using? Jeez, how fucking stupid are you?
Flat Earth map, you said on the flat Earth map, it doesn't make... Okay, why doesn't make on the flat Earth doesn't make sense on the flat Earth map? What flat Earth map did you use that it doesn't give you this answer?
Well, you should be able to work out which map this is. You're apparently an expert in mathematics. This does correspond to a specific.
Just name the fucking map, bro. Don't dance around. Just name.
Okay.
Just tell us your presumptions. What is your presumption?
The presumption is, and I will repeat it for you because I made it explicit, that moving 69.1 miles directly north or south will change my latitude by approximately 1 degree and will not change my longitude. That was my axiom. Do you agree that the axiom is true or not? Do you agree that the axiom is true or not?
The axiom is true, but it would have worked on the AE map as long as you would have be above the equator. Now, below the equator, you have to use another projection around the southern pole, and in that case, it will work as well.
Because I created the triangle with the North Pole. And actually, sir, we just proved that what you said is absolutely false, because it doesn't work in the Northern Hemisphere, because Pensacola and Jacksonville are both in the Northern Hemisphere, are they not? And the flat Earth distance does not work. The spherical distance does. So,
what is the flat Earth distance?
I just showed you the formula for it.
The flat Earth distance?
Yes.
Okay, let me just see it.
Again, this is like the fourth time. It's up there with that square root on it that you fatuous.
This is a planar, stupid fuck. This is a planar geometry that you keep showing us.
Yes, this is planar geometry.
It's a planar geometry in the
Tony,
first
let
place.
him talk.
Oh my gosh. What are you talking about? You're just converting this to your Euler triangle by saying that, okay, the distances would have make more sense if I Euler this planar or this fucking Euclidean geometry. Your Euclidean triangle here that you kind of trying to tell us is that it's your axiom, and it's true, and this is what we're saying. Now you're saying that, okay, on the flat Earth model doesn't work. It only works on the Euler triangle. Well, okay. I don't understand. How did you prove that? Like, what flat Earth map model did you use right here?
I'm not using a map at all, sir. I'm using the assumption that 69.1 miles or 111.2 kilometers north or south changes your latitude by approximately 1 degree and does not change your longitude. That is the only assumption. That is the only assumption, sir. You're not listening to me. That is the only assumption used in this derivation. And you concede that that is true. So I don't understand what your question is. I told you all of the assumptions that go into, and the fact that you're talking while I'm talking tells me that, again, that you aren't even fucking listening to what I'm saying, which is why you can't understand what is being explained to you. There is only one axiom underlying this derivation. That one axiom is moving 69.1 miles or 111.2 kilometers directly north or south does not change my longitude, but changes my latitude by approximately 1 degree. That's all I've used. I have not relied on a map. I have not relied on any other assumptions whatsoever other than planar geometry is true.
Yeah, exactly.
So now explain to me why this formula is wrong.
It's not wrong. This is right, and it's not an assumption.
Okay, why is it inconsistent with reality?
It's not consistent with my reality. It doesn't.
Okay, we have a train track between Jacksonville and Pensacola that directly contradicts the formula. It tells us that the formula you just agreed is correct cannot be physically true. Because the flat Earth, if you look at the diagram, the flat Earth distance between those 2 points is 643 kilometers. That's longer, by a large margin than the actual track length between the 2 points. So it is inconsistent with the track length. And again, the fact that you're trying to talk over me indicates both that you are desperate and that you are not actually bothering to try and internalize what is being explained.
Can I interject here, please?
No, you may not. Jin, no, you may not. I am talking to Kazra.
You see what I mean?
No, you may not interject here, Jin. All you're going to say is fatuous assertions that are irrelevant to the discussion, and no one fucking cares.
SC, moderators, they're not sharing the mic.
No, he's using the Mercator map, basically, Jen. He's using the Mercator map here as a flat Earth map and saying that it doesn't work on it. Well, yeah, because the map that you're showing to us from those cities, that's a distorted map that you have there, my brother. What are you trying to compare here?
I'm not calculating the track length. I'm not calculating the track length from. Shut up, Gene. I'm not calculating. I'm not calculating the track length from it is a measurement of distance along these train tracks. We have measured the distance along the train tracks. We know how long the train tracks are. I am not deriving the distance from the Mercator projection. That is just a lie, Kazra. So admit that you just lied to everybody here in the chat.
Okay, so you're saying that that's not a Mercator. Hold on. Look.
No, sir. And before you argue from a false premise, you are arguing from a false premise. Allow me to say, we get the track distance from the actual physical data relating to this railway line. This may well be a Mercator style map, but that's not where we get the track distance from. We get the track distance from the fact that track distances can be measured.
Track distance comes from that equation. You're saying that it doesn't go with that equation, right? This is what I'm trying to say.
I can't hear you because Jin is yelling over you.
So did you calculate it with that equation, with that planar equation that you had?
Yes.
So what was?
So I calculated it with the flat. So allow me to explain. I calculated the flat Earth distance using the formula that I have. I calculated the spherical distance using the spherical formula that I have, and I got the track separation from the actual description of the railway line. So I went to the railway company data, and I got the distance from Jacksonville to Pensacola along that piece of railway track. So that's where I got the track length. I did the same using for the Trans-Australia Railway, and I did the same for the Argentinian Railway.
So was it straight? Like, was it completely straight? It was a direct. Like,
yeah, they would be. The railway sections are completely straight. They don't have any curvature in them. Each module,
My point is, no. I'm trying to ask him, like, no, I know it's straight. Like, we were saying that, like, did they took the shortest way, my brother, from these two cities?
No. In fact, you can tell that they haven't because the track separation is significantly larger. And you can see, look at the map. Look at the map. You can see that this is curved. On the other hand, in the southern hemisphere, in the Australian example, we can see that it's extremely straight. And in fact, this section of this train line has the straightest and flattest section of train line in the world. If you want, we can restrict our experiment to that, and the flat Earth formula will still be wrong. In fact, this just makes your argument worse. Because if the Earth were flat and you had any understanding of mathematics whatsoever, you would understand that flat Earth distance, that's the minimum distance, right? If the train track varies around and is still shorter than the minimum flat Earth distance, that makes the flat Earth approximation more incorrect.
Yeah, more incorrect.
So that source of error actually counts against you. It doesn't support your argument.
But you prove it's longer. Right now, you proved that the length was with your Euler triangle rather than your planar triangle.
Don't use the term Euler triangle. You don't know what it means.
Is a Euclidean triangle? It's a concave triangle.
It's called a spherical triangle in this case, sir. That's what I used for the spherical distance formula, but I used a planar triangle for the flat Earth distance formula, as I think you agreed that I should. So why is the flat Earth distance wrong? Why is the flat Earth distance wrong?
First of all, you're not sure about whether the track is the shortest track, as you mentioned, for the Jacksonville.
It doesn't need to be the shortest track. That source of error only works against you, sir. You've had this explained. If it were that flat Earth distance would require that the track be a straight line from one point to the other in order to get.
No, it's not a straight line. No. Okay, you have a lot of bias, and this is why you're not making it correctly. Like, you don't think it correctly. First of all, it's not in the flat Earth model. There's no straight line. It's called circumnavigation. You go around. So you go around the North Pole or around your compass. So if your compass is pointing to the north,
no, sir.
What do you mean no?
Absolutely not. Yes. No, you're wrong. You're just fucking wrong.
Okay,
Okay.
so you're saying that
You seem to not know anything about mathematics.
we don't have a straight line. What do you mean a straight line? Straight line. Okay, if you go toward the east or west on a flat Earth model, it's not a fucking straight line. Did you know that?
Yes, I did know that.
Okay, so
But
if
that's
you know
not the shortest. But that's not the shortest path between 2 points on a plane, is it? The shortest path between 2 points on a plane is a straight line. I have derived, if you look at the diagram again, I have derived the length of the straight line connecting P1 and P2. I have not taken into account any. I have not taken into account any deviation. So this is a straight line from P1 to P2. There is no deviation here, sir.
No, it is. That's exactly your mistake here. That you would think that in the planar model that we're talking about, you know, when we move from P1 to P2, we're gonna go straight. No, it's not straight. They all have a curve, but it's a planar curve. That's why your numbers are not making a little bit sense. In the example that you brought up, Australia,
that is the most ridiculous. Because we can go in a straight line between objects, and in fact, we can demonstrate again that the planar Earth is wrong, because when we solve for bearings, if we want to know the direction east of north in order to travel to get to P1 from P2, we again use spherical trigonometry and we go in a straight line. We don't deviate left or right from that course. And your claim to the contrary is simple bullshit.
No, look at the grades.
And at this stage, sir, you're just a barefaced fucking liar.
It's a circumnavigation. Look at the grids that we have on the flat Earth model, either on the AE, two-pole flat Earth, doesn't matter. They're not straight. Everything that goes from east to west or even moves from one point to another point, it's not type of a straight line. Your reality is like that. You know, you need to understand it's
to travel directly east to west. You are not obligated to travel east to west. You can travel in any direction you want.
Yes,
you can travel in straight lines on a plane. You can travel in straight lines on a plane. There is no law, physical or legal, that requires you to follow arcs of longitude.
At least if you want to circumnavigate, you will go in through that. And even since continents and cities kind of a mate like that, yes, when you want to go from one point to another point, when you look at it from up, you're going to see that you more likely go to that curvy line. You will make
well, let's go back to the other example. Am I still sharing or did I stop? No, I'm still sharing. Great. Okay, so let's go to the other example where you're even more wrong. Again, this is the straightest line that you can go along. And you will notice that the spherical distance and the track length are extremely close. That indicates, according to the spherical model, that this is indeed a very straight piece of track with minimum deviation. And the flat Earth distance formula, is just fucking incorrect, isn't it? By more than 150%.
Did you know that Australia doesn't look in the reality like this that you have in your profile? And
I actually live in Australia, sir, and I also have studied cartography in great detail. And again, I haven't used the fucking map to calculate the distance between these points. I actually go to the website and I look at the measured distances between these stations moving along the track. The map projection that I use in my figures has nothing to do with the distance calculation. The distance calculation is based on measurements of how much fucking steel there is between the 2 points. These are physical objects. And if you don't like that, let's go to submarine cables. Okay, submarine cables, they're physical fucking objects. We can measure their length and we can do it in multiple ways. And we can show again the spherical distance formula works and the flat Earth distance formula is a work of fucking fiction that is often in error by more than 100%.
Okay, you're right about the numbers. You can do it, and I'm not to disagree with all that things that you say right now. But what is your mistake is that the map that you're using, the presumption is wrong. When you're saying that, okay, The shortest is this. First of all, the map that you brought up, it's completely a projection. It's called the Mercator projection. Even in the globe model, it's going to be a little bit distorted.
It's got nothing to do with the argument, sir. I have not used the projection for anything other than showing the course on it. I haven't used it in my distance calculations. I haven't used it in my distance calculations at all. It plays no role other than to display things. There is no, the distances that I have shown do not depend on map projections at all. They are independent of map projections.
No, your prediction for the flat Earth model, brother, the prediction of your flat Earth model is by using that fucking planar equation. And I'm telling you that. It's not like that. That is not your case. You're still thinking.
Why not? Why not? What are you saying? That I can't travel in a straight line? That I have to follow? That I have to follow equal latitude arcs? Is that what you're saying? That I can't change my latitude? I can't just pick any angle and walk in it like I do every morning? So what? So what the fuck are you saying? Why can't I travel in a straight line from one point to another? What law of physics? What law of physics prevents me from traveling in a straight line?
Okay, you don't know exactly what is a straight line.
Yes, I do.
No, you're just going from one point to another point and you're just measuring the distance. Okay, I'm not against that. And these are correct. The tables are true. That equation is correct. But you know what you're trying to make a conclusion out of this, that the flat Earth model, the prediction of the flat Earth model, it has to be that fucking planar equation that I have there, that axiom thing that I actually have there, and the measurements more likely to be with the globe model. But I'm telling you that, my brother, you don't know the exact you know that the exact distances, but you know the prediction of the flat Earth model, either your globe model. Okay, you know your globe model. You say I have my Euler equation or my spherical triangle. Okay, I'm going to use that, and I'm going to kind of compare it with the actual data, and that will be a validation for my globe model. But a flat Earth model, you do not have on a map or any equation. That planar equation.
Why not? What was wrong with my equation? Where was the error in my analysis? Okay, fine. You can say that what I did was wrong. Show me the error that I made.
You didn't anything wrong in that mathematical procedure. That was completely correct in the planar. But actually, when you move from one point to another point, you're not sure that either you're going on a straight or a curved line. The only possible way that we can know in our reality is using some compass. The compass is the only indicator that tells us that we're going toward, that we know where we're going. Either we're going to west or east. And as long as we would be perpendicular to it, which will be toward the east or west, you would not be in a straight line. I'm telling you. So all these distances that you're thinking it's straight, I'm telling you, they're not straight. And you're not sure, and you don't know whether they're the shortest one or not the shortest one.
So are you denying the length of the railway tracks? Are you denying that the railway tracks are that long?
You're not wrong. Hold on. You're not wrong about your data. You're not wrong about the equation. Don't take it wrong. It's all cool. The only thing that I think it doesn't mix for me is your conclusion. That's it.
But the flat Earth formula is inconsistent with the track lengths. The track length. No. Let me again. You're trying to interrupt me, and this gives me the strong impression that you are trying to defend an indefensible position. You have to listen. You have to let me speak. You agree that the flat Earth formula is correct. You agree that the track length is correct. Yeah. The track length is incompatible.
Speak as well, Tony.
No, Jen, I'm in the middle of fucking speaking. Jen, I'm in the middle of speaking. I don't understand. I don't understand. No, Jen, you can wait until I'm finished.
When do I get to speak?
Yes, you have been waiting, and now you can wait even longer. No, you're interrupting me, Jen, and I was in the middle of speaking. I will finish what I'm saying. Kazra agrees that the flat Earth formula is correct. He agrees that the track length is correct. And the track length is inconsistent with the flat Earth formula. How does he reconcile that? And saying that we can't travel in straight lines only makes the problem worse for him. It doesn't explain. It doesn't do anything to reconcile the formula with the track length. How do you reconcile the formula with the track length? Why is the track length inconsistent with the formula?
Right now, can I now speak? Yeah. Not getting any acknowledgement here.
Do you want me to interrupt you to say that you can speak? Okay, you can speak.
Well, I'm just waiting to hear. Yes, you may. Common courtesy. Then. May I now speak?
I'm actually not the moderator, Jim, so I don't know why you're asking me.
But you were talking a lot. I want to make sure that you fucking shut up so I can actually speak. Have you finished? So I can speak. Yes? Is that a yes? You finished?
Yes, I have finished speaking, Jim. But given that that you're actually going to be a rude cunt about it, maybe I'll just continue going on.
Well, have you finished talking? Yeah, because you've gone on for like 30, 40 minutes whilst I've had to wait through your shitty fucking formula that has no fucking bearing on our flat Earth. The point is this: when we fly from point A to point B, we're not encountering any curvature at all. The in-flight telemetry data is recording flat Earth. My senses are recording that, and my bubble app is recording that. Your maps is bunk because there is no measurable curvature anywhere. We're living on a flat Earth. We've got photographs, 275 mile shot across the Earth from a Nikon P900, proving to us that we're living on a flat Earth. 9 miles of curvature is not there in the line of sight. We're seeing the mountains across the French mountain range, okay? You've got no curvature, mate. That's your problem, okay? You've given a lot of spiel about maps that don't mean anything on our flat Earth. I'm finished. Thank you. Goodbye.
He used math on a 2D plane. That's flat Earth math. He showed the minimum distance, so you cannot travel shorter than a straight line. On a straight line, the distance was X. The train tracks was less than X. That is impossible. That's called a proof by contradiction.
That's because it's a fraudulent situation he's created.
It's assuming a flat Earth. Assuming a flat Earth, this should happen. We get a contradiction. Proof by contradiction.
Japan to London is 6,000 miles, 10,000 kilometers. It's a 9-hour flight one way, 10-hour flight the other way, okay? There should be 3,740.47 miles of curvature during the flight. The aeroplane did not experience that. I didn't experience that, and my bubble app didn't experience it. It was horizontal all the way. Now, 6,000 miles on your globe that doesn't exist at all anywhere in our reality is a quarter. 6,000 miles is almost just shy of a quarter of your globe. That's almost 90 degrees of curvature on your ball up that we did not experience. That would be impossible, because the plane must follow the curvature of the Earth, and it doesn't. No plane takes a curved trajectory through flight from its departure to its destination. It's a horizontal flight. We know that. We're getting our meals, our drinks. We can go to the toilet. We can stretch our legs. No curved trajectory. You could not do that on a globe. We don't live on a globe. Thank you. Bye.
That is irrelevant to the conversation
You're the dumbest fucking guy I've ever heard in my life. What you just said is I can get a drink on an airplane, so we live on a flat Earth. So you understand that might be the worst and dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life. So let's see. He is a pilot, an engineer, a welder when it's 9/11. Like, come on, man. You're just a fucking bullshit artist. Give it up already.
I'm a multi-skilled individual, correct? Multi-skilled. I'm not giving up anything. The fact is this: the aeroplane flies horizontal. If the pitch angle was going through a curved trajectory, every passenger, including the cabin crew, would have to sit down seatbelted, because curved trajectory is a dangerous maneuver, and that would be for 99 hours of flight of curve. You can't go to the toilet, you can't get your meals, you won't get your blankets and your magazines, because the plane is flying at a curved trajectory. the pitch angle is off.
Do you think the people on the side of the globe, Jen, their stuff when they drop it falls sideways? Is that what you're thinking? That when a plane goes around the curve, it'll be pointing straight down and everybody will fall to the windshield or to the rear when it's going?
You'd have spillage sideways, of course. All the stuff would fall onto the windows on the left side.
So you don't understand gravity is always pulling down on a ball no matter where you're at. That's why it always seems like you're on top. Because no matter where you are, you're always being pulled. Let me finish, Jim, please, and then I'll hush for good, and you can talk. Just let me make my point.
Gravity has nothing to do with aviation.
So
nothing to do.
I'm going to make my point anyway, Jen, whether you like it or
not.
not.
You're arguing with the professional pilots, like the helicopter gunship pilots.
When you're on a ball, and the gravity is pulling you straight down, no matter where you're at, you're being pulled straight down. I'm going to keep talking until you hush. Okay, so when you're, I'm going to say it one more time. When you're on a sphere, and you're traveling around that sphere, if the sphere acts like our model, just like we say our model works, that means gravity is pulling straight down no matter where you are. And this is why you don't know this, because you won't shut up and listen. The gravity is always pulling straight down no matter where you are. So to you, it's always going to feel like that your level, Jen, because gravity always pulls straight down no matter where you are on that curved surface. And your fact that you won't shut up says exactly why you are flat.
Living on a globe. Your model does not exist.
So we have the mathematically literate people in this conversation. The mathematically literate people. Jim, I don't understand. I don't understand why you're talking, Jim. You insisted that people allow you the opportunity to talk, and now you're just talking over other people. You know, you make a big show when you're being fucking interrupted. So the mathematically literate people in this conversation now understand that we can use a simple axiom that traveling 69.1 miles or 111.2 kilometers directly north or south does not change your longitude but changes your latitude by approximately 1 degree. That single data point allows us to mathematically contradict the flat Earth. The flat Earth cannot, the planar Earth cannot be true and that be true. They are inconsistent with observational reality. Thank you. And if Kazra does not understand that, it is because he is experiencing severe cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I'm sorry to cut in there, Tony. I don't mean to cut into y'all's conversation. I just was trying to dumb it down a little bit for us guys who aren't as mathematically literate. And I figured,
unfortunately,
people like Jen needs that dumbing down quite a bit.
Where is the curvature to your globe ball? You're the dumb one. You're the dumb one.
So we've explained that.
You haven't presented any.
So Jen, I explained to you what curvature is and what units it is measured in. Can you tell me back what units curvature is measured in? So I did explain this to you. The units of curvature are degrees per unit distance, and the fact that the elevation angle to distant celestial objects varies by approximately 1 degree per 69.1 miles or 111.2 kilometers towards or away from the ground point of the celestial object. That is the exact prediction of curvature. That is,
we're looking on the ground.
And so you're playing, and I'm still talking, Jin, and Jin, I'm still talking. Jin, I'm still talking. Jin, I'm still talking. Your claim that there is no curvature, that we see no curvature, that we experience no curvature, is contradicted by the fact that the elevation angles of celestial objects does change in a systematic fashion as you move away from and towards their ground points. Now, you can deny that that happens. You can deny that that has any relevance, but that is just you making shit up to explain away an observation you find inconvenient.
If that idiot's a pilot, I'm never getting in another airplane again.
He's had pilot training, and I think he's flown in a simulator. He's operated a simulator. But yeah, so it is fascinating to me. Just the Kazra is a very interesting psychological case in that he seems to have at least some technical skills and some mathematical literacy. He can follow a mathematical argument, but when shown that it leads to something that contradicts his beliefs, he just rejects it. So it's a very interesting psychological influence, and I guess we all do it to some extent. We all have irrationalities that protect our worldview.
Yeah, you're currently doing it now, Tony. Tony, you're currently doing that right now because you are unable to prove your globe ball. That shows cognitive dissonance of the highest order. And you're the one with the PhD, person having delusions. That's your problem. You don't seem to realize that the Achilles heel to your model is no curvature. And then the other Achilles heel is you've got no rotation. Okay? So your model is an abomination on this earth. It does not exist anywhere. We're not living on a ball earth smashing through the universe. Okay? We're not doing that. We're a stationary realm that is flat, that God has created, and it has been measured flat for eons. It's measured flat, aviated flat, and maritime flat. Okay? No curvature, man.
Those are
problem.
fucking lies. I mean, those are lies.
High altitude balloons have highlighted that. August Piccard, Eric Dubay has put out a recent one. Yeah, we've got horizontality everywhere. No curvature. No.
Hold on. Did you just say August Piccard? Did you say August Piccard?
When we use,
did you say August Piccard?
It's all happening on a flat linear line.
Did you say August Piccard?
Radio waves, laser beams. Right? Long range.
Did you say August Piccard? Yes.
GPS.
Keep
GPS,
babbling.
for example. Yeah. GPS. Submarines.
Satellites around the globe.
Hot air balloons. Ships. Planes.
Gene, you're just lying. Gene, you're just lying. I work with people. I work professionally with people who analyze GPS and have written. And so, sir, we let you speak. Now you get to shut up and listen. Okay, Verdict. Apparently, you don't shut up. So, I don't understand what your purpose is here.
No rotation. No circumference, no curvature.
Jen, it's for that.
No circumference. Circumference is not a straight line.
Jen, it's for that. Come on, take a breath. It's for that. Okay, just chill out for a second. I'm okay with you guys are bantering back and forth. That's fine. Let's not interrupt each other. Let's keep the points concise. Tony, you've gotten a little long-winded, and which I know you know that you can do. But let's keep these points concise. Jen, if you're going to counter, he is coming from a mathematical argument. If you're going to argue against his points, please keep it to that and not ranting. Okay, so we can keep the conversation going so us can follow along. Because when you guys start shouting at each other, we can't. So let Jen go, Tony. Let Jen go, Tony. And go ahead, Jen. But please keep it to the conversation and the subject. Thank you. And if you got nothing, Jen, that's fine.
I'm not the one that's calling anybody cognitive dissonance. We're not doing that. It's Tony that tends to throw out the abuse, but it is what it is for now. All stating is that there is no measurable curvature and we're not experiencing it through flights. All the mathematics you want to throw at it isn't going to help you because we're talking about the physicality through our reality and our experiences. And that counts for 100% of my existence. What I actually see and feel proves to me that I'm alive. So if I'm in an aeroplane traveling from London to Japan, 6,000 miles, and we work out the curvature value there should be 3,740.47 miles of curvature over a 9-hour flight. That means during that time, I will never be able to leave my seat. I will not be receiving my food or anything else, drinks, blankets, because the cabin crew has to sit down. We all have to remain seated because the aeroplane is going to fly a curved trajectory. That has to happen if you've got a circumference ball. Circumference is circle, it's not a straight horizontal line. I'll stop there. Thank you. And I'll repeat that till the end of time. Bye.
Okay, so Jim claimed earlier in this conversation, and this is the bit that is a lie, that GPS establishes that the Earth is planar. That is a lie. That is untrue. He may not know, I will adjust, he may not know that it's a falsehood, but it is still demonstrably untrue. You can get your GPS unit out if you've got a suitably sophisticated one, and you can get it to print out your coordinates in the ITRF, the International Terrestrial Reference Frame. And when you do that, you will see that your coordinates vary in all three dimensions, X, Y, and Z, which is to say, if you were on a plane, only two of those would be varying, or you would be you would be on a consistent plane through those coordinates. You are not. When you get the ITRF display, it will show you that you are moving around the surface of an approximately spheroidal object. And the fact that Jin claims that this isn't the case shows that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
On, please. Okay, if I may now be able.
Yeah, please go ahead, Jim.
Come on. Sorry, I have a little glitch with my mic button. Can I be heard? Is that okay? Can you hear me?
We got you, buddy. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much. So basically, what I will say is that as Tony keeps replying that I don't know what I'm talking about, we know exactly what we're talking about here. We're talking about the experience of Earth being an oblate spheroid. It's not there, okay? It's quite simple. There should be X amount of curvature over X amount of distance. It's not happening at all. We're not experiencing that whatsoever. It's not happening. That's why we were given our senses by the Creator. So we know when we're off horizontal, different orientations. We can tell that through our senses. The aeroplane is not doing that. It's flying horizontal across the planar Earth. That's what it is. Okay? So no, Tony, you're in the wrong here, not us. I'm not mistaken. We're absolutely correct. Okay? A curved line is not straight. I cannot be traveling for 9 hours. I'm going to keep repeating that. Straight for 9 hours on a ball that's meant to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. And the distance that I traveled in this particular case, almost a quarter of your globe. Okay? That's impossible. That's almost 90 degrees, 1/4 of it. But not a single degree of curvature was experienced. I'm going with the facts, the actual facts. You're ignoring that. You're also ignoring the professionals who I forementioned earlier on, which I'll mention again now, and that is the pilots of jet fighters, helicopter gunships, submariners, aircraft carrier naval personnel, and flight instructors. And that's for the GPS. According to the documentary called Convex Turf, the full documentary, these Brazilians did a GPS test to prove flat Earth between two skyscraper buildings, 1,830 miles apart. I say again, 1,830 miles apart. And what they were hoping to find was the distance from the bottom of the two buildings and then the distance to the top be greater at the top than at the bottom. And when they finally did all their calculations and measurements and got it dialed in with the GPS, indeed they proved it was flat. So unfortunately for you, Tony, experiments, or should I say observation tests, have been done proving we're living on a flat Earth. And these Brazilians were adamant heliocentrists. Their words were, "We cannot believe the Earth is not a ball," because of the thousands and thousands of information and data that we have. They're all flat earthers, all all 20 odd of them. So I'll leave it there for now. Yeah.
Okay.
You haven't.
So you are again.
Globe in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
You are again confusing a parody for fact. It has been explained to you that that Brazilian Brazilian piece of media. Jen, I didn't fucking interrupt you once during your entire fucking screed that I've heard a million times before. Can you not fucking shut up for 2 seconds?
I've heard you a million times now.
Okay, well then, John, I didn't interrupt you, even though I heard you before. So, and he's fucking run away like a fucking coward.
I know it's getting emotional. Like, it's okay.
Well, okay, but you know, you people tell me off for interrupting people. People tell me off for going on and on. He just repeats the same fucking 4 talking points that a million times over. I introduced different data of different types in order to make my point, and he just goes on with the same fucking anecdotes, and then as soon as I get half a sentence in, he's interrupting me again. It's rude, it's dismissive, and you are completely fucking tolerant of it, and I don't understand why.
No, hold on. I'm not tolerant of it. I totally get it. All right. It's okay. Let's just keep the temperature down. Like, it's okay. Jen is reasonable. It's just both of you guys are reasonable. Both of you are. It's just emotions get high in these discourses, and that's fine. So
yeah,
all good.
Okay, I would like to ask. I would like to ask. I was speaking.
I do apologize, Tony.
He didn't apologize to me. He's just making a point.
I am
He's just
apologizing,
explaining
Tony.
something.
I'm
Okay.
apologizing, Tony. Sorry about
All
that.
right.
Okay, my mistake, my bad, my apologies.
Thank you. So to go back, the Brazilian stuff is a parody. We have explained to you why planes by default follow even curved isobars, and we have verified that with science, which you just reject. We have explained to you that your orientation will not change as you go around the globe because the direction of the gravity vector changes with you. So we've explained all of that stuff away. The flight is not persuasive evidence. If it were persuasive evidence, then the first time that a Nobel laureate got onto a plane, they would go, hang on, what's going on here? They don't do that, and they are smarter and better informed than either of us are. So when smarter and better informed people look at the same evidence and don't come to the same conclusion as you, it is because you are mistaken. And you need to be able to internalize this. You have not addressed the fact that GPS data directly contradict your claim that you are on a planar trajectory. You have also failed to engage with the fact that you actually do see curvature in that the elevation angles towards celestial objects do change at an approximately constant rate as you move towards or away from their ground point. That is exactly a prediction of curvature, and it is exactly what is observed. And I can also bring reciprocal zenith angles in and open the conversation up to Shubil or other people.
Well, here I am. Would you happen to have a side view?
Yes, well, I'm going to rebut what you said there first. Hang on a second. Yeah, I haven't finished with you yet, Tony. I know you're scared of me, Tony. Tony, basically, you are wrong in every.
If you're speaking, I can't hear you, June.
I think you muted yourself, Jim. And yes, Demo, I unmute. I normally do. Be nice tonight, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No.
Jen, you have your mic muted if you're trying to speak, Jen. I can't unmute your mic for you, so.
Well, let's not look a gift horse in the mouth.
I've got an 8-inch.
Go ahead, Demo. Go ahead, Demo. We can hear you. Go ahead.
So I got an 8-inch dip in my backyard. right? It's a mud puddle. It's 8 inches higher on the left than it is on the right. Now, how far away from me do you have to get to make that the Earth curve? And what's different about that 8-inch differential than an 8-inch differential after a mile of Earth curve? How are they different? And prove it.
Say that one more time.
I've got an 8-inch high mound of dirt in my yard. From the left, it's up 8 inches. It's like a hill, and it goes down. It's almost like a horizontal line, but not. But then it goes all the way down, all the way down, and the height of it is an 8-inch differential from the left portion of dirt to the right portion of dirt, right where I'm standing. Like you can guarantee that. Put your life on it. Now, it's an 8 inches higher than the dirt on the right and 8 inches lower than the dirt on the left. You understand? It's an 8-inch hump of actual physical dirt. Now,
okay,
is that not what we're looking for to see an 8-inch differential after a mile? 8 inches higher or lower of dirt. How is that
No.
not Earth curve? Show me how it's not Earth curve and show me what Earth curve looks like compared to that.
I mean, there's a difference in topography versus Earth curve. So you have to like,
What's
and
it
this
look
is
like?
the one. Well, this is the one thing that I would encourage you to kind of like explore, right? And just look up the definition of topography, and then look at
No, I
math.
need the dirt. No, I need the dirt in my backyard that matches 8-inch
Topography,
differential.
topography is like the measurement of the dirt, right? And the surface of the
So
dirt.
no, if you're
So
a
you
mile away from me and this is 8 inches higher than the part next to me, that's the 8 inches after the mile right there. What would be different about that?
I might be losing him. I don't know if someone else can follow, but I'm kind of losing your logic.
It's supposed to be 8 inches per mile. I'm losing your logic. You're a mile away from me. There's dirt by you, and it comes all the way to me. From you to me, it's 8 inches higher of dirt, right? Than where you are to where I am.
Okay,
Right?
so now we're a mile apart and we're not in your backyard. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm in my backyard. I'm
Okay.
where the 8-inch hump is. I can feel it, rub it, touch it. Now you're a mile away from me. Now, can you get your theodolite and stuff? And I'll put a cube right here on this curved piece of dirt. And then you'll see what it really looks like from a mile away. And then you can zoom in and do all you want. And you'll see that it's not level or 90 degrees at all. Would that be hard for you?
I mean, there are theodolite measurements quite a bit that we can demonstrate the curvature of
With
the
the
Earth.
picture? No. With the picture of the cube. The cube with the picture, when you hold a picture 90, you're looking straight at the fucking picture. You'll know you're looking at the picture. You don't have to guess.
Have you ever seen them on lighthouses?
Have you ever seen a picture tilted?
Well, hold on a second. Have
We're
you ever
looking
seen
at a cube? No.
Well,
My demonstration is in my backyard. Don't change my demonstration. It's a cube with a picture on it. And I'm going to sit it like this. It's actually, the picture is good to go, right? Then we got a blind in front of the picture. And the blind is tilted down at a certain degree, right?
He's saying if the Earth's curve, you should see it tilted. You should see the cube tilted. If there's Earth curve is what he said.
The picture shouldn't be looking forward, straight forward at a 90-degree fucking picture where you are, because you are 90. You're 90. So from you on the globe, nowhere possible can away from you be a fucking 90. No thing can be 90. It's impossible. So the cube shouldn't be 90, right? Now go on water, put the cube a mile away, zoom in on it. It's going to be fucking 90. How? You're 90 on a globe.
I would love to see the demonstration. Yeah. If you can prove
Put a
that.
cube and walk away from it and see that it's not tilted.
No. Oh, Demo.
Hold on, stop. We got boats that are how far away? And when you zoom in on the boat is 90 degrees. What are you talking about, brother?
Demo, you asked me a question.
The buildings are 90 degrees. No, I'm asking for not 90. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you were talking about a cube, so I know your brain.
Every object.
The synapses of your brain fight faster than the
tilted.
average human. I know you're very intelligent and you have like your fucking thoughts, man, I struggle to keep up with. But if we're talking about that cube a mile away on the surface of the water, and you can demonstrate that, I would love to see that. I would love to see.
It's gonna be 90. Just like the boat, just like when you say aye, aye, Captain, and you see eye to eye. That's the whole point of that term.
Yeah. And I get your logic. I'm not saying it's I'm not saying it's invalid. What I am saying is like that would be an awesome demonstration.
Right. And then another thing you can do is like I said, you put a blind in front of a picture, right? And you have the blind, hold on. You know how you have a blind on your window and like you turn it up or down to be able to see out or in it from outside or inside? From inside, you got to get down and look up through it to see out. From outside, you got to be above and look down and see through. You understand? So if you have a
actually
blind,
a pretty good experiment.
yes, if you have a
It
blind
is.
on the object, hold on, listen, and you start the object right where you are with the water. It's floating. It's a big ass cube. It's floating. It's got the blinds. Now the blinds are blocking your view straight ahead from a 90-degree visual of this picture. All you'll be able to see is the blind going all the way down. Now, we're going to do the calculation to where after an 8-inch drop tilt of any sort, you'll be able to start to see the picture. So what you do is you take the thing and you put it on a mile to whatever lake, calm water, stream, whatever the fuck you got that's calm and whatever, and you push it away, or you put it down there and you get away 3 miles, 1 mile, 2 miles. So you view and take a film of it from every different distance that you want. You can even get a side view on my thing. I'm not afraid of a side view. So when you zoom in, what you're going to see is that you always see it 90. You'll never see the picture.
Okay.
Now, if you're on a globe, you'll have to see the picture because the blinds will reveal the cube, the back of the cube will lift, and the picture will be revealed to you. It'll have to be.
Has this stuff been done and experimented with, demonstrated?
No, no one's ever done. No one ever tries to do the stuff I tell them to do because
Wow.
it would prove it once and for all.
I mean, when PhD Tony comes in here, I mean, like you gotta understand, like mathematics is kind of like a universal language, regardless of whether or not flat earthers want to accept it. Like it's kind of like part of reality, and it really doesn't matter, right? And I can tell you that.
Not to me when I got the visual.
Well, hold on.
I'm gonna have the cube. No, you're not listening. Hold on. What do you get math from, brother? What does math come from?
All I'm saying is, right? What you're talking about contributes to the conversation, and that's very interesting. But until it can be demonstrated, which mathematics and measurements can be demonstrated and have been done, and we build like infrastructure networks on that, and we also actually fight wars on that, right? Which is my experience.
Yeah, and a horizontal flight doesn't go to space, guys.
All I'm saying is they're interesting, Dima. All I'm saying is they're interesting ideas, and I would love to see those demonstrated and experimented with. That's all I'm saying. But I'm not
Yeah,
saying.
I've also got one where you fly your drone out and you have a side, because they keep wanting to know how you make sure it's horizontal. You have a little thing across your screen like our green for our square. You have the green line across the screen for the square. It's a horizontal line. You just put a horizontal line across the screen like you would a paper for a kid at school to write on. And you have it there. It's a clear film. You have it leveled out, however you guys want to level it. And then that's going to be your reference. From left to right, it's going to be a clear thing with a line across it. That's going to be a horizontal. You set it up to where you need to. Eye level of the person. Yeah. And then you have it going out that way. And what you do is you have the drone going along the horizontal line. So the horizontal line doesn't care about your problems of gravity or your excuses or whatever you want to do. As long as that drone's along that horizontal and doesn't increase in elevation, you cannot be on a globe.
Well, it's a little different though, because scale is the biggest
horizontal.
Well, no,
what scale?
Hold on. Hold on. Scale is the biggest. It's the biggest problem with flat Earth's argument, right? Because they repeatedly don't understand scale. But to your point about the drone, well, listen, to the point about your drone, right? I can take a drone, and let's say, I don't know, I'm in Florida and I'm on the coast, so I'm at sea level. I'll watch the sunset, and then I can actually fly this drone, and I can elevate that drone to whatever, elevation I want to, and the sun reappears. You know
I
what I
don't know
mean?
what that's got to do with anything. Do you have a horizontal line of reference to compare your imaginary claim?
It's not no, it's not an imaginary reference. It's
Yes,
about
it is, unless
where
you
the
have a
observer is.
horizontal line. No, your imagination is your reference right now. Do you have a side view and a horizontal line?
It's not the imagination, man. It's like observable data.
Do you
Like
have? No, you're not. No, observable data is not you talking to me. Get your clear screen out with your horizontal line
do you
and
fly
show me the
drones?
sun drop below it, please.
Well, let me ask you: Do you fly drones at all,
brother? All
I
you
would
need
encourage
is
you
a
to do so.
fucking side. I prefer you to go fly your drone while your buddy has got it in the side view, and while he knows, and you can watch the film, and everybody knows you're flying it horizontal, no problem, no magic gravity doing fuck all, right?
Well,
It's
what do you
going
mean?
along the horizontal.
So what do you mean
Of the paper, not of gravity, not of your imagination, not following.
I'm not following. What do you
You're
mean?
not following. No, the drone's gonna follow the horizontal. The guy's gonna be flying it out, and you're gonna have a horizontal line set up from left to right on a piece of clear fucking material. It's clear material.
Right, because we don't understand scale, and that's what it looks like. Yes.
What scale are you talking about? What scale?
The size of
What
the globe.
scale? What size?
The size of the
From
globe.
left to right, how many miles am I seeing in my horizon? What scale are you talking about? Give me your numbers. What scale are you talking about? From left to right, when I look out of my horizon, that's horizontal forever.
I'm not
your
going to get
fucking
baited.
scale of miles?
Look, I know you too well. I'm not getting baited in that shit, but you know what I mean.
So you don't have a scale. You're making no sense now.
No,
I need your physical, actual scale, please. Your numbers, your math, your miles. Left to right, please. For someone to
It
compare.
was a nice try.
Then we're going to do it left to right both ways. Now you're going to have left to right numbers for you. Now your buddy's going to have them too, and he's going to take a copy of that out to the right. And then he's going to watch your drone. You're going to watch your drone. You're going to make it up. I'm going to watch the drone not make anything up.
Your synapses are firing. You're getting a little carried over. All right, you're
getting mad because my horizontal line of reference defeats every fucking claim you make about Nothingville.
From your
I can even put the distances on it.
It does.
I can even put the distances on my horizon. Do you want to know the distances of a flat Earth horizon?
No, Demo, let me agree.
Do you want to know anything about flat Earth, or you guys want to keep making shit up? On your flat Earth horizon, go out today or tomorrow and look as far left as you can and mark that on some object. Then have your same object, a ruler and a fucking tape measure, whatever. Keep pulling it to as far as right as you can see. Have your buddy do it. And then each line on that, right, when you look from left to right, however you divide it, that's 93 million miles. From left to right on your flat Earth horizon, that horizontal line you see that doesn't curve ever, for no one ever. That's 93 million miles in my view. Just me standing there. Just imagine if I had 100 guys next to me. What would that be? So now do your math of your 24,000 mile puny fucking globe that doesn't exist anywhere on my horizon. There's no curve nowhere that I see in any of those distances. You have problems.
Do you think your perspective would change if you were able?
Perspective?
Let's just say you were Superman, right? And it's a thought experiment. That's all it is, Demo.
No, I don't like doing that because there's no point to it. Because nobody's Superman.
What happens? What
happen.
happens if you go higher in elevation?
Nobody knows. Nobody's Superman. Flat Earth keeps being flat. You rise in elevation. You don't fall. You can't go down to go up. What happens when you drop?
Oh, yeah. All right.
What happens when you drop? You're supposed to prove dropping becomes up to Australia somehow. No.
No. Come on. You are incredibly intelligent, man. Like, there is a reason why you're fucking in here and you can rant the way you have a rant muscle that is like second to Trump only. Like, there is a reason for that. So think about
it. Brother, a helium balloon, right? If you get 10 miles away from me and I let a helium balloon out, and you let one out, and everybody's got us in their view of front view, side view, back view, 100 people doing that. None
All
of
of
those
that,
helium
all of
balloons
that
are going to
refutes your drone argument of like looking to the side and shit. Like
No, it
that's the
doesn't.
point.
No, it doesn't.
Like,
You
you're
can
not
look from the
connecting the
side view at
dots.
all of our balloons. You can have 100 balloons forward to back and left to right. And none of them are going to diverge or converge. What's your point, brother? You get the side view with me every time. What are you talking about? And front view. That's how science is done. You make sure where I'm from. If
I mean, you're
Bob
really
sees the Camel Hill and Bob's looking forward and the Camel Hill's 27 miles away to his theodolite and he sees the front face of a camel and I go look at the side view and see the back end of a fucking turtle, I'm like, no, Bob, that's not a camel. That's a half camel, half turtle. Now you lost your money because you just wanted to have one fucking view and one
Now
ignorant reference.
I got it. Now you're being funny.
Now you get it. No, I'm being 100%. Now, if you want to guess what a car is or a truck or a semi and guess the length of it, you're not going to do it from 27 miles away looking at the front, are you? You've never seen the semi before. How are you going to guess the sides by looking at the front headlights? Not going to happen. You'll need a side view. The very fucking point that every glober doesn't understand and can't comprehend they need. You know why they don't get it? Because it debunks their claim. Because their side view horizon is just as long as their fucking front view horizon. 93 million miles.
So let me ask you about this. So in my daily job, right, I deal with satellites. I deal with like intel collection, right? And that's assets that are, you know, whether they're fixed wing drones, or, you know, low Earth or orbit satellites, you know. I deal with this on a daily basis.
Do they go down?
Well, I'm just asking you. And then I also deal with GPS for navigation, right? When I'm not doing it with a map and a compass. If all of that was fake,
You'd have a ball if it was real, and you'd have a little toy in your hand right now on your camera, and you show me how it goes around there.
So the reason why it works is because it is a globe.
What works? The demonstration you haven't showed with the little plane and the little globe, that only works, but does it work because you can't show it? You're not making any sense here, brother.
We have to calculate.
No, you have to bring it into physicality. Stop imagining. No, let me really get a toy plane and really get a ball.
Just let me finish my point. Like, it's just a quick point. We have to calculate fuel payloads, right? For some
what?
of our
to do what?
And we have to calculate those distances based on the curved Earth. So,
no, you don't, because you don't know how to fucking show me how an airplane, a hot air balloon, and a boat, and a helicopter are all flying simultaneously around a sphere the way you claim.
Well, they're doing it. I mean, but you haven't
shown me how. No, they're not doing it. You haven't shown us. We're waiting. We know how they fly over flat stuff. Real fucking simple, just like a bird. They go up, they go around, and they fucking land left to right, no problem. They're not going down under the dirt or under the water ever. You can't do that on flat Earth. You can't go down below flat Earth, dirt, and water. You think you can on a globe. Now you have a side view to show us something going down below that horizontal. If you don't, stop fucking saying the word orbit. All you're really saying is flying in circles above your head. So if you're saying you work with flying in circles above your fucking head, then that's cool, brother. Cool. There is no space below your feet.
ISR assets, like they fly like just normal jetliners would, you know, especially if we traverse them across from, you know, bases.
You can't even zoom in on the ISS to prove what it is. So stop lying. Zoom in on the ISS from an airplane. Prove it's higher than an airplane. Or stop fucking lying.
Okay. All right. So you and I are not going to agree.
Real proof is going to hurt you. We know.
What do you think about aliens, Demo? I want to know.
Go get me one. The sun's an alien. The moon's an alien. The Earth's an alien spaceship. A UFO. That's what NASA claims.
Okay.
NASA claims everything's a star, UFO, gas, electromagnetic space, sun fart. And a sun fart knocks out all the electronics. Too bad all your electronics fly right by the sun farts, and none of the electronics stop working. That's pretty weird. Even the stuff closer to it. So the stuff that hits Earth so hard and makes Earth stop working in Texas or wherever doesn't affect the ISS. That's fucking weird. So all these claims that you guys make backfire because none of this shit makes any sense. Can you show me a solar sun fart? Turn it off your computer in a lab. The little sun you make, can it shut off all your computers and the very thing that's making it? Does it shut them off? So no electromagnetic sun fart? Damn. A pistol shrimp outdoes you guys in science. It can make a sun underwater? The fuck? Lasts longer than yours? What do you mean? Where's all the technology?
I like when you end with the fuck.
I've hijacked this conversation as a mod, and I shouldn't have. But Demo, I appreciate the conversation.
But hold on, you forgot the drone. It's got an extended rope.
No.
Is it the fuck?
We can drop it down. Yeah, it's going to follow a horizontal line. You're going to fly it out forward and watch it fly forward. I'm going to be on the side, or somebody's going to be on the side with a horizontal reference. It's going to be a long ass clear fucking thing. It's level A to B on the left side and the very right side. So just it's all going to be a level thing, and we're gonna make sure we're walkie-talkie, and we're going to be like, okay, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up to keep with the horizontal. If you don't hear that, you don't hear pull up, pull up, pull up, keep horizontal. You're not on a globe. If you're flying horizontal, 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 and I ain't got to tell you to pull up, guess what? That horizontal line is your plane of reference. That's your equal altitude of elevation.
I mean, I can totally understand the logic in your argument. Like, I can.
Yeah,
like,
that's your equidistant line. That horizontal.
No.
The fuck?
Like, this is the thing about
Yeah,
like,
because a horizontal line can't be equidistant to the center of a sphere. If you think so, go get a ruler right now and get a sphere. Show me the left and right side of the ruler be equidistant to the fucking center of that sphere. Show me which part of the left and right. Show me where it's equidistant at, and do the math and draw it out.
Well, first of all, you're ignoring the scale of the Earth if it actually is the size that is the claim, right?
No, there's no such thing as scale that you don't have. I asked you for the mileage and you won't give it to me. You don't have a scale, therefore. A scale key legend on a flat map is the miles and the inches and the feet, is it not? Isn't that what you use to make the fucking thing and proof it? To make sure it's up and down and left and right correct? That is the scale. Now give me your scale for the globe that I can look out and proof it with.
Can I ask something?
On a flat map, D-Mark, that the scale has to change according to where it's at on the map. Because flat maps have different scales.
Flat Earth. Stop proving flat Earth. We're looking for globes and curves. We want an 8-inch in your backyard differential that matches the Earth curve.
Do you really think Iceland is the size of
is the Earth ever itself,
Africa?
you guys?
Gotcha.
Can the Earth ever be itself?
Demo.
Can we see the Earth
Demo,
curve?
for God's sake, we were having a good conversation for a second, right?
I know in my
Don't go back.
backyard.
Don't go back. Close in your backyard and then tell me that I'm gonna be a mile away. Just like
There's no Earth curve. Whose backyard you can ask the human on Earth, and not one of them will say the backyard of their fucking yard has a curve. How is that possible? When every fucking human on Earth has their backyard near a curve.
Is it broken or something?
Nobody's yard to have Earth. Not nobody. How would it be possible to live on a fucking mathematical thing you keep going 360 and nobody
is better. Who broke the other chat?
Isn't it great when rum solves everything?
So what point, when does the gravity start pulling down on your plane from point A to B? Where and where? What city, what country, what state, what runway? So from point A, draw a dot, and then like on your video camera, like draw another dot where gravity starts yanking stuff down. Because we all need to pay attention to that magic spot. Please. Hello?
You're shouting to the void, Demok. There's no globers here.
Well, we know that. That'd be impossible.
Right? I don't know. I think other people are having issues, but I gotta jump.
He couldn't even finish his sentence. Are people still having issues?
Yeah.
NBA? Are you there? Cole? Ben?
Hello, sir. I'm here.
Bjorn?
Yeah. I'm here. It's working.
Okay.
Hello, Professor DZ.
You know what the DZ stands for?
D's nuts.
Yeah, how do you know that?
I don't know.
Dang, you got me.
Wait, is it rum D's nuts in your mouth, or what is it?
I don't know. Just it's not that fancy. It's just these. How come? How come when it's white people stealing food, it's called surviving, but when it's black people stealing speakers, it's called looting?
Real shit, bro.
Like, how do you know there's not bread in them speakers? Does anyone have a controversial opinion on what? Anything? I don't know, Demo. Think
No,
aliens exist on flat Earth? What about flat Earth? I'll throw out the aliens on flat Earth. Oh, aliens on flat Earth. Why can't there be aliens on round Earth? Oh, aliens are real, but just curious if there's room for them in the dome. How would they get through the firmament? Good point. Bounce off.
Maybe they just have alien technology that allows them to become corporeal and pass through the firmament.
I don't know, man. Like I'm kind of being kind of sarcastic, but I do empathize with.
I mean, so am I. I'm just, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go by the logic.
I know you are, bro. I do empathize with these guys. I do. That's why I'm here. It's because it's one thing to experience like yourself, you know, when you're just looking at the horizon or whatever, then like not have the experience or the exposure, I guess, is probably the best thing to like the other parts of it. And so it's like listening back and forth to this shit. Like, I don't know. I try to reconcile it sometimes a little bit, like just to get them to talk, like not talk past each other. Because I think what the Glover community has done, and again, I'm only 3 years into this shit, right? But I'm an active duty military officer with 2.5 decades, right? So, but I
Thank
can
you for your service, brother.
yeah, but I can empathize. You know what I mean? Because they do have some valid points, and it's just like, man, there's some middle ground in there. Like I get it.
Who has valid points?
Well, I mean, observations, right, that they can do from the ground level. Like, obviously, they have a point on that, right? Which is why I was asking Demo about scale earlier. And I get all that, but then you ignore topography, you ignore, you know, declination. Like, there's so many things you ignore. And so I empathize with that point of view because that's what you're exposed to. That's what you know, right? And which is where I think a lot of this society is kind of like sequestered themselves on YouTube and, you know, watching videos and only being exposed to that part. Whereas like there's alternative things that you could do like with a map and a compass outside your own driveway and actually prove the earth is round, right? But that is so alien to them. That is so outside of their perspective or their you know, their bubble of reality that it's just insane. It's just
But they
insane.
don't want to do anything. Like none of them do flat measurements.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, a few of them did. Jaron did one, which was kind of funny, you know, in the documentary. And a couple of them went to Antarctica, but now they're all shills. You know, it's I don't know.
I think like I don't really understand is like people get so heated in here. I'm like, why can't we just disagree and like not get mad?
That's my big thing is just being human. Just love each other.
I think it's because religion is involved, and that's the main thing. When you may be doing it from a place of, hey, you know, this is what the science says, but to someone who is that religious, you are attacking the foundation of their religion. So it's always going to get heated, and that's probably one of the problems.
Well, Bjorn, like for me, like I actually think so. I am religious, right? I do consider myself a shitty Christian, right? I'm a shitty Christian because I don't like, yeah, like I don't go to the religious dogma of the Catholic or the Lutheran church that I grew up in, but I do believe in God. I do think Christ was a thing. And in fact, like Islam validates that for me because of the false claims of Muhammad, right? All of that is very controversial. Like all of that is. But like flat earth to me is fucking an insult to God. Because why would God let us fucking do all these observations, be able to have mathematics and physics to explain and observe like the universe if we were in a dome? So I think flat earth is actually an insult to God. You know what I mean?
Do you think like there's actual evidence to support God's existence, or are you just like it's faith based and you know I believe in it, like you know, because I can respect that.
It's weird, man. I've answered this before, but every time I've tried to answer it right, like I'm thinking back, and I think it gets a little different, right? Because I'm older now. I'm 42, and after 2.5 decades, I'm kind of thinking to myself, like, was that was that manifested in my mind or whatever? But I'm telling you, like it's still kind of ingrained in my mind, and I do believe that was the experience. Like there are things that I cannot explain that happen in combat without a divine power. Like
Then all
just say
confirmation bias, though.
it could be, it could be, or is it actually happening?
Like if you didn't believe in God when those things happened, you wouldn't have thought anything of it.
Well, I didn't believe in God at the time.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's kind of the difference. Yeah.
so you saw some funky things, and you're like, "Oh, that must be God."
Well, it's just, yeah. I mean, that's the easiest way to kind of explain it. But I mean, just things that were physically impossible happened. Um,
But why does it have
but
to be the Christian God?
well, I guess maybe that was cemented in my upbringing or whatever. But I mean, if you think about it, like, and when I say Christian God, I mean Judeo-Christian, right? Like,
Yeah.
all of that came first. Like Islam is a falsehood. I don't give a fuck what anybody else says. Like Muhammad even fucking saying he went to Jerusalem is like the biggest archaeological historical falsehood that you can actually identify in all the religions. Like it's the biggest one.
I mean,
So like that one,
Jews and secular people all think that Jesus thing is a falsehood.
they do, but then you have some of them.
Even if he was a living dude, that doesn't mean
Yeah,
anything.
yeah. You have some that can disagree, but that one for me was like the biggest. I don't know, the biggest falsehood of religions. But
Isn't like the whole argument for like Jesus, like eyewitness testimony kind of stuff, and all the Muslims could say the same thing with Muhammad.
well, that's such a long. It's a long conversation. I don't want to dominate it, but like when it comes to Islam doctrine, right? When Muhammad wrote the book, which he didn't write most of the book anyways. But then and you've also got the Hadith, right? It's kind of the same thing with when you look at Christianity, right? Because like everything that was written about Jesus was after Jesus, right? I mean, you also have like the Council of Nicaea, and you have other efforts like what are we going to put in the canon for the Bible? So I'm not saying like the two are, I guess the two are not, they're equally flawed, I guess you could say. But when it comes to the Quran, like, first of all, it's not even written in chronological order. And then the second part is like Muhammad was writing out of emotion because he was rejected as a Jew, which most people don't even know. And if you even Google it, they won't even tell you that. But that's actually in the archaeological record. And then like, he was also like nobody, and he met this widow that fucking had money because he was a caravan guy, right? So like and it's also 600 years later, and he was also rejected by the society they wanted to join. So like those are different things in my opinion. Again, humble opinion. I know it's controversial. When it comes to the Jews and the Christians, like that was evolved over centuries and centuries and centuries. But to be honest with you, man, it might have all been aliens. I don't know. I'm just telling you what
gets me about Christianity is like nowhere in the actual like New Testament does it like Jesus like outright say like I am God. He says he alludes to it, and then the whole mythos is built around that.
He does. And then there's also, if you look at the Lost Gospels or even the Dead Sea Scrolls, and like if you actually get into the scholarly like things about it, right? And then different interpretations between, the original Greek, right? there's a very controversial figure called Amon that claims to be I forget what. Anyways, he's a classical Greek scholar or whatever, and so his interpretation of some of the original Greek is different. But like the point is, well, not the point, but the thing that weighs heavily on my opinion, I guess you could say, is that like our laws in like Western society and any society that's ever like amounted to anything, right, is founded on Judeo-Christian laws. And like it kind of seems to me from a human perspective to be common sense. Don't kill each other. Fucking don't bomb each
But don't you think that like I guess that like it's kind of hard because like there's not like any strong evidence of like the connection, but like it's kind of hard to not say that like Eastern religion didn't influence Western religion.
Oh, it absolutely did. Oh, it did. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, Code of Hammurabi came first, and that was full of all the laws that basically Western civilization lives by now. But that's why I've always said to atheists that ask me, I can't prove God exists. I can't prove any of it. That's just faith. And they'll leave it at that. Like, it's not, like that's how I've always looked at it. Is I don't try to force it on anybody else. I don't try to make them live by my rules. And it's faith, and that's all you can say, right?
Yeah, I feel like that would be like totally fine, and like I feel like a lot more people would be okay with that if we didn't live in like a nation that like of like where like they're like trying to heavy push Christian that I don't know the word for it. But yeah, like they're trying to heavy push Christian nationalism right now in the on the federal level. So that's concerning to a lot of people. So it'd be like one thing if we just lived in a nation where like if it was like that, but then if you have like people like that like trying to force it on people, then like they're gonna get more sensitive when they have these conversations, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan of that either, and I totally empathize with that point. Actually, sympathize with it, to be honest with you. And I don't want to discount like Muslim, contribution to society because like astronomy started with them. You know what I mean? Like that's one thing that a lot of people forget. Like these guys. Well, I mean, technically, if you go back to like the Sumerians, the Babylonians, and all that other stuff, but that was the cradle of civilization.
Yeah, I don't even know what happened. Like there was like there was like the golden age of Islam, and they did all this contribution to science, and then after like somebody like maybe it was like the Hadith or whatever shit fucked it up, and was like somebody changed like the script, like the mythos, like the what's it like the lore, and then they kind of I think they kind of shifted to a point where it's like they didn't see science as important anymore. So then they shifted away from that and they never got back to it.
So it's kind of interesting. So you have the
they associated science with the devil, right? At like when in early like at the time of the end of the golden age, right?
Well, I mean, the Crusades were a big part of this, right? So like, and when you get into Jews and Palestinians, like it gets very controversial, but they all came from the tribes of Israel, which came out of Egypt. That was where they settled. The Canaanites had to split. Like, there's so much, man. Like, this is like a fucking 20-year discussion. Like, if you actually want to get into the nuances and the details, but I mean. So then, Islam comes around 600 years after Christ, right? But like they were very scientific, and they were. The problem is that Muhammad's doctrine just wasn't feasible for a society. I mean, it's kind of like the same thing as communism, right? Like you can, I guess you can keep a population subdued with control as like. With certain levers, but if you pull too many of those levers, like they're going to rebel.
I mean honestly, I think the reason communism doesn't work is because like you really need like everybody in the society to consent to want to do that. and like that's not going to happen with a large population. Like it can
No.
happen with like a town of 20 people, maybe.
Yeah.
Like I think on a small level it can work, maybe.
Yeah,
Like with
and
20 people, but like it's like a big population. They're not all gonna. If they're not all want, if they don't all want to do it, obviously it's not gonna work, right?
yeah, I mean, because you get into competition, which is a big human trait. It's like, why does I mean, all humans want to do what? We want to raise our families. We want to feed our families, feed ourselves, have shelter. Unfortunately, like communism, like Sharia, all this stuff, like unless you're like doctrinated into that point where you believe that like that's the only way to do it, it just doesn't work. And then most societies rebel from that, which is what we've seen throughout the millennia. So like the Greeks were the ones that did it, man. Like they figured it out. Like democracy is shitty. I'm not saying, and it's really not even democracy in the United States. Most people think we're a democracy. We're not. We're a constitutional republic, which is a very different. Democracy is like the mob rules, right? But we're a constitutional republic, and the founding fathers recognized that. They used the foundation of that structure as just like literally Judeo-Christian quote unquote law of like these principles of like don't kill each other, you can have a gun, fucking you have the right to defend yourself, no one can tell you what to do, you have the right to rise against government.
I still wonder like what the founding fathers would think if they like could foresee like people having like machine guns. And how they would be like, maybe we shouldn't, maybe it's a little different from saying everybody could have a musket, right? Versus everyone can have an assault rifle.
Yeah, like machine guns are licensed. Like you have to have a class C license.
You know what I mean? Like semi-autos, like an M14 or something. Like you could just buy that, and that's not the same as having that's not the same as owning as like it's kind of hard to massacre a bunch of people with a musket.
Yeah, and I hear this a lot about like gun control stuff, and I'm with you. Like I empathize it. Like, and I'm 2.5 decades in the military, so like in the army. So that's what I do for a living. I totally empathize with that point of view. But when after 37 countries around the world, right, disarmed populations are where I'm at.
They just started stabbing people.
Well, what I'm saying is disarmed populations are where I found myself. So, like, why? Why is that? And it's mostly because the government fucking got tyrannical and the people couldn't fucking defend themselves. You know what I mean? There has to be. I'm not saying correlation is causation. I'm not saying that. But I am saying, like, it's a trend.
How about like England? Like England has strict gun laws, right?
They do, and look what happened. They're shanking each other.
They stab sometimes.
Yeah, they're shanking each other. So.
Dang. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I kind of find that's why I kind of find like the philosophy and like religion conversations to be more interesting than like guns rights conversation, because really like you can have an opinion on guns or whatever, but it's not going to change anything. But you can change your philosophy and you can change how you think.
For sure. Yeah, I agree with you.
I always had a problem with the guns rights thing because I like guns, but I'm with you too, Prof, where it's like, do people really need an AR-15 with like a 100-round drum magazine? Like, maybe we could like have the ranges get licensed to have a 100-round drum magazine and you can go there and use that there. But, like sometimes I just think there's got to be a simpler solution than what we're doing where both sides just talk at each other instead of talking with each other.
I'm actually with you on that one. Like I'm an advocate for the Second Amendment, right? But a 100-round drum magazine Like, dude, trust me, they are fun as fuck. Like, it's awesome. But like, if I think about it, right, and this other side is telling me like, hey man, like, as a society, we're worried about all this stuff and all that. Like, I can make those concessions to where it's like, okay, you know what? Especially for home defense, and I mean, even hunting deer. Like, I've hunted deer with my AR. You know, I don't need 100, round drum. Like, I don't need a drum. You know what I mean? So like, I'm with that. The problem is like, you get these zealots on the other side. It's like no guns or guns, and then like, you also have like the zealots within those communities where it's like the guns guys are like, don't even fuck with our magazines. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's weird. I don't understand it, but
did Trump get rid of those like bump stock laws?
Did who?
Like, didn't Biden or somebody pass like laws about bump stocks, or is that only like on a state level?
Bump stocks are okay. So bump stocks are weird. And really what it is, it's like a legislative, like it's the language within the laws. There's arguments for both sides.
Yeah, but what's a gun gonna do for you against like people with the steel and the armor and the technology and the like bulletproof vests made out of tuxedos? And
Yeah,
so, like,
that's what I'm. Yeah, like like armed coalition's not going to be able to fight against tanks.
Hold on, I got wife aggro right now. I'm sorry. But the bump stocks is an interesting conversation, but I'll be back in a second.
Okay, so it says here that there was a Supreme Court decision in June 2024, like a year ago, that invalidated the federal ban on bump stocks. The court found that the bump stocks do not fall into the definition of machine gun. However, states may still have their own laws banning or restricting bump stocks. I just wanted to check what the law was.
Yeah, but Americans, like, don't forget that that amendment is for you to have guns, is not to kill each other, is to protect yourselves from the government. So the more rounds, the bigger the guns you can have, the better. That's what the Second Amendment is all about, no?
Oh my God, the Canadian who doesn't know what the Second Amendment.
Oh, shut up!
I find that strange.
Does having a gun matter?
About that
Does having
bump
a gun
stop
matter
rule.
if they have tanks and drones? Does that matter if you have guns?
Nukes. We need nukes, man.
Yes, it matters. The more guns you have, the better it is.
I think it's strange about that bump stop.
That's what the whole amendment is about.
So we have nukes? I mean, the government has nukes.
Dude, the amendment.
Yeah, why can't people own bombs?
I mean, with the bump stop, that's basically a device that you can put on a gun that turns it into a fully automatic. That's strange that they said that they overturned that.
so does the nuclear battery that lasts for 70 years and 100 years that goes through space.
Look at Mexico, man. Look at Mexico. They're not allowed to have guns. But who runs Mexico? The gangs. Why? Because the people are scared shitless.
Where do they get the guns from?
If all the Mexicans had guns, they'd be able to protect themselves, right?
Where do the Mexican gangs get their guns from?
They get it from.
What does that matter, man? What does that matter?
You can get it from the United States. That's why.
Oh, you can get it from Russia, China, America, Italy, France. There's lots of
Yeah,
places.
it's a lot easier for the cartels in Mexico to get them from the United States, though.
I don't think Italy's
I can
like
go to a
sending
pawn
guns
shop
to
and
the
get any
cartel.
kind of gun I want. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know that the Mexican government controls only about, I don't know, 20 miles outside of they just control, I think it's the city, Mexico City. They have just a little territory that they control. The rest of Mexico is controlled by the cartels.
It's like you're arguing for guns, but the guns is the reason why the cartel was even able to be a thing in the first place.
Right, I'm just
What do you
saying
think
that
would
you
happen
get
if a couple of special forces boys were given the green light to go in there? What do you think would happen?
It would.
I don't know. When they did that to try to go catch El Chapo's son, the cartels all banded together, ended up with pickup trucks with 50 cows on the back, and then they had to give El Chapo's son back. So I don't know how you'd have to send in more than just a few special forces guys.
All right,
You're
you
gonna have
send
to
in a,
like, some scary
a
hardware.
Marine battalion. How
Yeah, they
about
couldn't
that?
even do Bay of Pigs. They couldn't even take Cuba.
Wait. Yeah, but Bay of Pigs wasn't a U.S. Marine battalion. Are you saying we should invade Mexico, Essie?
No, I'm saying what it would take to clear these guys, right? And the reason why they're running the show there is because the people don't have guns. We're talking about guns, right? Second Amendment.
Yeah,
Well,
so
they are
the
the
answer is more
government too,
guns,
in a
right?
way.
More guns. Are
Well,
you
it's
sure
not
you're
even.
Canadian? Are you sure you're
It's
Canadian?
not
'Cause you
even
sound
just
like a.
the guns, though, Essie. It's the it's like the whole reason, because they are part of whoever runs Mexico. Like they allow it, just like the DEA
I think if the
allows
people had
bad
the guns,
stuff.
they'd all just be dead because they would just have a civil war.
Not necessarily. Do you know about the Mexican farmer that fought off like 20 sicarios?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, you hear stories like that. Yeah.
I mean, the whole reason that we have firearms and the Second Amendment is for the security and foundation of a free state.
So should we have nukes because the government has nukes?
No,
Say
because
something
there's
intelligent.
right. Hold on. Let me explain the nukes thing specifically. The government has the right to regulate weapons that are exceptionally dangerous indiscriminately in their normal operation, which is why nukes are not allowed.
Great. So we agree. So now we need to know just where to draw the line. That's all.
Yeah, so for example, destructive devices, machine guns, the existing categories of the NFA are already prohibited. Like everything that's on, like silencers, short-barreled rifles, and short-barreled shotguns should be taken off the NFA, but machine guns and destructive devices should stay.
Yeah, but the Supreme Court said they could.
Because you can still get them.
You could ban bump stocks.
Yeah, well, bump
The only thing is,
stocks.
bump stock's not really a machine gun. Like you still have it's on. It's not like what they call a switch that goes on the back of a handgun and can turn a handgun into a machine gun. You know,
Right.
You still have to pull the trigger every time you're sending a round downrange. It just goes faster.
Yeah, and I would even argue that machine guns aren't indiscriminate either and shouldn't be on the NFA. But like things like explosives, chemical weapons, traps, booby traps are not constitutionally protected. Yeah, exactly. They're not constitutionally protected because they're indiscriminate. Like there's not there's reasonable restrictions. It's just the goal of the gun control movement is the complete abolition of civilian firearms ownership, similar to the UK or Australia. And they've even said as much. They aren't honest about the way they say it, but they do say that.
It's not about Rambo, right? It's not about having grenade launchers. It's about the right to self-defense. That's why you're allowed to have arms, right? It's the right to self-defense.
That's what Heller said, but I don't. That's mostly based on common law and some of the state constitutions. But I mean, you don't need like the Second Amendment in and of itself. Yeah, I mean, Heller did two things, which I think are sufficient. It set the common use standard, which is a smart standard because it basically means that weapons that are commonly used for lawful purposes are constitutionally protected. And it also established that the Second Amendment protects the right to self-defense, which is the other reason that a lot of laws have been turned down. But the other aspect of the Second Amendment is that militias, whether informal or formal, can provide a last-ditch defense against rioting, just like Kyle Rittenhouse did. And that's the other thing, right? Like the problem that I have with a lot of like people that are anti-gun in the U.S. is they still think that Kyle Rittenhouse was in the wrong. The kid's a complete moron, but he was completely justified in what he did.
But he didn't have to be
I
there.
think that's a dangerous. Like
that's the problem.
you can start a whole like out. Wait. You can easily start like a 3-hour debate on Kyle Rittenhouse, and I don't want to do that.
Right, but my point is, I was being deliberately provocative. Fair enough. He didn't have to go there, but his reason for going there was consistent with the meaning of the Second Amendment. He was trying to provide defense for local businesses when there was a breakdown of the rule of law and the state was not able to provide those services.
Isn't the point of that bit of the Constitution to prevent a tyrannical government, not to prevent a mob of looters?
Oh,
yes, it's against the government. That's right.
Well, that's where does that come from, though?
Isn't that the first? In order to prevent a tyrannical government, a well-maintained militia. Isn't that the wording of it?
No. It says it says a well-ordered militia being necessary to the survival. Well, whatever. You know what I mean.
But would the government supposed to not allow mobs to act like they did in 2020 and burn cities down? So the government failed us. So Kyle Rittenhouse had a right to do what he said because the government failed us. That's the point.
What the Second Amendment says, the literal text, in the spirit of well-regulated militia. That's where it is, because the actual wording of the Second Amendment is a well-regulated militia. So that's where you get the problem of what is considered a well-regulated militia.
So join the National Guard.
Exactly.
You'll be fine.
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed is the wording I'm getting.
Right.
So,
and I think
the militia, aka the National Guard.
No.
You gotta have enough money and enough backing and enough stuff to even put up a fight.
Hold on, Demok. Can you take a book out of Eggshell's book, like a leaf out of Eggshell's book, and actually use good anti-God arguments instead of just anti-God talking points? Because it's pretty pathetic the things that you're actually saying.
Yeah, except that's what it starts off with. You guys always forget about it.
No. That clarifies the intent. It does clarifies the intent of why the right is protection. No, where does it say that? Where does it say that? Where does it say that? Where does it say what you just said?
A well-regulated militia being necessary.
So it says that it only applies while you're in the militia. Where does the United say that?
Exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was meant to be. See, if you look back to what.
Based on what? Based on what?
Look back to what the writers intended.
Based on what?
Based
on source, common law.
A well-regulated militia.
So you're reading something in that's not there, and you can't support it on the basis of common law, on the basis of state constitution, or on any words of the founding fathers, can you?
What do you think of what regular militia means?
I already told you it clarifies the intent for why it clarifies the intent.
So people having AR-15s and killing each other makes it a well-regulated militia?
I think that clarifies the intent and actually counters your argument completely, because specifying. Let me talk, man.
Well,
it means that stop over talking me, for fuck's sake, dude.
Let him finish.
Jesus, this is why the Force hate you, man. Anyway, so the intent is clarified by that clause. Nowhere in the Second Amendment does it say that it is a right that only applies in the Second Amendment, nor has while serving in a militia, nor has any court ever made that interpretation, nor is that supported by any basis of common law or any of the state constitutions, which is where the amendment comes out of. And as a matter of fact, it perfectly protects AR-15s and indeed machine guns, because those are the types of weapons that a militia person would hold, military firearms.
So are nukes and tanks and aircraft carriers.
But I already told you that we can make reasonable regulation on indiscriminate, dangerous things that in their normal operation are exceptionally dangerous to the public safety.
Like
an AR-15 in its normal, lawful application is not the same as a nuke.
Can I want to ask.
It's not. It's a false equivalency.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course. I would much rather talk to you.
Hey, you'd rather talk to him because he might buy.
Because you don't have good arguments. You just have gun lobby talking points.
I feel like we were having a nice conversation, and then all of a sudden you come in here making
basically quoting the NRA.
I feel like you're making bad faith arguments.
No, I'm quoting common law. I'm quoting the plain text of the amendment, and I'm quoting state constitutions.
Okay,
sorry, go ahead. Yeah,
I was saying the nuke thing sounds like a bad faith argument. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's kind of annoying that we were having a nice conversation and then okay.
Well, what was the I mean, I imagine I can follow every last point of the argument.
The contention is what types of weapons should be banned.
Oh, okay.
And my contention is that the only weapon, like a framework like the NFA, is a perfect framework for and the types of weapons that are banned are those that are indiscriminate and exceptionally dangerous in their normal operation, such as explosives, chemical weapons, and nuclear weapons. That was always, and booby traps. That was always my contention.
And guns that can put out, hundreds of rounds a minute.
How can you shoot 100 rounds a minute with an AR-15?
Are you guys still on guns? Oh shit, my bad. My bad, Mord. I just came back.
So I'm fine with regulating trigger devices. Yeah, that's a significant difference when you say.
Yeah, between 50 and 100. Yeah, I mean.
How many precise?
As opposed to the flintlocks when they wrote this law, the flintlocks.
Okay, but that's another terrible argument because the First Amendment. Yes, because the First Amendment applies to internet speech, does it not?
So I have
Just answer that question. Just answer that question. Does it apply to internet speech, the First Amendment?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
The government is trying to set down.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. But wait a minute, NASA. They only had newspapers at the time. They couldn't anticipate that people would be using AI on the internet to create deepfakes.
Well, I mean,
how could they possibly? So that means that the internet is not constitutionally protected because the First Amendment is about newspapers.
Okay, so
that's a logically equivalent argument, and do you sound how fucking dumb that sounds?
That's a damn good argument.
You agree with me that there is a line to draw between weapons people can have and weapons people can't have.
Yes, and I use the NFA and the common use standard.
So we are arguing
which
about
are
where to draw
sensible
that line.
policies.
I think that drawing the line with semi-automatic weapons that put out that have been shown to be extreme, be used in mass murders. I think the line should be drawn to eliminate those weapons. You don't need them except to kill people.
You do need them. The whole point of the Second Amendment is killing people.
Knives has been used in mass murder.
He didn't need any.
For lawful self-defense.
How many tyrants have been overthrown?
I don't remember any serial killers.
I never made the argument that the Second Amendment is about protection against tyranny. My reading that I'm advancing is that it's about self-defense and the security of the state. And I gave specific examples like Kyle Rittenhouse. Another great example is the rooftop Koreans, who, by the way, primarily used semi-automatic weapons and saved hundreds and hundreds of businesses from a completely lawless crowd of rioters in a city that had no rule of law.
Mexico.
That is the reason that we have in LA.
How come people always talk about like?
Hold up. So you don't know any lawful uses of force, then, do you? Do you think that George Zimmerman was unjustified in killing Trayvon Martin, NASA?
I forget this. Which case is this one?
The George Zimmerman case?
I forgot the facts of that case.
He was driving by. He saw a black kid walking into the neighborhood. He stopped him. Claimed to be a member of the neighborhood watch, but he wasn't. It started fighting back, and he shot him.
Yeah,
that's
not
a
what
bad
happened.
case to use, Mord. I like it. I get the Kyle Rittenhouse argument, but that one is a little like.
But
there's
what
a
you're
lot of gray
saying.
area. You can't throw yourself into situations and then expect the protection of the Second Amendment, because what Kyle Rittenhouse did was not well regulated. He was not part of a militia. He was just choosing to put. Wait. Let me. He was just choosing to put himself in that situation, which I think is the problem. Like I said, I don't have a problem with guns. I agree with your reading that we are supposed to be able to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government. I get that. I think that, again, this argument here proves why.
Are you well regulated?
Problem. Because
Kyle wasn't like defending his own house or his own business.
Everybody just talks at each other.
Guys, listen in.
One at a time.
I am exceedingly well regulated.
So that's actually okay. So let me.
We agree there is.
Yeah, we do. But your definition is counter to the fact that AR-15s have a very valid purpose in lawful self-defense.
Lawful
Lawful
do you need a machine gun?
self-defense.
You need a semi-automatic weapon to maintain your house?
Yes, yes.
No, you don't.
Yes, AR-15s are ideal for self-defense.
Dude,
I got
saying
semi-automatic hunting
doesn't
weapons.
work.
They're also
Handgun is
no,
semi-automatic.
no, if you have an AR-15, no,
Hold
an
on a
AR-15
second.
is awful.
Let me. Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Why are they ideal for self-defense?
Because they have exceptionally high stopping power, very low recoil, high capacity. They're fast with follow-up shots. They're very accurate. Their bullets fragment on contact with the human body, which minimizes overpenetration. And they can be chambered in a variety of calibers. So you can use a less powerful one, like a 9mm AR-15, which you would not be able to distinguish on the basis of its visual silhouette, just the magazine that had a different caliber. Have you shot pistols and rifles, right?
Yes, I fired rockets. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I've fired fucking machine guns, Mordwan. Yes. I fired off.
Yeah. So then you already know that a pistol is way harder to shoot than a rifle.
So it's way hard to hit with at range. However, if you're unloading your truck in the dark, because it's
that's why you keep a gun on. That's why you have
hours. You're not going to have your AR strapped over your shoulder, most likely.
Well, speak for yourself, but that's why you have a pistol on you at all times. You know.
Very well.
But my point is
wait, whoa. So hang on. So in this case, going about your day, unless you're one of those open carry assholes.
I'm one of those.
What conditions are you? Under what conditions are you going to have an AR for self-defense?
I almost always have one for self-defense.
Where?
Usually
like when you're out and about, when you're going grocery shopping.
Yeah. Yeah, usually.
Over your shoulder.
If I'm out of the house, generally speaking, I have a gun, and the only reason that I don't have an AR is because it's not concealable.
Yes, correct. Yes, you don't.
Yeah, and that's just out of
with an AR over your shoulder. You're gonna get looks.
Yeah, and that's just out of politeness to others, right? But like in the current climate, damn, I'm thinking about carrying an AR at all times. I'll tell you that much.
What's the current climate?
Well, so just so we're clear,
we're at the edge of potential for major civil unrest. That's the current climate.
That's not okay. Well, that's not self-defense.
Well, that's but self-defense is not that's the secondary meaning. The first meaning is what the rooftop Koreans did. The LAPD basically said, "Get fucked. We're not taking care of you." There was a mob of rioters threatening.
I'm aware of the Rodney King. Yes, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So
and they defended their property and their lives by forming a militia and taking up defensive positions on roofs, and they killed very little people incidentally as well.
Thinking about all the people with guns that killed unarmed people.
Okay, so just hang on a second.
But rights have. So go ahead, Omnior.
Okay, so number one, the best weapon for self-defense for the most people is definitely not an AR.
I disagree. I think the only reason for that is that they're not concealable. An AR-15 is the ideal weapon. If I had an 8-year-old in the house and I had an hour to get him to defend the house, I'm not handing him a pistol. I'm handing him an AK or an AR.
And if I had a nuke in my basement, nobody would attack my house, man.
Yeah, but you can't also have a shotgun trap in your house because it's indiscriminate, which is the standard. But like, sorry, I'm not trying to. But like, I don't agree. Like, I think that there's this meme that an AR-15 is more than what you need, but it's like ideal.
If I may,
it's absolutely not. Most of the situations that you need to defend yourself are
on
not.
the basis of what?
It's more
accurate. It's more accurate.
Crowd or something.
Can I
Depends on where
speak
you're
for
at.
just a few moments here?
Yeah, go ahead, Omni.
So, number one, the most self-defense encounters are not home invasion scenarios. They happen outside the home, and they are not a place where you're going to have your AR. So, secondly, an AR, and you may not believe this, but you should. An AR is a more complicated weapon than a revolver.
I agree.
You might not believe that. Okay.
No, I believe that completely, and I think that.
Most self-defense takes place at very close range.
No more of that. Usually, the FBI says under 3 yards.
Right.
Oh my God, that's terrifying.
So that's Omni. That's why a carbine is actually ideal in those situations.
Yeah, and especially.
So we're using ARs on people less than 3 yards away from you, I guess.
Well, I have an assault shotgun, and in my house, I would much prefer to have my shotgun for defense than any other.
Shotguns are generally considered one of the best weapons for home defense.
Yes,
and so are ARs.
I second
pistol caliber carbines. Pistol caliber carbines are. Yeah, I like those too.
A good revolver because you just keep, click, go, click, 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 boom. I mean, it's good for, for what it is.
So
right, but my point is that
actually.
I mean, how many people are attacking your house, man?
If I
it depends. Sometimes it could be more, but if one person is
get in here. Let's hear from the soldier. Come on,
go for it.
I was going to say more. I don't need to say it now.
Omni, go ahead. Go ahead, Omni. I'll wait for you and then I'll get in. Go ahead, Omni.
All right. So number one, since most self-defense situations take place at short range, you don't need the accuracy or the stopping power, if you will. Generally speaking,
you do, because you don't want to have. You don't want to have.
We're gonna let Omni talk. Are we interrupting again?
More deep breath, brother.
Sorry. I gotta step away. It's just what you're saying is wrong. What you're saying is wrong on the basis of what any firearms expert would tell you. I know you have experience with firearms, but what you're saying is just wrong.
Let him finish. Let's let Omni go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Just let me do it, Mort. After Omni.
So generally speaking, first off, the idea that the bullets fragment, I'm not exactly sure where you're getting that. No, the 22 long rounds that I have don't fragment. They're not frangible. They will go through just about anything in a house, and they won't go through brick walls, but they will go through large amount. I mean, I could very easily kill somebody in another room with that. So
we need a drill tip.
Yeah, so that's why you get a pistol caliber AR in 9mm.
No, you get a drill tip bullet, a little bullet that rotates, and you shoot it.
That sounds really intense.
If you're relying on special ammunition for your self-defense weapon, you've already DQ'd the weapon.
I know, but wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah, but
go ahead, Verdak. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting. I shouldn't.
For a person who doesn't train with a weapon, which is how most self-defense applications of guns happen, they very rarely does a weapons expert get jumped. It's just rare. Something like a revolver is going to be very likely, the best bet for most people. Because, my mother is not going to be getting an AR out of the closet and, going through the house to see what made that noise, clicking the safety off, knowing how to clear a jam.
If someone's 3 yards. If I may just offer just an opinion real quick, and I'll try and be brief because both of you have valid points, right? There's a gap in between firearms and training. And, there is also a gap in between the logical, fucking thinking of how many firearms I need to defend my home versus if I'm going to the gas station. Now, if you train in firearms and you actually do marksmanship training, firearms are tailored for specific situations, especially when you're differentiating between pistols, and these are calibers within pistols, right? A revolver that you're talking about, right? If you're Dirty Harry versus if you have a 9mm Beretta, those are two different situations. The same thing goes with rifles. I get that shotguns are normally like the consensus is that shotguns are the best home defense weapon, and they kind of are when it comes to stopping power. It depends if you have birdshot or slugs.
Also limited penetration.
Right. Yeah. But the reason why the AR, right, is the preferred one is because a long, like, there is a long list of
like an
real quick.
attack thing.
Real
And I
quick,
got
I'll finish quickly. I'll finish quickly. Like the reason why,
Someone's just not breaking.
yeah, the reason why is because the maneuvering the gun itself, like pointing the muzzle where you need to, is way quicker.
Never mind.
Is he hot micing? We need to.
Yeah, I think it's north.
Okay. So the reason why the AR-15 is preferred on me is when it comes to home defense situations is because it's way more maneuverable, and you can actually, because of it's a carbine, you can actually traverse corners better. And that comes from a training perspective. That is not to say that I need an AR-15, and this is where I disagree with Mord. No, I'm not trying to offend you more, but this is where I disagree that I don't need an AR-15 in my truck, right? I'm going to have a pistol. So, like, I think in these conversations we get like a little convoluted and we start talking past each other. But to treat firearms,
home defense, yeah, for home defense maybe, but
what I'm saying is, I'm about to finish. What I'm saying is to tailor the firearm to the situation is the way that you got to do it.
Okay, if I drink this one. All right, love you.
Oh, it's rum.
You
That's
too,
not
sugar
like it.
buns.
Hey, love you,
What
Ram.
we need is a bullet with tassels, so that way when you hit your enemy, you can see the tassels out of them, or glitter. No, actually, I got an actual idea that's actual real. So you get a pair of glasses, and they have like the infrared, whatever the sensor on them, and whatever you hit is day glow orange with the bullet where you hit them, and it'll be like a splash. It'll explode like a clear stuff, but it'll explode. But when you look, you'll see that whether you hit the enemy or not, because you'll have that day glow orange.
Depending on the person, right? Depending on if it's your grandmother, your mother, a child, depending on who's firing this firearm, you might need a 20 gauge, a 12 gauge, a 410. You know, spread out some pellets. That would be great. But if you got someone at close range, and you got a firearm, a revolver, say you got a magazine, say you got a 9mm, and you hit them 2 or 3 times and they're on meth, they get to your grandmother, right? So you want that person to bleed out before they can even cross the room. There's so many situations that you have to be prepared for. I would say go for a Mini 14 if you want a rifle. I mean, you can maneuver around a lot better. But everyone needs a sawed-off pistol grip shotgun. Grandmothers, mothers, children, everyone needs to know how to use one.
My grandma's pretty tough. You're gonna need bear slugs.
You want the man to bleed out before he can attack your grandmother, bro. That's what you want.
I know. I'm with you, brother. I just like to be funny with it too. That way, it's like, you know.
I don't disagree with your perspective, North. The only thing that I'll say is, like, you know, like, that round is designed to like fucking tumble, and like the chaos that I've seen it do to human bodies, like stopping power is one thing, right? But you're also you're talking. Well, okay, we're getting way too technical. No, I'm going to get
Why don't we talk
Not
about the
saying that.
loving power? Don't we want the loving power of guns?
That's why I put tassels and glitter in my bullets.
Yeah.
If you got 6 people coming at your house.
We're getting carried away. My bad.
So do the pro gun people? I know that Mordron gets this. Do the pro gun people get the argument that once you control guns very quickly, the number of home invasions and random liquor store shootings and random interpersonal violence goes down such that you don't need guns to defend yourself. Are you aware of that counter argument?
How are you going to fight a
I don't think that
tyrannical
would happen
government?
in America, because we have a country just below us that can make a fortune if we ban guns off of bringing guns into this country, just like they do drugs. And I know people say guns is a lot harder to bring in, but they bring in drugs by the tons, not by the pounds. So
Right,
they can get guns.
as we said
all
last
they would
time,
do is limit the good people
percent.
from defending themselves from then the overwhelming bad people with the overwhelming firepower.
How you
Other
gonna fight
countries
against
don't live in the same position that we live in America.
You
can make we still have illegal guns, but
How
the
are you going to
illegal
fight a
guns are
tyrannical
much harder to
government
get.
if your weapons aren't up to par? If your weapons aren't up to par, how are you going to fight against a tyrannical government? How are you going to do
Sure.
that?
So
Just
that's
think
a
about
fair
that just
argument,
for 1 minute.
but the point I'm making
For
is
1 minute,
what
just
happens
think about
with
that. For just 1 minute, think about that, right? How are you going to fight against a tyrannical government
That's what I'm
if
responding to.
your firearms are not up to par with their firearms? Think about
Yeah,
that for just
I got you the
1
first
second,
time. You
right?
don't need to say it 4 times. I
And
got
if
you.
6 people
how
are
are you
coming
going to fight
after
a?
your grandmother, you
Okay.
might need a rifle, right? If 6 people
So
are
this is
coming
what you're
after your
doing.
grandmother, and it's
So
not
this
just
is what you're
one
doing.
person coming in to rape her, right? It's 6 or 7.
So
She
this
might
is
need
what
the
you're doing.
pistol. She might need the
You're
shotgun.
switching
She might
from
need the
tyrannical
rifle also.
government to random home invasions willy-nilly without realizing they're two completely separate arguments. There is
No, sir.
no.
I'm giving you different examples of why you need a firearm to protect oneself. And it's simply this. Your grandmother might need the pistol, she might need the shotgun and the rifle,
what was
because
the
it's not
point I
just
just
one or
made,
2
North?
men
I
coming
want to
in the
hear
house.
eggs.
It's not just
Yeah,
one
North, you're
or
not responding.
2
You're
men.
showing you haven't heard the
Let
point
me
I just
finish
made.
my point, man. If you could let me finish my point, it's
You
not
started
one
yours
or
in the middle
2
of
men.
me.
If you could let me finish my point, it's not
Okay,
one or
let's
2
both do
men
that.
coming in the house. It may be 6 or 7. It may be 10 men coming in. Some of them may be 50 yards away. Some of them may be 3 yards away. Some of them may be 20 yards away.
They might be
She
wearing
needs
clown
access
masks.
to every one of those firearms so she can protect herself, right?
Sure. Sticky tape one to every one of her paws. How does that
So
respond to the
let me-
point I just made? The point I just made directly rebutted what you just said. Did you hear it?
Can I advance a compromise to the conversation?
I just want to be. I just fascinated whether North completely missed the point I just made and then talked about Granny getting her home invaded by 10 randoms.
Eggs, I think I can explain it easier for you.
I'm just fascinated to know if North missed it by that much. He missed it by about the distance to the sun.
Eggs, the problem you're gonna have is, right? America has so many guns already that
I'm
you
doing the
can't
bow
put
and
the
arrow
genie
thing.
back in the bottle. So
That's a valid rebuttal.
That's the main point. So if you get everybody that's a law-abiding citizen, it's like, okay, yeah, I'll hand my guns back in. The dude who's been printing them on the 3D printers ain't handing them back in. So that's where your problem runs into.
I'll get out my.
Sure, there is a rebuttal to that. I'm just curious if North missed the point I made or not. Okay, I'll just take your point, Born.
I heard what you said. I heard what you said, but you were wrong. It was flawed. You think I was equating
about it?
You think I was equating two things I was not. I was just giving you examples of why you
Missed
would
the
need
point,
a
mate.
rifle, a shotgun, and a revolver. I was giving you examples of each situation and why you would need those firearms, but you didn't understand.
You missed the
You
point.
thought I was.
You missed the point. The point I made was when
You
you
didn't make
have
the point.
fewer guns, there is less necessity for, and you can see this really clearly tracked across stacks country by country, not
That's
county
stupid.
by county like the NSA like to
That's
do it.
stupid.
NSA like to do it. NRA, sorry. And that is people don't, the home invasions go down precipitously. It's like they drop off a cliff. Now, Bjorn's
there's
point is a
less
bit better,
guns.
which is once you dispossess the legal gun owners of their guns, suddenly the only people that have them are criminals. That is true, but what you quickly find happens in all places where they've done this, including Australia, which is the best and most recent example, is those guns that are on the street become a really hot commodity. They're really important to keep them clean and keep bodies off them, because what happens in America at the moment is you go blap, you kill somebody with a gun, and then what does the gangster do? 9 times out of 10, they toss it in a river or something like that, and it is no longer in the marketplace. Right? They don't.
That's wrong.
And for the record, hold on.
Toss guns with bodies on them.
Hold on 1 sec. I just want to say for the record, I agree with everything Eggs is saying. I don't think I think there's terrible arguments on both sides of the gun debate, and I think Eggs is making good evidence-based arguments for banning guns. And the idea of if nobody would comply. In the United States, there very well may be a wave of civil unrest that
You
would
haven't
have to
heard
be
my
dealt
rebuttal.
with. But after that, people are going to comply. For example, I don't think if ARs were completely made illegal and there was like a prison sentence for having one, I would not keep my ARs realistically.
Exactly. And the other thing that would happen with that is,
or if I did, I would stash them somewhere so they couldn't. I would not be like using them on a regular basis.
There are drug
Exactly.
addicts
You wouldn't go
people
wandering
in Los
around with
Angeles
them.
on the second strike who, if
Hold on, guys.
they know for a fact if they get caught with their gun or whatever, they'll go to jail for life, and they still carry their gun in their car everywhere they go,
Right.
even though they know if they get pulled over and caught with that gun, they're going to jail for life. And they
That's not the
still
argument. That's not
do
the
it.
argument I'm making. That's not the
It
argument.
doesn't matter. I'm saying that no matter what law you pass, there are people that will not comply. A bunch of people.
That's not the point I'm making, Cole. You're responding to the wrong point. I'm not saying they're fearful of prison terms. I'm saying that in Australia, a gun that you can get for like a couple of $100 in the United States, buy it over the counter and then sell it at a straw man kind of purchase to somebody else for a slight markup, costs thousands and thousands of dollars here. And as a result, the criminals stash them really secretly or figure out who's got them and rob them right before they go and do a robbery and then immediately toss the guns. And as a result, there's very few guns getting fired at ordinary civilians. There's very few, stand your ground shit where two otherwise rational civilians who are both
I would
armed
agree with that.
get into a sort of road rage incident. One of them blaps the other. It just doesn't happen. The amount of interpersonal violence goes off a cliff.
I just think that a lot of people. I think that a lot of people a lot of people don't understand though that in America we have a huge number of people who break the law on gun crimes. Even if all the good guys turned them in and the guns became super valuable to all the criminals, there is still so many freaking criminals and thugs and gangsters in this country that you would end up with a massive problem when all the good guys decide to turn their guns in.
So what I find happens is people
a shitload of bad people here.
Wait, hold on. Let me just ask a question. Eggs. When they did the gun buyback, whatever you want to call it, in Australia, how many guns was it? Because you're talking about a country here where we have more guns than people. So the number is so much bigger.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It is so much bigger that it's an impossibility at this point. It is a real
so I do think that is a good argument, but the same kinds of arguments are made for like why America doesn't switch to the metric system, which to me is a kind of flawed argument. It seems to be sort of the sunk cost fallacy, which is like, well, it'd be so painful and difficult to change it now. Let's keep making it worse instead, right? Because the number of guns isn't going down, right? I think that would be a strong argument if you went, look, the number of guns peaked at 400 million in the 90s, and now it's on a steady decline ever since. Then you could go, fine, what we can do is sensible regulation and just let that number continue to decline and then make a choice in the future. But if that number's rising, which it is, then you're just saying, well, we can't fix it because the number's too big. But if the number's too big is the problem, then letting the number grow isn't the solution.
Eggs.
That's a good point.
What you're talking about, eggs, right? And look, I hear your argument a lot of times from, especially those across the pond. I totally get it, right? But what you're talking about, when you're doing your statistics and you're actually arguing those, like you're leaving out data from the rest of the world.
Which
like this is the problem, right? You're talking about Western societies. So you're comparing UK, Australia, America, Germany. I've heard lumped into this, because they have interesting laws.
Chuck in Switzerland and Israel too, because they have high gun ownership.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, just any developed nation.
Well, I know, but then you're leaving out the other instances in history of where populations were disarmed, right? So that's point one. Hold on.
No, I'm separating. I'm deliberately separating. Let me try to make this super clear. I am deliberately separating.
Then you can. Okay. I'll finish my point, and then you can respond. Trust me.
Sorry.
About to wrap it up. So So there's that, and then the second point is that all the societies that you're actually comparing, even in the Western world, not even talking about the Eastern world, are very different when it comes to gun culture. So like the solution, right? There isn't a it's almost like we were talking about with like what firearm you need for home defense in a situation. Like that's when I just asked like the folks that say like we're out of control or this is completely wrong. It's just to empathize with the other side of the argument. That's all it is. All right.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to separate is the tyrannical government, well-regulated militia from personal defense against some aggressor, right? Like Granny getting robbed. And what I think keeps happening is the argument flips back and forth and back and forth and back and forth like they're the same thing. But a crucial difference between them is you use a vastly different weapon in either scenario. If you are sitting there with a 9mm magazine, even a Glock with like 18 or something bullets, whatever they've got, which is a staggering number for a handgun, is fucking useless in a military context. The only reason you want to carry around a Glock is to blap one other or 3 or 4 other civilians at close range. So it is only a personal defense weapon, and it accounts for about 90% of your gun problem. Then if you're saying it's a tyrannical government thing, you could just go, yeah, absolutely, we need to prevent against tyrannical government, or even, as Mordbon said, against raging groups of looters. But then you say it's got to be an assault rifle platform, and it has to be kept in the home, and it has to be kept with a bolt separate to the ammo. And then if there's a mob, you're going to have enough time to go get the bolt out, slide it into the thing, get the magazine, slap it in, work the bolt, bang, defend your home.
Wrong.
Or defend against this group. But I think it is a deliberate job by the NSA to keep flipping back and forth between these two NRA to keep flipping back and forth between these two arguments to deliberately confuse it, because the argument is solid on the preventing a tyrannical government. But the argument is abysmal on the personal defense.
Our military carries handguns. First point, our military carries handguns for a specific purpose, right? There's a purpose for every one of those firearms, right? So you can't just exclude handguns from being a military purpose, because they most certainly are in a military purpose.
Okay, so where are they used? Where do the military use their sidearms? When do they get their sidearm out?
When you're up close and personal and things.
Bingo. CQB, right?
Listen, but it's not excluded from the military, as you say. As you say. Oh my gosh.
I've been in the army.
Right, you've got to make a straw man of my position to rebut it. Then you're not rebutting my position.
It's not a straw man. It's not a straw man. It's really not a straw man at all.
Did I say it was excluded from the military, or did I say the ideal weapon is an assault rifle platform?
Wait, are you talking about military?
Why don't you restate what you specifically said? Restate what you specifically said.
I said handguns are 90% of your problem, and they are entirely for the argument of personal defense, right? Defense against somebody breaking into my home and grandma's there, right? I carry it in my waistband and I flash it at people when they are shouting at me.
You specifically said. A citizen is what you specifically said. 3 or 4 of your citizens, right? So that's what you said. And you were speaking about everyday people, the average people, and you were excluding the handgun from the military. That's what you were specifically doing in the beginning.
No, I'm aware that the military carries sidearms. I play computer games. Always quicker to switch to your pistol. Like it's just
building stupid arguments, then please.
But they're your stupid arguments. You're making them up and then getting upset that they come out of your own mouth.
I'm not making them up. You excluded them from the military by saying what you said.
I didn't. Did anybody else hear me do that?
Well, I'm
it's not a military purpose. That's what you not a military purpose, right?
I said the ideal is for an assault rifle platform.
Military purpose.
If you're defending against a tyrannical military or a looting mob, you don't need to kick in a door and go room to room through a house, right? It's a defense weapon, so you need a big gun that shoots a very high. You might have to, but I mean, if your massive problem, so fine, you might have to. But if your massive problem is the fact that people shoot one another in the streets, and 90-something% of the time they do that with a small handgun, and an assault rifle would be perfect for the intent of the Second Amendment, then you could solve 90% of the problem by just going, oh, hang on, it's not really useful nor necessary for the purposes of the Second Amendment to have handguns. So we won't prevent people from having them, but we'll start ramping up the restrictions on where you can carry them and make the punishments for brandishing or uses of them higher and higher, and just see what happens. And what you'll invariably find is that interpersonal violence goes down because it doesn't take a brave person to wave a gun at somebody or pull the trigger.
I say you're wrong, and I'll tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Go for it.
Because in Los Angeles in the 80s, they passed a thing called the three-strike law that said on your third strike of getting, I think it's like your third felony, your third gun charge or whatever, you got life in prison. And do you know that the gun crime did not go down whatsoever, and it actually went up after that through the years?
Yeah,
it did not go. It didn't drop at all.
Yeah.
Because people in this country do not care about how many years you threaten them with. That's just
not what I'm
the
saying.
reality of the people in America.
Yeah. So
like I think the 3-strike rule is a slightly it's not speaking to the problem I'm talking about. Like if you made it hard to have handguns, the thing that's going to prevent a person from carrying around a handgun isn't the punishment. That's going to be the thing that prevents the law-abiding citizen from carrying the handgun.
Life
the thing
in
that prevents
prison
the
wasn't
hoodlum
enough?
from because they're nuts. They make poor decisions. The thing that's going to prevent them from doing it is the inability to have one because they don't have $3,000 like they need in Australia to have a gun. And then if they have spent that much money on it, they're super careful about what they do with that gun. So they only use it in crimes that are going to net them more than the value of the gun.
So what
they're
is
not
the
going to use it to wave at a Quickie Mart guy to get $10 out of the counter because that would just be dumb.
What is the argument
In America,
against?
they will.
What is the argument against a policy like the NFA, which was exceptionally effective at stopping machine guns being used in crime? Why can't we just use that as a framework? I think the problem that we have is that the gun lobby, the anti-gun lobby, has no interest in compromise, even on issues.
Yeah.
For example, the gun lobby in the United States, the anti-gun lobby, will not back the deregulation of silencers. If they just did that, silencers are not what they are in the movies.
Yeah.
And that's the other problem, is that the gun control groups are completely clueless about firearms. Embarrassingly so.
It staggers me to the point where my conspiracy mind starts to go, are they fucking this up on purpose? Like, are they deliberately presenting really stupid arguments to get anti-gun people to parrot dumb shit in the hope, like I don't think this is the case, but I almost feel like you could find that the NRA and people who support the NRA have funded the anti-gun movement to make them say dumb stuff.
Yeah,
Both sides say dumb stuff. That's the problem in America nowadays. Everybody just talks and yells at each other, and nobody has a fucking conversation and tries to compromise. It's a shame. I'm telling you, I have a theory. I blame it on football becoming a national pastime. When baseball was a national pastime, you had to understand you can't win all the time. But in football, it is dominate and win all the time.
And get
once
head
football
injuries while
became
you're
a
at it.
national pastime, we're done.
Yeah. Like, because many people who are pro-gun agree with simple, like, I think Mordwan and I have agreed with this on the past, where, like, what about if you said you're free to have guns, but we make it kind of hard to have a handgun? Just like in Australia, just kind of hard. And along with having it, that requires a few things like safe keeping of the gun, right? It can't just be lying around within reach of children. Nobody with a domestic violence charge against them can have it. You can have it taken off you for mental health reasons. Same as in Australia, where you just got to do this fairly basic, really, like you'd have to be fairly dense to fail to pass a firearms safety course, which is just like, never point the gun at anything you don't want to kill. Always treat the gun as if it's loaded. Here's how to work the bolt. Here's how to clear a jam. Here's how to tell if a gun is safe.
How about this?
And that's it. You just do it. You go to some guy's house. You pay him like $30. You do this test for 20 minutes, and he goes, "Yep, you're good for a gun license."
Well, how about this? We have a program in high school where every person has the opportunity to get free training to be well regulated as a militiaman, and as part of that training, takes a simple test to receive a shell issue permit. I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah.
See,
But the
in
problem I
Kentucky,
have-
we had that. We actually had, when I was in high school, shooter class. where we went and shot guns, like real guns. And they taught us all about them, which I mean, I've been hunting by myself in the mountains since I was 10 years old with a 12 gauge. So I've been around guns my whole life. But still, it was an extremely valuable class to me because they taught me a lot of things I knew nothing about guns I knew nothing about. And now you don't see that anywhere. It's like they're so afraid to teach anybody about guns. And I think that's one of the main reasons we see gun violence in this country so high is because we do not teach our children enough gun safety.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is that the problem that I have with gun lobby people, like anti-gun people in the United States, is that they're not honest about what they want, and they have a legislative blueprint whose purpose is to move us to a system like Australia or the UK in a boiled frog approach where they sequentially take away rights and they don't give anything back. Like, that's the thing, is in politics there has to be a compromise. There's a great line in Foundation that says, a good compromise makes everyone unhappy. Yeah, gun owners aren't going to be happy if there's more regulation. It would be perfectly fine with some sort of permitting system. I'm fine with the NFA. The problem is that when you look at the NFA, so the NFA is a great example. During the Prohibition era, what's their camera on?
Sorry, who's got a camera on? Why are we stuck at 25 people?
Yeah, Eden, turn your camera off. I'm going to move him to another channel.
I don't even see Eden with his camera on.
Yeah, it was Eden.
Okay.
So, okay. So in the 1930s, the mob essentially outgunned the police. The police were armed with like shotguns and 38 special revolvers, and the mob armed themselves. At that time, there was essentially no federal gun control legislation at all. Like, basically nothing. No background checks, no restrictions on what you could buy, except you couldn't stockpile explosives. And the mob took advantage of that to arm themselves with, sawed-off shotguns, sawed-off rifles, Tommy guns. And the thing about a machine gun, too, that people don't realize is that one of the main purposes of machine gun is suppressing fire. If you have a criminal with a machine gun, they can keep like 20 or 30 cops locked down and allow criminals to escape. And that's like a lot of what the mobsters would do. And
you see it with the cartels.
Exactly.
Cartels use belted machine guns in Mexico.
Yeah, exactly. But like, my point is that the NFA worked. Machine gun crime was really common in the United States before the NFA. Really? And since the NFA was passed, yes. Not like super, like, it was a very big issue. There were like at least dozens of incidents occurring on an annual basis during the Prohibition era, including certain incidents where there was like massacres, where they like, military style line people up and machine gun them. Like, it was horrifying. And so Congress passed the NFA. I don't know why they put suppressors on there. It's probably just another misunderstanding, because suppressors don't do what people think they did. If they did, then yeah, there'd be an argument for it, but they don't do what people think they do. So my point is this is a good case study, because from when the NFA was passed until the Hughes Amendment, which I'm going to talk about in a second, I know I'm being kind of long-winded, but there was 3 machine gun crimes with legally owned machine guns in the United States, and one of them was by a police officer. So it went from dozens and dozens of cases to 0, essentially solving the problem, but that wasn't good enough for the anti-gun crowd. So a senator proposed an amendment that stopped new registrations of machine guns, which essentially meant that the only ones you could buy were grandfathered in. Why? There was no machine gun crime problem. NFA machine guns that were registered were not being transferred and used in crimes. It was completely pointless. But what it did is it made it so machine guns are now the cheapest one you can buy is about $10,000, $12,000. And so that's the problem with the gun lobby, is that the anti-gun lobby is that they don't like firearms. They want them all gone. Gun culture.
And they're scared of them, which I get, right? Because
I get it too, but it's like the point is, if they actually they point themselves as the reasonable ones looking for common sense regulation. Well, here's a common sense regulation: decriminalize silencers, and suddenly you will gain a lot of credibility with the gun owners in America. Deregulate machine guns, which are not a problem at all. Like legally owned machine guns are not a problem.
Lord,
And then
exactly. If
and then-
it's very hard to
and
move
then-
them around and they're worth a lot, there'll be fewer of them, and they'll settle down in rich people's hands who
the thing
just
about
sit out in their backyard and occasionally put it, light up a barn.
Well, it's not the cost. It's not the cost. It's because the NFA requires fingerprints and an FBI background check and a permit from the FBI.
Oh, I thought you were just saying it was the price and an inability to buy or sell them between one another.
So the NFA made it so you had to get an FBI background check, which means if you were affiliated with a crime organization, even if you weren't a criminal, you're not getting it.
Yeah,
So my point is that the Hughes Amendment, though, took a situation where the problem was essentially, I unmuted you, sorry. I just thought you were hot micing before. Or you were hot micing before. No, Ram is saying in the chat because he was trying to get it. But all I'm going to say is that silencers is a great example. Every single anti-gun organization in the United States should come out and say we were wrong about silencers because they don't do what they say they do. They're not a danger to society at all. They don't belong in the NFA.
Yeah,
Same thing with the Hughes Amendment.
So would
Right?
you so what would you think about it if you did basically the same thing there as we did in Australia with your anything compact? So you just say long guns are fine and we'll wear their cost, like, because obviously cops and, school enforcement officers and stuff will still have handguns. All of your security guards still have handguns. Like, you can still get private security licenses and carry them to protect places. But you just basically do the same thing where you go, you can get an assault rifle. You can get a handgun or an Uzi or a small, compact, high rate of fire gun. But we need to know exactly who you are. You need to be able to account for it at any given time. So if we suddenly say, where's your gun? You've got to be able to tell us where that fucking gun is. And the restrictions get more difficult, the more bullets it carries and the faster the rate of fire.
So,
right? So if you've got an extended mag, those like double drums that you can snap onto the bottom of a Glock, and now it's like 200 bullets at full auto. You go, you can't have that because you could just mow down a crowd with it before anybody could say boo.
Well, the thing is, though,
who's in control?
That's the thing, right? Yeah, there's a level of distrust. So I just wanted to say, though, since you addressed me directly, and I'll let other people talk, my position, stated simply, is permitting, not bans, right?
Yeah.
Because countries like Switzerland show us that you can have a firearm ownership rate, including semi-autos, at a fourth the level of the U.S. and have essentially no problems. The problem is
because
that there's no barrier to entry. Huh?
Yeah, what kind of guns are they? M16s,
I don't think you can
right?
get handguns easily. Yeah.
Yeah, M16s
you
you keep in your house. You've got to know where it is. You've got to do safe ownership. You've got to keep a magazine separate from the gun, because the whole idea isn't that you use it to defend your home when somebody's kicked in the door. Like, the only way to defend your home if somebody's kicked in the door is to sleep with a gun by your bed, right? And that's got to be a handgun. And now it's super fucking dangerous because sometimes daddy gets drunk. Sometimes mummy shouts. Sometimes they know where the gun's at, right? Or the neighbor pisses them off or something. That's a lot of the crime in America, right? And if it's just about defending your home or preventing against a tyrannical government or a marauding mob, you've got enough time to put a magazine in a gun, go and unlock the safe, put a magazine in the gun, work the bolt and go to a window. Fine. So they have it's staggeringly low rates of people breaking into homes because they know that every house has got a gun. They know they could probably, if they found the gun before the homeowner, make off with their gun, but nobody's breaking into a house that they know a competent user of an M16 has.
Yeah.
Particularly because they would have to do so with a permitted, registered gun.
Right. And I think so to bring it home, if we had a system where the right to self-defense is respected, and the intent of the Second Amendment, which I don't read, and I'm not like a scholar of it, I don't read it as being about tyrannical government necessarily. Because I don't think that's really credible. That's fine.
I did say that was the case, and I was wrong.
But a lot of Second Amendment people, a lot of the pro-gun people in the chat said the same thing. I don't think that's a good argument because we can't have tanks and nukes and aircraft and right. I mean, like, statistically,
say what you
we might be able to.
I don't think you need tanks to defend against this tyrannical government. I think Afghanistan and Iraq and
Fair enough.
Libya has shown us that a well-armed population can still do a pretty good job of kicking back a marauder.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but you still need explosives, man. Like all those situations, they had a lot of explosives. Explosives
True.
work when you're fighting off a tyrannical government. You know what I mean?
Sure. But like, you could still be getting dynamite from the mines. Like, my point is, we would think, like, when Mordwan's saying that, he's saying if we've got tanks and jets on one side, the other side's, you know, handguns and odd AR-15 isn't going to cut it. And I'm saying, sure, not in a stand-up fight, but what we see around the world is those people run for the hills, form tiny little gangs that take a lot of effort and time to track down and kill, and often let you track them down in order that they can set up an ambush where they use, you know, a tiny bit of dynamite or a shell they stole off you or something to just bog down. You know, you just become a guerrilla warfare. And I think that they do that quite well. You know, a motivated local population, well-armed population, absolutely could, you know, if China invaded or something, you could defend yourself against them. They just wouldn't invade.
I just wanted to say something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
To your response about the NFA, you're one of the few, we'll call it pro-gun people who actually says good things about that. From where I'm from, a lot of people consider that a very bad thing.
Well, yeah, because they're because they're gun owners and they want to have unlimited gun ownership. But we're going to have to give something up. If the goal is compromise, then both sides have to give something up. And a reasonable compromise is adding semi-automatic firearms to the NFA with a shell issue guarantee, meaning that states cannot prohibit NFA items ever, period. And we deregulate machine guns, we deregulate suppressors, we deregulate SBRs, and we deregulate short barrel shotguns. I think that's I think, like, the issue that I have with permitting is that it's used as a de facto ban, and that's been done in many places in the U.S. And that's, I think, why people are so against it. And yeah, there's a lot of gun people that want to get rid of the NFA in its entirety. I don't think that that's necessary. I think that if we got rid of the Hughes Amendment, a lot of the problems with machine guns on the NFA would go away.
So this is interesting. This is saying there's only been there's been at least 2 homicides committed with legally owned automatic weapons in the nearly 90 years since the law's passage. If that is true from Claude, that is huge.
Yeah, that's correct. That's
2 people. Once you introduce this system, it went from a massive problem, because it was implemented. What is it, 1930s? So that would have been the heyday of the mafia, right? So the Italian mobsters and stuff would have just been...
Exactly. I don't know that it was at the level of other guns at the time. I suppose, I imagine still probably shotguns and pistols were still used for the majority of homicides, just because concealability is so huge when you're, you know, trying to assassinate someone.
So if it was mostly used by the mobsters, used by the mobsters, then this is a direct rebuttal to the point that Cole makes, which is a good point, I think, and that North was making, and that most people make, which is, but if you take the guns away from the law-abiding citizens, the only people left with them will be the gangsters,
I think it's a great art. Yeah,
because it smashes that, because the main people firing machine guns were mobsters, and this stopped them doing that.
Right, because they couldn't walk into a store and buy a Tommy gun anymore. They had to ask the FBI for a permit. And if you're affiliated with Al Capone, the FBI is not going to give you a permit for a machine gun. And the other thing is, it's registered with the FBI. So then when the shell casings turn up that link you to the gun, you're fucked, right? But that's the thing where it's like, the flip side of it is it also shows the abuse of systems like that, because the Hughes Amendment was literally just because he was either, you know, it was not a good
What was
thing
the
to do.
Hughes Amendment? I tuned out on that bit, sorry. What did he do?
So the way the NFA works by registering guns. So there's a registry that's maintained, I believe, by the FBI. I'm not sure if the ATF shares in that, because the ATF didn't exist when the NFA was created. So I think it's all done through the FBI still. And I think the ATF enforces it now. I'm not exactly sure. But basically what Hughes did was the Hughes Amendment was a federal law, a ride-on to an existing bill, which is another thing that I hate in the US, that they do that kind of shit, that prohibited any new registrations of machine guns, which meant that at that point in time, whenever it was, 1984, 1983, at that point in time, no new machine guns can enter the supply, so then supply and demand takes over, right? So now instead of being $1,200 or $2,000, which is probably what a fully automatic M16 would cost you if it was privately, controlled, it costs $50,000, $40,000, whatever it is. So it basically
did
means
exactly
that
what I didn't know about this, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this is exactly what I'm talking about. Suddenly it gets really difficult, and so only good people have them.
Right, right. And so my argument against that kind of policy is I believe in the right to self-defense and the right to form a militia. And so I think that people should, and that's the problem I have with permitting as well, is that if it imposes a cost on people to exercise a right, then it means that people that are less economically advantaged or living in an inner city or whatever can have a harder time buying guns. And when you look at the thing about permitting,
hang on. That's the goal. That's the goal, because poor people never form the start of a militia, right? They are conscripted into a militia that's been started by rich kids. You do not want poor people with guns, because poor people need money and typically don't have very good problem-solving strategies, because if they did, they wouldn't be as poor, right? It's cyclical poor problem-solving strategies. So the whole point is because you might have somebody rise up and protect the proletariat with guns, right? I absolutely think you could have a Marxist-style revolution, but it always, always, always starts with uni kids. So the uni kids have guns. They're able to start this militia and then get some funding and give guns to the poor people once they're well regulated. But the problem is their dysregulation. So no, do not let poor people have guns.
So I like talking to you about this topic, Eggs, because you're actually honest about it. And that's the issue that I have. Like, I'm just going to keep roasting NASA because his arguments were fucking retarded. Like, the Second Amendment's about muskets. You only have a right when you're serving in the militia because it says... These are literally the talking points that anti-gun people use, and they are fucking terrible. But on the flip side, the talking points that the NRA uses are equally retarded. The only thing that stops a bad person with a gun is a good person with a gun.
Oh my God, so stupid. How many people have been shot by a quote-unquote good person with a gun?
Anyway, the other one that's really...
the other
one that's really dumb
hang on, I
is
wanted
the
to read
idea...
about this massacres. So I asked it how prevalent was machine gun or other NFA-covered stuff before that, and it said before the NFA was passed in 1934, machine guns and other automatic weapons were widely available and frequently used in criminal activities during the Prohibition era. The violence was so severe that criminals with portable machine guns unleashed a torrent of violence that often caught civilians in the crossfire. Now, there's three notable examples. Which one do you want to hear? St. Valentine's Day Massacre, Kansas City Massacre,
that's
or
the famous one, yeah.
Kansas City? Okay, four law enforcement officers and a criminal fugitive were murdered at Union Railroad Station Depot.
And that's probably why the NFA was passed, because it was passed in 1934, if I recall correctly.
Right. So there'd been one St. Valentine's Day, 7 members and associates of Chicago's North Side gang were lined up against a wall and shot.
You want to know how the UMWA,
men.
the United Mine Workers of America, got started? One of the greatest unions to ever exist for a long time, because the men who owned guns were able to band together and force the companies who were basically forcing them to do slave labor in the mines and die in the coal mines without any protections at all. Because they had guns, they were able to stand up against those companies with their guns in the street, and that forced the government to then step in, and the UMWA got started. It would not have happened if those men wouldn't have had the ability to stand up for themselves like they did.
Excellent
I can give you
point.
another example too.
So tell me, so United Mine Workers Association, is it?
Yeah, it's like early 20th century, like
The UMWA, it was started in the 70s, in the 60s and 70s.
Oh, really?
I think it was 60s. I think it was the 60s. It may have been a little bit earlier than that.
I'm just trying to think, like, because otherwise the thing we have to say is the preventing of a tyrannical government, this well-regulated militia, is so important, is so incredibly sacred that we protect that, that we won't risk winding down our efficacy, our ability to do that by even 3%, even if that were to cause a 90% change in
I would agree to 3%.
The prevalence of murders, right?
I would agree to get rid of all the handguns.
Yeah.
Just keep the
Okay.
rifles.
Yeah. So you're with me because I think if you just get rid of small handguns and made it really unlikely that people wandered around with guns, 90% of the gun crime would go away, and you would still be 98% of the way you currently are protected. You'd be protected
Yes,
then.
but if you live in a more rural area, the rifles might be more important. If you're like me and live in New York City, having a handgun to defend my house is a lot better option than having a rifle.
What?
That's
the
true.
whole thing
I
we're
agree with
stopping.
that.
That's the whole thing we're stopping. We're not trying to protect your ability to shoot people.
Wait.
Just gangs.
You live in New York City and have a handgun? I'm sorry, because you don't understand how anomalous that is. That's like one in there's literally like 10 people in New York that have guns.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Shit. I've had one and I've had a carry permit for 20 years.
Wow.
So,
okay.
Yeah. I mean, all you got to do is not be a criminal and, like, you know, fill out your paperwork right. And it takes a while. Like, yeah, it's not like you got to go, buy it, wait again, go in for an interview, go to the police station, come back then, and then you can get your gun. So, like, it's a much longer process than other places. But, I mean, I don't mind the processes, but I'm with Mort on the permitting, because my problem with permitting is it would have to be written in stone exactly what is allowed and not allowed. Like, I would need to know, like, to the letter, what we're okay with permitting and what we're not okay with permitting, because it would be so different state to state, and that would be my biggest problem.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? And that's the other question is, does it go to the states, and do the states have the ability to regulate this? Or is it a federally guaranteed right, which is kind of what I think. But it's also like,
that's what I would want.
The problem I have,
federal guaranteed right. Federal permit.
Yeah. The other problem I have is that it's like when you live in a rural area, let's say you live in the rural United States, and eggs, you live in Australia, so you kind of know this,
my
Joe.
folks have a property.
Because
We're pretty rural. We're like an hour out of the town that's only 2,000 people.
Exactly. So how long would it take the police to show up if you had to call them in that area?
No point. There's just no point.
Yeah, exactly.
You would have to get out of the house before you could call, and you would then be out of service. So you'd be.
So I think
you'd just be defending yourself.
We have this huge urban-rural divide in the United States, where in urban counties it's 90% Democrat, and rural counties it's 90% Republican, and people don't realize they have no conception of what it's like to live in a truly rural area, because even the eastern U.S. doesn't have that many truly rural areas.
Yeah,
like
but that's why I'd be arguing for like people out in the country. I wouldn't even be that fussed with people out in the country having handguns, except
me neither.
When you go out to the country, fucking nobody except people who wear them on their hip through town have handguns. Handguns are useless out in the country, right?
I'd say I probably know more about what it's like to live in a true rural area than most people you'll ever meet. Because where I come from is literally about as far rural as you can get in the United States.
How close together are the houses? Where was your nearest neighbor?
Mile down the road, maybe a little bit further.
Oh yeah, so you'd be about the same as us.
But I'm talking about though the nearest town was the nearest small town that you drove on a 2-hour road to get to was an hour away, and it didn't even have a red light. You know, so
that's a bit smaller than us.
It's really I lived backwoods West Virginia.
Oh no, what do we have? Yeah, I think even today we only have 3 sets of traffic lights in Scone, so it sounds about the same. But my point is, if you got rid of handguns, like I don't mean got rid of, but if you just permitted them in such a way that it was prohibitively difficult and unlikely that your street level hoodlums, your black kid from some project who's underprivileged anyway, and everybody around him is engaging in crime and wearing Air Jordans and and he's trying to pick which way to go. If it's really hard for him to get a gun, and the penalties are really high, and he's not yet started on that life of crime, and it's really easy to get educated, I think is on the other side of it really important. Fucking easy as hell to get educated and be a genius at calculus or an artist or a AI blah 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 prompt coder or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, people.
It would be so unlikely that they would be that you would just get rid of so much of your gun problem, like the stuff in the streets. That northern people. I mean, I'm nearly done. That northern people wouldn't want to carry a gun. It would just be weird to wear a gun on your hip because everybody would look at you and be like, "What the fuck's that guy got a gun for?" It's not that he would be prevented from doing it, but just that it was so incredibly unlikely that violence broke out in front of you that virtually nobody carried a gun because it was weird.
Right, but the thing is that the problem we have in the United States that I think contributes to this legislative deadlock is that, and I understand why, because they're horrifying, right? Is the focus is on these high-profile incidents and not what consists of the majority of gun violence. And there's also an unwillingness to describe the problem as you did for reasons of political correctness, right? You can't say that the majority of people that die, which should be the conversation then, right, as well, because the reality is the majority of people that die with firearms are not, they're typically minorities and people that don't have a lot of money, right? Like a lot of these crimes are occurring in areas where there's already crimes, right? Like there's not a violent crime problem in Vail, Colorado, right? There's not a violent crime problem in a lot of places, right? But they don't want to make these admissions, and then there's the they have a political strategy which to their credit it actually does work, right? Their blueprint legislation, which they're starting to do in Colorado now, and like the way that they roll these things out, they are effective at changing the policy. So I think the problem is on a national level that because that process is so like for example, in Colorado, there was recently a bill that just created a permitting system for semi-automatics, and there was a huge, but it's really stupid because you have to get a hunting education license, which is not, it's dumb. But like, there was a petition that was signed by like tens of thousands of people to reconsider the law, and the lawmakers threw it out. They didn't even look at it. Yeah, they don't care. They don't care what pro-gun people think. They think that we're evil psychopaths, and the NRA doesn't do us any favors in that regard.
Yeah, it's a broken, polarized argument.
Yeah, exactly.
So I want to know of people here. So, like, I want to take numbers from any of the Americans and then compare it to the rest of the world. I want to know, like, heard. I want to start at heard. So, how many times have you heard gunshots that could have been in anger? How many times have you seen it? And then how many times have you seen things like lifting up your shirt and jacket to reveal a gun, brandishing it, i.e. like pulling it out from the pocket, versus pointing it at somebody, like you've had a gun pointed at you, or you've seen somebody else have a gun pointed at them, versus you've seen firing, maybe into the air or the ground. Yeah. How many times have you seen somebody shoot at other people, and how many times have you seen people shot or killed?
God, that's
like,
a lot
what
of
would those numbers be for you? Do you think?
I would focus on.
I've heard them a few times, man. That's about.
You've heard them a few times?
Yeah.
New York
I
City,
hear gunshots. I hear gunshots all the time here, but I can't tell if it's just people like shooting guns in the air as like it's something they do. Like my sister lives in Oakland.
Do you know in your city what the like handgun homicide rate is?
I think we have about 80. We had about 85 gun homicides last year in Denver.
And how many people is Denver?
600,000.
So
but that's like for comparison, right? 65 gun homicides is more gun homicides than the entirety of England.
So we had in New South Wales, so that's the whole state, which is massive. Sydney would be about the same size as Denver. We had 85 murders in the whole year.
Do I even want to say what New York is?
But the murders will mostly be like
500-ish. 500 gun deaths.
But that's
500.
But that's
gun.
Wow. Are you saying, Bjorn?
Yeah. I think that last number was probably 2022 or 2023, but it's like 520-ish, and then there's like another almost 500, like high 400s in suicides, so about 1,000. But you've got 8.5 million people known living in New York. Probably another million or so who ain't really supposed to be in the country but live here anyway. So, kind of a different spot versus 600,000.
And the other point I wanted to make real quick, Eggs, if I may, one thing you might want to do too is ask Claude the top 20 cities in the world for gun deaths. It's kind of funny because it's like Sinaloa, Mexico, and then it's like St. Louis. So like in the United States, I do think it's the case that cities and states which have less gun control are more violent per capita. So this is the other problem with the way the right wing reports this, right? Is that they say like, oh, look at New York and Chicago and Illinois has such strong gun laws, but look at St. Louis in a state that has weaker gun laws, or New Orleans in a state that, you know, Louisiana has like, you know, really liberal gun laws. The murder rate is way higher per capita. Like you know, the murder per capita rate, I think it's like per 100,000. I think it's like 8, or it's like 8 per 100,000 in New York City, and in St. Louis, I think it's like over 100.
Jesus, that means like everybody in St. Louis would know somebody had been shot.
Yeah, they literally do.
I wouldn't be surprised if they would, Eggs. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Wow, that is wild. Your streets are just a bloodbath.
Yeah,
which is the other thing that I think murders total in Sydney, which is the most populous city.
Yeah.
Or maybe actually Melbourne is catching it. But that's 22 murder victims, 8 criminal events that involve 2 or more murder victims.
Yeah, but I feel like that's mostly gang violence.
Yeah, we have just gangs shoot one another. You would never hear gunshots. You would if somebody brandished a gun in anywhere in Sydney, somebody brandished a gun, it's quite likely it would make it onto the news.
Yeah. In 2024,
about every home invasion.
In 2024, St. Louis experienced a significant reduction in homicide rates, dropping from 72.1 to 48.6 per 100,000. That is absurdly high when you think about it. That's like almost 1 in 1,000. 72.1 in 2019.
That's a wild number. Homicide.
It is probably mostly gang related. That's true.
Especially St. Louis. St. Louis is a crazy place. Like, especially also the policing problem there is a mess. Because
so we have.
Sorry, Bjorn.
Sorry, Bjorn. We have 3.6 per 100,000. 3.6, and you've got some cities that are nearly 100.
Hey, can you sponsor me for Australian citizenship? Like,
hell yeah, man! Come on over. Yeah, we'll go shoot guns. My brother's got an AR-15. We'll go fire the proper guns at rabbits and things.
Wait, I didn't even know you could have an AR-15 in Australia.
Oh yeah, he's one of the first in Australia. It's just super restrictive. You're absolutely able to have it. You just need to show that you're in good standing and you haven't had any transgressions, because they do spot checks, which I don't think America would agree to, and I kind of don't. But they'll turn up if you start getting a significant amount of guns. The chances that the cops turn up at your door to check how you're storing them is quite high.
Right. And in principle, I don't have a problem. But yeah, if you look at this list, so, okay, top 20 cities, this is from ChatGPT. Top 20 cities by homicide rate. Colima, Mexico, Ciudad Obregón, Port-au-Prince, Zamora, Tijuana. So this is interesting because the U.S. doesn't show up on this list. But I have seen it show up on others. So, like, it's like Cape Town, like, we have similar gun homicide rates to, like, Cape Town, South Africa, in, like, Memphis, for example. Like, it is it's like another country if you go to, like, literally, like, you go to, like, some of these cities, like, and I think the other misconception is that, yes, it's gang-related in the sense that, like, young men affiliated with gangs have guns, but a lot of the homicides, as far as I understand it, are not actually related to, like, drug deal gone wrong, robbery. Like, there are a lot of those, don't get me wrong, but a lot of them are just like, well, I'm in a gang and I have a gun and someone stepped on my shoes in the street and we got in a fight.
A lot of
this is wild.
A lot
Look
of
at
shit
this.
talking on Facebook turns in, or shit talking on social media turns into, I'm going to shoot that motherfucker.
Yeah.
So we're going per 100,000. I'm sharing my screen to say this if anybody wants to watch. I'm on the list of cities by homicide rate. This is wild to watch.
Yeah, exactly.
It's listed by the highest per 100,000, and right up the top there is Zamora, Mexico. Fair enough. The cartels are going around with belt-fed machine guns. Then there's Tijuana, Mexico. Check out though some of these. Like that's only a 200,000 person town, so it's easy to have a lot of murders in a tiny town with lots of cartel. So these numbers will still matter the population, right? We're only 4 down the list before it's St. Louis at 87 per 100,000.
And again, look here. The only one that's in a.
And then look what happens as like. Go on, sorry.
Yeah. There's only a few of these. So like if you look at the cities, because you may not know, Flint is in Michigan. They have pretty strong gun laws. Keep going down the list.
Yeah.
But Baltimore, okay, that's in Pine Bluff is in North Dakota, weak gun laws. New Orleans, weak gun laws. Saginaw.
You're having weak gun laws.
Birmingham,
It doesn't work. It doesn't work
Memphis.
state by state and county by county. You just leave soft targets next to armed fuckwits. It's terrible. It's a dumb idea. It's a good, plan if you want to boost gun ownership. So then look at this. This is what I wanted to show you. We scroll down. Now it's just all America. The only people left are America. Once we got outside South America and Africa, it's America all the way down, baby, for pages and pages. Then we finally get to one Canadian town of 100,000 people.
Yeah.
Is the first other developed nation on the list at a rate of 13.78. It's just wild. It's a bloodbath. And it's still just America all the way down. 2 more Canada, 1 Lithuania. Now we're getting in there. France pops up for the first time at 5.5.
And isn't that Lithuanian? Isn't that Lithuanian city the first one in Europe that showed up?
I think so. Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, first one in Europe. So these are, and I'm going to find Regina and Winnipeg are right by the border, aren't I? They are border towns to America.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Get it? What a guess!
Sorry. China, not so much. Regina, not so much.
Mexico, they are. They're all bordering the United States. It's like United States is this epicenter. And yeah, so South Africa doesn't count, right? But Brazil, Mexico, they're bordering America. Honduras attached to it. Yeah. So it's almost like you've got this heat map centered on America that is like gun crime will be here and near.
Yeah, right. Well, and
because it's only in Zamora, Tijuana, Fresnillo, Celaya, Cancun, Uruapan. The reason it's in those cities is because America has this horrendous drugs policy, which makes it so valuable to get drugs over the border. So it's created a prohibition-style cartel right on their doorstep. They would be a peaceful town if it weren't for America.
Yeah, probably.
Tijuana is definitely a border city. Cancun, not
if you told people they could get high off inhalation, you wouldn't even need all those drugs.
So true.
Is that what has happened to you, Demlock? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I thought that would happen to all the people who thought they lived on curvy water they can't touch or feel or prove. But
I think
the funny
Tijuana's Tijuana. Sorry, Cancun is a short boat ride from the rest of America.
Yeah.
Of course, that's a border town.
Yeah, the rate.
I guess
the
border
right
town.
up
Yeah, I
or
get what you're
down?
saying, but
What do you mean the border town, like right next to the border, for example?
but I mean like this is a launch point where the cartels send their cocaine into America.
It's really a border town.
Is it an uneven slope?
So it kind of is. You kind of have a place, but it's not. There's actually, they've actually kind of evolved, and Southcom is dealing with this issue now because they're actually doing more lane-based routes now, and they're actually trying to figure out how to address like Trump came into power again, and now like the wall and like the border security is going up. We actually have military deployed down there, so I think.
Do you guys know how many drugs got?
I was going to say is like what Eggs was saying about Cancun was not true, but I think it might become. Yeah, it might be.
I was making wild guesses. I'll happily be.
And to be clear,
cocaine was so bad. Listen to this. The chef Gordon Ramsay said cocaine was so bad where he was doing all of his shows and doing his stuff around where he lived and where he came from, that everybody that got pulled over, moms, dads, at 6 a.m, 12 at night, all of them either had cocaine on them or were high on cocaine. Every restaurant he went to, the guys, this was his personal testimony, and he would look and be like, "Oh, what the hell is this stuff? This doesn't look like flour or whatever." They're like, "It's cocaine," and then he's like, "What the fuck?" They were putting coke in their food, and they were like trying to slip him cocaine as he came in the door, and they'd shake his hand and stuff. Yeah, and he told, and then he said it was so bad that he made a documentary. He went to wherever like most of the people were getting their coke from, to these dudes on this island, and they were making it by the kilo, by the brick, by whatever, and they were sending it to wherever he's from.
So there was a crazy thing because the feds just raided this illegal nightclub in Colorado Springs, and prior to the raid, this is fucking crazy. There were 170 911 calls to this one club in the last year, and so they went in and raided it. And what I've heard, and I don't really trust the Trump administration, obviously, but they said that you could get you got a menu of drugs at the door, and then you just order off the menu.
I mean, we got that in Nashville, man. Like that's not hard to.
That sounds like something from Cheech and Chong.
I bought weed one time that came in a peaches can, a vacuum sealed can that had the label on it, peaches. It was like you buy at the store, and it came on a truck across the Mexican border on an 18-wheeler in boxes of canned food, just like the peaches. And when you shook it, you could tell it wasn't peaches because it wasn't liquid. It was light, it was lighter than what you'd expect. And when you shook it, it didn't slosh. And when we opened it up, me and my brother, we opened both ends with a can opener, and I held the can, and he had to take his hand and push his fist through one side and push it out the other side because it was so vacuum compressed, and it was good weed, but it came in a sealed can from Mexico. And they said the way it was, they got factories down there. On one side of the factory, they do normal canned food. On the other side, they do weed and stuff, and it gets sent on the same trucks.
Yeah,
that's how much money gets made through the drug trade that they can do.
Yeah, the Gordon Ramsay thing, and then other people, what they come to find out is like it's not just the people.
I wish I had pictures of it.
The number one user of any kind of narcotic type of thing would be the hospitals and the pharmacy, the experimental things, all the other shit. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say though, Eggs, like I think that there is like to Steelman Cole's argument, when you look at how exceptionally high these homicide rates are, I think there is a legitimate concern that gun control would work in the same way that it did in Australia. But I also think that the argument that that law-abiding people would choose to be criminals rather than turn in their guns, as strong as the culture of gun ownership is in the U.S., a pound of weed per gun,
well,
that wouldn't even get me to break even.
No, yeah, you'd break even.
Yeah, like I think you're right. And that's why in our system, we had a massive buyback, but then we had multiple amnesties where, like my dad never went for any of the amnesties, but like I was up at the farm one time and I went, I noticed an air rifle back there and I found some pellets. Can I just go shooting rabbits? And Dad's like, yeah, of course. So I like go off to shoot some rabbits and I come back holding a rabbit and made my little sister cry. But when she saw the gun later, she was like, if there's a bunch of those above my bed. And I was like, no, silly, Dad keeps the guns in the gun safe. That's ridiculous. And then it just played on me a bit and I thought, And then later I went into where she slept on the lower bunk and I looked up and between the slats and the mattress on the upper bunk was like eight long guns, like a semi-auto shotgun. I couldn't quite make them all out. I didn't see them. I didn't like lift up the mattress or do anything about it. I was just like, that's where Dad's illegal guns are. And he kept them there for years. I don't know if he ever got rid of them. He said he chucked them in the dam, but I didn't watch that happen. But many people kept them, is what I'm saying. But that's the thing. You're a law-abiding citizen, and it's now dangerous to get caught with them. They're worth a lot of money, and you only want them for the defense of your domicile, so you just keep them at home. Fine, I don't care.
Or you can sell them to another private.
You still can defend yourself if a marauding gang of youths turn up, but in very short order, it'd be very unlikely that happens. You can see this country by country, but not city by city, as I keep saying. And that is when gun control goes up, home invasions and all violent crime goes down because cowards can't commit violent crimes anymore. The cowards have to now front up with a knife, and that's terrifying. Right. So all the cowards nope out of that market and go and get a degree.
Right, and anyone can grab a knife and counter you with another knife of their own that's probably bigger, right? The other thing, though, I think, another fact-based thing I wanted to say is that another argument people make. So there's a couple things too. So this gets to two things. It gets to one of the benefits of gun ownership is that there's a lot of gun incidents of self-defense that are not reported, but we know they occur where nobody is hurt, but a gun completely prevents a violent crime from occurring.
Sure.
And part of the reason for that also gets to the fact that people say, like, well, I don't want to be less armed than the criminals. And while that's a valid concern, unless you're like going to war with them, most of the time, 90% of the time, every video that I've seen of a home invasion where the homeowner had a gun, the criminals don't stick around to have a gunfight because they're not there for that, right?
Yeah.
Like, they might be up for a gunfight if it's for a rival with a rival gang,
yeah,
or someone that dissed them. But in a normal home invasion situation, they're coming in to, you know, maybe like extort you. They might want to kidnap you so that they can get you to the bank and empty your bank account. They don't want to go. They don't want to get shot. They don't want to go in a shootout with you. Like,
sure, but
so,
I still want to point those two are still. I can then go straight back to you. Sorry, you're not done. But both of these are examples of what I think is one of my core points, which is those events being prevented by the brandishing of a gun by a civilian probably almost definitely wouldn't have happened if it was hard to get guns. So they are good at preventing crimes that wouldn't be happening with sensible gun regulation. Do you get what I mean?
Well, I think this is, I think that this is like, you have to like wonder, in the United States, would the policies, even if they weren't, this is the other thing, right? Even if they weren't as effective as they are in Europe, would they be effective enough that we're not like in the top 100? Like the plurality of the top 100 is not the United States, you know? Like, like that's the other thing, right? Is people are like, oh, well, it wouldn't work 100%, but that's also kind of fallacious, right? Because it's like, it doesn't have to work 100%. If it worked 30%, that would be 3,300 people a year that are saved. Just like 9/11 every year, right?
9/11 times 9/11. I don't even know what that is. Nobody does. No, Team America. Never mind.
Oh, I remember.
I think
that,
it's very interesting how broken the discussion on it is, and I keep wondering about it, and that's why I got like obsessed, or some of what's got me obsessed about it is, I think it is humans, rather than there being a conspiracy, humans naturally, like this is why we fill up these rooms during a good debate, right? Humans are naturally fascinated by a competition of ideas, and
there were electrical weapons back in the day.
What we do is then clash ideas, and we'll naturally gravitate, the discussion will naturally gravitate towards topics upon which we disagree, and then the disagreement will grow until we kind of forget the goal of the whole thing, right? We forget, hang on, what we're trying to do is reduce interpersonal violence amongst poor youths,
electric weapons,
right? And if we forget that reason, we go, no, the purpose is to ban guns. And you're like, okay, well, the other side says no to that, so you're fucked, right? And you get stuck in this like, get rid of them all, and failure to define what an assault rifle is, a clear lack of comprehension about what is important to gun people. It's just, it's such a broken discussion that I don't really think it's.
Well, the other thing too is that I also think that like the argument about what type of weapon is appropriate for self-defense is also not a good one to have, because like if the best weapon for self-defense is the best one for me, and if that's an AR-15, that's the one that I should use, right? The over-penetration issue is a concern though, for sure. Like I wouldn't use one. First of all, I wouldn't want to go up and if I had to catch a body, I wouldn't want to go up on a jury with an AR-15 in Denver. That sounds like a bad thing. But so I actually use a wood grip revolver as my home defense, my primary, because it's innocuous looking, and I know that statistically.
So how do you keep it? Do you have all chambers filled?
The revolver I just keep, I just unload it when I'm out.
So you unload it each time you leave the house?
Yep.
Jesus. Like it would be fun to have guns. I wouldn't lie. I wouldn't mind having them. But
I mean, so this is I'm just gonna put my camera on real quick because this is like the most American thing ever. This is my bed.
Is that a gun case right next to your bed?
Yeah, this is my this is my bed.
Where do you live?
I live in
very
I live in
American.
Colorado.
Very American.
All right.
I love it.
But yeah,
I love
even though I
seeing that.
have that, even though I have that, this is what I would use if someone broke in.
Holy shit, Ward One, you look different. I thought.
Yeah. I'm mostly looking at you. I'm like, yeah, I've seen a gun before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I got
Harry over there.
Hey, where in Denver do you
Is
live,
that a 44
bro?
Magnum or something?
I'm from Colorado too.
Clean off.
357, and then I have a shotgun in the closet. But I live in Colorado, like west of Denver.
Oh yeah, man, I'm in Aurora.
Very cold.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh,
So
That's
yeah,
where that guy
like
used his gun to kill lots of people. What gun
Right,
did he
exactly.
I
use?
don't have
again?
any guns.
AR-15.
Yeah.
So here's actually an interesting argument that Omnivore made, which was, I think, a better argument than the ones he was making before, is that he said that, because I'm generally against assault weapon bans because they target cosmetic features, but what Omnivore said, which is actually an interesting argument, is that those cosmetic features are part of the fantasy that these mass shooters are carrying out. And so even though
that's an interesting
isn't that interesting? Because that kind of made me reconsider, because it's like, yeah, and the point he made, which is actually kind of clever too, was that if all AR-15s are pink, would mass shooters still use them? You know?
That's a really good point.
And they don't typically use Mini 14s or other semi-automatic firearms, you know? So there is something there, but I think that argument is not made by the people that are pushing for assault weapon bans either. They're saying, oh, and by the way, this is my closet.
Yeah, so I think what they should be banning, which is what they did in Australia, like this is again why I'm so fucking confused about the arguments there, is Australia didn't do it about assault weapons or it looks scary. It just went magazine length, rate of fire, length of barrel. There's like there's 5 or 6, I forget what they all are, but each one when you hear it, you go, oh yeah, of course. Yeah. If you've got to work a bolt each time and the rifle is too long to get it in your own mouth, great.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too, right? Is if I show up with an SKS to do a mass shooting, I'm still probably going to get, I might shoot 6, 7, 8 people, but people are going to notice real quick that I have to reload with stripper clips, and it takes me like a second per reload, and then someone who's unarmed can maybe stop me, right?
Yeah, and it just takes so much more courage to do it, right?
Yeah.
Because our guy had a FAL or something that looked like a FAL, the Port Arthur massacre. He had a FAL and an AR-15, I believe, and massive. I forget how many people he killed. What was it? Port Arthur massacre.
Like 30 people, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was one of the best, one of the most effective mass shootings, and the guy was just straight up delayed.
One of the best.
Eggs isn't very politically correct online.
But no, if you're setting out to do it, I don't mean morally. When I use good or bad, I mean like with it. If you assume the intent, which is to murder a lot of people, he's the best at it. Even though he was a person, a delayed person.
What do they really want though? They want infamy, right? So take infamy away from them. Don't give them infamy. Don't show their pictures. Don't reproduce their names at all. If we just made it a law, federal law, that banned all pictures and banned their names from being published on any websites or any public database, I think it would almost solve itself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's possible. And B, I think that this is ingrained into who we are, because there is one thing you can predict about all of them except Stephen Paddock and like a handful others, 3 or 4 others, including all the women. And that is, you'll pick who it is, and it will be a fucking incel 100% of the time, with like a handful of exceptions. It'll be some guy recently got dumped by his girlfriend, never had a girlfriend. Timothy McVeigh, Elliot Rodger, Alec Manassian are like prime examples, but all of them are like, think about every suicide bomber. Where do they come from? Sunni Islam. What does Sunni Islam practice? Plural marriage. What happens with plural marriage? Well, if you have a small number of men have 4 wives. For every one of those men, 4 men go with no wife. And so if you only need the top 25% of the population to have multiple wives before you have 75% get nothing. And where do you find the most people willing to blow up in a it's just a suicidal spree will be guaranteed one thing, it's a fucking incel. Except Stephen Paddock, a couple of the chicks.
More lives? You were talking about converting?
The infamy
You should
argument.
play the most annoying sound in the
So
world.
it's infamy, but what they're trying to do is get sex, right? Because
Well,
one of the things they know, which works, we know this in our DNA, is if you become a mass killer, chicks will send you their underwear.
Yeah,
right.
You'll have
But
gone
not
from
only that is
completely unknown to women for some fucking reason. If you now murder a bunch of people, women will be like, "I just want him to see me nude."
Well, it's not even that. It's just that everybody's
He's
after
willing to
clicks.
protect her against the mailman and the neighbor.
At this day and age, I mean, news is delivered via YouTube, via the internet, and everyone's after clicks. Like that's always going to take priority over
If you
whatever
mess
the
with
fuck
me,
it
I'm going to
is.
call Tom, and he's going to serial kill
and I
you.
don't think you can nor should you prevent people from knowing who carried out killings. Right.
Right.
I get the idea, but I don't.
Right.
I think that just
Also,
because we know that's why it's caused, we then because it's the same reason as a gun argument. Sorry, you're trying to say something. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Well, I was just saying, I'm more blind. I think you said something about coloring the gun pink. Like, don't you think it'd be easy enough to color it, or
Paint
just
it?
have a company will come out and start making
good point.
assault rifle covers or like different colors and shit.
I have seen someone that made a Hello Kitty pink AR-15 actually. So, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd stop them, by the way. I think it would start a craze where everybody paints their gun before they go on a killing, and they copy COD guns, and I don't think it would be, because it like the point is infamy, but we know we'll get it. And this is what I want to take it back to, because I kept wanting to bring this up with the gun argument last time we had it. I think that Americans have also been hoodwinked into focusing on the Second Amendment rather than the First, which is about the free press, because America should be fucking switched on to going, we need to figure out what truth is, what deception looks like, which people on the internet are bot farms, what the fuck is really going on here, what do those algorithms really do, what are our politicians really up to. We should have full transparency over the systems that because otherwise our democracy is pointless, right? If we do not understand the key arguments, we will be like, okay, let's discuss endlessly whether trans people can use bathrooms, rather than just let them go wherever they're going to feel least weird, same as they used to.
Well, and the irony is
all sorts of bigger issues. It's about giving up your freedom for access to information.
Yeah, and the irony is not lost on me that a lot of the most pro-gun people are also, like, generally speaking, not having an issue with warrantless arrests and deportation without due process.
Exactly.
Like, you know,
no faith in due process.
That's like part of the problem as well. And I get why people kind of think that at this moment in time, but I think that it's short-sighted, because those rights, like, what is the reason that we're concerned about immigration? I mean, if it's not just racism. If it's just racism, then there's no contradiction. But if you're concerned about immigration is that it's creating social issues and it's degrading what it means to be America, then irrespective of the race of the immigrant, then what is less American than not having freedom and, like, disrespecting due process and the rule of law? Like, you know, there's a big irony there as well in that.
Lots of times these kind of policies are brought in by one regime, dictator, you know, monarch, whatever, and used with the glee of the general population against some subgroup.
Yeah.
But then you've established a precedent where detention and expulsion from the country are an established thing in terms of legal precedent, right? This has already been argued in court that we've said we can toss people out of the country and lock them in a for-profit system.
That part really concerns me, the rendition to other countries. But I want to say the other thing.
You can just turn that around. That's what the tyrannical government will do, right? It won't be this one that installed it, but in a couple of turns' time, when maybe the Democrats are in charge again, or they've some even worse incarnation of the Democrats, actual just straight up serpents, people just wearing rubbery serpent hoods and getting elected president. And then they go, oh, you've established it's okay to rendition people out of the country. See you later, anybody who voted against me.
But that's the flip side of it too. The irony with the Democrats is that the only reason that we're so concerned is because we've allowed the executive branch to really hold the mandate on force, right? The only thing that's holding America together right now is the judiciary, which doesn't have an army. And the Trump administration has, kind of like Andrew Jackson, just straight up ignored court rulings because they really have very little consequence to doing so. And so the problem is, though, is that the party that's in charge never wants to make their guy less powerful. So every presidential cycle, the president gets more and more powerful. And that's been the case since George W. Bush.
That's why I think that there needs to be 3 parties, or there needs to be at least where there can be 2 against 1 to overrule.
exactly.
Instead of just having 1 against 1 all the time, we need somehow to where we can have at least 2 against 1.
I think the party system. Sorry for clipping you there, Cole. That was very rude of me.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm done.
I think the party system was for when you had horses, right? And you had to clop out to the countryside and go, here, Franklin will promise to, right? And you would sort of read out a policy and a sort of party platform and try to get those people to vote for you, and then piss off again and never talk to them again for the next 4 years or however long it takes. Right? Just try, and they would have to trust you were doing that policy. And I think that's why you have a party, right? You go, I trust this guy, so I'm going to trust all the decisions he makes. But we don't need to do that anymore, right? We could instantly have a properly engaged democracy where you see the votes going through Parliament and have a upvote, downvote system like Reddit, where only citizens can have access to this portal, and people, ordinary citizens, can go, but hang on, what about blah, 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 and write a little Reddit shower thought, little hot take, steaming hot take. And if people upvote it and like it, they've got to discuss it in Parliament when they're bringing up that bill. And you go, but what about the bullfrogs that are native to the area? And then somebody else goes, well, we can't stop progress for every fucking bullfrog. And you issue by issue. So then you go, we don't need a party to side with on all of these issues, because nobody agrees with their party on everything, do they?
Right.
They end up being forced into agreeing with some positions.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's like,
I want high education and gun ownership. Can we not have both?
Yeah, that's the problem, is that we don't have any overlap. And I think the other thing, there's one other thing I want to point out that's interesting in this conversation, is that a lot of modern gun control at the state level dates back to the Black Power movement and the arming of primarily black, but also other racial militias that were using guns against the police, like the Black Panthers, for example. So Ronald Reagan, when he was in California, ironically enough, being like the Republican candidate and all, passed gun laws to basically stop the Black Panthers from operating. So that's another really interesting aspect of the history. And one thing that you'll hear from some people on the left in the United States is that the Second Amendment only really applies to white people, and that when non-white people try to assert the same rights, they actually end up with. But then the flip side of that is that, the basis of a lot of modern gun control is also this racist policy, right? Which is also the irony of the Democrats and, the wanting to, the person that gets demonized by the Brady campaign and gun control advocates is not the impetuous teenager with a handgun that shoots his friend because he lost a card game. It's this mythical, rare military kind of guy that bought guns legally and then goes to use them in crime. That happens very, very infrequently. But that is the persona that they're fighting against. And that informs all of the policy.
Yeah, and they're fighting against school shootings, which represent, I think, 1% of gun deaths or something.
But in fairness, the terrorism of school shootings is exceptionally awful. That maybe makes them, it's steel man the argument, because I'm kind of a heartless bastard utilitarian, so I would say, okay, well, they're not that big of a problem, right? But to most people, the idea of kids, most countries have had one incident like that, and then they're like, never again, like the United Kingdom or Australia, right? The United Kingdom was the guy that killed all those kids, right? I forget. I think he went into a school and he killed a bunch of kids.
Dunblane,
yeah. Dunblane.
Up in Scotland, I think.
And that's when the UK did their big fire art. And the thing that has to be noted is in both cases, they did never have an event like that happen again.
And and the more prevalent interpersonal crime, like 99% of Australia's gun victims before Port Arthur would have been from small one-on-one and one-on-two shootings. Those drop precipitously. We know that this massively reduces interpersonal violence, and the probability of all sorts of things like muggings in the street go down, bottle shop robberies go down, husbands just randomly blapping their wives goes down, or vice versa. All of these totally unnecessary, horrible visitations on people's lives.
And all the accidents, right? The kid that finds an unlocked gun and, just
agony of that parent.
If there's an unlocked revolver with no safety, like the one I have right here, like a child, if they were in the house, would easily. And that's why when I was staying with my girlfriend, I would lock. When I would bring my gun over to her place, she had a kid who was in high school, and I would always keep my shit locked up, right? Because then it's not just me involved, right? There's a suicide problem, but I feel like that's maybe, I don't know, like how big of an issue that is related. It certainly isn't an issue when it comes to like rate of fire, right? Like a revolver, a 357 Magnum is going to be just as effective, probably more effective than an AR-15 in that circumstance, because it's so much easier to, use, practically speaking. But that one's a little bit harder. And like, I don't know, I'm curious, like, I wonder, like, the thing is that I feel like there is a way forward, but we're actually moving in the opposite direction of gun control right now.
Yeah.
As a country, there are states that are still moving forward with more aggressive gun control, but compared to where we were in the 90s when we had the federal assault weapon ban, you would not find a Republican presidential candidate at that time, I don't think, that would be adamantly in favor of AR-15s. Whereas now it's basically a requirement. So at the national level, the gun lobby, the pro-gun groups are winning. The state level, the anti-gun groups are winning. And I think part of that is because they're using a strategy that, while it's very bad faith and sneaky, it works. But the flip side of that is because they've been bad faith and sneaky for decades, they can't make any progress at the national level where they need a much broader mandate for policy. The other thing is you can't overstate the impact of DC versus Heller and Bruin, which were the first rulings. And you could say that those were the wrong rulings because the Second Amendment doesn't mention self-defense, but they didn't want to make the argument. I think in Heller, they didn't want to make an argument based on military or whatever. So some people have said they wrote in self-defense into the Second Amendment. I haven't really looked into the case law that well. The argument for Heller is that the Second Amendment is implicitly about self-defense because of common law and also like state constitutions prior to the main constitution, a lot of which mention self-defense. So the argument is that
to me the sensible thing is why did they include the words militia? They didn't need to put them in, right? The sentence could have run on perfectly, just starting at it is vital to keep So they've put the word militia in there, and then I think that they put it in there because they considered it so obvious that everybody knew what militias were and when they were called and how they were used. And I think then to interpret it, we just need to go, how were militias used? And you said, well, sometimes neighbours had arguments with one another, and that was not enough to call a militia. And sometimes people's houses got burgled or cattle got taken by cattle rustlers, and that was not enough to call the militia. The militia was only called when I don't know what it'd be, but it could be marauding gangs, could probably Indians, a large group of people turning up who started roughing up people in the town, you might call it.
Yeah.
But not in a personal situation.
You got to remember too that during that time, when our forefathers was trying to win this country, and even after they won and they were setting this country up, these were guys that came from a time where they saw firsthand monarchies and how they disarmed their people, and they stated it ain't have journals and letters and everything, thousands of them from our forefathers going back and forth to each other and everything, talking about specific things to do with guns and things. And these guys, I think one of the things that kicked off the gun way of thinking in this country too is I think those guys knew that they had just fought a monarchy who disarmed their people, and they knew a bunch of other monarchies in Europe that had disarmed their people, and they did not want to start their country out saying to their people, hey, we're going to disarm you, even though you're supposed to be free now. You're not free to have your own weapons. So sorry, they didn't want to do that, and I think that that's what started the gun culture. But I also feel like that was the right thing to do, no matter if they do say militia, you know, in the paper. Still, I think that they intended it to also be for protection and everything else, for people to defend their castle, which is their home, rather than saying,
so why did they put in
you
militia,
gotta disarm.
do you think? Why did they put in
that
bit about the militia?
I think that because the
When they could have
militia
just
was the militia was so important to the American identity at that time, and the militia had just basically been the force that enabled them to revolt against tyranny, and like also to secure the country, right? Militias prior to that were extremely important. I think that right was seen as really important. You could make the argument that self-defense was implicit. Yeah, go ahead.
Where these people had come from that were signing this, they weren't born and raised in America, right? Because these are the first people around the Declaration of Independence, right? So it's the chance that they were born overseas was quite high, wasn't it? Who are they?
Well, America had been settled for a long time. There were a lot of foreigners from the colonies or from Britain at that point, but
yeah,
a lot of them were homegrown.
But they still fought a country.
In those towns, so in the towns they grew up in, what I'm trying to figure out is, in the towns they grew up in, were there firearms bans? Because my understanding is that was quite common with London, right, where you couldn't wander around with swords in London, and then when firearms became a thing, I don't think you could wander around with pistols.
The British banned firearms in the colonies, and that's one of the things that pissed everybody off and made them fight back, is people were sick of being disarmed.
So they were in cities, and within the city limits, they weren't allowed to carry guns.
They were trying to ban them everywhere, basically. They were trying to say the same laws that exist in England is going to exist in the colonies.
The question for me is, like, if it is talking about, because I imagine in that kind of frontiers town places, there was lots and lots of violence, just because read any account of it and a bunch of the main characters get shot.
There was a lot, yeah. Hold on one sec. There's a good video about it. Yeah.
Insanely high amounts of intrafamiliar violence, right? Where they just held a blood feud for generations.
There's a lot of banditry, too, in the United States at that time. Because it was frontier. I mean, Cole knows. Cole, you live in Appalachia, right? That area is, like, especially at that time before the forests were cut down and there had been land clearing and land reform and grading and all these other things, like, it was a wilderness. Like,
I got to show you my cowboy hat, Cole. I've been watching, what is it called? Justified. That's from the hills of Appalachia, right?
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
You've seen Justified, haven't you, Cole? Go on, sorry.
I've not watched it, but I know what it is. I've seen, like, parts
of
it.
When it comes to gun control, what is so Australia did a buyback program. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't voluntary. That's the other piece of dishonesty. Yeah, that's the other piece of dishonesty, is that whenever it's brought up in the US, they say, oh, look at this effective buyback. And it's like, they don't say that you didn't have, I mean, you had a choice in that you could do what Egg's dad did and stash the guns in a mattress, but you didn't have a choice. As soon as you didn't turn it in, you were breaking the law.
Yeah.
Well, did they?
Yeah,
did
but I
they
think that's
pay-
understood, isn't it?
How did they pay over market value? Like, what was the incentive?
Well,
I think
the
you just-
incentive was
yeah,
it's
I don't know.
illegal after today to still have a gun. So would you,
But I
because
think
for it to be illegal to have a gun, it means you've killed the sale market of guns, right? So nobody can sell them between one another. So you've wiped out a lot of people's money. So you offer, okay, so that this isn't a financial hit for you, we'll just sort of take whatever was the price before we did this and pay you all that amount.
Okay. And
so we did it with, what is it, 600? So it cost $500 million, and that got 640,000 guns off the street.
yeah, I feel like
Compensation that went out
Americans
to
are.
them.
I feel like Americans are way more attached to the idea of the fact that the second that the government tries to take our guns, like we have to form a militia against the government, right? Like, is that kind of where y'all think?
Yeah,
I don't know that. I don't know
at the
that
same
Australia
time,
had that issue, did they? Or was there a lot of pushback, or was it pretty?
I think it was pretty well followed.
Was there,
but
so
they
there
were-
was a lot of people who were like, you aren't coming for my guns, you can come and get them out of my cold dead hands. But what they predicted, which is what same as what American gun owners predict, is like suddenly the what is it, not the NRA, the ATF is kicking down everybody's door and going, oh, we know you've still got guns, we didn't get them in the buyback, we still know you got the serial numbers. They just didn't. Never did that. Their dad was expecting him to turn up and having to sort of have showdowns with him to not let him on his property. But unless your house is not bordering the edge of your property, they've got to have the conversation at the front gate, and it's, you just don't. They just don't turn up. They just don't care. All they'll do is they'll come at you if your gun's later used in a crime. But just everybody goes on peacefully living, and a bunch of these people who are like, you're not coming for my guns, just 5-6 years later still have a cupboard full of guns. Fine.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. And if a mob suddenly formed, great, they can hand out the guns and have a well-regulated militia. But it just suddenly gets them off the street of the cities, because every time a gun's used, they've got to toss it. And so the number of gun murders just off a cliff. For every gun murder, you've got one fewer gun. Great, problem solved very quickly.
Do you have thoughts, Mordwan, about that?
Well, I think that it's hard to say, because Americans say that, oh, you're never going to get my guns. I was going to say, anyone that has this topic should watch the Alex Jones interview with Piers Morgan, because I just watched it recently, and it is fucking hilarious, because Alex Jones just comes in, before Piers Morgan can say anything, he calls him like a limey foreign scum that's never going to get our guns, and like he's just like screaming the entire time, and like it's hilarious. And then there's a moment where Piers is like, "Are you finished?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm finished." And then he just keeps ranting. But it's a macho thing to say I'm going to stand up to the government, but would people really do it? I don't know. Like, I know in my case, it's hard for me to say. Like, it would be, if AR-15s were suddenly nationally banned, I can tell you that I certainly wouldn't be driving around with them and going to the range casually with them anymore, right?
Exactly.
I mean, if I did keep them, it would be like for an end of the world type situation where the government collapsed, right? Where I could go dig them up on my farm or whatever. So it does, like, as much as people say that they're like big badasses that are going to show down against the government, it's not always the case that their actions match that. The other side of that, though, is that the U.S. has always had a more active, and especially since the 90s, which I think this is part of why the gun control movement died, was in the 90s, we were well on the way to civilian disarmament, I would argue. And part of the reason that we had things like the Oklahoma City bombing was because of that. There's a racial component as well. But Timothy McVeigh's motivation was in response to these, primarily to Ruby Ridge and Waco, which were both sparked by the ATF going to arrest someone on gun charges. Actually, in both cases, it was related to the NFA. But because
interesting. So they were getting belt fed machine
Ruby
guns.
Ridge,
Fun.
Yeah, Ruby Ridge was a really fucked up one, though, because the guy was a veteran living off the grid, basically, with his family, and he was hanging out at a white supremacist compound, although the family claims that he wasn't actually white supremacist, but, like, it was your neighbors, so he went and hung out with them. I wouldn't, maybe, but whatever. An undercover agent got him to agree to sell him a sawed-off shotgun. The guy didn't ever even possess one. There was never shown that he even had one. And they came to his property without a warrant through the woods. And his son got in a gunfight with them because he was walking around the property with a gun and killed one of the federal agents. And then it escalated to this insane situation. And his and that also goes to the defend the credibility of Defense Against Tyranny. Ruby Ridge was like 2 men and a pregnant woman in a cabin, and they held off the entire might of the FBI and ATF for weeks because they're up on this hill and nobody wanted to go up the hill and get fucking shot. So it was really fucked up because his FBI sniper shot his pregnant wife who was unarmed in the head.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, it was horrible. So like, I think that also, the kid was killed because like the agents didn't, and all they had to do, the reason that they went after him is he didn't show up to a court hearing for a charge that ended up getting dropped because it was basically entrapment. The only thing he ended up getting charged with after Ruby Ridge, after his son and his wife died, to bring him into custody in this aggressive and confrontational way, the only thing he was charged with was failure to appear.
Don't forget the dog.
That's terrible. Yeah, shot the dog. So I've got it here. During the surveillance operation, Officer Art Roderick shot Weaver's dog when it ran at them and then pointed his rifle at Weaver's 14-year-old son, Samuel, who was armed. Samuel fired back at the marshals and was shot in the back and killed by the team. In the ensuing exchange of fire, Weaver's friend Kevin Harris shot and killed Deputy Marshal William Francis Deegan Jr. Weaver, Harris, and members of Weaver's immediate family refused to surrender. The hostage team became involved and the siege was mounted. In the standoff, FBI sniper Lon Horiuchi shot Weaver, then shot Harris, but the second shot also hit and killed Weaver's wife, Vicky. Ultimately resolved by civilian negotiators. Right.
And that was the case in Waco as well, where... Who's streaming?
I am. I'm just reading
someone
through
else
what you're
is as
saying.
well.
Or somebody else has just
That's
started.
life.
We got an
OBS
attacker.
Vortex.
We're getting raided. Dumbass shared his screen and showed him talking to people saying, "Are they streaming?" Worst raid ever. Anyway, yeah, so that I think also colors the conversation, and we had this militia movement after, in kind of in response, but also in conjunction with that. I personally think that if it was like an Australia type policy, I think there would be significant violence as a result of it, at least temporarily.
yeah.
But I think that most people would ultimately comply.
I want to tell Eggs though. I want to tell a quick little story. I'll try to make it real fast. When I lived in West Virginia in 2012, in the summer, we had a massive storm come through, and it knocked the power out for like 4 or 5 counties all the way around the area I lived at and my county for a week. Right? It was hot as hell in West Virginia. All of a sudden, nobody had air conditioners or anything else. The first day, everybody was like, "Well, shit." And this is the first day of my vacation from the coal mines that year was when it happened too. So it's a shitty luck I had. But the first day, everybody was like, "Well, fuck." The second day, everybody's food started going back because the power stayed out for a week, and everybody started going to try to go get gas on the second day, including me. No gas stations had power other than like 2 out of the entire town, big old town where I lived in at that time in Beckley. And the people was backed up and down the roads, beside the roads and everything, and we're limited to like $5 in gas each. On the third day, the water stopped because the water towers finally run out of water, and so the water shut off. Nobody had water. Nobody had cold food. Everybody's food was rotting. Everybody was trying to get ice, right? So people were fist fighting. I saw people fist fight for bags of ice in the parking lot. This is on day 3 and still 4 more days to go. Now, we live in a world where a very strong solar flare could knock out the power all up and down the eastern seaboard. We live in a world where things like World War II has kicked off, where countries have just invaded other countries. What scares me is if something happens, especially if the power would go out for a month, especially in a statewide area, after what I saw with my own eyes just in a week, it terrifies me to think that me and my children would be here with no way to protect ourselves when that happens. And I don't care how slim the possibility. I don't ever want to think that I would be in that situation without some way to protect me and my family.
Yeah,
And
and
in that
I
situation-
think the same thing, but I just have in my head, I'm like, right, I've got a spear gun in the A, very few people near me have guns. B, I have a spear gun. C, I have a crossbow, a compound hunting bow. So yeah, I have the same thoughts about what if society collapsed, but I wouldn't. I don't think I would switch positions with you because it would be a terrifying roulette. I think in the United States, because in a collapse situation, 90% of the bullets are going to be shot in the first 3 days. I think. Right.
Why don't we
make a lot of bullets in this country, eggs?
Why don't we make
Yeah, but that's the thing. Some people have a lot of bullets, but some people go visit the gun store every time they go shooting. Right. And once they stop selling bullets, you'll be like, oh, what are we doing with all these guns? And then you have this crazy situation where lots of guns get waved, but very few get fired. So I think I'd prefer to be in Australia where there are very few guns and very few bullets. So you just,
which side of the divide that I'm on.
They'll make new guns if they can. They'll make new ammo. They'll do what they do.
But you can't. That's the thing. You could do that with if you had a black powder rifle, you could make your own gunpowder and make your own slugs. But with a modern gun, you can't use shitty old black powder. You can't make gunpowder because it takes ingredients from all across the world to make the really good stuff.
That's fair though. What you said about living, what you said about living without, in a country where you feel safe because nobody else has gun stuff. That's fair. So I give you that.
Have you guys seen some of the BB guns they got they're the same as a gun these days. With they don't have the explosion. They shoot the little ball. They got everything you can think of.
Yeah, I would consider getting an air rifle, actually. A really nice, powerful air rifle, and then build myself something that I could make slugs out of. Because then all I would need is metal I could melt, and I could make slugs.
Out of everything, you just have the mold. But here's the thing, too. Electric weapons, like a little sun fart weapon that has like a little energetic bullet. When you shoot it out, it like explodes and then turns off their electronics.
I mean, that sounds awesome. Do you have that? Can you buy that? Can you buy that?
Yeah. It's partially.
What is it? I didn't understand it. What was it?
Okay, you know the little gun that they have, like on Fast and Furious, when the cars are going away from them and they shoot the little thing on it, it shuts the electronics down in the car.
That's a movie, bro. What are you talking about?
No, there is something like what he's talking about, but it doesn't. So there's this thing that shoots out of a pneumatic cannon and fires a dart into the car. And the dart, I think they first did it with spike, but then they do it with like goopy, very sticky stuff. And it just hangs onto the car and transmits its location.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that on that live PD show.
Yeah,
they use that. They also have one now. I don't know if it's gonna work out, but they got one where they shoot like a harpoon out of the cop car into the car that's running, and use that to stop it. But I don't know how well that's gonna work because every time I've seen it used, it ends up causing like a tremendous wreck. But points for trying.
Sounds funny as hell. But yeah, what about a gun that shoots like doll parts and stuff like? So like you got a little bullet, right? Check this out though. Say you're in a shootout, and the guy comes outside. He's got like a baby doll part to his forehead, like a leg, just a sticker, a meme on the side. Like you just load stuff up on your bullets, and like you're like, I'm just saying something that just
your imagination knows no bounds, does it, D-Mark?
I'm just saying, wouldn't that be funny?
It's like the junk gun in Fallout, where you like just have this gun that's just like pulses stuff, and you just pick up any dinner plate, doll head, chair leg.
Yeah, the bullet goes,
and you just stick it in the top and go boom. Yeah.
Block their vision. A sandal, a shoe, anything, just load it up.
Am I hearing things?
Or play that in VR. That would be a fun gun to use in a VR.
Yeah.
Do what?
I said, am I hearing things or did Democ just laugh? Man, I've never heard you laugh before.
Yeah.
We all have guns, so Denmark is in a good mood.
Yeah.
Man,
Usually
I was
he's in
just
a
thinking of
crappy
the
mood.
bullets. I'm just saying, like, if you had arrows and on the end of the arrow was a note, and you hit everybody with another letter, I love you, I'm sorry. Like, what the fuck? Hold on a minute. I'm hurt. That wasn't cool.
Yeah.
No fighting. You're like, what? Oh, hold on, as you're dying, you read the note. Be kind to others. Like, oh my God. I should have read that note first.
What do you think about the legality of booby traps, Democ? Should it be allowed to have a shotgun with a string attached to a door that like blows
Claymore.
someone's head off when they walk in? Oh,
I don't
Ruhif's
think
here.
I don't think you would need that extent. I think if it's a booby trap, it should be more along the lines of something like a net, or that would tase them, or something like, you know, the video camera comes
non-lethal.
on. Yeah, non-lethal. The video camera comes on, trapdoor floor, something like that. Like, you know, where they're still caught, and then the cops can come pick them up.
Genius.
Where do you sit on the gun control debate, Ruhif?
I love guns, but yes, they should be regulated highly. Like one of my favorite things to do when I go to the US is, shoot guns.
We're so good for that. We are so good for that. If there's one thing,
I'll just put my camera
American
on because
that and school shootings.
Ruhif, this is my bed. It's like the most American setup ever.
Hang on. Holy shit. What the hell? Is that an AK?
So actually, this is an AR, but the reason it has the curvy mag is that it shoots AK ammo, and then this one is a regular AR.
And that's for protection.
You have your space is mostly given over to your firearms
and ammunition. I have about.
But don't you yearn to shoot them at a person? If I had guns, I would spend half my day wondering when I would get to shoot a person.
No, not really. I mean, I have an attitude of like, if I had to, I could. But the best way I've heard it put is that a gun should be thought of as like a fire extinguisher, not like a dick extender. You know, like
I would still be like looking forward to an
problem,
opportunity to extinguish a fire.
A lot of people
You're on a
are.
list. You're on a list, Harry.
I think we
You know
need
what I
more
mean? You'd be looking
duels.
forward. I don't mean you're looking forward to murdering somebody. You're looking forward to needing to put out a fire. If I was wandering around with a fire extinguisher, I would go looking for fires, is what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying the board one does that, but I'm saying that's how I'd feel if I had a really good, cool $4,000 fire extinguisher, right?
Yeah, I think we need to bring back duels to settle public defense.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. But eggs I carry every day, and I've never thought about pulling it out.
No,
not once. Like
I don't mean think about pulling it out. I mean, I don't mean I would do it. I mean, I would spend some chunk of my day, every day, clipping it on. The thought would flit through my mind. I wonder if I'd get to heroically defend somebody by blapping somebody out of existence with this today.
Yeah, you need Jesus in your life.
What about a tactical gun? Where the bullet
You don't think Jesus would have had the same
on
thought
their
when he
head?
put a 6-shooter on his hip? With a 6-iron on his hip.
Yeah, but you need non-lethal bullets for that. Non-lethal bullets.
Down of Iowa Freya rode a stranger one fine day.
That's it. That's the one I was trying to think of.
Yeah, we need paintball duels. A paintball duel.
Paintball duels?
Yeah, paintball duel. Big fat
Maybe
ass
pepper
paintball
balls.
like a baby paintball cannon or a potato gun. And then
Maybe
just
pepper
walk
balls.
about 50 paces, turn around and boom.
How about pepper balls? So this way the person that loses gets maced. So there's like you actually know who loses.
Oh, it can
Yeah,
be
there
in
you
the
go.
ball. It can be in the paint. Paint mace.
Yeah.
Just pop them in the face.
What about fentanyl paintballs?
No. Chloroform. How about chloroform bullets?
There you go.
Yeah, and it'll put everybody to sleep. What?
That'd be great
That's
fun.
an idea
Just
for
sleepy time.
That is an
pellets.
idea. No,
Yeah.
I mean it's not a bad idea. The
Fucking
Russians use
tranquilizer darts for everybody.
tranquilizer.
Yeah, it'd be like Ace Ventura. Walking around with a limp arm. That would be funny. Yeah, duel with fucking sleeping darts or chloroform. Just like a little a t-shirt blaster
with a towel with chloroform on it. Like, oh, fall out. Hey, why'd you do that? He was on the steps. He's gonna have a good fall right now. Oh man,
I just want to say, you seem like a kind of a nice guy, actually, Democ, when it comes down to it. But I do not want to be the guy that breaks into your house and gets eaten by the Barbie cannon. I'm just saying. I just imagine Democ at the top of the stairs with like a fucking like grape shot made out of Barbies, like fucking shredding like 10 assailants.
Come out with arms.
Yeah. So one guy comes running back outside to the rest of his mates. He's like, "What the fuck was that? I think it was doll parts. What? I think he shot doll parts at me." You're like,
do you
go and steal yourself and go outside? Ow, ow, it is. They're arms and stuff.
Oh, man.
Holy shit.
And then Democ just bellowing something about, if you can't put flat in a ball in a lab.
Don't cross my doorway.
Oh man. Well, I gotta probably get ready for this fucking. For some reason, I'm debating Shane tomorrow. I don't know why.
Wow, you've done that before.
Plagier.
Yeah.
He's okay, but he's
oh my god, you're gonna whoop his ass, dude. He just got his ass kicked by Toon.
I know they got obliterated in that fucking MDD debate.
Mod,
when they were like,
hold on, can we?
Mod, what is the topic?
Hold on. We're on a good note. I'm gonna ask this. This is gonna change it. We're on a good note now, guys. Right? Now, truthfully, if you no, I mean seriously, like if all the humans right now, 50-50, like all of us were in a room and you had to divide us 50-50 to take a vote on science or things that are demonstratable versus what you say, well, this has to be because we feel like some evidence points to it, but you don't see that thing. Okay. So like in a lab, you do all these things. You see the horizon, observation. You can't disprove that observation. But then and like all these things that we have that are practical that don't, like, you have to put air on the outside of the bucket, not inside of it. Water on the outside of the bucket, not on the inside of it. With something called gravity or space-time or something called mass, which nobody knows what it is because it's matter, but there is no volume and there's no quantified amount of it ever, right? And then they say there's supposed to be there's supposed to be gravity pulling down harder towards the ground and less hard towards the top. So we should have heavier gases, that orange one, bromide, at the ground always, and then like another layer of gas and another layer, but we don't see that. They say it's just air. You wave your hand in, so that makes no sense. But
That's a good point.
So like at the end of the day, right? But at the end of the day, what's presentable? Like I could go outside and show you how I can make a mud puddle or do stuff on a flat surface that's always level, equipotential to itself, just being level. Just having the word being level is equipotential. You see what I'm saying? So, and these are practical things, but then you guys or whoever will go and like say, well, no, ignore all this stuff that Democ or anybody can do, even a Glober. If you guys have a demonstration of something, I would go with it 100%. And so like, but it has to be on par with what the thing is. So like, if you and I wanted to compete for a tide, I don't think there's any way you guys would be able to even fucking fathom to put a tide on your so like. At the end of the day, when you take the vote, what do you do with stuff that you can't do when like everybody's saying, well, okay, yeah, we see this happen. We know that's a fact every day, but something else has to be going on that we can't prove or demonstrate or see. It's not funny. You're not literally.
Because, brother, like, we can't go through life distrusting those who might know more than us. Like, that's the problem I have. Like, I get what you're saying, put it in a lab and show it and what have you, right? But, like, I don't have a reason to distrust all the space agencies across the world, right? So, like, when they show me a picture of the Earth, I'm like, wow, that's fucking cool. You know what I mean? It's I can't make an Earth in a lab. I don't think me and you are going to be on this planet, brother, when we get the technology to make an Earth in like a lab, like a mini Earth. It's just not going to happen, right? So like, I think that's the disconnect we have, is that you don't want to trust people that might be experts because you can't see it. You know what I mean? Like, And I get it, I do, but I'm able to trust these people who know more than me.
Well, what makes you think they know more than you without being able to demonstrate how or what they're supposed to know more than you? And you say these smart people, but I've never seen none of those smart people go to space. I've never seen Galileo, Copernicus, Eratosthenes, Newton, Einstein, Stephen Hawking, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, Professor Dave, I've never seen any of these dudes that you guys claim that are smart ever go to space and even see that firsthand for themselves. So I don't know where any of them got an inference or even a reference of a ball that holds water or a gas ball in a vacuum. So if you and I can't go to a vacuum, we should never have to believe somebody's word for it because we have vacuums. So if they can't show it on some type of it just I mean, you have to be able to demonstrate the thing you're trying to sell to everybody. Like how this guy saying, "I know more than you guys. I'm the smart guy." But in his lab, what does he have? He doesn't have any of that stuff. So what does he have? The military is the head of what information gets back to you. It doesn't matter about opinion. That's why you go with demonstration. And listen, if the Earth is curved, and I would get my side view of the curving, right? The edge of the Earth does have an edge if it curves. Trust me, because that's called the radius of the motherfucker, the circumference, that edge.
True.
That's what that is. So if it does,
Hold on, time out, them off.
Yeah.
We got, we
Hold
need a
on,
mod.
I'm about
Somebody.
3 seconds. 3 seconds. Side view of the sun going down below a horizontal that you call zero or sea level, a airplane, a hot air balloon, a helium, any fucking thing going down below that horizontal with a side view, a boat, anything. Go ahead, sorry.
It was just
And I'll
some
be
guy
on board
was
with the other shit.
showing a pornographic image. That's why they were stopping you. That was it.
Yeah, we're getting raided. So
Who's inside secret? All right. Should you lock the room?
Inside secrets.
Or just like,
Inside
here,
secret-
take away the quickly turn off the page that gets you verified to talk here.
What do you mean?
So no new people can join in the server just for the next little bit.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh,
neither do I.
Never mind then. Who are you inside secret before you get yeeted?
It's Glory. Glory's the OG.
Research
AKA
Compared Earth. Okay, you're fine.
Yeah.
So there's
AKA
Ob's Vortex, Ob's Anti-Skid, and Chair. They're the three.
You've yeeted them already. Good work.
Have we?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and kick Earth is Life's account.
Smashed
from the VC just so we could stop the stream because
put porn on his stream.
Yeah, exactly. He could get a strike.
Then
Why
we
don't
can
just-
talk about
why don't we-
medical
Somebody has to have a helicopter, a hot air balloon, the IS, something has to be sitting there and watch the sun go down below. It doesn't. So, or stars. And then another thing about stars, when we say, oh, we're getting these angles to these places, no, you're not. Those stars don't even exist. Like you guys say, the light plays a trick, whatever you want to call it. When you get closer to the stars, they disappear. I get a lot of excuses, but the only two humans that I've ever seen take any photos of any stars supposedly at night, they looked fake as hell, like you put them on an Atari and they were just sitting there still. They weren't doing shit. So like, it's kind of weird, you know, two humans that like actually probably interact with each other, probably share the same paycheck and are on the same little thing. Jay Tolan or JW Jeremy, astronomy, like it's just kind of weird, right? But so like that's another thing. Yeah. The ISS is supposed to be 250 miles up, but no one goes up to 70,000 feet, 100,000 feet and zooms in on it. No one zooms in from an observatory that they can see billions of miles supposedly with and zooms 250 to see somebody walking on that bitch. So all these things that are possible because you can see it with your eyes, but now your observatory doesn't work and can't see 250 miles, but it's claimed to see the moon and all this other shit. It's just, to me, it's all theoretical. These things have to be proven on a different scale other than that's my opinion of evidence. You have to take the other person and say, okay, what's your what would conclude to you this physical attribute of this thing? And if somebody said an 8-inch drop in my backyard, go a mile away from me, we'll put an object here, we'll make big object, a big cube, a little cube, whatever. And you're staring at it. You film it the whole time, side view, whatever. You can see that it's dropped down 8 inches. You can see that the person's a mile away. You can, and they can see it. Everybody can film it, see it, do it live, clap your hands when you're done. I mean, like, so like, what would, you know, flat Earth?
D-Monk, I'm gonna make a promise to you that this coming summer or this summer, I'm trying to buy me a boat. If I get me a boat, I promise you that I will try to find an island out in the middle of one of these big ass lakes I live around and do that experiment where we'll set something up and I'll try to go away from it and we'll see what happens to see what, as we go away, if what it looks like happens to it.
Below the reference of the horizontal line. Yes, sir. Here's one more thing. The Earth curve, 8 inches per mile squared.
Well said.
Where is it at physically? See, all we need, all the globers need to prove to me a globe is 8 inches worth of dirt that they can show that's not higher or lower than itself. That they can actually call, that they can, a vertical one, you know, from top to bottom, 8 inches, that they can call equidistant. Because this Earth can't not be itself. You guys are claiming the Earth is 360 for your math. But then when I say, hey, where's it at in your backyard? Everybody's like, quiet. It's not in their backyard. It's not in the mud puddle. It's not anywhere. Not even 8 inches of an actual physical piece of dirt that's fucking higher on the left side to the right side. That's supposed to have to be that curve. And then there's no edge of the planet. No one can fly out 3959, right? Okay, so if you say the radius is 3959, that means from where I stand, if the center of the Earth is below me, and then the rest of the circumference is out that way, so 3959 that way is going to hit the circumference there. 3959 to the right in a horizontal line is going to go that way, right? And then 1 foot past 3959 in both directions that should be the edge of this ball we supposedly live on. And then someone should see no Earth in front of them.
Listen, if we were to say, like, I'm just spitballing here, right? Like, if I was to take a not GoPro and put it on a weather balloon in front of you and send it up, and you see for yourself the curve of the Earth, would that be enough for you?
Send up a what?
A weather balloon with a camera on it, and we just let that bitch go. And it shows you the curve of the Earth.
Let that bitch
go. Would that be enough for you?
How would it show me the curve, though?
Because it's going to get high enough and you're going to see the curve of the Earth.
What's it going to look like to us?
I mean, there's a lot of pictures out there. I don't want to take one and put it there because I don't know that you're not going to say it's CGI, but it's pretty evident in some of those pictures. Like you can see it at altitude.
I mean, I'm saying, what are we seeing? You say the word "it," that doesn't mean anything. So when you say we're going to see the curve, and you can't describe what I'm going to see, how it's going to look, like what is that? I mean, what would be the
I
point?
think he's talking about the atmosphere and the Earth, like what we would consider to be the Earth, like differentiated from space by.
So am I going to see thickness from top to bottom? Like, am I going to see am I going to see a spherical top and bottom and left to right, or am I just going to see a left and right curve? Because a left and
I
right
think you're
curve
gonna
is not going to convince anybody.
Yeah, but see what you're asking for is basically impossible for us to give you. Like that's the problem I'm
You
trying
got
to
an
tell you. It's not
ISS 250 miles. You
Well,
got an
we
ISS supposedly 250 miles up. What's going to stop your balloons or your high weather balloons from going up higher than? Why don't you have NASA? See, because if you're a layman and I'm a layman, doesn't mean anything bad, and we can only afford some goofy fucking goof troop shit. And you know, some dudes in the industry can send something up maybe 200 miles, 100 miles, 200,000 miles. Why would we send some puny shit up to a certain thing and just pop on us and not really give us the view of anything we actually really need?
because I'm digging a balloon in front of you so that you can
We're
see that
looking
it's
for
not.
sun. I'm looking for sun evidence, moon evidence, and star evidence also. Okay, and I'm looking for the ISS. So if in our high altitude footage that takes more than 90 minutes to get up there, we don't see a couple ISS passes, something would be wrong there. That would prove your ISS isn't up there, right?
Well, would you agree that you intrinsically don't trust NASA? So the big pockets on these guys, like at the end of the day, it's just going to be they did some weird shit. Like as far as most
Not if
flat
he
earthers
gave
are concerned.
no, not if they gave you the balloon and let you use your own camera and stuff. You wouldn't be waiting for the Channel 20 news. You'd be looking at your own live feed.
So if someone funded you to do like a weather balloon experiment, you're saying that you would do that, or something to that degree, that you could agree on the stipulations and like what would
I'd
falsify
want
one
to
versus
see
the other,
no
stuff like
dirt and
that.
water in front of me. I wouldn't want to go up high. I'd want to go out forward in a hot air balloon. Give me a little fan contraption, something that just can push me forward horizontally, and you can make sure you can on a radio. You tell me to pull up or down to keep along the horizontal path. We'll have 3 mean line things in frame, and you can watch me. I'll be 10 foot off the ocean and go that away, or somebody will, and then I'll have cameras, everything, and we're just looking for the camera on the front of the basket to not see Earth in front of that after somebody gets 3959. After I go 3959 horizontally that way, any object, a helicopter, a airplane, anything, there shouldn't be. I mean, that's where the airplane goes around the planet. That's where gravity has to make you drop down around the planet. And the planet doesn't exist in front of you anymore. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the proof that no Earth in front of me, but close to Earth. I'm not looking for up in space. I don't know what I'm looking at. A big bright fucking thing that's like a circle disc, or I don't know what. I don't see the depth of it. That's not going to conclude a sphere for me. That would just tell you guys now, hey, look, we just seen a flat circle again and again and again, like the ISS shows you. It's not going to help. There's no
So
depth.
if I'm understanding what you're saying, just so I'm understanding, you're saying, let's just say for the sake of argument, you start at the North Pole, so we can visualize it on a globe. I mean, I can draw it, but you're saying just go out horizontally until you basically get to the radius where, if you're going straight horizontally, let's just talk about in 2D space, you're just continuing to go out at 3959, you would look down and you would basically be touching the edge of, like, I don't know, whatever the left or the right side of the Earth. That's what you're
Yes, sir.
describing.
1,000,000%. And there'd be a camera facing down, a camera facing diagonally forward, and a camera facing straight forward. And they would all be able to record no Earth in front of you.
The only thing I would say about that is it's a straw man of the position of the globe, because in our model, what we would say happens there is we would be climbing an elevation, and with elevation, we have less atmosphere, and a hot air balloon is only going to be able to achieve such a height because
you can't. No, you can't. No, hold on. Now you're doing it again.
I'm just telling you the globe position.
Yeah, but we had that's the thing in contention, whether it is a globe model or not. So you can't add all that garbage in on flat Earth if it's flat Earth. We're going to prove. No, you don't. Listen, it doesn't. Listen, your magic words don't listen. If I go out 3959, it doesn't. That's the fucking radius of this globe. How would it not be? And if there's 4 people that go out 3959 from each other, they shouldn't see no Earth in front of them. None of them. They should be able to go down around it, not to space, not avoiding gravity. You're still good. You can still go down and then prove while you're going down that the altimeter still.
How is this not exactly what a rocket does, Demo?
What's the rocket?
Like rockets don't just go straight up necessarily; they sort of curve off one way or the other.
Where and how far do they go over? 3959.
I don't know.
Well, I don't want to. I don't
know what the angle is, but
you don't got the
at a certain
math.
point, they're just going straight up at a 45-degree angle. You want a weather balloon that's tipped 45 degrees or something?
From Florida, the location is Florida. Warner von Braun, 1965. You have
I'm sharing my screen.
So where's the edge of Earth that the rocket goes past, and where can we film a rocket go past the edge of Earth live?
Anytime it goes to outer space, the edge of Earth is the edge wherever.
That didn't make any fucking sense, weirdo. So we're looking for the curved edge of Earth, dirt and water, and we're looking for a hot air balloon.
If it's a curve all the way around, then every part of it's the curve,
and it's gonna weigh 3959 away from the rocket launch and wait for the rocket to go past and down, right? And while the rocket's
every
going
part of a
down, we're
circle
gonna watch
curve?
the altimeter on the rocket say it's going up or not
Democ,
going
is every
down.
part of a ball a
Remain
curve?
calm, Democ. Don't get excited.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
One second.
hill is all you need to prove that the fucking curve is real. Show the 8-inch hill
Is every
as
part of a
potential. There
is
is
every
no
part of a ball a
360
curve,
potential.
Democ?
Debunked. 360 debunked.
Hold on. All right, Democ, just take a look at my screen real quick. I want to
The
make
Earth
sure I'm
isn't
understanding.
360. The Earth is claimed to be 360 in the mathematical formula and calculation for the fucking 8 inches per mile squared.
Is every part of a ball a curve, Democ?
You don't have a ball. I'm looking for the 8-inch part
Answer
in
the
your
question,
backyard
please.
or mine. There is no question to be
deflecting.
asked. There is only answers to give.
Okay, so I didn't ask a question. Did I
Where
not ask
is
a
the
question? Is that
hill
what you're
that's
saying?
at what potential? Show us
Is
the
every
real dirt
part
hill
of
that's
a
at what
ball a
potential on this
curve,
planet.
Democ?
You don't know what that means. Show us the 8-inch hill that's at what potential, and then we
Is
can all
every
go to
part
bed.
of a ball a curve,
Why is
Democ?
it hard for you to go outside and touch an 8-inch hill?
Is every part of a curve
We
on a
don't
ball?
know what
Is every
you're
part of a
talking
ball
about.
a
You
curve?
don't have a curve. Do you have the curve printout? Did you go to the curve
Is
hardware
every
store today?
part of a ball a
What
curve,
ball?
Democ?
What ball?
Any ball. The
Don't know what you're talking
geometry
about.
of
Show me
a
piece
ball,
of it.
is it all curve all
Give
the
me a
time?
piece of the ball you're talking about.
Is any ball ever in reality that's ever existed all curves all the way?
What are you talking about?
No, football.
It's very simple. Any ball, is it all curves?
No, football's not.
Neither is a golf
What?
ball. There's something wrong
Of course
with you,
it is. It's
brother.
just not equal.
Just listen. What do you call a
Suppose it's
ribbon
got
on a
buttholes on
baseball?
either end.
You call a ribbon on a baseball curve how they stitch it together? Call
Yeah,
that the
every
curve?
single stitch on a baseball is curved, right?
So the stitch is a smooth curve aligned with the leather. Is that what you're saying?
On a baseball. So, answer the question, since you now understand
So a
what we're talking
baseball
about.
is as
Is
smooth as a
every
cue
single
ball, is
part
what you're saying.
on a ball a curve, yes or no?
A cue ball is. You got one of those?
Okay, so it's great. You've answered the question, yes. So when you
How
say
many
show us the
corners are on
curve,
it?
where is the curve?
No,
Or
where's the
you have to
corner?
go at a
We're
certain
not
angle
looking
to
for
see the
cue
curve.
balls,
All of that's
weirdo.
just wrong. If the Earth is
We're
a ball,
fucking
it'll
looking
always be
outside
curving.
on this big ass Earth,
and we're gonna find a little microscopic 8-fucking-inch piece, and this little micro 8-inch piece has to be equipotential.
No, it's fine, Demok. I explained it to you. Every part of the
No, you
ball has a
didn't
curve, so we don't
demonstrate
have to find
anything.
it anywhere
I'm waiting
specific. We
on
don't
the
have to do
8-inch
anything
pile of
specific to
dirt.
find it. Do we?
You're welcome to come to my backyard. It's an 8-inch pile of dirt. It's not equipotential.
Hey,
Do
buddy,
you happen to
buddy.
have the 8-inch
Hey,
pile
fella.
of dirt on this planet that's
Little fella.
equipotential to your gravity?
Big fella.
Can you prove
buddy.
you have gravity?
If every part of the ball has a curve, then we
Stop
don't have to do
being
anything
stupid.
specific. We just have to go
Why
away
is
from the
this
ball
guy
and look
talking
back,
to
and we'll see a
himself about
curve.
nothing? Why are you talking about nothing? We need an
I'm not.
8-inch piece of dirt that's
So, every
equipotential.
part
Do
of
you
a ball is a
understand what
curve, which means we don't have to
equipotential
do
means?
anything specific to see
We
the
need
curve.
you to read the definition of equipotential, figure that out,
Which way do you
and then
hold a
show us how
basketball
you
to
can
see that it's got a curve?
demonstrate the 8-inch hill, the little microscopic 8-inch smooth curve of Earth in my backyard. Right, big boy? When you zoom in and zoom
Which way
out.
do you have to hold a basketball to show it's got a curve?
We don't know. We're talking about Earth curve. Why are you afraid?
Which way do you have
Stop
to
talking
hold a
about
basketball to show it has a
basketball.
curve? Which way do you have to show a basketball to show it has a curve?
Harlem Globetrotter, you're not getting hired. Stop talking about toy balls.
Which way do we have to
Where
hold a
is the
basketball to
dirt
show it
of
has a
Earth
curve?
equipotential? Please demonstrate.
You recognize asking your question?
I recognize an 8-inch fucking hill of dirt in my backyard that you're afraid of. It's a physical, real thing. It's my observation.
That was a very simple question. You could have
And my
answered yes or no to.
observation and my
You decided not
prediction
to.
is
Why
you
did you
can't
decide not to answer my
demonstrate that
question?
it's equipotential.
Demok, why do you always decide not to answer?
This is an experiment done by Flat Earth to prove Flat Earth. No 8-inch hill anywhere of any size is equipotential to anything.
That's your problem,
Demok,
Demok.
why do you always?
Science is
What?
not.
I got
wait,
proof. So you
Demok,
don't like
science
proof
is
and
not.
observation every day
Demok,
in science.
Demok,
Demonstratable, testable,
we were cool,
repeatable.
Demok. We were being cool, man. Don't talk over me. Come on.
No, don't talk over demonstration. 8 inches
Come
of
on,
dirt.
listen. Here's your problem, Demok.
Do you comprehend what I'm saying?
Demok,
Can you
science
still
is
man your
not.
globe? Please
Science
still
is
man the
not.
math of your globe.
Demok,
8 inches per mile squared. I got a little
deep
bitty
breath.
microscopic. Do you
Deep
understand
breath.
scale? Do you know scale? Do you understand
Woosah.
scale, guy? Dude who said nothing.
Woosah.
Guy, you
Demok,
said nothing ever the whole time I've ever heard you talk. You just said cheerleading shit. Now
That's
do you have an
because you
8-inch
don't understand
fucking,
much
we're
of
gonna do
anything,
science.
bro. What do you mean?
Why are
Like, listen.
Glovers afraid of science?
Demok, science is not
Science,
the Earth is flat.
demonstration,
Let me prove
testable,
it.
repeatable
Science
physics.
is the Earth
The
flat
hill
or
in my
round? Let
backyard
me
is not
find
the
out.
Earth now. Now the 8-inch clump of dirt in my backyard is not the Earth. Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me the mountains of smooth Earth
the
curve.
8-inch
Grand
clump of
Canyon's a part of
dirt
the Earth
in
curve.
your yard is
The
just an
ocean wave
8-inch
is a
clump
part of
of
the Earth
dirt
curve.
in your yard.
How is the ocean wave a part of the smooth Earth curve?
Why do you think we see like the 8
How
inch
the
per mile
fuck is
square
an
from your
ocean wave
backyard?
a part of the Earth curve?
Demok, buddy,
How
why would
big
we
is
see the
my
8 inch
8-inch
per mile
dirt
square
to
in
a
your
wave?
backyard?
What's the
Demok, why
biggest
would we see
wave?
the 8 inch per mile square in your
Hold on a
backyard?
What's the
second.
biggest
Hold on.
wave on the Earth?
Hold on
Demok,
a second.
why would we? Oh,
The
sorry, go
biggest
ahead.
smooth equipotential wave
Demok,
right now.
I just wanted to understand the hot air
We're
balloon
trying to
one more
figure
time.
out what an Earth curve is.
I drew it. I'm sharing here, and I
No, in
want to
your
see if this is what
backyard,
you
dude,
mean.
with real material. We're
No.
trying to
You're
not
talking about the
imagine
hot air balloon.
stupid shit. Listen, guys, work with me here. No pens and pencils allowed. No imagination. Get out in your fucking backyard. Get the tool that shows you elevation and show equipotential level the 8-inch fucking drop differential. Please. That's
The
all we
only reason
need.
I brought this
Just
up is
8
because
fucking
you
inches of
mentioned
dirt. All you guys need to
the
prove
hot
your
air
globe.
balloon.
Don't
You
fight.
mentioned the hot air balloon.
Don't.
You
No, I
mentioned the hot air
mentioned 8
balloon.
inches of dirt too. That's
So you don't want
physical
to
and
see it.
tangible. You can't get away from that. That's not a believable. That's not. You can't come back and say NASA or Democ's a fucking
I'm not
liar
trying to
or they
disprove you.
paid him a check.
I'm just trying to have a good conversation, man. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
understand
so am
your
I.
position.
One
I
on
don't want to
Earth.
contest.
Yeah, it's real free. Everybody can go in their backyard and pick an 8-inch piece of fucking dirt and do this test and observation with me. And nowhere in anyone's backyard will a fucking 8-inch anything higher than anything at any point be equipotential. If you don't understand what equipotential is, you don't have a globe.
Bro, I can track with you, but I'm just trying to. I was just talking with you about the hot air
So you don't
balloon,
want to
and we got
prove
off
it.
track.
You just want to not prove it.
No, I'm trying to understand your position is all.
An 8-inch pile of dirt has to be the Earth, doesn't it? How big is that 8-inch pile of dirt when you zoom out from the Earth? When you rub that cue ball? I got an 8-inch pile of dirt. I'm on the cue ball. How big is that? You can't even feel me on that Earth, can you? So now show me where the 8-inch pile of dirt is equipotential like it's supposed to be. Please, the math, the proof, the science, the physics, the center of gravity.
Well, you don't
subtraction,
want math, science, and physics. You want me to do something
You're
in my
not
backyard,
doing
and I
it
don't have
right
the 8-inch
now.
pile of dirt in my backyard.
You have an 8-inch dirt
I
hill
have
in your
grass.
backyard, I promise you. Go
But
to
no,
it
I have
and show
grass.
us
I
its
have grass and
equipotential.
concrete. I live in New York. It's not.
Okay, show us how the 8-inch hill of concrete curve is equipotential, and we'll be done with this.
I mean, I could go to my driveway. I mean,
I accept physical
slants,
reality,
you know?
not
Not
fucking
diagrams.
NASA government paid Nazi cartoons. We're not doing propaganda. We're not doing hopes and fucking dreams. My money is on no equipotential. I'll put any amount of money times a million that you motherfuckers want to bet that no human of you bastards, no matter who you get, it's my same question every time I come in here. You're going to have to fucking mute me or kick me out. Show my 8-inch dirt or yours or any 8-inch object that's higher or lower from any point to any point that's equipotential and show how that's equipotential. And equipotential to fucking what? I can prove a horizontal line's equipotential right now. Cups of water. You can get a 1,000,000-mile long horizontal line, as long as the left side is level with the right side. Put all your cups of water on it. Put them to the top. They'll never spill. Now go to any hill on the earth. Put your cups of water. They're all going to spill. They're all going to spill. Game over. No gravity. Your gravity's supposed to do
All right,
its
that's
work
enough
in
now,
keeping the
Demok.
level
Be quiet for
water.
a second and listen, please. Demok, please listen.
Listen to what? You
So I
not
wanna-
being able to hold water in a cup with gravity now towards the ground? Weird.
No, just other people who want to talk, so you're not just taking
Yeah,
up
go
whole
ahead.
thing.
Good. We're okay. As long as you guys concede the Earth's flat so you get that equipotential dirt,
Great.
we're good.
So, Demok, can you have an actual conversation with a human being on Discord? Is that something you're capable of?
Can you do an actual scientific experiment with us and stop being a little kid? Grow the fuck up.
I want to talk about the 8 inches of dirt.
Yeah. So show us
I
what
want to
the
challenge you,
Earth curve is.
Demok, to saying one or two sentences, being quiet, letting someone else talk, and then trying to answer questions and address what they said. Is that something you're capable of doing?
Yeah, did you hear the other gentleman ask a question? I answered him. Go ahead.
Can I ask about the 8 inches of dirt? So in the
It's
globe
in everybody's
model,
yard. It's the whole Earth.
so in your backyard, what would you expect to see on a globe according to the globe model?
8 inches of something. Be equipotential.
What would that look like?
That's your fucking problem, weirdo. I live on a flat Earth. Why would I worry about imagination? That's what the fuck I'm talking about. You guys are the problem. Stop imagining asking dumb questions. You have the math. You have your globe, don't you? You know it's a globe. You know the fucking math, but you're not putting it to use. You're not proving what equipotential is. You motherfuckers say airplanes. Everything's
Stop
flying
talking, please,
equipotential
and
but
let
a
someone else
rocket.
talk.
But
Stop
you're not
talking and
even
let someone else talk,
demonstrating your
please.
dirt is
Stop talking and
equipotential.
let someone else talk, please. Thank you.
Stop talking over me because you're afraid of science and physics.
No.
What
I'm
would
stopping
an
you
8-inch
talking because
dirt
you'll just
curve
run on
look
some
like?
nonsense.
8-inch
What would
pile
an
of dirt in your
equipotential
backyard
8-inch
is not
drop look
science.
like is the question.
You need to
Globers,
stop,
you're
Demok.
wondering
Demok, it's
too,
time to
right?
stop talking and
Globers
let
are
someone else
wondering
talk,
what an
please.
8-inch equipotential drop would look like
It's
on the
time
globe.
to stop talking and let someone
Let's
else
go
talk,
do
please.
this. Get the Nobel Globe Award. Prove
It's
the
time to
globe.
stop talking, Demok. So you mean
Eratosthenes with a stick can outdo you, but you can't outdo
stop
him with an
talking. It's
8-inch
time to
pile
stop
of dirt.
talking and let someone else talk, okay? There's
How
other
about
people in your
sand?
species.
Play-Doh? Plastic.
Do you know what it would look
Yeah,
like
it's
on a
supposed to
globe?
be 360.
What would the equipotential
Yeah, it's
curve
supposed to
look
be
like
360.
if you stood outside in your
It's supposed
backyard?
to be 360. You know what that looks like? Not a horizon.
No, you tell me.
Oh, what's up, Tiles?
It doesn't have corners. It doesn't have horizontals.
I'm going to tell you what you'd see in your backyard.
My water has a
You'd have
cube
to do
floating
is
on it right
take your
now.
backyard and you would have
Stop
to
interrupting
divide it
me and the other
into
guy's
inches, and then
conversation
you'd
with
have to
nothing.
take that 8 inch per mile square and you'd
Don't
have
nobody know
to
what the fuck you're talking
change the
about. You
formula
don't
to
have 8 inches
inches
a mile
and then
squared.
fractions of inches. So
Jets,
it
we're
might be
looking
something
for
like
the 8-inch part.
4
We're not
inches
looking for
per
your
half a
fucking
mile,
dreams at the end of
and
the
then
rainbow.
3 inches per.
Yeah, that made no sense, weirdo. What does an earth curve
So,
look like?
how
That's the
long
question.
is your
an
backyard? How
equipotential piece
long is
of
it?
dirt look like? That's
Why are you still
curved?
talking, Demok?
Because we're looking for that 8 inches of dirt.
Okay, so
Lubbers
how
don't
long
know
is your
what it is.
backyard?
It's a
How
big
big is
what if. It's a big idea.
how big is your backyard, Demok? Demok, how big is your
8
backyard?
inches high.
How big is your
Over
backyard?
what length?
Earth curve high after 1 mile.
How
So if
big
you're
is your
1
backyard?
mile away from me, I expect that 8 inches right
How
there
big
to
is your
be
backyard?
demonstrated with a cube put
How
on
big is
it.
your backyard?
You boys
How
have a
big is your
cube
backyard?
and some pictures.
Hey, Demok, how big is your backyard?
I expect that earth curve to be 8 inches, and you're going to go a mile
Why
away
can't you
from
listen
me.
to what people
Do you
say and respond?
understand the math of the globe? Why are you running from still manning your ball, you fucking dumb bitch?
What's wrong with you that you can't listen to people and respond to what they're saying?